Year 16 of the Shinobi world. The Senju clan and the Uchiha clan waged an endless cycle of love and war across the land. Before the founding of Konoha, Senju, Tobarama's younger brother, and Uchiha Madara's younger brother Uchiha, Izuna, clashed relentlessly in fierce combat. In one such battle, Senju, Tobarama struck down Uchiha Izuna. Izuna's strength was second only to Madara's own. The true cause of his defeat lay in the accumulated damage from prolonged use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Izuna's death deepened Madara's resolve to establish Konoha quickly and kindled a new vision of peace within him. Thus, through a reconciliation between Madara and Hashirama, Konoha was founded. Hashirama was gentle and kind, always considering the well-being of the village's people. Madara was solitary and arrogant by nature. A village requires a leader. In the village election, Hashirama became the Hokage candidate. Hashirama did not wish to claim the honor for himself and offered the Hokage seat to Madara. However, under his brother Tobarama's fierce opposition, Hashirama inherited the position of first Hokage. Over disputes regarding clan power, Madara continuously challenged Hashirama to battle. Hashirama, seeking peace, refused to fight him. The Uchiha were a proud clan by nature. Given their contributions to founding Konoha, they believed it must be governed by their clan. On the surface, both clans founded and governed Konoha together, but in truth the Uchiha were merely outsiders confined within the village walls. War between Madara and Hashirama was on the brink of erupting. In the end, Madara was defeated. The internal conflict was quelled. Afterwards, Madara vanished from Konoha without a trace. That same year, Hashirama married Uzumaki Kushina of the Uzumaki clan. The Uzumaki and Senju clans signed a peace treaty. After defeating Madara, Hashirama sealed the 9 tails he had captured into Kushina's body. With the Uzumaki clan's addition, Konoha grew ever stronger. Soon surrounding clans began to imitate Konoha, establishing their own villages and choosing leaders known as Kage. Not long after Hashirama fell to Madara's Izanagi, Tobarama inherited the Hokage seat, though his position was somewhat unstable due to the Uchiha unrest within Konoha. It was at this moment that the First Shinobi World War erupted. During the First Shinobi War, in a battle against the Land of Lightning, Tobarama led a team, including Sarutobi and Danzo, that was ambushed by the Gold and Silver Brothers' elite force. To cover the escape of Konoha's next generation, Tobarama used himself as a decoy and ultimately perished. Without the protection of Hashirama and Tobarama, the Uzumaki clan became a target. Their formidable sealing techniques made them feared by every nation's ninja. The nations united to annihilate the Uzumaki village. A young Uzumaki, Kushina, witnessed the destruction firsthand before being brought to Konoha by a surviving Uzumaki ninja. Years later, after Uzumaki Mido's death, Uzumaki Kushina became the second Jinchuriki of the 9 tails. In year 48 of Konoha, the 9 tails within Kushina went out of control. To save the village, the 4th Hokage Minato performed the dead demon consuming seal, sealing half of the 9 tails into his own son Naruto's body. Both Kushina and Minato ultimately sacrificed their lives. Konoha, year 54. Su Fan has been in this world for 6 years. From the night of the 9 tails attacks, 6-year-old Su Fan arrived in the world of Naruto and became one of the surviving remnants of the Uzumaki bloodline. Although he carried the Uzumaki bloodline, Su Fan clearly felt that his chakra was far less than that of a normal person. By all rights, the Uzumaki clan was a distant blood relative of the Senju clan, possessing formidable sealing techniques and senjutsu systems. Their self-healing abilities were also extraordinarily powerful. Yet for 4 years, Su Fan wondered if he was even truly Uzumaki. He didn't think about it too much. Now he lives in a quiet corner of Konoha. This place was once the ruins of the Uzumaki settlement. Now only he remains. Though broken, the surroundings are beautiful with mountains and water, and life is wonderfully free. Lifting 2 buckets of water on a shoulder pole, Su Fan ran toward the mountain. Near the mountaintop, he arrived at a small stream, so clear one could see the bottom, surrounded by stone pillars isolating it in an enclosed area. The sight was quite strange. Where did all this water come from? Su Fan set down the shoulder pole, lifted the bucket, and poured the water into the stream. It turned out this was the stream he had built over 4 years by carrying buckets of water here every day. The 7956th bucket of water has finally been poured. Su Fan stretched lazily and set down the shoulder pole. Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from within the stream. Ding! Successfully poured the 7956th bucket of water, chakra refining complete, activating the Naruto sign-in system. It turned out Su Fan had obtained a system on the very first day he arrived in this world. It required him to pour water into the designated location every single day without interruption, using it as a foundation to store and refine chakra. Only then could the system be activated. Ding! Issuing the first sign-in task. Please proceed to the Uzumaki clan ruins to complete the sign-in. Upon successful sign-in, you will receive the newbie gift pack for the first sign-in. Su Fan was overcome with emotion at this. Without hesitation, he sprinted down the mountain at full speed. But just as he reached the foot of the mountain, he noticed some ninja who did not belong to Konoha, had infiltrated the area. They were positioned at the Uzumaki ruins. From their formation, the one at the front was clearly their leader. From their headbands, Su-fan could clearly identify them Kumogakure ninja. At this time, Konoha had just signed a peace treaty with the Cloud Village. For these Kumogakure ninja to brazenly infiltrate Konoha, what could their purpose be? Just then, Su-fan accidentally stepped on a small mouse. Squeak squeak. The mouse let out a cry and scurried away. The group of Kumogakure ninja immediately looked towards Su-fan's position. The leader smirked slightly and said to his subordinates, "Go kill him." Drawing kunai, several Kumogakure ninja charged forward. Su-fan gritted his teeth and quickly leapt out of the bushes to escape. Damn it, I have to go around them and reach the Uzumaki ruins. As long as I'm within the range, I can complete the sign-in. Su-fan gathered the faint chakra in his body into his feet and darted quickly into the surrounding jungle. The ninja behind him threw kunai, and Su-fan struggled to dodge them. After breaking through the forest, Su-fan turned and vaulted onto a tree branch, then leaped toward the rear of the Uzumaki ruins. Just a few hundred meters more. Keep going. Su-fan pushed his chakra to its limit, his body visibly struggling to keep up, but the Uzumaki ruins were within reach. Several shuriken flew through the air and struck Su-fan directly. Su-fan cried out in pain and tumbled into the range of the Uzumaki ruins. He's dead. The Kumogakure leader smirked coldly and turned to leave. Ding. First sign-in complete. Obtained a newbie gift pack. Ding. Opening the newbie gift pack. Successfully awakened the powerful Uzumaki bloodline. Ding. Obtained the perfect Uzumaki bloodline and the powerful Uzumaki sealing techniques. Su-fan's hair instantly became more vivid red as a powerful surge of chakra erupted from within his body. The kunai embedded in his back slowly fell away, and the powerful Uzumaki chakra instantly healed his wounds. The Kumogakure ninja nearby were all stunned. Red hair. This kid. Could it be? Several ninja beside the leader drew short blades and charged forward. Su-fan had never felt such powerful chakra before. For a moment he struggled to control it. So this is the power of the Uzumaki clan. Su-fan looked at the charging ninja and smiled coldly. Adamantine sealing chains. Suddenly several golden chains erupted from Su-fan's back. The ninja were terrified, but before they could react, the chains pierced through their bodies, sealing all their chakra. Su-fan wielded a kunai and charged through them. Blood spattered everywhere. Thud thud thud. The bodies all collapsed. The Kumogakure leader was completely stunned, staring at Su-fan and swallowed nervously. You're from the Uzumaki clan. Su-fan withdrew the chains back into his body with a bored expression, then slowly walked toward the Kumogakure leader. Since you know my identity, you won't be leaving Konoha alive either. Su-fan's powerful chakra erupted instantly, and he charged forward. The Kumogakure leader panicked, drawing his kunai to defend and retreating. The plan was going perfectly. How could such a kid suddenly appear? And why has the Uzumaki bloodline appeared again in Konoha? It's not hard to understand. Uzumaki Naruto was Konoha's only Uzumaki descendant, but his immense chakra was all used to suppress the Nine-Tails' power. If in the original story Uzumaki Naruto seemed very weak, only able to stand up with the help of the tailed beast's power, in truth sealing the Nine-Tails required the Uzumaki's own immense chakra as a sacrifice. Naruto's powerful Uzumaki bloodline strength was all used to resist the Nine-Tails. Combined with Minato's powerful genes, Naruto inherited yellow hair, and while his identity was hidden from Konoha, his Uzumaki heritage was concealed as well. Thus the outside world was largely unaware that the Uzumaki bloodline still existed in Konoha. A few minutes later, Su-fan pointed his kunai at the Kumogakure leader's neck and coldly demanded, "Speak. Why did you come to Konoha? What is your plan?" The Kumogakure leader nervously swallowed, sweat dripping continuously. It's a Kumogakure plan. To kidnap the Hyuga clans. Kidnap the Hyuga clan's young lady. It turned out Su-fan had encountered the Kumogakure ninja, who had come to infiltrate Konoha to kidnap Hinata. Su-fan didn't know whether his actions would cause a butterfly effect. If these Kumogakure ninja died in Konoha, the Cloud Village might blame Konoha for it. According to the original storyline, Hinata was kidnapped. The Hyuga head Hayashi intercepted and rescued her. The Cloud Village pursued the matter, and the branch family's Niji stepped forward to take the blame. But now with Su-fan's interference, the entire situation has taken a new turn. Either way, the Cloud Village will cause trouble. Better to finish it cleanly, kill them all. A sharp glint suddenly flashed in Su-fan's eyes. The kunai swept directly across the Kumogakure leader's neck. A scream instantly echoed through the entire forest. The ANBU operatives lurking in the shadows witnessed everything. After Su-fan disposed of the bodies, the ANBU vanished into the jungle. Ding, please proceed to the former site of the Senju clan to complete the check-in. Su-fan was now exhilarated, checking in at the old Senju clan grounds. Perhaps he would obtain Hashirama cells, or chakra, or even would release techniques. This would be the pinnacle of Su-fan's beginning in Konoha. For today, he would leave it at that, and wait until tomorrow to continue. With this thought, Su-fan went to bed early. What a At the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi, puffing on his pipe, listened to the ANBU operatives' report of what they had just witnessed. Third Hokage, I indeed saw that child awaken the Uzumaki clan's bloodline and successfully kill all the Cloud Ninja, including an elite Jonin. The ANBU operative knelt on one knee, speaking with excitement. Hiruzen Sarutobi furrowed his brow, took a heavy drag from his pipe, and rose from his chair. Regarding Su-fan, Hiruzen Sarutobi was not unaware. He had first arrived in the village 6 years ago. Previously, the great nations had joined forces to destroy the land of whirlpools, and the ninja of Yazushio had either died or fled. But Konoha and the Uzumaki clan had once signed a peace treaty. Any surviving Uzumaki ninja could join Konoha. Even so, Hiruzen Sarutobi had seen no trace of the Uzumaki clan's prowess in Su-fan. He had hoped to use Su-fan's Uzumaki lineage to suppress the tailed beasts of other nations. But after 4 years, Hiruzen's patience had turned to disappointment. Now, hearing such news, though his expression remained stern, his heart was overjoyed. I understand. You may leave. After the ANBU operative departed, Hiruzen Sarutobi could no longer hide the joy on his face. This kid, he really did awaken. I'll find time to visit him in the next couple of days. Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed at the vast blue sky, and a sense of peace settled in his heart. Recently, too many troubles had weighed on him. The Uchiha clan's internal strife seemed to worsen, coupled with the pressure from the Stone Ninja. Hiruzen wondered if he was even fit to be Hokage. Now Su-fan's awakening lifted Hiruzen's gloomy mood. Sigh. There is finally some hope for Konoha. But Hiruzen overlooked one thing. Though Su-fan lived in Konoha, he was not a native-born Konoha ninja. The original Uzumaki clan did not belong to Konoha. They were merely allies. Whether Su-fan would dedicate himself to Konoha depended entirely on his own will. Just then a figure flashed past the window of the Hokage building. Hiruzen opened the window, and a man with white hair and a mask leaped inside. Third Hokage Danzo has finalized plans to suppress the Uchiha clan. I'm aware of that. I'll find a way. For now, you have a new mission. Go to the former Uzumaki clan site and monitor Uzumaki Su-fan. Hiruzen Sarutobi turned and said calmly to the masked man. What about Danzo? He cannot act against the Uchiha directly for now. Ignore him for the moment. Monitor all of Uzumaki Su-fan's movements and report back to me. Yes, Third Hokage. The white-haired masked man finished speaking and vanished before Hiruzen. At the old Uzumaki site early the next morning, Su-fan got up, washed, and prepared to go to the former Senju clan grounds to complete the system's check-in. After tidying up, his powerful chakra perception detected the presence of others nearby. A slight smile curled at the corner of Su-fan's mouth. He had already guessed. Hiruzen must have discovered that I awakened my bloodline. The commotion yesterday was considerable. The outskirts of Konoha were teeming with ANBU and root operatives. Su-fan wasn't sure if he had been discovered, but since they were here, he might as well give them a real shock. Ignoring the ANBU hidden in the grass, he dashed straight toward the other side of the mountain. The white-haired masked man followed closely. Su-fan's chakra was now immensely powerful. By channeling chakra into his legs, his speed had increased several times over. Soon crossing the ridge, Su-fan stopped at the former Senju clan grounds marked by the Hokage symbol. Time has passed, and this place has become so dilapidated. The Senju site was even more ruined than the Uzumaki site. Some houses were reduced to rubble, others were dangerously unstable. Tsunade, the last bearer of the Senju bloodline, had left after the Third Great Ninja War. Now no one lived here. I'm already here. Why hasn't the system prompted me to check in? Su-fan felt a bit frustrated. Did he need to enter a house? But there were so many. With no choice, he wandered aimlessly through the old Senju grounds. Suddenly, he noticed the stone tablet bearing the Hokage symbol standing at the far end of the site. The area around the tablet was unusually open, as if something lay beneath it. Walking slowly to the Hokage symbol, Su-fan gazed at it, gleaming in the sun, lost in thought. Though so much time had passed, the will of fire still shone brightly. As a devoted fan of the original series, Su-fan naturally felt a desire to inherit the will of fire, especially since he had arrived in the world of Naruto. He must revive the glory of the Uzumaki and Senju clans. The Uzumaki and Senju were inseparable, bound by a profound connection. The moment he approached the stone tablet, Su-fan felt his chakra surging wildly within him. What's happening? The Hokage symbol before him blazed with an increasingly dazzling light. Su-fan instinctively raised his right hand to shield his eyes from the blinding glare. But as soon as he touched the symbol, the ground around him suddenly trembled. A hidden passage appeared behind the stone tablet. Somewhat astonished, Su-fan entered. A cold wind blew, and he couldn't help but shiver. Inside, there was a long, winding passage. As he stepped into the passage, all the torches on the walls ignited spontaneously, illuminating the path before him. At the end of the corridor, Su-fan felt a mysterious force calling to him. For some reason, as if enchanted, he walked in uncontrollably. After he entered, the passage behind him sealed shut. Some time later, the white-haired masked man followed, searching everywhere, but finding no trace of Su-fan. Strange. He definitely came here. How did he vanish in an instant? After passing through a second threshold, a coffin appeared before Su Fan. Ding, you have reached the designated check-in location. Please check in. The system prompt suddenly resonated in Su Fan's mind, snapping him back to awareness. What just happened to me? Why did I walk in without control? Where is this? Staring at the coffin, Su Fan was bewildered. But this is the designated spot for check-in. Let me check in first. Check-in. Ding, check-in complete. Reward Kekkei Jinkai. Would release. Su Fan was stunned, his mouth agape. Could it be that would release had just fallen into his hands? The designated check-in location was the old Senju grounds. Is the coffin containing Hashirama Senju? Su Fan approached cautiously and slowly pushed open the coffin. Indeed, inside lay a handsome man. Even after so long, his features remained unchanged, as if he were merely asleep. The fierce aura between his brows still carried a powerful pressure even after all these years. Truly the god of shinobi. Su Fan noticed that a piece of flesh seemed to be missing from Hashirama's chest. Su Fan began to recall the original story. Could it be that Danzo took the cells to research and create would-release successors to strengthen Konoha? Su Fan could roughly guess. Danzo had been secretly collaborating with Orochimaru on human experiments. Not everyone could match Hashirama's cells. The ninja used in the experiments either died or were crippled. Hiruzen turned a blind eye. For the sake of Konoha as Hokage, he sometimes had to pretend not to see certain truths. Though Hiruzen acted for Konoha, his choices were often passive, making Su Fan feel that there was a sense of hypocrisy in it. Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from Hashirama's body. Su Fan's Uzumaki chakra was simultaneously drawn out. What's happening? Su Fan clearly felt his chakra rapidly draining away. The chakra emerging from Hashirama's body in the coffin formed an arc absorbing all of Su Fan's chakra. Minutes later, Su Fan knelt weakly on the ground. Damn it! What is this? How can a dead body still possess such power, and why is it draining mine? Just then the two streams of chakra in the air merged together. The resulting power was so immense that it seemed to isolate the air itself. This new chakra surged directly into Su Fan's body, causing him to cry out in agony. So powerful. My body. It can barely withstand it. The awakened Uzumaki bloodline within Su Fan upon contact with Hashirama sensitively awakened the residual chakra cell power in Hashirama's body. Perhaps because the Senju and Uzumaki clans were closely related, Hashirama's cell chakra merged with Su Fan's Uzumaki chakra, forming a new power. This power was even stronger than the chakra Hashirama possessed in his lifetime. Su Fan was completely taken aback. Power flooded into Su Fan's body like a tidal wave. Gritting his teeth against the immense pain, he absorbed it all. Finally, as the last trace of chakra fully entered Su Fan's body, a tremendous change occurred within him. A blue chakra cloak emanated around his body. It was as astonishing as a tailed beast's chakra cloak. But Su Fan's chakra was different. It was more powerful than the nine tails, so immense that it could be measured in tons. The chakra cloak around his body was simply a result of the overwhelming chakra he had absorbed, forming naturally. Now Su Fan could even release chakra externally. He gently spread his palm and stretched comfortably, but suddenly his chakra exploded outward. The hidden chamber of the first Hokage's tomb was blasted open. The white-haired masked man outside was terrified and immediately fled. The old Senju grounds were reduced to rubble by Su Fan's single stretch. Su Fan poked his small head out from the pile of rubble, surveying his surroundings. I never imagined my chakra would be this formidable now. As Su Fan acquired the chakra of the Senju clan, Senju Hashirama's physical form dissipated into the wind. On a nearby tree, a white-haired masked man watched the scene in utter shock. Su Fan suddenly turned his gaze in that direction. The white-haired masked man broke into a cold sweat, his voice trembling with alarm. Has he detected me? Su Fan smirked with a hint of provocation. The white-haired masked man reluctantly leaped down from the tree. Su Fan noted that the man's attire was that of the Umbu, and only one person possessed such a distinctive hair color. That was Hatake Kakashi. Did the third Hokage send you to tail me? Su Fan asked without the slightest pretense. Kakashi was inwardly startled. Is this kid really that perceptive? I mean no harm, Kakashi said flatly. If you had intended harm, I would have already locked onto you, Su Fan replied, gradually releasing his immense chakra. The oppressive aura was so overwhelming that Kakashi struggled to breathe. Tell the third Hokage that I, Uzumaki Su Fan, do not require surveillance. Though I am of the Uzumaki clan, I harbor no ill will toward Konoha. After delivering his cold words, Su Fan turned and walked away. Kakashi collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat beneath his mask. This chakra. So powerful. Stronger than anyone I've ever encountered. Kakashi could not fathom that the person before him was merely a 12-year-old child. On the playground of the Ninja Academy, Uzumaki Naruto sat alone on a swing, watching the noisy crowd of his classmates. His heart was filled with despondency. Often called the dead last, he yearned deeply to play with the other children. At first the children did not know that the Nine Tails was sealed within Naruto. But the relentless warnings and disdainful glances from the adults who knew the truth eventually drove a wedge between the children and Naruto, drawing an unbridgeable line. Standing on a rooftop, Su Fan observed the scene clearly. In his heart, Naruto did not deserve such treatment. Now that Su Fan was also of the Uzumaki clan, he felt compelled to look after Naruto. Class, gather around. Iruka approached holding a list of names. The boisterous students quickly fell into line. Naruto listlessly hopped off the swing and trudged toward the formation. The others deliberately filled every spot, leaving no room for him. With no choice, Naruto stood behind everyone. Seeing this, Su Fan clenched his fists. Today's assignment is to master the transformation technique. I'll teach you the method, and you can practice on your own. I'll check your progress tomorrow. After speaking, Iruka glanced at the list, which clearly recorded each student's talent level. When he saw Naruto's name, he sighed helplessly. 0. This kid really is a handful. Iruka looked at the dejected Naruto, standing apart from the crowd, a pang of melancholy stirring within him. Like Naruto, Iruka had been called the dead last in his own childhood. He could easily understand that everything Naruto did was an attempt to draw attention. Loneliness is something one never gets used to. Everyone yearns to be the center of focus. But all Naruto ever wanted was companionship. Iruka's parents had also perished in the Nine-Tails rampage. Initially, Iruka had been influenced by the village's prejudice against Naruto. In his eyes, harboring that detestable fox Naruto could never amount to much. Yet perhaps because their childhoods were so similar, Iruka developed a sensitivity toward Naruto's plight. But no one is born at the pinnacle. Hard work can also forge a powerful ninja. Iruka briefly taught the class the transformation technique. Among the crowd, the prodigious Uchiha Sasuke grasped the essence of the technique after a single glance. Within minutes, he could perform it, transforming into Iruka's likeness. Immediately, the female students swarmed around him. Sasuke-kun. Oh my god. So cool. I love it. Sasuke-kun is a genius. Among the many girls, two stood out the most, their reactions the most exaggerated: Sakura and Ino. They were practically beside themselves with excitement, flanking Sasuke and chattering incessantly. They nearly came to blows. Sasuke coolly shoved his hands into his pockets and amidst the cacophony of adoring screams walked over to Iruka. Can I go home now? Iruka was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Sasuke to be so gifted. The Uchiha clan truly was extraordinary. Oh, yes, you may go, Iruka said with a smile. Wow, did you see that? Sasuke-kun talking to Iruka-sensei, so charismatic. Oh my god, I'm swooning. If I could marry Sasuke-kun, I'd slap myself whenever I got into an argument. Finally, Naruto, who had been standing off to the side, could no longer contain himself. Stop acting cool. You're nothing but a show-off. If you've got the guts, fight me. Naruto leaped forward, pointing at Sasuke and shouting. Sasuke shot Naruto a cold smirk before turning away. The dead last wants to challenge Sasuke-kun. Is he insane? Exactly. He's just trying to get attention. Amid the clamor, Naruto roared. I'm going to become the Hokage. Are you scared or what? Sasuke, who had been walking away, suddenly stopped. He turned his head and fixed a cold glare on Naruto. Naruto returned the gaze, refusing to back down. A warm breeze swept through, carrying a green leaf between them. The air was thick with tension. Huh. He says he wants to be Hokage. Then I guess I could be Hokage too. He's a monster. If he becomes Hokage, the village would be destroyed. Amid the jeers, Naruto's young face, usually so determined, showed a flicker of wavering. Su Fan watched the odious expressions of the crowd and trembled with rage. Were their families all blind? Naruto's father had saved Konoha. Was this the reward he received? Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen had concealed Naruto's identity to protect him, now that the truth had spread so far, was this really just simple protection? You're no match for me, Sasuke taunted, then suddenly burst forward with incredible speed. Naruto, already prepared, met him head-on, without a second thought. To be fair, Sasuke was quite fast, likely thanks to his brother Uchiha Itachi's occasional training. Naruto was clearly outmatched. But never forget, Naruto was never afraid to lose. He was Konoha's relentless fighter. When brute force fails, talk it out. That was his creed. Su Fan was not worried about Naruto, as he recalled this fight between Naruto and Sasuke had ended in a draw. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen gazed into his crystal ball, observing the two boys. His primary concern remained Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Every move Naruto made was under Hiruzen's surveillance. After all, the Nine-Tails rampage had caused irreparable damage to Konoha. Moreover, the village was currently weak. If Naruto could grow stronger more quickly, he would become a valuable asset. Naruto struck with raw force, but Sasuke dodged dexterously and landed a kick. Though Naruto's strength was lacking, his mind was sharp. He pulled back, evaded, dropped to the side, rolled behind Sasuke, and swung a punch. Sasuke was no pushover either. He spun around, delivering a sweeping roundhouse kick that collided with Naruto's arm. Naruto was sent staggering back several meters. Go Sasuke-kun. So cool. Really, really cool. One female student fainted on the spot. Enraged, Naruto lunged forward and landed a punch squarely on Sasuke's face. Sasuke winced in pain and retaliated furiously. The two exchanged blows, each landing hit after hit in a fierce brawl. Irika sighed, covering his face with his hand. What a handful. Stop it, both of you. Irika stepped in and pulled them apart. Naruto's face was swollen with bruises, and so was Sasuke's. TCH, if Irika-sensei hadn't stopped us, I would have beaten you. You? Dream on. In the end, they were separated. Sasuke walked away surrounded by a crowd of adoring girls while Naruto stood alone on the playground, holding his aching cheek and sighing in pain. Sufan was about to approach Naruto when a man's sudden appearance stopped him. Want to become stronger? I have an idea. Naruto looked up to see Mizuki with his white hair grinning slyly at him. Mizuki-sensei, I know of a scroll that can make you powerful. Mizuki tempted him. But, how do I get it? Naruto's curiosity was piqued. You can just go and take it. Just remember to put it back when you're done. Or have you forgotten the way they look at you? Mizuki's words struck a chord. Naruto would never forget those looks. Looks of disgust, mockery, and discrimination, as if he were a monster. In that instant, Naruto's judgment was clouded by the allure of the scroll. From a distance, Sufan watched Mizuki with amusement. This must be the part where Naruto nearly falls into darkness in the original story. I recall that after this, he gains Irika's recognition. But Mizuki's goal is also the scroll, and behind him lurks Orochimaru. In the future, Mizuki will escape from Konoha's prison. Currently, Danzo is already cooperating with Orochimaru. To dismantle Danzo's conspiracy, I need to find Orochimaru first. He has already defected from Konoha. How interesting. It seems my presence has altered the original timeline. The Uchiha clan hasn't been wiped out yet, and Naruto is only 6 years old instead of 12 when he graduates. A faint smile curled at the corner of Sufan's mouth. He turned and vanished from the rooftop. The night grew deeper. A nimble figure appeared in the forbidden area of Konoha. The guards were heavily stationed, and inside lay a mysterious scroll. The agile figure swiftly darted through the jungle, flashing past. Time for shift change. I'm so sleepy, a guard muttered, rubbing his eyes. Suddenly a dark silhouette whizzed past his vision. Huh. The guard rubbed his eyes again, but found nothing. I'm too tired. Am I seeing things? The guard stepped forward and carefully surveyed the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Behind a stone pillar, Uzumaki Naruto covered his mouth, snickering. I can't believe it was this easy to get in. Naruto tiptoed into the inner chamber of the forbidden area and discovered the forbidden technique scroll on a stone platform. Oh, is this it? Naruto excitedly grabbed the scroll, but at that moment a trap was triggered. Kunai shot out from the surrounding walls toward Naruto. Startled, he agilely dodged the projectiles. As he ran out clutching the scroll, he tripped over a white tripwire. Clang, clang. The tripwire was pulled, triggering the alarm. All the guards were startled. What happened? Has the scroll been stolen? The guard who had just spoken rushed anxiously into the inner chamber, only to see Uzumaki Naruto leaping overhead with the scroll on his back. The demon fox has stolen the scroll. In an instant, everyone panicked and began searching for Naruto everywhere. On a large tree in the jungle, Sufan leaned comfortably against a branch. Perhaps that old bastard third Hokage is spying on Naruto right now. Naruto stealing the scroll is just part of his plan. He wants to see whether Naruto the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is safe or not. Naruto will be stopped by Irika and then earn Irika's recognition. All I need to do is intercept Mizuki and through him find Orochimaru according to the original plan. Then everything will proceed normally. Sufan gave a sly smirk and closed his eyes, waiting for Mizuki's arrival. Sufan couldn't understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen always had to go through so many hoops. Naruto's background was now known to all of Konoha except Naruto himself. How pitiful the hearts of parents are. If Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki knew what their child was facing now, what would they feel? Irika. A ninja found Irika on a path in Konoha. Uzumaki Naruto has stolen the forbidden technique scroll and fled. What did you say? Irika was shocked knowing that Naruto's body contained the nine-tailed fox. If he uses the forbidden scroll, the nine tails might be released, and Konoha's crisis would strike again. Damn it. How could this happen? Irika clenched his fists and quickly followed the ninja to search for Naruto. On a grassy clearing, Uzumaki Naruto was holding the forbidden scroll, smiling happily. He had already opened it, his eyes full of curiosity as he memorized all its contents. When Irika found Naruto, Naruto had already rolled up the scroll. Naruto. Irika jumped down from above. Irika-sensei, let me tell you, I've already learned a powerful jutsu. Naruto grinned, gesturing for Irika to look at the scroll in his hand. A drop of sweat slowly trickled down Irika's forehead. Opening the forbidden technique here, so blatantly. Were you deceived by someone? Wiping his forehead, Irika steadied himself and looked at Naruto. Naruto, be good and give me the scroll. Naruto was puzzled. He suddenly noticed that Irika's emotions were off. The Nine-Tails power allowed him to sense good and evil, and emotions were one of the sensitive aspects. Naruto clearly felt the agitation in Irika's fluctuating emotions. He couldn't help but step back, clutching the scroll tightly to his chest. Irika-sensei. Naruto swallowed nervously. In truth, Irika was worried that Naruto had been tricked. If the third Hokage got involved now, the consequences would be disastrous. But if Naruto could return the scroll willingly, then perhaps things wouldn't be so bad. Iruka-sensei, with this scroll, I can become stronger. Aren't you happy? Naruto looked at Iruka bewildered. Naruto, there are no shortcuts to becoming Hokage. Only through constant effort will there be new hope. Taking shortcuts will only lead you to rock bottom. Iruka anxiously tried to calm Naruto. But everyone seems to not acknowledge me, they only see me as a loser. If I can become stronger, maybe I can change their opinion, right? Naruto's face was full of hope. He longed for the friendship of the village so much. He was truly tired of the days spent alone playing games with no one to accompany him. Iruka took a deep breath and slowly approached Naruto. Naruto, a strong person, must get used to loneliness. To earn everyone's recognition, it's not about becoming stronger, but about making them see your efforts. These words struck Naruto's heart heavily. He hesitated, and the scroll in his arms seemed ready to be let go. Seeing this, Iruka's anxious heart finally eased. Iruka is just deceiving you. Why would he kindly tell you this, you loser? Suddenly both of them looked up sharply, only to see Mizuki standing on top of a tree, sneering coldly. Mizuki-sensei, what are you doing here? Naruto looked at Mizuki in surprise, not understanding what he meant. Uzumaki, Naruto, you can't have forgotten how the villagers look at you, can you? Mizuki's gaze suddenly turned eerie, and he smirked at Naruto. When Naruto saw that look, his chakra instantly became turbulent. That's the look. Like looking at a monster. Naruto was furious, his emotions unstable. Mizuki, shut up. Iruka quickly tried to stop him. And why would I say Iruka is deceiving you? Mizuki's face was now full of disgust. Mizuki, stop. Don't say another word. Iruka was instantly anxious, shouting at the top of his lungs to prevent Mizuki from continuing. Because Iruka's parents were killed by the nine-tailed fox itself on the night of the Nine-Tails attack. And the thing inside your body is that very fox. In an instant, Naruto's heart trembled violently. He looked at Iruka in disbelief, grief, and guilt surging in his heart. So he was the demon fox. Finally, Naruto understood why the villagers shunned him and looked at him that way. Iruka's pitiful eyes looked at Naruto, and his heart began to ache. Naruto gritted his teeth and pointed at Iruka. Why do you have that look too? Does even Iruka-sensei hate me? You bastard. Suddenly, Mizuki on the tree took out several kunai from his belt and threw them at Naruto. Seeing this, Iruka rushed over and pushed Naruto away. Naruto, watch out. The kunai struck Iruka's side, and he fell to his knees in pain. Naruto fell to the ground, looking at Iruka with trembling hands. How could this happen? Mizuki-sensei. Naruto looked at Mizuki again. Mizuki, with a huge shuriken on his back, jumped down from the tree. Uzumaki, Naruto, you are truly foolish. You don't know how to appreciate someone who cares for you. Give me the scroll, and I'll let you die quickly. Seeing this, Naruto panicked, grabbed the scroll, and fled. Naruto. Iruka shouted, but Naruto was now filled with anxiety, wanting only to escape from Konoha. How pitiful. How could a loser understand your well-intentioned feelings? You're no threat now. I'll go kill Naruto, take back the scroll, and then deal with you. Mizuki sneered and went after Naruto. Seeing this, Iruka gritted his teeth, stood up, and labored to follow them. Leaping through the jungle ahead, Uzumaki, Naruto, with the scroll on his back, ran on all fours like a dog, dashing swiftly across the treetops. Mizuki was hot on his heels, and with a shuriken ready, he threw it. Uzumaki, Naruto, you can't escape. Just as the shuriken was about to hit Naruto, poof. A puff of white smoke appeared and Iruka fell from the sky. Transformation Jutsu. Mizuki was furious to see that Iruka had transformed into Naruto to lure him. At that moment, the real Uzumaki Naruto ran over and Iruka was overjoyed. Naruto. However, as Naruto approached Iruka, he suddenly leaped and headbutt Iruka. Iruka looked at Naruto in disbelief, his body crashing into a tree. Why Naruto? Naruto steadied himself and landed, looking at Iruka with fierce eyes. That gaze was filled with despair and sorrow, perhaps, because he had completely given up on Konoha. On the way, fleeing, Naruto seemed to have decided to leave Konoha, taking the scroll with him. Ha ha ha. Iruka, this is what you call empathy. Mizuki took the opportunity to pull out the huge shuriken on his back and threw it directly at Naruto. Naruto couldn't dodge in time and stood frozen in place. Naruto. With a squelch, Iruka, struggling with his steps, rushed in front of Naruto, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, using his back to block the shuriken. There on Iruka's back, the shuriken was deeply embedded and blood dripped down drop by drop. I know how much bitterness and unease you've experienced, because I was exactly the same as you when I was young. When I saw you crying alone on the swing every day, my heart ached just as much. I longed for recognition and encouragement from my peers, just like you. I was also called a loser, and I feel your pain. It must be painful, Naruto. You must have been so lonely all these years. I'm sorry, Naruto. If I had been more reliable, I wouldn't have let you have such memories. Iruka's tears fell onto Naruto's face drop by drop. Naruto was completely stunned. In Iruka's memory, he too had crouched in a corner alone as a child, enduring everyone's rejection and coldness. How ridiculous. Naruto. Iruka has always resented you for killing his parents. He's doing this just to get the scroll back. Mizuki roared ferociously. Shut your mouth, trash. Just then a figure leaped down from the trees and stood in front of Naruto and Irika. Why? You are. Mizuki gaped in surprise at Su-fan before him. Mainly because of Su-fan's hair color, the Uzumaki clan was indeed very striking. The sheer pressure Su-fan exuded upon his arrival was enough to drive Mizuki mad. Me? You could say I'm Naruto Uzumaki's older brother. Humph. Su-fan looked at Mizuki with amusement, then turned and waved his hand. Naruto got up from the ground and helped Irika up. My brother. Naruto was even more confused now. Only Irika seemed to have some recollection of Su-fan's figure. Su-fan of the Uzumaki clan who came to Konoha 6 years ago. All in all, Naruto and your mother are from the same clan. Calling him your brother isn't an exaggeration. Irika explained to Naruto. Irika-sensei, please take Naruto and leave here first. I have urgent matters to attend to. Irika nodded, and he and Naruto, supporting each other, jumped away from the area. Seeing them leave, Su-fan looked at Mizuki with a playful expression. Tell me, where is Orochimaru? Suddenly, a powerful surge of chakra erupted from Su-fan's body. The third Hokage, who was watching the situation through a crystal ball in the Hokage building, was shocked. With a bang, the crystal ball shattered. With the explosion of the crystal ball, the guards outside rushed in hastily. Third Hokage. What happened? Hiruzen Sarutobi smoked irritably and waved at the guards. Nothing, you can leave. After the guards left, Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head helplessly. This child really has a fiery temper. Konoha now needs talents to join, and I still don't know if I can recommend him. Just then Kakashi walked in. Third Hokage. Kakashi spoke somewhat dejectedly. I already know everything, cough cough. Kakashi, you've been in Anbu for quite some time now. Would you like to change your identity? Hiruzen Sarutobi said calmly while looking at Kakashi. Kakashi hesitated upon hearing this. Hiruzen knew that the reason Kakashi originally joined Anbu was because the deaths of Uchiha Obito and Noara Rin had made him see through everything. Furthermore, Minato Namikaze's departure had left Konoha without its greatest strength. Meanwhile, Kakashi continuously undertook various dangerous missions, hoping that one day he would be killed and find liberation. By joining Anbu, Kakashi hoped to forget everything from his past amid the killing. Ruthlessness was Kakashi's defining characteristic. During his missions, no enemy ninja could ever leave alive. One could imagine how bleak Kakashi's world would have been without the later comedic presence of Madogai to keep him company. Konoha now needs fresh strength to fill the void. Kakashi, I know you blame yourself for the past, but one must always look forward. Perhaps you're holding on to memories too tightly. Go to the Konoha Academy. I have a special mission for you. Hiruzen Sarutobi walked over and patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Kakashi remained inwardly troubled, hesitating back and forth. Uzumaki Naruto, the fourth Hokage's only son. What if I entrust him to your care? Hiruzen Sarutobi, that cunning old fox, had struck directly at Kakashi's heart with a single well-placed blow. As a student of the fourth Hokage, Kakashi had long kept an eye on Naruto. Mentoring him personally would serve as a tribute to Minato Namikaze. True to form, after a moment's silence, Kakashi shed his Anbu attire. The Jonin uniform suited him exceptionally well, and he slung his Konoha forehead protector diagonally across his left eye. Kakashi glanced at his reflection and smiled faintly. I'm actually quite looking forward to this. Deep within the jungle, Mizuki stared at Su-fan in terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. I don't know. I don't know where Orochimaru is. Without patience, Su-fan extended his right palm. A golden chain wrapped tightly around Mizuki, lifting him by the neck into the air. I'm a man with very little patience. If you don't speak soon, I'll stop asking. As he spoke, Su-fan's right hand gradually tightened, and the chain around Mizuki's neck grew ever more constricting. Finally, Mizuki couldn't endure it and screamed, I'll talk. I know where Orochimaru is. Su-fan sneered coldly and retracted the chain. Mizuki dropped to the ground, clutching his throat and gasping for breath. I've been providing intelligence to Orochimaru all along. He instructed me to instigate trouble. Then during the Chunin exams, I would coordinate with Suna to attack Konoha from within. Mizuki spilled everything he knew to Su-fan. Su-fan knew Orochimaru would launch an attack on Konoha, but he could not determine where Orochimaru currently was. Before long, Uchiha Itachi would slaughter the Uchiha clan with his own hands, and Danzo would collect their Sharingan eyes to hand over to Orochimaru for research. From this, Su-fan surmised that Orochimaru was likely near or within the Sand Village. However, if he could prevent the Uchiha massacre, Konoha's internal crisis could be resolved with relative ease. Su-fan was hardly a saint, but since he had appeared in Konoha, he felt it his duty to ensure the village's safety. These thorny problems would need to be handled by his own hands. Now, can you let me go? Mizuki asked, tremblingly looking at Su-fan. Let you go? Do you really think that's possible? Su-fan frowned, and a wooden spike pierced directly through Mizuki's body. With eyes wide in terror, Mizuki gazed at Su-fan in his final moments. Perhaps he would never believe that Su-fan possessed would release. Ding, you've participated in the storyline where Irika acknowledges Naruto. You've earned Naruto's signature reward, multi-shadow clone technique. Su Fan was overjoyed. He discovered that merely participating in Naruto's storylines could grant rewards, not just through check-ins. Such revelations meant joy was on the horizon for Su Fan. Originally reluctant to involve himself, Su Fan now changed his mind. Since I ambushed and killed the Cloud Ninja, the Cloud Village will surely come to Konoha, causing trouble soon. Danzo will also seize the opportunity to find faults. I imagine I'll be pushed onto the battlefield. Those bastards at the top of Konoha's hierarchy, constantly claiming they act for the village, yet each more fearful and selfish than the last. It seems I'll need to put them in their place when the time comes. But first I should pay a visit to that old fox, the third Hokage. It's time to demand accountability for Naruto. With this thought, Su Fan vanished from the spot. At the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi, having finished his paperwork, suddenly sensed a powerful chakra signature approaching. He smiled wryly and shook his head. Here he comes. The moment the door opened, Su Fan walked in with a cold sneer. Third Hokage, it's been a long time. Su Fan walked to the chair, sat down, and crossed his legs. Indeed, 6 years had passed. Ever since Su Fan entered the village, he had been alone. Apart from Hiruzen Sarutobi secretly observing him a few times, the boy had been largely forgotten. Cough cough. Su Fan, what brings you here today? Hiruzen Sarutobi knew exactly why. He had observed Su Fan's actions through the crystal ball earlier. He suspected Su Fan had come today to demand justice for Naruto. Naruto is treated this way. Do you bear any responsibility? Su Fan asked calmly. Hiruzen Sarutobi offered an awkward smile. This is a form of protection for Naruto. You can understand that, right? I cannot. Su Fan placed his words squarely on the table, gazing at Hiruzen Sarutobi without an ounce of fear as his imposing presence gradually radiated outward. Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows furrowed deeply as he looked at Su Fan, grumbling inwardly. After all, he was the third Hokage of Konoha. Didn't he at least deserve a shred of respect? Eating expired cup noodles and milk, facing rejection from everyone every single day with not a single coin to his name. Is this what you call responsibility and protection? The chakra emanating from Su Fan's body exploded outward. Hiruzen Sarutobi was instantly shocked. What immense chakra was this? Even he could barely withstand it fully. Sweat rolled down Hiruzen Sarutobi's forehead. Forcing composure, he clenched his teeth and finally spoke to Su Fan. The fourth Hokage's departure was meant to ensure Naruto would become the village's hero, a necessary sacrifice. But the devastation caused by the Nine Tails at that time was catastrophic, displacing countless people. Naruto's current suffering is recognition of his future potential. Compared to Naruto, the village matters more. I cannot decide how others feel. Hiruzen Sarutobi reasoned eloquently, attempting to shift responsibility onto Konoha's citizens. You should thank Irika more. If not for him, Naruto would have destroyed Konoha with his own hands. Su Fan sneered, turning his gaze toward Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi said nothing. In his heart, nothing seemed as important as the foundation he now held. For Konoha, he would employ any means necessary. From that moment onward, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo had become remarkably alike. From this day forward, you will no longer monitor Naruto at will. I take full responsibility for everything concerning Naruto. Naruto is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki of your Konoha. That alone counts as a contribution left by the fourth Hokage for this village. And in exchange, my price is that you help me clear the Uchiha clan's internal rebellion, including handling the Cloud Ninja's coercion. Su Fan smirked, clapped his hands, and prepared to leave. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart was utterly shaken. A 12-year-old child could actually perceive Konoha's current situation so clearly. Resolve the Uchiha clan's internal rebellion. Even the fourth Hokage had failed to accomplish that. Could he truly trust the words of a child? This was a perpetual burden on Hiruzen's mind. Day after day, he had to guard against Danzo, fend off external village threats, and navigate the increasingly complex Uchiha situation, making his duties infinitely more difficult. The Cloud Ninja will likely come seeking answers tomorrow. Rest assured, I'll handle it when the time comes. Having said this, Su Fan pushed open the door and walked out of the Hokage building. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched Su Fan's departing figure and exhaled deeply. Even awakened by the powerful bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, one cannot hope to confront nations far stronger than Konoha. This is a matter of capital, not ability. Hiruzen Sarutobi shook his head and sighed helplessly. In the Root Division, have you uncovered what happened to the Cloud Ninja who were killed? Danzo reclined in his chair, regarding the approaching Root Ninja with a somber expression. We cannot confirm it yet. We only know clearly that these Cloud Ninja intended to kidnap Hyuga Hinata from the main branch of the Hyuga clan. However, they were killed before they could even begin their mission inside Konoha. The Root member knelt on the ground and reported. By all rights, there should be no way for the Hyuga clan to know in advance. Haven't you discovered who did this? Lord Danzo, nothing has been found. The situation with the Cloud Ninja is already spiraling out of control. They will most likely come demanding answers tomorrow. Danzo's expression turned somewhat melancholy. Attacking Konoha during the alliance period. They're truly audacious. But with their intentions thwarted and their ninja killed, Konoha will find it difficult to extricate themselves. My lord, however, those ninja were found dead in the former Uzumaki territory where a child has been living. Oh. Danzo's interest was instantly piqued. When Sufan first came to Konoha, Danzo had not paid attention to him and was therefore unaware. That child's name is Uzumaki Sufan. Danzo's gaze suddenly turned sharp. Uzumaki clan. How intriguing. Since someone was present at the scene, that means there is a solution. Danzo's heart was filled with darkness. His intention was to offer Sufan up as a bargaining chip to the Cloud Ninja. Though Sufan was unremarkable, he was at least of Uzumaki bloodline. The Cloud Ninja would surely find this compelling. What about Orochimaru? Danzo asked again. Lord Danzo, Lord Orochimaru has successfully infiltrated the Land of Sand. He will appear during Konoha's second Chunin exams to assist you in seizing the Hokage position. Excellent. The Hokage position is now within reach. However, I must first resolve the Uchiha problem. That way those old men in the upper ranks will have nothing to say. You may leave. Yes. In the darkness, a sinister aura drifted across Danzo's eyes. For the Hokage position, he had decided to employ any means necessary. I should also pay a visit to Uchiha Itachi. Before the dawn broke, Naruto sat before Irika. Naruto, you are the only student I have ever truly acknowledged. Though my approval may seem insignificant, I hope it will spare you from loneliness in the years to come. Irika smiled gently at Naruto. I'm truly sorry, Sensei Irika. Naruto scratched his head awkwardly. It's alright, Naruto. Close your eyes. I have something to give you. Upon hearing this, Naruto leaped up in excitement. A surprise. Teacher Irika. With his eyes still closed, Irika withdrew a headband from his vest and fastened it around Naruto's forehead. Naruto, congratulations on graduating. Naruto opened his eyes eagerly, and at that moment the morning sun rose, its gentle rays catching the metal plate of his new headband in a shimmering gleam. Tears welling in his eyes, Naruto gazed at Irika. You've officially become a genuine ninja now. Today's ramen is on me. Unlimited bowls. Really, Teacher Irika? That's amazing. Ramen. Naruto bounded up and down with joy, and Irika watched him with a tender smile playing across his features. The following morning arrived early. Naruto was informed they would be assigned to teams that day. Sufan had already arrived at Naruto's home, seated at the table, finishing a bowl of ramen. Morning, Sufan mumbled around a mouthful of noodles. What are you doing here? Naruto sprang from his bed, pointing at Sufan in utter bewilderment. Your window's been left open every day. It's only natural I could get in, Sufan replied, draining a generous portion of the broth and letting out a contented burp. Watching Sufan devour the meal so enthusiastically made Naruto swallow hard. I already tossed out your expired ramen and milk and bought you proper replacements instead. You won't have to eat spoiled food anymore. Sufan produced another noodle cup from a bag behind him and set it down before Naruto. Care for one. Naruto bobbed his head rapidly and scrambled down from the bed. Once the ramen was ready, Naruto fell upon it greedily. Seeing him eat with such satisfaction brought quiet warmth to Sufan's face. May I ask your name? Naruto suddenly lifted his head and looked at Sufan. Sufan offered him a gentle smile. Uzumaki Sufan. You said yesterday we were brothers. Is that true? Naruto gazed at Sufan with hopeful eyes, desperately craving the bonds of family and friendship he had long been denied. Of course. Your mother was also a member of the Uzumaki clan, as am I. In that sense, I am indeed your elder brother, Sufan said with quiet calm. Mother. Naruto had never known his mother, and in his mind, she existed only as an imagined figure much like his father. Naruto, do you know? Your parents were legendary heroes of Konoha. They sealed the nine-tailed fox within you to protect the village, hoping you would one day wield that power to bring about meaningful change. Sufan was working to reshape Naruto's inner world. Loneliness had become an ingrained habit for the boy, but with Sufan now by his side, that pattern was finally breaking. Really? My parents? Naruto's eyes shone with barely contained excitement, desperate to hear more about the parents he had only known through whispers and rumors. The nine-tail sealed within you once devastated Konoha, which is why the villagers harbor such deep resentment toward you. Now that beast coils inside your body. How could they look at you without fear? But should you ever learn to wield the nine-tails' power, you will finally grasp the depth of your parents' devotion. The pain others have forced upon you is theirs to give, but whether you endure it is yours to choose. Only through relentless growth can you earn your own acceptance. And if you wish for others to recognize you, you must first believe in yourself. Sufan's words took root deep within Naruto's heart. Naruto's mood brightened immeasurably. The weight of others' judgments no longer dragged him down. He finally understood that people's opinions of him were beyond his control, and the only path to changing them lay in becoming stronger himself. Thank you, Brother Sufan. A radiant smile spread across Naruto's young face. System notification: by intervening in the Naruto storyline and stabilizing Naruto's mindset ahead of schedule, you have unlocked a new understanding of the future. Reward: Rasengan technique acquired. So the mechanism was straightforward. By participating in key plot moments, he could claim jutsu tied to those events. Naruto himself had not yet learned the Rasengan, but Sufan already possessed it. He couldn't help but wonder what Jiraiya's expression would be when he heard about this. After their meal, Sufan accompanied Naruto all the way to the Konoha Ninja Academy. Upon entering the classroom, Naruto spotted two familiar figures, Haruno Sakura and Uchiha Sasuke. Never thought I'd be sharing a classroom with you, dead last. Naruto strode over and jabbed a finger toward Sasuke. Sasuke offered no reply, merely casting him a cold glance before turning his attention elsewhere. The classroom door swung open and Kakashi entered, a copy of Ica Paradise tucked under his arm. Greetings. I'm Hitaki Kakashi. I won't disclose just yet that I'll be your new instructor. Because... A crooked grin spread across Kakashi's face. You must endure a merciless trial before any of you can call yourselves my students. Fail, and you'll be sent back to the academy. Are you ready? A palpable unease settled over the three of them. Kakashi's grin vanished as he resumed reading his book. Meet at the training ground behind the academy tomorrow at 7 in the morning. Arrive early if you can. I dislike waiting. And don't bother eating breakfast. This exercise will make you wish you hadn't. With that, Kakashi turned and walked out. That's it. Naruto stared after Kakashi in disbelief, his earlier enthusiasm deflating instantly. What kind of nonsense is this? Some cool guy pretending to be mysterious. As Kakashi exited the classroom, his gaze fell upon Sufan on the training grounds below. Sufan met his eyes sharply, and Kakashi flinched before forcing an awkward smile. Kakashi had no idea Sufan had accompanied Naruto to the academy. Had he known, he certainly wouldn't have acted so dismissively. As night fell over Konoha, deep within the Uchiha district, Danzo emerged from a patch of tall grass. Come out, Uchiha Itachi. His voice carried no warmth. Itachi dropped silently from a branch and landed before Danzo. I assume you know why I've summoned you tonight. Danzo opened his eyes and regarded Itachi steadily. Beneath the moonlight, Itachi said nothing, his face carved from stone. The growing chasm between Konoha and the Uchiha clan is reaching a breaking point. I know rebellion is imminent. Danzo turned away as he spoke. How do you know of this? Itachi was taken aback. In his understanding, the Uchiha had not yet reached that threshold. Itachi knew that Shirsue's suicide had been coerced by Danzo. Shirsue had hoped to use Koto Amatsukami to mend relations between the Uchiha and Konoha, but Danzo, distrustful of the clan, had intervened and prevented him from acting. Danzo had also torn away Shirsue's Sharingan. Behind his schemes lay an even more sinister design: the complete extermination of the Uchiha clan, a means of erasing Konoha's problems in one stroke. When I stopped Uchiha Shirsue, the clan was already preparing for rebellion. Shirsue's sudden death temporarily held them in check. But soon their ambitions will reignite. Do you wish to know who leads this rebellion? Danzo turned to Itachi, a flicker of interest crossing his face. Itachi's mind raced. As a man of keen intellect, he understood the unspoken warning. Only one person held such influence over the clan, their father Uchiha Fugaku. Though the Uchiha bore great responsibility within Konoha, they were steadily being pushed away from the circles of true power. Dissatisfaction festered within the clan, and Fugaku, as its head, was orchestrating the coup. It seemed the village elders had already uncovered the plot. What Itachi hadn't anticipated was that his own father stood at the center of this conspiracy. I trust you understand what choice you must make. Think carefully, not only for yourself, but for your younger brother. Itachi's brow furrowed in an instant. His long sword flashed from its scabbard, a silver arc aimed straight at Danzo. Yet Danzo stood unmoved, and only a single strand of his hair drifted to the ground. If you dare lay a finger on Sasuke, I will end you myself. Itachi's voice cut through the night, cold and resolute. That depends entirely on your choice. Konoha stands on the brink of crisis. The Cloud Ninja are already maneuvering to provoke conflict. If the Uchiha launch their rebellion at such a fragile moment, Konoha will be destroyed. Danzo finished his sentence, then turned and walked away into the darkness. Itachi stood in silence. He knew the devastation an Uchiha uprising would unleash, not only upon Konoha but upon his own clan as well. An impossible crossroad lay before him. A peace-loving man caught between loyalties, Itachi wrestled with the weight of Danzo's words. He could accept any fate for himself, but Sasuke was beyond compromise. Suddenly the space behind him warped and twisted. A figure shrouded in darkness and masked stepped forth from the dimensional rupture. Have you reached a decision? Itachi shook his head. Not yet. Give me until tomorrow to deliberate. The masked man sighed and ran a hand through his hair before vanishing into thin air. A cold wind brushed against Itachi's cheek. That night Itachi was consumed by turmoil. For peace. For his brother. What cause truly justified such sacrifice? Could the Uchiha's path toward rebellion not be altered? He gazed down at the tanto in his hand, his reflection shimmering in its polished surface. Itachi drew a deep breath and closed his eyes. One night passed. At 6 in the morning, Naruto sprang from bed with renewed energy. Today is the first day of real ninja training. I'll be the first one there, no matter what. Dressed in record time, and skipping breakfast Naruto sprinted toward the rendezvous point. What surprised him most was finding Sasuke and Sakura already waiting there. All three stood brimming with anticipation. Sensei Kakashi should be arriving soon. When he sees us here early he'll be so impressed. Naruto burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Sufan slept peacefully at home, having planned to spend several days accompanying Naruto. He had chosen not to appear early that morning. He knew Kakashi's reputation well. His notorious habit of arriving late. And not slightly late, extraordinarily late. Hours bled away. The three cadets cycled through hope, frustration, desperation, and finally despondency. At noon, Kakashi finally appeared. Sakura immediately complained, "I skipped dinner last night to diet, and I didn't eat breakfast either. I'm starving to death." All three were famished. Upon seeing Kakashi arrive they lacked even the energy to speak. Their earlier excitement had curdled into bitter resentment. "Good morning." "Ah, it's already noon. What's with all those faces?" Kakashi drifted toward them with a languid smile. Naruto leaped to his feet. "You told us to come early, and you show up at this hour. How dare you?" Kakashi offered a mock apologetic grin. "Old habits die hard. Let's begin the exam." He drew 2 bells from his waist. "If you can take these bells from me within 1 hour you pass, and earn a delicious bento." Kakashi swayed the bells teasingly before their eyes. "But there are 3 of us. Why only 2 bells?" Naruto frowned in confusion. "Because one of you 3 will fail and be eliminated. That person will be bound to that wooden post over there and forced to watch the rest of you eat." Kakashi pointed toward 3 posts in the distance with a sinister grin. "TCH, I'll be the first to grab those bells." Without hesitation, Naruto charged forward, aiming to snatch the bells from Kakashi's hands. From a nearby tree, Sufan observed the scene quietly. "I won't interfere this time. This is Naruto's trial to face, and strength is forged through hardship. But Naruto will need a proper meal by noon." Sufan smiled, faintly dropped from the tree, and began walking toward Ichiraku Ramen in the village. Meanwhile, high-ranking Cloud Ninja had already arrived in Konoha. Inside the Hokage's office, the Cloud delegates wasted no time in making their demands known. Danzo slowly entered the conference room and took his seat. The individual responsible for killing the Cloud Ninja operates independently of Konoha's authority. However, we can surrender him if that is what you desire. Sarutobi, seated nearby, froze in shock. He knew Sufan would handle this situation himself, but he never expected Danzo to knowingly cast Sufan to the wolves. Danzo's recklessness was staggering. Sarutobi struggled to catch his breath, incredulous at the betrayal unfolding before him. It had been arranged for Sufan to personally resolve the matter, but accompanying Naruto seemed to have drawn his attention away from the crisis. The Cloud elders watched Konoha's distress with thinly veiled contempt. Danzo ordered several root operatives to locate Sufan and bring him before the assembly. None of them realized that Sufan was moments away from unleashing his full fury. Sufan still had lingering doubts in his mind. By all rights, Naruto should have appeared in the 60th year of Konoha when he earned Iruka's recognition and received his Genin forehead protector. However, the current timeline was the 54th year of Konoha, the year the Uchiha clan was destined to be annihilated. What puzzled Sufan was that Naruto had seemingly graduated early, which defied all logic. Because the protagonist has appeared, the fabric of time and space has become distorted, causing the timeline to overlap several years forward. The system suddenly responded in Sufan's mind. If this continues, won't the ninja world descend into chaos? Is there a way to restore the normal timeline? Sufan quickly asked. Ding. New mission activated. Prevent the annihilation of the Uchiha clan and neutralize the Cloud Village's threats. Upon completion, the timeline will revert to the 60th year of Konoha, and you will receive a premium signing gift package. Now things were getting interesting. The Uchiha clan's internal strife was no impulsive decision. It had been planted from the very day Konoha was established. Most crucially, the problem lay in the Uchiha leadership. The village could have remained harmonious. Sufan entered the village and headed toward Ichiraku Ramen. Suddenly, 4 root ninja materialized before Sufan as if phasing through space. Uzumaki. Sufan, Lord Danzo wishes to see you. The lead root member addressed Sufan with unmistakable hostility. Sufan offered a faint smile. He had actually forgotten his promise to the 3rd Hokage today. But ironically, Sufan had guessed correctly. Konoha was thrusting him onto the battlefield. There was no time to worry about Naruto now. After all, Kakashi would eventually meet his fate in the end. What mattered most now was his true capability, Sufan's genuine methods. Lead the way. Sufan's lips curled slightly upward. He already had a plan in mind. Danzo, this incident occurred within Konoha's territory. Why must blame fall upon a child? Outside the conference room on the wooden corridor, Hiruzen Sarutobi fiercely confronted Danzo. Can Konoha truly defuse the Cloud Village's threats with ease? Danzo glanced at Hiruzen. His expression seemed odd, but confusion dominated his face. What Danzo couldn't understand was why Hiruzen cared so deeply about a single child. Perhaps we still have other options. Konoha has not yet revealed all its strength. Hiruzen muttered. Hey, are you referring to the Hyuga clan? If you truly pushed the Hyuga toward the Cloud Village, you would be playing right into their hands. Don't tell me you don't understand why the Cloud Ninja entered Konoha. Danzo looked at Hiruzen in puzzlement. The latter had become increasingly difficult to read. Though Hiruzen was the Hokage, he chose to act as though he could not see the problems unfolding before him. It had to be said that Hiruzen's so-called plan to sacrifice the Hyuga clan to the Cloud Village was merely an act of compromise. By the time Danzo processed this, his expression toward Hiruzen was filled with disdain. I know my reputation in Konoha is not favorable, but we are both doing this for Konoha. Hiruzen, your vision is simply too narrow. After speaking, Danzo turned and walked directly into the conference room. Hiruzen's brows knit together, a heavy weight settling in his chest. Not everyone possesses courage, but even those with the darkest hearts will reveal their spirit at critical moments. Hiruzen had yielded, not out of personal cowardice, but for Konoha, for its people. He sighed helplessly and entered the conference room. The moment he stepped inside, the Cloud Village elders' smug, infuriating faces appeared before everyone. What, has the person not arrived yet? I really do not wish to bring this up, considering we have already signed a peace treaty with Konoha. Yet one of our Cloud Ninja came to admire the scenery and was unjustly killed here. The man wearing a white official collar held a fan before his face, a cold smile playing on his lips. Visiting Konoha for its scenery is always welcome. However, those who sneak in without permission cannot complain if they are treated as hostile ninja and eliminated. Danzo answered with a smile, his eyes closed. The Cloud Elder erupted in fury. All Cloud Ninja wore their forehead protectors before departing, claiming they could not see was absurd. If I do not receive a satisfactory answer today, the Cloud Village will terminate the peace treaty. The man in the white collar slammed his hand on the table and rose to his feet. How should I interpret this as the Cloud Village declaring war on Konoha? Just then the conference room door swung open and Su Fan strolled in leisurely with his hands in his pockets. Who is this? The Cloud Elder was immediately irritated that a child had appeared at such an important meeting. However, upon seeing the child's hair color, he was momentarily stunned. Yet since it was only a child, he dismissed his suspicions. It must be admitted that the original Uzumaki clan had been exceedingly powerful, and every nation held them in deep fear. Were you looking for me? I am here. Su Fan walked to a seat and sat down, crossing his legs. Preposterous. Does Konoha really send a child to handle this matter? The Cloud Elder flew into a rage. Konoha had no respect for them whatsoever. The Konoha elders glanced at Danzo, their faces clearly uncomfortable. Danzo's actions seemed incomprehensible. Your Cloud Ninja died in front of this child's residence, Danzo stated flatly. Have you had enough? Do you really believe a single child could ambush and kill so many of your ninja? Do not forget, among those ninja was an elite jonin. The lead Cloud Elder's face turned crimson with fury. He was no longer willing to negotiate and turned to leave. So what if I am a child? I killed them. Is there a problem with that? Su Fan spoke at this moment. He leaned back in his chair, his legs propped on the desk, looking disdainfully toward the Cloud delegation. Danzo was momentarily stunned, and Hiruzen shared his surprise. Everyone in the room turned to look at Su Fan. A child only 11 or 12 years old, yet displaying such audacious spirit. Though this was ostensibly a peace negotiation, it was not difficult to understand that this was in essence a battle. Su Fan did not flinch in the slightest. His piercing gaze left the Cloud Elders utterly bewildered. Your Cloud Ninja came to Konoha to commit crimes and were killed by me. And now you have the audacity to come here and demand face. Su Fan looked cheerfully at the Cloud Elder, waiting for them to continue their nonsense. Danzo's nostrils flared as he stared at Su Fan. This child's aura is extraordinary. Could those Cloud Ninja really have been killed by him? You insolent brat, do you have any idea what happens to those who speak to us this way? Your Konoha elders would never dare treat us so. They are who they are, and I am who I am. You may call me meddlesome, but since this happened in Konoha, I am handling it today. As he spoke, Su Fan's immense chakra erupted like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire Hokage residence in his overwhelming pressure. The suffocating presence forced the Cloud Elders' eyes wide with shock. Danzo looked at Su Fan again, but his expression had completely changed. It was filled with greed and desire. He wanted to control Su Fan. If he could secure someone with such talent, Konoha would prosper and bring stability under his leadership as Hokage. Hiruzen's throat went dry. The chakra Su Fan released this time was several times stronger than before. As Hokage, Hiruzen himself lacked such courage, and he felt a pang of shame. However, Hiruzen was troubled. Was this really Su Fan's so-called solution? Konoha could not afford any more reckless gambits. You are not worthy to speak with me. Tell your Raikage to come here and see me personally. After speaking, Su Fan immediately retracted his chakra, and the oppressive pressure vanished. The Cloud Elders were now kneeling on the ground, their foreheads drenched in sweat that soaked through their clothes. Terrified, they watched Su Fan rise to his feet. You will regret this. Konoha's arrogance will be its downfall. The Raikage will personally destroy Konoha. With that, the Cloud Elders fled without looking back. Once they had left, Danzo spoke. Kid, you are of the Uzumaki clan. Pushing Konoha into such danger. Is this truly prudent? I am the one pushing Konoha into ruin. Su Fan looked at Danzo with a strange expression. For a moment Danzo froze. He was the one who had pushed Su Fan toward the Cloud Ninja in the first place. Su Fan gave Danzo a cold smile, rose from his seat, and left the Hokage residence. Hiruzen remained silent, continuously smoking his mind in complete disarray. Danzo shook his head helplessly. Today's events had been a miscalculation on his part. But what mattered most now was the matter of the Uchiha clan. They could not afford to fail tonight. As Su Fan exited the Hokage residence, he already had his arrangements in place. The Cloud Village would not let this go easily. Their current rakeage, it was not one to swallow his pride. Moreover, the Cloud Village's strength currently surpassed that of Konoha. Furthermore, all the rakeage seemed to have fiery tempers. Tonight they might come to Konoha demanding answers in person. And the Uchiha clan incident would also unfold tonight. Then tonight, I will use my strength to dominate the scene. Compared to the current safety of Konoha, Danzo, pushing Su Fan toward the Cloud Ninja was his only remaining option. The Uzumaki clan possessed powerful sealing techniques, exceptionally adept at suppressing tailed beasts. Danzo believed that offering Su Fan would divert the Cloud Ninja's attention. Little did he expect matters to unfold as they did tonight. Darkness gradually descended. A meteor silently streaked across the sky above Konoha. Itachi Uchiha stood on a rock, gazing toward the Uchiha clan's shrine. There the elite of the Uchiha clan had gathered tonight. A coup was not a fleeting whim. He could not alter the course of events. For the sake of Konoha, for peace, for Sasuke. Itachi Uchiha slowly drew the long blade from his back, the steel glinting with a chilling light under the moonlight. It seems you have made your choice. Behind him the space twisted and the masked man reappeared. Itachi's expression was tinged with melancholy, a sharp glint flashing in his blood-red Sharingan eyes. Then let us begin now. With that the masked man vanished from the spot. Itachi looked once more at the blade in his hand, his gaze suddenly firming, then turned and headed toward the Uchiha clan's compound. Su Fan, who had been waiting in a nearby tree for some time, saw this, and revealed a sinister smile, before following in Itachi's footsteps. At the root headquarters, Danzo sat leisurely in his chair awaiting news. He had already confirmed Itachi's intentions in his mind, for Itachi was different from the other Uchiha. He yearned for peace and abhorred war. If forced to choose, Itachi would unhesitatingly side with Konoha. It was this very weakness in Itachi's heart that Danzo had exploited to set his entire plan in motion. That weakness was Sasuke Uchiha. Faced with the choice between Konoha's destruction and the Uchiha clan's annihilation, he would make the clear decision, for Sasuke's sake as well. But unfortunately Danzo had not accounted for the emergence of Uzumaki Su Fan. In the Cloud Village rakeage, AI smashed his desk with a punch. Konoha is blatantly provoking us. Even if I openly attack the Hyuga clan, Konoha dares not interfere. Yet they sent a mere child to scare us back. He was determined to seek retribution for this affront. Since they had already broken ties with Konoha, he might as well sever them completely. With that thought, Raikage AI led several elite jonin and rushed out of the Cloud Village heading toward Konoha. Su Fan sped to the Uchiha clan's compound. Under the moonlight, Itachi Uchiha and the masked man arrived together. Unexpectedly, you are quite fast. Su Fan turned and smiled at Itachi. Itachi gazed at Su Fan, memories flooding back. He recalled seeing Su Fan once during the night of the Nine Tails rampage 6 years ago, though he had never known his identity. Why are you here? Itachi asked, coldly staring at Su Fan. If I leave now, will you slaughter the entire Uchiha clan? Su Fan spoke without reservation. Itachi was taken aback. The entire plan was known only to Danzo and himself. How could Su Fan possibly know? Those who stand in my way shall die. Itachi silently drew his long blade and pointed it at Su Fan. Su Fan shrugged helplessly and smiled. You chose to annihilate the Uchiha clan because of Danzo's coercion and concern for Konoha's safety, right? Itachi was shaken again. If you had to choose, what would you do? He looked at Su Fan, hoping for an answer. You have no choice, because the leader of the planned coup is your father Fugaku Uchiha, and the Cloud Ninja are now on the verge of war with Konoha. You fear that a Uchiha uprising would leave Konoha unable to deal with the Cloud threat. If Konoha falls, the Uchiha clan cannot escape destruction either, and your younger brother Sasuke would not survive. Am I right? Su Fan clearly articulated the thoughts weighing on Itachi's mind. Itachi remained silent, slowly lowering his blade. Rather than let the village be destroyed by another, I would rather end it myself. At least then Sasuke can live. Even now Konoha still had the strength to fight the Cloud Ninja, unless the Cloud truly intended to annihilate Konoha. However, if the Uchiha clan staged a coup at the critical moment, internal chaos would leave Konoha vulnerable to external forces. The consequences were unimaginable. Su Fan knew that Itachi harbored another thought. After annihilating the Uchiha, he would become the clan's sinner, leave Konoha as a rogue ninja, and provide Sasuke with a new environment to grow. That was hatred. The Uchiha clan was a peculiar race. Hatred and pain could accelerate the evolution of their Sharingan, thereby enhancing their power. slaughtering his own clan for the village, leaving Konoha as a rogue ninja for his brother's growth. This was the origin of his double agent identity. What if I have a way to resolve the cloud's coercion? Su-fan said calmly. Itachi raised his blade again, pointing it at Su-fan. A war born of humiliation is meaningless. No one will appreciate its value. If you had a way, you would not be standing here. Itachi, the Uchiha clan, should not be destroyed. Without a guide, they would never make a choice on their own. Su-fan understood that the Uchiha clan inherently lacked the instinct for a collective uprising. The more outstanding the leader, the more they could stir the clan's inner turmoil. This discontent originated from the clan's founder Madara Uchiha. Years ago, when Madara Uchiha attempted a coup, the battle between Hashirama Senju and Madara erupted. Madara was defeated, but Hashirama, despite his victory, did not expel or slaughter the Uchiha clan. Instead, he chose tolerance and trust. The Uchiha clan then opted for compromise, ultimately abandoning Madara as a bargaining chip. That was the reason Madara left the village. From this, it was clear that the Uchiha clan could still be understood. Itachi knew this well, but the crisis facing Konoha was imminent. He had to complete the plan. Step aside. Itachi pointed his blade at Su-fan, his chakra beginning to flare. Su-fan shook his head helplessly and gradually released his own chakra, ready to fight if necessary. Just then, an alarm bell suddenly rang from Konoha. The masked man silently vanished into the space. Itachi and Su-fan both looked into the distance, seeing a large number of Konoha ninjas rushing toward the Hokage building. Follow me. Tonight, I will show you how I make the Cloud Ninja beg for mercy. With that, Su-fan sped toward the Hokage building, and Itachi hesitated for a moment before following. At the Hokage building, several Umbu members protected Hiruzen Sarutobi behind them. Reikage AI, flanked by several elite jonin, strode over unceremoniously. So this is the source of Konoha's confidence. I've come to see for myself. Reikage AI's expression was filled with provocation as he looked at Hiruzen. Hiruzen frowned, knowing the Cloud Ninja would strike, but not so soon. And with the Reikage himself leading the charge. Konoha harbors no ill intent. I sincerely apologize for today's incident. Hiruzen gestured for the Umbu to step back, stepping forward earnestly. Reikage AI's expression grew even more contemptuous. Even the Konoha ninjas present could not bear it. Though Hiruzen acted for the village's sake, his approach severely dampened morale. An apology? I see no sincerity. I heard a child admitted to killing my men today. Bring him out. Clearly, Reikage AI had no intention of settling this peacefully. He was determined to humiliate Konoha and leave no room for compromise. Hiruzen's expression turned bitter. Su-fan, is this your plan? Konoha is now embroiled in turmoil because of you. At that moment, Su-fan descended from the sky and landed before Hiruzen. Behind him, Itachi Uchiha also landed. Looking for me? I'm here. Su-fan looked at Reikage AI with disdain. The Cloud Ninjas erupted in fury, ready to charge. Reikage AI motioned for them to stand down, walked up to Su-fan, and looked down at the boy who was half his height. You? Yes, me. What? The high-collared officials of the Cloud Village are useless, so their Kage came to Konoha to salvage face. Su-fan showed no respect for the Reikage, speaking arrogantly. Since you know I am a Kage yet speak in such a tone, you are indeed young and reckless. Ha ha ha. Reikage burst into laughter, but suddenly a flash of lightning flickered in his eyes, and his right fist came hurtling forward with immense force. Su-fan remained calm, closing his eyes, adamantine sealing chains. Several chains erupted from behind him, coiling around the Reikage's arm, stopping the massive fist mere inches from his face. The adamantine sealing chains technique was remarkably overpowered. Its strength depended on the user's chakra. Su-fan remembered vividly from the original story that when Karen's Uzumaki bloodline awakened during Sasuke's critical injury, the chain she released from her body directly shattered the true several thousand hands controlled by the white Zetsu-possessed Yamato, demonstrating the technique's devastating power. Reikage AI's eyes narrowed. He realized that his attack had been blocked by this child, and his movements were now restricted. The best is yet to come. Su-fan smiled, amusingly channeling his chakra through the chains to activate the seal. Reikage AI suddenly found his chakra sealed, leaving him with only brute strength. Is this the powerful sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan? But this child is only 11 or 12. How can his chakra be so immense? Panic began to set in within Reikage AI. Being trapped by a child, especially in front of his subordinates, meant instant humiliation. Itachi Uchiha observed Su-fan. Although Su-fan's strength was impressive, that alone was not enough to make him abandon his plan. The Cloud Ninja belonged to the land of lightning, and Konoha would not easily prevail against them. But if Itachi thought this was all Su-fan could do, he was gravely mistaken. Do you think I can only suppress you and not touch your Cloud Village? Su-fan's eyes suddenly sharpened as he looked at the Reikage. He pressed his hands together. Hiruzen Sarutobi was instantly stunned. This is... He could barely speak, having seen that hand seal only once in his life, but it was unforgettable. Would release would golem technique. The ground beneath the Hokage building suddenly trembled violently. A surge of powerful chakra swept through the entire Konoha. From beneath Su Fan's feet, a colossal wooden golem slowly emerged, as if awakening from the darkness. Everyone froze mouths agape, as if time itself had stopped. Raikage AI collapsed to the ground, utterly bewildered. Staring at Su Fan, standing atop the wooden golem, he began to tremble. In that instant, seeing Su Fan unleash would release Itachi Uchiha conceived a new idea. The Uchiha clan need not be exterminated, but the leader of the coup cannot survive. Tears silently streamed down Itachi's eyes. Even if Hiruzen Sarutobi racked his brains, he would never have imagined that Su Fan could wield would release. After all, Konohagakure possessed cells from Hashirama and had attempted transplantation experiments. Yet Yamato was the only one to succeed. However, the sheer aura emanating from Su Fan's would release far surpassed Yamato's by an immense margin. It was as though his chakra was innate natural to him. A descendant of the Uzumaki clan wielding the Senju clan's would release, and possessing chakra power comparable to Hashirama's. This was an enormous blessing for Konohagakure. Hiruzen gazed at Su Fan's retreating figure, his eyes filled with quiet satisfaction. After all, Su Fan had promised to quell the Cloud Ninja's coercion and also suppress the Uchiha clan's internal turmoil. If they could retain him within Konoha, the villages standing among the nations would rise back to its golden age. No matter what, they had to keep Su Fan. That was Hiruzen's sole thought. Open your eyes wide and tell me, do you recognize this jutsu? Su Fan sneered, turning toward the Raikage. His killing intent erupted in full force, and the moment his chakra exploded outward, the Raikage instantly regretted his actions. He would never forget the legendary Hokage once known as the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju. His formidable wood release was powerful enough to subdue and crush any nation. Even the Nine Tails, the strongest of the tailed beasts, had been subdued and sealed by him. The fear of being dominated by wood release had taken root deep within the hearts of every ninja across the shinobi world. Now Konoha had produced another ninja capable of wielding wood release. Raikage finally buckled. You brat. You actually know would release. Third Hokage, you truly had your hidden cards. Though intimidated, the Raikage refused to lose face entirely, his words still rough and gruff. But Su Fan had no patience for bluster. Power was power. If you didn't submit, you'd be beaten until you did. Would release deep forest emergence. Su Fan clenched his fists and colossal vines erupted from the ground, binding every cloud ninja present. The Raikage, already sealed of his chakra, was effortlessly captured by Su Fan. Behind them, a massive tree shot skyward. Haven't you grasped the situation you're in? You want to void the peace treaty with Konoha? I speak on behalf of the third Hokage, but... Su Fan barked coldly, and the bodies of the cloud ninja began sinking downward. The solid earth beneath them transformed into sucking mud, and panic seized them all. You shall become fertilizer for these trees. Su Fan's face was twisted into a fearsome grimace, standing like a god of death atop the wooden construct. At this point, the Raikage's pride mattered nothing. We can still cooperate with Konoha peacefully. We won't void the treaty. The Raikage screamed with all his remaining strength. At that moment, every Konoha ninja gazed upon Su Fan's silhouette, which seemed to radiate brilliant light. It was a moment of vindication, but more importantly, Konoha was finally rising again. The momentum they had built was instantly ignited. The cloud ninja finally capitulated. Su Fan offered a faint smile and released his wood release. He harbored no fear that the Raikage would suddenly renege once his seal was lifted. For the Raikage was no match for Su Fan now. The Raikage himself must have understood the disparity in their strength and would think twice before testing him again. Su Fan had no intention of killing the Raikage. Though he now possessed Hashirama's chakra would release and the formidable bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. Without the support of Senjutsu, Hashirama's chakra could only exert surface-level suppression. A full-scale war against the Cloud Ninja would prove far too fragile for Konoha at this time. War meant slaughter, and Su Fan, like Uchiha Itachi, held no fondness for conflict. Starting today, Konoha would stand with renewed confidence, and the other nations would soon hear of this. The immediate crisis was resolved. Su Fan had no desire to provoke further trouble. The matter concerning the Uchiha clan was far more pressing. Scram back to your Cloud Ninja village. From this day forward, do not let me set eyes on any of you within Konoha's borders, or I'll turn your homeland into an oasis. The Raikage cast a deep measuring gaze upon Su Fan. This boy was only 12 years old, yet his power was utterly monstrous. The ninja world would plunge into fresh uncertainty because of him. Without another word, the Raikage and his entourage departed Konoha. Su Fan exhaled deeply. The mission to neutralize the Cloud Ninja's threat was finally complete. But when he turned to look for Uchiha Itachi, the man was already gone. Damn it. Su Fan shot forward like an arrow, heading straight for the Uchiha district. Meanwhile, on the other side, Danzo quickly learned of the night's events. You mean Uzumaki Su Fan can also wield wood release? Danzo's calculating eyes narrowed further. Su Fan. Just how many more surprises do you have hidden from me? Danzo's mind was now entirely consumed by how to bring Su Fan under his control. For a man like Danzo, control required leverage, some damning secret to exploit. But Su Fan had no family, no ties. This made matters quite inconvenient for him. A prodigy possessing 2 mighty chakra lineages was a thorn in the side wherever he went. Since he's within Konoha, there's no reason he can't be brought under my control. For now, it's the Uchiha affair that demands attention. Danzo, still waiting for the outcome of the Uchiha clan's fate, could never have imagined that Uchiha Itachi had already altered his course, and that misfortune would soon befall himself. Uchiha District. Uchiha Itachi pushed open the door and entered the darkened room. He saw Fugaku and Mikoto seated on the floor with their backs to him. Itachi, you've come. Fugaku did not turn around. Gazing at the wall before him, his eyes were heavy with regret. Father, why must it be you? Itachi's voice trembled with emotion as he looked at his father, his right hand gripping the long blade and shaking slightly. Ever since the founding of Konoha, the Uchiha clan has yearned for political power, and that has been our enduring curse. Power hovers just within reach, yet perpetually slips away. One often feels a profound sense of isolation. Fugaku sighed melancholily. Indeed, for the Uchiha clan, there existed an invisible tether governing their relationship with leadership. They controlled certain aspects of the village, yet were repeatedly marginalizing by Konoha's higher-ups, often targeted and suppressed. Watching their clan members crushed without the authority to resist, every generation's leader was driven toward rebellion. But Itachi, it seems you've already found the solution. Fugaku spoke, and Itachi looked at his father's back, his emotions surging wildly, his heart aching terribly. Do it, Itachi. If this is the only choice that will allow the village to accept our clan, then so be it. Fugaku suddenly smiled, closing his eyes with a flicker of relief upon his face. Tears streamed down Itachi's face. His father already knew of his intentions. In the past, Fugaku had foreseen the massacre, but now with the Cloud Ninja threat neutralized, circumstances had shifted. If he made the same choice as Uchiha Madara once did, offering himself as a bargaining chip to Konoha and sacrificing himself, the Uchiha clan could be spared. I'm sorry. Itachi collapsed to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably, his tears streaming endlessly. In this moment, he was merely a broken child. We are deeply proud to have a son like you, Itachi. Take care of Sasuke. Mikoto spoke with quiet relief, though her voice betrayed the reluctance in her heart. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku's death was necessary, as his wife Mikoto's death was equally unavoidable. If either survived, the clan's unrest could not be fully quelled. At that moment, Su Fan had already reached the rooftop above the Uchiha residence. Through the sliding door, he saw Itachi's shadow raising his blade. Urgency seized him, and he prepared to rush in and stop it. Suddenly, a hand fell upon his shoulder, halting him. Su Fan turned sharply. It was Hiruzen Sarutobi. Su Fan, unless Fugaku and his wife perish, the Uchiha's internal strife can never be resolved. You see only the surface. You do not understand the story behind it. Hiruzen took a drag from his pipe and shook his head helplessly, his hand resting behind his back. Why? The cloud threat has already been neutralized. If I simply display would release to intimidate the Uchiha, wouldn't the problem be solved? Su Fan had not considered the root cause within the Uchiha clan. The villagers might accept oppression, but as the clan's leader, Fugaku bore the ultimate responsibility for his people. It was then that Su Fan remembered. Fugaku, Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan, could see into the future. The original storyline never explicitly described this ability, but Fugaku himself had spoken of obtaining these eyes after his comrades perished during the Third Shinobi World War. In the original narrative, Fugaku chose death, knowing the future. And now the same choice faced him once more. Su Fan suddenly understood. Fugaku, as a father to Itachi and Sasuke, had chosen death to protect them both. Just then, young Uchiha Sasuke returned home from school. The moment he pushed open the front door, he collapsed onto the floor in sheer terror. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto were already lying on the ground, no longer breathing. The floor of the room was drenched in blood. Sasuke saw Uchiha Itachi with his back turned to him and shouted loudly, "Brother, father, and mother have been." Why? What? Who is it? Suddenly a shuriken flew from Uchiha Itachi's hand, grazing Sasuke's arm. Sasuke froze, looking at Uchiha Itachi in confusion. Brother. What? Itachi stared coldly at Sasuke. After a long silence, he spoke softly, "You foolish little brother." Then his closed eyes suddenly opened. The three tomos spun and connected into one, Mangekyo Sharingan. And then Sasuke's world turned red. Blood splattered everywhere, and a tragic scream echoed from the room. "Stop it, brother. Stop." Sasuke's painful cries rang out again and again. Su Fan sighed helplessly. This was the path Sasuke had to walk, and also Uchiha Itachi's own choice. Thump. A few minutes later, Sasuke collapsed to the ground, his body powerless. It seemed he had been deeply affected by Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu. Why? Why would you do this? Sasuke slowly lifted his head and looked at Uchiha Itachi. To test your abilities. Uchiha Itachi replied coldly without expression. Just to test your so-called ability, you killed father and mother. What kind of joke is that? Sasuke shouted, climbed to his feet, and charged straight at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi countered coldly, delivering a fist straight into Sasuke's abdomen. Sasuke's eyes bulged, and he curled up on the ground again, clutching his stomach. It's not just to test my abilities, it's also to test you. You can awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan just like me, but there's one condition. Uchiha Itachi suddenly paused. Sasuke looked up at him again. Itachi spoke slowly. You have to kill the person closest to you. Sasuke immediately took a step back, looking at Uchiha Itachi in terror. How could? Just like me. Itachi's expression was somewhat numb as he spoke. Suddenly memories flooded Sasuke's mind. It was during an important Uchiha meeting. They had discussed the matter of Uchiha Shirsue's suicide. But now hearing Itachi say this suddenly made Sasuke stunned. Did you do it, brother? Did you kill Shirsue? Yes. Uchiha Itachi answered coldly. Thanks to him I obtained this dojutsu. Sasuke's face was filled with disbelief and tears streamed down his cheeks. In the main hall of Nango Shrine, beneath the 7th tatami mat from the right, lies the gathering place of our clan, where it is recorded what the Uchiha clan's dojutsu was originally meant for. In other words, it records the true secret of the dojutsu. If you are able to awaken it, then including myself, there will be 3 people who possess the Mangekyo Sharingan. In that case, there would be meaning in letting you live. Uchiha Itachi suddenly let out a mocking laugh. But now you are not even worth killing. You foolish little brother. If you want to kill me, then hate me. Detest me. And live uglily, clinging to your last breath. Run away, run away. Cling to this sliver of survival. One day, when you possess eyes like mine, come before me. Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan suddenly emitted a surge of power toward Sasuke. Affected by this force, Sasuke instantly fainted. The words Uchiha Itachi said to Sasuke were all meant to make him harbor hatred toward himself so that he could grow stronger. Shirsue was not killed by him. Shirsue threw himself off a cliff and died by his own hand. The Uchiha clan's strength grows through hatred. This is their nature. Uchiha Itachi exploited this trait, clouding Sasuke's vision with hatred so that Sasuke would become powerful. When Uchiha Itachi left, the look in his eyes toward Sasuke was filled with reluctance. Sasuke was his only younger brother. In the memory, Sasuke sat beside Uchiha Itachi. Father always pays so much attention to brother. Sasuke looked at Uchiha Itachi with an expression full of annoyance. Itachi gazed at Sasuke with affectionate eyes. Am I that bothersome? It doesn't matter. Ninjas live to be hated anyway. Brother, that's not what I meant. Sasuke quickly explained. Brother is right. Actually, I also think brother is a... Suddenly Sasuke paused, his face turning red. Uchiha Itachi patted Sasuke's hair and smiled. An excellent person, right? As long as one has power, they will become isolated from others and grow arrogant, even if they are initially expected and needed by others. You, however, are my one and only brother. As the fortress you must surpass, I will always stand by your side. Even if you hate me, that is what a brother is. So Sasuke, I will always stay with you. Su Fan sighed helplessly. He knew in his heart that Uchiha Itachi would ultimately choose to leave the village. Even if the Uchiha clan had not been wiped out, the crime of killing the clan leader would be inextricably linked to Uchiha Itachi. Hiruzen Sarutobi would personally negotiate with the Uchiha clan. Without a guiding figure, the problem would not be significant. With Su Fan's assistance, the Uchiha clan was deeply apprehensive toward would release ninjutsu. This stemmed from Hashirama Senju's influence. Uchiha Itachi was ultimately abandoned by his clan as a bargaining chip, just like Uchiha Madara. Su Fan deeply regretted Itachi. One of his favorite characters in Konoha. Someone who understood the greater good, sacrificed himself and truly inherited the will of fire. The mission must have been completed, but why hasn't the system given any prompt yet? Su Fan was puzzled. Suddenly he thought of one person. Danzo, the manipulator behind everything. If Su Fan had killed Danzo from the very beginning, would the Uchiha clan matter still have unfolded this way? Because the root of the Uchiha clan's problem lay in Danzo. He was merely the instigator of the incident. As long as Danzo remained alive, the remaining Uchiha clan members would still be massacred by him. Is this the system's judgment based on foreseeing the outcome of events? Hiruzen Sarutobi had already returned. Su Fan knew that before leaving, Uchiha Itachi would definitely meet with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Come out. Su Fan suddenly turned and spoke to the wall. You're remarkably sharp. The masked man stepped out from the wall, watching Su Fan with interest. As you wished, Uchiha Itachi has already left Konoha. The distance between Su Fan and the masked man was only 1 meter. Both of them stared at each other coldly, as if a battle could erupt at any moment. This was not my wish. It was Uchiha Itachi's own choice. However, your abilities seem quite peculiar. They remind me of someone. The masked man deliberately concealed his voice, but Su Fan knew he was Uchiha Obito. Was it Kushina Uzumaki? Su Fan said calmly. Uchiha Obito's body suddenly trembled. He did not understand how Su Fan could know what was in his heart. Regarding the person before him, he truly could not see through him. Who exactly are you? Uchiha Obito's killing intent suddenly erupted, and without another word, he charged at Su Fan. Su Fan sneered coldly and golden chains shot out piercing through Uchiha Obito's body. Both of them turned their backs simultaneously. Su Fan buried the chains into the ground, drew his kunai, and turned to face the enemy. Obito smiled and extended his right hand towards Su Fan's forehead. Just as Su Fan's body passed through Obito's, a chain shot directly upward from the ground, striking Obito in the abdomen. Obito was greatly alarmed. He discovered that his chakra had been sealed. Uchiha Obito, seems you've already forgotten the thrill this technique brings, haven't you? Obito looked up sharply. Su Fan had already leaped into the air, powerful chakra rapidly compressing in his right hand, forming a spinning sphere. How do you know my name? And what is this technique? Rasengan. Su Fan performed a flip, and the Rasengan struck Obito with full force. Obito screamed in pain, his body sinking into a deep crater in the ground like a stone falling from the sky. Su Fan roared, and the power in his hands erupted once more. The ground actually collapsed. Dust and smoke rose everywhere. After a long while, Uchiha Obito coughed violently and crawled out of the ground. Damn you. Next time we meet, I will not let you go. Uchiha Obito's right eye formed a whirlpool in space, pulling him in, and then he disappeared from the spot. Su Fan shrugged helplessly and smiled. That move may not compare to Minato-sensei's, but it really felt satisfying. Just aside, the story was not over yet. Sighing, Su Fan slowly walked toward the root building. Tonight Danzo must die. At this moment, Danzo, still fantasizing about annihilating the Uchiha clan, had no idea that Su Fan was approaching. The instant Su Fan released his chakra outside the root headquarters, Danzo shuddered violently. Damn, why does this chakra feel so familiar? It was not hard to understand. During the meeting with the Cloud Ninja today, Su Fan had released his chakra once. Yet in a flash, a look of anticipation spread across Danzo's face. From the depths of the dark root, footsteps slowly drew near Su Fan. I didn't expect you to come see me in person. That truly surprises me. In the moonlight, Danzo's visage emerged from the darkness. That I would come to you in person surprises me as well. Danzo posed no threat to Su Fan now. Unlike in the original story, Danzo did not yet possess the arm covered in Sharingan. Because the Uchiha clan had not been wiped out, it could be understood that after the Uchiha clan's destruction, Danzo, as the head of Root, would naturally have the right to dispose of the bodies. One of Root's duties was to handle ninja corpses to prevent secrets from leaking. Thus Danzo would exploit his position to transplant all the finest Sharingan onto his arm, which had been injected with the first Hokage's cells. Su Fan's appearance had prevented the Uchiha clan's annihilation. So now Danzo only possessed one Sharingan taken from Shisui and Hashirama Senju's cells. What do you mean? Danzo was bewildered by Su Fan's words. Could it be that Su Fan intended to align himself with Danzo? A wise man knows his own affairs. Su Fan of the Whirlpool, your performance today truly astonished me. Why not follow me and join Root? Danzo assumed Su Fan had come to pledge allegiance, so he voiced his thoughts. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Not only will I not join you, but I will personally kill you. A sinister smile curled on Su Fan's face while Danzo's expression turned blank. Why? Danzo lowered his voice, his demeanor oppressed. The one he had yearned for now wanted to kill him. Danzo realized he could no longer keep Su Fan by his side. Since he couldn't keep him, killing intent began to emanate from Danzo. Let me tell you, Itachi Uchiha has already left the village. Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha are dead, and the Uchiha clan will compromise with Konoha. Your so-called plan to annihilate the clan, congratulations, it has failed. Su Fan recounted the night's events to Danzo, then watched his expression, hoping to find some amusement. Hiruzen Sarutobi had personally gone to speak with the Uchiha clan, so the matter would likely be resolved tonight. Hearing this, Danzo fell silent. He looked at Su Fan with confusion. From Shisui onward, I have never trusted the Uchiha clan. I thought that by annihilating them I could end Konoha's internal strife once and for all. How you are wrong. You have always been self-righteous. You assume that whatever you decide is the will of Konoha. You say you never trusted the Uchiha clan, but what about Konoha? Did the first Hokage himself never trust the Uchiha clan? Su Fan struck at the core of Danzo's true thoughts. He was an idealist. Though he had Konoha in his heart, he saw only himself. He made arbitrary decisions believing they could change the village. Danzo, have you truly forgotten? From the very beginning, the Uchiha clan were a part of Konoha. Su Fan shook his head helplessly. Danzo's obsession ran too deep. He had treated the annihilation of the Uchiha clan as a stepping stone to becoming Hokage. Danzo represented only himself, not Konoha. On my path to becoming Hokage, no one can stop me. With that, Danzo's chakra erupted, and he charged at Su Fan. Su Fan stood expressionless, coldly watching Danzo's approach. The moment Danzo drew near, he swung his right arm fiercely at Su Fan. Boom! Su Fan was hit, his body lurching backward. A faint smirk tugged at Danzo's lips, thinking he had succeeded. Suddenly, Su Fan's body transformed. Brown spread across his entire form, and soon Su Fan became a wooden figure. Would release, would clone. Danzo frowned and whirled around. Indeed, Su Fan had appeared behind him. Su Fan thrust a kunai forward. Danzo rapidly formed hand signs and aimed at Su Fan, wind release vacuum wave. A sharp gust like a sickle weasel shot from Danzo's mouth, but the Su Fan it struck turned into a wooden clone that immediately entangled him. You seem a bit careless. Can a wood clone have combat capabilities? The wood clone behind Danzo suddenly spoke, punching him in the face. Danzo was sent flying dazed, rolling several meters before crashing into a pillar. Hey, you are strong, very strong. Since the first Hokage, I have never seen anyone as powerful as you. It truly pains me that I cannot control you. As the dust cleared, Danzo emerged, his expression shifting as he looked at Su Fan. Su Fan understood that Danzo was about to unleash his trump card. Baishinshin. But Su Fan would not give him the chance. With a cross-shaped hand seal, tens of millions of Su Fan appeared around Danzo. Multiple shadow clone technique. With Su Fan's immense chakra, these clones possessed even greater power, and their number surpassed Naruto's original technique by about 1,000. Simply by attrition, Danzo could not release Baishinshin in time. In truth, even if Danzo did release it, it would have little effect on Su Fan. In the original story, Shirsue's Baishinshin was hailed as the ultimate ninjutsu. However, its cooldown was too long. With Hashirama's powerful chakra, it could be cast continuously. Su Fan had no interest in the Sharingan, so he wouldn't bother taking that eye. Now Su Fan's body contained Hashirama's chakra. Thus Baishinshin would only affect Su Fan for a short time. For Danzo to defeat Su Fan would be harder than ascending to heaven. Even Madara Uchiha, as formidable as he was, still lost to Hashirama. That was Danzo's only ace. Seeing Su Fan release a vast number of shadow clones, Danzo frowned. He sensed that these clones possessed chakra different from ordinary shadow clones. Danzo, your fate is sealed. If you do not die, the Uchiha clan cannot be saved. Su Fan spoke calmly. Danzo laughed bitterly, and Su Fan's countless shadow clones surged forward. Needless to say, with Su Fan's immense chakra sustaining them, an hour passed. Danzo, utterly exhausted, knelt on the ground and removed the bandage from his right eye. The shuriken-shaped Sharingan was revealed. But when Danzo looked up, Su Fan had vanished. Huffed. Danzo's eyes widened as Su Fan appeared behind him. His right hand rested on Danzo's shoulder, and countless golden chains pierced through Danzo's body. Danzo had lost the ability to use chakra. It's over, Danzo. Su Fan sighed, then his expression grew resolute. A kunai pierced Danzo's neck. The chains dissipated. Danzo desperately clutched his throat and stumbled forward. I haven't become Hokage yet. I haven't. After 3 steps, he collapsed to the ground. His consciousness began to fade. Konoha has not yet flourished under my leadership. Arisen. Is this what you call risk? What a pity. In the end, it is my will that perishes. Blood gushed from his neck. When Su Fan reached Danzo's side, Danzo had died with his eyes wide open. However, Su Fan noticed that the Mangekyo Sharingan in Danzo's right eye had vanished. In the original story, Su Fan clearly remembered that Danzo was killed by Sasuke, and after death Danzo sealed Shirsue's Sharingan to prevent others from obtaining it. Danzo had done the same now. Was he worried someone would use this eye against Konoha? Although Danzo was not a good man, he still had Konoha's best interests at heart. Now Su Fan held absolute sway in Konoha. Even if he killed Danzo, Hiruzen Sarutobi would not pursue the matter. He was desperate for Su Fan to stay in the village. Su Fan wiped the blood off the kunai and shook his head helplessly. It's over. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission, dismantling the Cloud Ninja's coercion and preventing the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Ding. The timeline will revert to Konoha 60 at dawn tomorrow. Ding. Please sign in immediately to receive your reward. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations on obtaining 5 nature transformations proficient. Ding. Detected your involvement in the Uchiha clan storyline. Rewarding mastery of all Uchiha fire release techniques. Tonight Su Fan was exhausted. He quickly dashed toward his home. Tomorrow morning, everything would return to normal. Su Fan slowly opened his eyes in the morning. The timeline had returned to Konoha 60. Although yesterday was still year 54. When the timeline returned to normal, it was only a blink of an eye. But the events that should have occurred during these 4 years still unfolded according to the original plot. Among them, a major change took place in the civil war of the Land of Water. The 3rd Mizukage died, and Yagura of the Bloody Mist succeeded as the 4th Mizukage, tightly controlled by Obito, disguised as Uchiha Madara. All of this was part of the hidden underlying plot from the original story that Su Fan remembered. Closely related to this was Momochi Zabuza. Zabuza, who had once been devoted with all his heart, discovered the 4th Mizukage's abnormality. At first the Land of Water flourished under the 4th Mizukage rule, but later, blinded by power, the 4th Mizukage gradually lost his original form. This was the reason Zabuza attempted to assassinate the 4th Mizukage and became a rogue ninja. The next plot would be the first battle faced by Team Kakashi against Momochi Zabuza and Haku. I have to get involved no matter what so I can earn the plot participation reward. Su Fan stretched, got out of bed, and walked down. The air here is acceptable, living in the mountains. Not bad. Konoha. Team Kakashi was holding a cat and handing it over to a plump woman. The plump woman was overjoyed at the sight of the cat. She took it in her arms and rubbed it vigorously against her face. Great. Mom's good boy, you're finally back. Thank you. The plump woman expressed her gratitude excitedly to the four. Naruto scratched the back of his head and laughed. Don't mention it. This is what a ninja must do. After completing the mission, the four returned to the Hokage building. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at the mission report and said, the next mission for Kakashi's Team 7 is to take care of the children of the elder, or else run errands to the neighboring village. No. Naruto suddenly shouted, crossing his arms in front of his chest to show his dissatisfaction. No more missions like this. I want to take on more serious missions. Give me another one. Sasuke beside him also agreed inwardly with Naruto. Kakashi sighed helplessly. I knew he'd start acting up about now. Iruka immediately stood up. Idiot. You're just a beginner. Everyone starts with simple missions to gain experience. But, all the missions before were so boring. Naruto couldn't help grumbling again. Kakashi could no longer hold back and punched Naruto on the head, sending him flying with his feet in the air. Know when to stop. Idiot. Naruto clutched his head in pain and started throwing a tantrum on the ground. Naruto, I think it's time I told you the true meaning of missions. It hurts. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep drag of his pipe, stared at Naruto, and began to explain seriously. Listen, every day the village receives many tasks entrusted to us, from babysitting to assassinations. The mission list records all kinds of requests. These tasks are divided into 4 ranks, A, B, C, D, based on difficulty. Generally, the village assigns ninja by ability, starting with me, Jonin, Chunin, and Genin. And we, the higher-ups, assign the missions to the appropriate ninja according to their ability. A rank for Jonin B, and C rank for Chunin C, and D rank for Genin. As long as you complete the mission successfully, the client will pay us. That said, you've only just become Genin, so you can at most handle D rank tasks. Hiruzen Sarutobi earnestly explained the definition of missions to the group. I had tonkatsu ramen for lunch yesterday. Today, I'll have miso. Naruto wasn't listening at all. He was sharing what he wanted for lunch with Kakashi and the others. Seeing this, Hiruzen Sarutobi became furious. Listen. Kakashi scratched his head and looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. My apologies. The old man is always lecturing me like this. But I've grown up. I'm no longer the little brat who only plays pranks as the old man always thinks. With that, Naruto turned around and ignored Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others. Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to get angry again, but then he thought of Su Fan's temper. Forget it. However, hearing what Naruto had just said, his heart suddenly felt relieved. Looking at Naruto, Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled. The kid who once expressed himself only through pranks now had such awareness. As the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he must gain stronger training opportunities. Alright, I understand. Since you say that, I'll give you a C-rank mission. You'll protect someone. Really? Who is it? Who is it? Is it a feudal lord? Or a princess? Naruto was overjoyed. Don't be so impatient. I'll introduce you now. Please come in. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly shouted toward the door. The door slowly opened and a scruffy man holding a liquor bottle walked in. What's this, eh? A bunch of kids, he said, taking big gulps of his drink. Especially the shortest one. Are you really a ninja? The man sneered at the 3. Naruto, standing between Sasuke and Sakura, burst out laughing. Ha, short, dull-witted, who's that? Ha. Naruto turned to look at Sasuke and then at Sakura. The two immediately moved closer behind Naruto, and he froze. Was he the shortest? You're the shortest. Your whole family is short. Naruto immediately became enraged. Kakashi lifted him up with one hand. This is the man we're about to protect, you idiot. Kakashi sighed in frustration, covering his right cheek. The man took a drink and stepped forward to introduce himself. I'm the famous bridge builder Tazuna. During the time I'm building the bridge back in my country, you kids need to protect me super well and with all your might. The scene shifted. Team Kakashi followed the man out of the gates of Konoha. Are these kids really reliable? The man muttered. Don't worry, with a jonin like me tagging along there won't be any problems. Kakashi said cheerfully, hands in his pockets. At the Hokage building, Su Fan sat before Hiruzen Sarutobi. You don't mind that I sent Naruto on a C-rank mission, do you? Hiruzen Sarutobi was now very cautious, afraid of accidentally offending Su Fan's mood. Konoha needed such a genius. Danzo was dead. If Su Fan didn't stay, it would be a huge loss for Hiruzen Sarutobi. Growth requires battle. I don't mind, especially with Kakashi accompanying him. Su Fan said calmly. I am very grateful that you saved Konoha and kept the Cloud Ninja completely out of it. Konoha is now very stable, and the Uchiha clan has been assigned to the elite forces. Hiruzen Sarutobi outwardly thanked Su Fan, but inwardly hoped Su Fan would say something. After all, this matter was over, and Su Fan probably had his next move in mind. I know what you're thinking. Don't try to confine me to Konoha. For Naruto's growth, I will stay in Konoha, and I can handle trivial matters. With that, Su Fan turned and left the Hokage building. Hiruzen Sarutobi's heart finally settled. Su Fan agreed to stay in Konoha. Danzo, you died without regret. Looking at the distant sky, Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath. After leaving the Hokage building, Su Fan quickly caught up with Team Kakashi. Su Fan decided to hide in the shadows and resolve the problems encountered in the plot from the root. This would defuse the outbreak of battle. Participating in the plot to gain rewards. Perfect. Say, old man, are you from the land of waves? Does that country have ninja? Sakura suddenly asked the man they were protecting during the journey. No, the land of waves has no ninja. However, although most countries have different cultures and customs, they all have ninja villages and ninja. The man was correct. For many countries on the continent, the existence of a ninja village is the elite military force of a nation. In other words, it maintains diplomatic relations with other countries. That said, ninja villages are not governed by the country. Their position is equal to that of the country. There are also places like the land of waves that are less subject to interference from other countries. A small island nation does not need a ninja village. Even in countries with ninja villages, especially the 5 great nations of fire, water, lightning, wind, and earth, not only are their territories vast, but their power is also formidable. They are called the 5 great ninja nations. The land of fire, Konohagakure. The land of water, Kirigakure. The land of lightning, Himogakure. The land of wind, Sunagakure. The land of earth, Iwagakure. Only the leaders of the 5 great ninja villages are called Kage. The 5 of them passed by a pond. Suddenly a ninja emerged from the water. Behind him, a second ninja appeared wielding a chain that flew out and completely bound Kakashi. What? Kakashi was stunned. Su Fan, hiding in a tree nearby, smirked. Kakashi the actor. To train Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, he really went to great lengths. The 2 ninjas shouted, first one. The moment their bodies crossed, Kakashi screamed and turned into a puff of blood mist. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and the scruffy man were all frozen in shock. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto bristled instantly. Sakura began to scream. Sasuke's face immediately showed vigilance. A sound like death metal echoed out. Suddenly 2 ninjas appeared behind Naruto. Naruto swallowed in terror. The second one. The 2 ninjas swiftly pulled the chains they held taut toward Naruto. The sharp blades on them were about to pierce him. At that moment, Naruto's face was full of fear and he froze. Suddenly Sasuke flipped up and leaped into the air. Midair, Sasuke pulled a kunai and a shuriken from his leg holster. Aiming at the center of the chain between the 2 ninjas, Sasuke threw the spinning shuriken. The moment the shuriken touched the chain lunged forward rapidly. Eventually, it wedged directly into the tree in front, firmly pinning the chain into the wall. Then Sasuke threw his kunai, hitting the empty center of the shuriken. Clang. The 2 ninjas froze the now taut chains, seeming to bind them both. One ninja shook his chained arm fiercely. Damn. Can't break free. By now Sasuke had landed on the arms chained together. Seizing both arms, Sasuke gave a cold smirk and drove his back foot into both their heads. Struck, both bodies tilted backward, the chains locking them tight. At that moment they exchanged a glance and directly unfastened the chains. Both halted simultaneously. One turned and charged toward the scruffy man, while the other rushed at Naruto. Standing before the scruffy man was Sakura. Sharp blades had suddenly appeared on the arms that had been bound by chains. Naruto screamed in fear. They're coming. They're coming. I have to defend. I have to defend. Sakura watched the charging ninja, sweat beading on her forehead. Old man, get back. Sakura dashed in front of the man and drew a kunai. Sasuke shot in front of Sakura with incredible speed, spreading his arms. As a ninja, you must protect the mission target first. Just as he was about to close in on Sasuke, boom. Both ninjas were struck at the throat and instantly knocked out. Naruto had managed to dodge, but the attacking ninja had struck the side of his right hand. Kakashi looked at them with annoyance. With both hands clamped on the throats of the 2 ninjas, yo. Kakashi-sensei, you're alive. Sakura jumped up excitedly. Sasuke looked displeased. Stealing the spotlight. Naruto picked himself up and looked at where Kakashi had been hit. The ground was littered with severed logs. Kakashi-sensei, did you use the substitution technique? Naruto, sorry I couldn't come to save you sooner, and you got hurt. But I didn't expect you to just stand there. Kakashi lazily tied the 2 ninjas to a tree. Phew. Looks like we're safe. The scruffy man wiped his forehead and let out a breath. All in all, Sasuke did well, and Sakura too. Kakashi spoke slowly to Sasuke and Sakura. At that moment Naruto was completely stunned. I didn't do anything. But, Sasuke, this is his first real battle. Wasn't he scared at all? So calm, not even a speck of dirt on his clothes. And he protected me. Yo, you okay, scaredy cat? Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, suddenly turned and sneered at Naruto. What? Naruto's face flushed with anger, fists clenched. Sasuke. He looked ready to charge at Sasuke. Naruto. Kakashi stopped him. That guy's nails have poison on them. You need to get the poison out quickly. Cut the wound and let the poisoned blood flow. Kakashi said to Naruto calmly. Naruto trembled, staring at his right hand, fear creeping across his face. By the way, Mr. Tazuna, I have a question for you. Kakashi turned to the scruffy man. They were protecting curiosity in his eyes. After tying up the 2 attacking ninjas, Kakashi pointed at them and said, these are Chunin from the Mist Village. They're known for fighting to the death, no matter the cost. From a tree nearby, Su Fan took in everything below. He knew that from the very beginning Kakashi had anticipated an attack. Because the weather was perfectly clear and hadn't rained, yet there were several puddles on the road they had passed. As for why Kakashi knowing this still let Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura handle it. If he wanted, he could have killed the two ninjas in an instant. But Kakashi didn't act precisely to determine the enemy's true target, whether they were after the scruffy man or one of the team members. Su Fan nodded silently. Indeed, Kakashi was worthy of the nickname 50-50. His tactical intelligence was truly formidable, able to analyze the cause of a battle clearly, something rare for ordinary ninjas in combat. The only downside was his chakra reserve. We didn't know you were being targeted by ninjas. Your mission was merely to protect you from armed groups like thugs or bandits. This is now a B-rank mission or higher. You simply hired us to protect you until the bridge was built. If the enemy is a ninja, we would unhesitatingly classify this as a high-priced B-rank mission. It seems you have something you're hiding. But a false mission causes us trouble now. What we're doing is beyond the scope of the original task. Kakashi stared coldly at Tazuna, piecing together what had happened, and voiced the secret hidden in Tazuna's heart. Why Tazuna had done this Kakashi couldn't guess. Tazuna lowered his head, his expression tense, lost in thought. Su Fan shook his head. This mission seemed too early for Naruto and the others. But it was precisely because of this that the following events would unfold. We should abort the mission now, cut open Naruto's wound, and let the poison blood out. That requires anesthesia. We need to go back to the village and see a doctor. Sakura said anxiously. Naruto kept staring at his right hand, the fear never leaving his face. Kakashi looked at Naruto with amusement. Now that's a heavy burden. Let's treat Naruto's injury and head back to the village. Kakashi's voice carried a hint of mockery, as if deliberately aimed at Naruto, implying that Naruto had frozen in fear and now was injured, becoming a burden. Hearing this, Naruto gritted his teeth in anger. In that moment, he furiously drew a kunai from his belt and, gritting his teeth, stabbed it directly into his right hand. In an instant, Sakura covered her mouth in horror. Sasuke hadn't expected Naruto to have such guts. Kakashi looked at Naruto with shock, his gaze shifting. From the tree, Su Fan now wished he could go down and give Kakashi a full wood-style combo, first sealing him and hanging him up, then whipping him. Although it was meant to make Naruto take responsibility in the team, Kakashi's words seemed too harsh. Naruto's heart had always been fragile, unable to bear such touch. Su Fan mentally charged Naruto's injury to Kakashi's account. Once this is over, and we're back in Konoha, I'll make sure you taste something sweet. As an older brother, he still doted on his younger brother. Why am I so different? Why am I always the one holding everyone back? Damn it. Naruto, clutching his right hand, said regretfully with his back to them. Naruto, what are you doing? Sakura rushed over. I should be stronger than before. Constantly completing missions. Training solo every day. Naruto closed his eyes, the scenes of his solitary efforts over the past days flashing through his mind. I never want to wait for someone else to save me again. I won't be discouraged. I won't run away. I don't want to lose to Sasuke. I swear by the pain in my left hand. I will use this kunai to protect the old man. Naruto slowly turned his left hand, gripping the kunai that pierced his right hand, blood dripping drop by drop. Looking at Kakashi and the others, a stubborn smile suddenly appeared on his face. The mission continues. A warm breeze blew over Naruto, and everyone looked at him moved. Naruto, it's good that you let the poison blood out at the right time, but if you lose any more blood, you'll die from blood loss. Kakashi rolled his eyes and broke the emotion. Silence fell. Naruto stared blankly at Kakashi, sweat trickling down his face. If you don't stop the bleeding soon, it's really dangerous, yo. Kakashi suddenly appeared beside Naruto, squinting and grinning. Naruto immediately started hopping around. No way. That can't be. How could I die from something like this? Sure enough, he couldn't stay cool for more than 3 seconds. Su Fan sighed helplessly. Kakashi crouched. Let me see your hand. Naruto extended his trembling right hand. Naruto, you seem to have a tendency to self-harm. That's not good, is it? Sakura said, rolling her eyes. Kakashi placed Naruto's right hand in his palm. From the tree, Su Fan also watched Naruto's wound. Suddenly, Kakashi's eyes widened. Naruto's wound was already healing rapidly. This must be the power of the nine-tailed fox. Su Fan saw red chakra on Naruto's wound, knitting it together quickly, and couldn't help but smile. Kakashi bandaged Naruto's hand simply, and the group set off again. In a dim room, a man with bandages wrapped around his mouth, carrying a massive broken sword, walked in and sat on a sofa. You failed. I heard you were supposed to be very powerful ninjas. That's why I hired you at a high price. A bespectacled man who looked like a boss pointed at the ninjas and ranted angrily. Shut up with your nagging. The bandaged man suddenly spoke, gripping the broken sword on his shoulder and pointing it at the bespectacled boss. The boss trembled in fear. This time I'll kill him with this decapitating sword. Oh, really? Are you sure? The enemy seems to have hired very capable ninjas too, and the Demon Brothers' assassination failed. If they increase their vigilance, it won't be easy. The boss asked, trembling. Who do you think I am? I am Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist. The The five of them set sail toward the land of waves on a small boat enveloped by thick fog. Gradually, a colossal iron bridge came into view ahead. Wow! Magnificent! Naruto exclaimed, leaping up excitedly. Mr. Tazuna, now can you tell us the reason? Otherwise, once we dock, our mission ends here. Kakashi turned to Tazuna, his tone icy. Tazuna fell silent for a long moment before finally speaking. I suppose I have no choice but to tell you. No. Please listen to me. As you said, my life has long been targeted by an extremely fearsome man. You must have heard of his name. It's the shipping magnate, a man named Gato. Kakashi suddenly froze. Huh. That Gato of the Gato Company. I've heard he's one of the wealthiest tycoons in the world. Yes, on the surface he's a shipping company owner, but behind the scenes he uses thugs and ninjas to engage in illicit dealings, trafficking all kinds of contraband. Eventually, he even swallows up other companies and nations. Tazuna swallowed and sighed, continuing, it was about a year ago when he set his sights on the land of waves. Using his wealth and violence, he instantly monopolized all maritime traffic and transport on the island. For an island nation like the land of waves, controlling the seas means controlling all its wealth, politics, and people. The only thing Gato fears now is the completion of the bridge that's been under construction. Kakashi and the other three listened intently. I see. So the bridge builder becomes an obstacle to Gato, Sakura murmured. But I never imagined that the opponent would be such a dangerous man capable of deploying ninjas. Why did you conceal the truth and hire us? Kakashi asked, perplexed. The land of waves is an extremely poor country. Even the daimyo has no money, and I'm even poorer. I simply can't afford the high fees for B-rank missions and above. Well, if you cancel the mission after we land, I'll surely be killed before I reach home. But no matter, don't worry about it. Even if I die, only my adorable 8-year-old granddaughter will cry her eyes out. Tazuna suddenly chuckled. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura looked utterly dejected. Oh, and then my daughter will hate the ninjas of the Hidden Leaf Village for the rest of her life, living in loneliness. No, it's not your fault anyway. Tazuna complained again with a look of utter despair. The three of them pulled even longer faces. Kakashi sighed inwardly. This old man was clearly guilt-tripping him. It seemed the idea of asking for more money was out of the question. Fine, we have no choice. We'll continue protecting you. Kakashi scratched his head in resignation. Oh, then I'm truly grateful. Tazuna's expression instantly changed, and the four of them were stunned. Meanwhile, Su-fan had already reached the land of waves ahead of them and was hiding in the grass by the shore. After landing, Naruto kept staring at Sasuke. This time I must find a chance to not let Sasuke steal the spotlight. Thinking this, Naruto dashed forward a few steps and glanced around seriously. Suddenly, he looked towards Su-fan's position. Huh? Over there. Su-fan was stunned. Can this kid sense me? Naruto took a kunai from his belt and threw it swiftly. Su-fan had no mental preparation and was still dumbfounded when the kunai struck his buttocks. Damn brat. How could I have imagined that I, with strength beyond the Kage level, would be hit by a genin? Su-fan wanted to cry, but had no tears. Then he suddenly realized that the genin of the Hidden Leaf Village were all cheats. Kakashi, Sakura, and the others were wide-eyed and utterly shocked, not understanding what Naruto was doing. They just heard a thud. What? It's just a rat. Naruto straightened up coolly, then touched his forehead protector to show off. What's with the showing off? There was nothing from the start. Sakura pointed at Naruto, her anger flaring. Naruto, please don't use a ninja weapon recklessly. It's really dangerous. Kakashi covered his face helplessly. Hey kid, stop doing things that cause misunderstandings. Tazuna shouted furiously at Naruto. Su-fan, who had just pulled out the kunai, slowly moved to hide elsewhere. Huh, there seems to be a figure over there. Well, Naruto didn't see anything and threw another kunai. Good, Su-fan was hit again. Fortunately, with Hashirama's cells, his body could heal quickly. Naruto, I really hurt for you. Su-fan's anger surged. He wanted to go out and slap Naruto twice. No. Is it over here? Naruto began throwing shurikens everywhere. Su-fan trembled in the corner. If not for the reward of participating in the mission, Su-fan would have fled long ago. If he appeared now following them on the mission, Zabuza wouldn't last a single round against him. Suddenly, Kakashi looked at another patch of grass and Naruto threw a shuriken into it. I told you to stop. Sakura came over and gave Naruto a thump on the head. Really? Someone has been watching us. Naruto held his head in pain. All right, liar. That's enough. Honestly, Sakura complained. Kakashi walked over to where Naruto had thrown his last shuriken. There lay a poor rabbit with a shuriken stuck in its head. The rabbit was dead. It was truly pitiful. Naruto, look what you've done. Sakura came over and saw the cute rabbit had passed away. Naruto ran over apologetically, picked up the rabbit, and said, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was gone. Kakashi-sensei, do you have something to start a fire? Let's grill it. Wild rabbit tastes delicious. Naruto ran off to start skinning it. Naruto. Sakura furiously chased after him. At that moment, Su-fan stared at the rabbit and noticed something unusual. It was clearly a snow rabbit, but its fur color seemed off. The rabbit hit by Naruto had white fur. But white fur only appears in winter when daylight hours are short. Su Fan looked at the spots in the forest where sunlight reached. Some places were completely shaded. Su Fan understood. It was a snow rabbit raised indoors without sunlight used as a decoy. The enemy had already appeared. Su Fan had been so focused on observing the others that he almost forgot about the presence of others. With his powerful chakra, he could easily sense others. Kakashi seemed to have the same reaction. Su Fan knew Zabuza was here. On a thick tree nearby, Zabuza was staring coldly at them. Kakashi suddenly turned to look at Zabuza's hiding spot. So soon, Zabuza was surprised to be detected by Kakashi's keen senses. Zabuza's eyes narrowed with caution. I see, so that's why the demon brothers couldn't defeat him. The copy ninja of the Hidden Leaf Village, Kakashi of the Sharingan. Zabuza suddenly gripped the decapitating broadsword on his back. With a fierce swing, the sword flew through the air. Kakashi shouted, "Everyone get down." Zabuza's sword whistled over their heads like a gale, embedding itself in the middle of a large tree. A figure flashed and stood on the sword's back. Kakashi looked up sharply. Zabuza stared coldly at him. Zabuza's entrance is quite unique. It would be funny if the sword broke or the tree snapped. Su Fan covered his mouth, chuckling at the thought. That man is... Kakashi's wariness spiked as he looked at Zabuza. Here he comes. He's coming. It's my turn to shine. I won't lose to Sasuke. Naruto excitedly rubbed his hands and glanced at Sasuke. Isn't that the rogue ninja from the mist, Momochi Zabuza? Kakashi said with a strange tone, hands in his pockets. Rogue ninja. Naruto instantly felt intimidated. Whatever. But now more than that. Ready. Go. Naruto dashed towards Zabuza. Kakashi immediately blocked him. Out of the way, you all stay back. Kakashi said calmly. Why? Naruto complained. This guy is nothing like the two we faced before. Kakashi said tensely. If it's this opponent. He slowly raised his left hand and adjusted the forehead protector covering his left eye. Then it might be tough. So you're Kakashi of the Sharingan. Sorry, but hand over the old man now. Zabuza said coldly. His chilling gaze and oppressive aura instantly weighed heavily on the three young ninjas. You three form a manji formation to protect Mr. Tazuna. Don't join this fight. That's our teamwork now. Fight me. Kakashi's left eye revealed the three-tomo Sharingan. Su Fan looked intently. So that's Obito's eye. It's actually quite useful, but it's wasted on Kakashi, such a chakra drain. Naruto was stunned. What kind of eye is that? Oh, I didn't expect to see the legendary Sharingan so soon. What an honor. Zabuza sneered disdainfully. What exactly is the Sharingan? Naruto jumped up and asked. The Sharingan originating from the gaze unleashes power through the pupil. In other words, the user of this ocular jutsu can instantly see through all jinjutsu, taijutsu, and ninjutsu, and reflect them back. The Sharingan is one of the special eyes of ocular jutsu users, but its abilities are not limited to that. Sasuke explained the Sharingan's traits in detail. That's right, not just that. What's more terrifying is that the eye can not only see through the opponent's techniques, but also copy them. Zabuza smirked, revealing part of the Sharingan's power. At that moment, fog began to rise. Thick white mist enveloped them. When I was in the Mist Assassination Squad, the manual I carried had information on you, and it said this. A man who has copied over 1,000 techniques. The copy ninja Kakashi. Zabuza said in the dense fog. What? So Kakashi is really that powerful? The three were stunned, and even the scruffy old man Tazuna hadn't expected his protector to be Kakashi. Only Sasuke looked at Kakashi warily. What's going on? The Sharingan is a special constitution only possessed by a few in the Uchiha clan. Could it be? Kakashi, enough small talk. Time to finish this quickly. Zabuza's figure vanished, and the decapitating broadsword disappeared from the tree. Su Fan smiled. I expect Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura under Kakashi's lead will have a perfect fight with Zabuza. But to participate in the mission against Momochi Zabuza, there's one person I must deal with, Haku. The 4th Mizukage once issued a policy to eliminate those with Kekkei Genkai and destroy powerful clans. That might not have been his own will. When Zabuza discovered the problem, the 4th Mizukage was already under Obito's control. After Obito used his will to control the 4th Mizukage and create the Blood Mist Village, Zabuza attempted an assassination, hoping to restore the Mist Village to normal. The reason Obito wanted to turn the Mist Village into a Blood Mist Village likely stemmed from Rin Noira. After the battle at the Canopy Bridge, she was surrounded by mist ninjas, had a seal placed on her heart, and was implanted with the 3 tails to destroy the Leaf Village. In that battle, Rin was killed by Kakashi's own hand, indirectly killed by the Mist Village. This enraged Obito, and thus the Blood Mist Village was born. The meaning of the Blood Mist Village was that students of the Ninja Academy killed each other, and the one who survived became a ninja. Although Zabuza also graduated from that school by killing all his classmates alone, he strongly opposed this practice and wanted to change it. Zabuza doesn't have to die. To turn the outcome around, I must start with Haku. With that thought, Su Fan had a plan. Zabuza vanished from sight. He reappeared on the water, pouring a massive amount of chakra to create a whirlwind on the surface. Ninja art hidden mist jutsu. An even denser fog rolled in, limiting the visibility of Kakashi and his team, to a mere 2 meters. Su Fan clearly sensed that Zabuza had already moved from his previous position. If Zabuza were to strike, his first target would undoubtedly be Kakashi. Momochi Zabuza, a man renowned for his mastery of silent killing, made this battle the first prolonged confrontation for Kakashi's team. Kakashi's Sharingan had not yet reached full mastery, and he could not see through Zabuza's hidden mist jutsu. However, Su Fan made his move. He released his powerful chakra, controlling the surrounding trees to absorb the dense fog completely. What? Naruto was stunned. This was clearly wrong. Why had the enemy's jutsu suddenly failed? Kakashi frowned, scanning the surroundings warily. Though the fog had dissipated, Zabuza was still nowhere to be seen. He couldn't fathom what Zabuza was planning. Zabuza, utterly bewildered, couldn't understand why his jutsu had abruptly ceased. Damn, I've used this technique many times before. Is there someone else nearby? Deprived of the mist's cover, Zabuza was now exposed to the 5 of them. Unwilling to waste the opportunity, Kakashi spun a kunai and charged forward. Zabuza snorted and swung his executioner's blade. At the moment of impact, Kakashi dodged, lowering his body and thrusting the kunai into Zabuza's abdomen. A torrent of water poured from Zabuza's wound. The real Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. Behind you. Naruto shouted. The Zabuza that had been struck dissolved into a pool of water. Die. Zabuza swung the blade straight through Kakashi's body. In an instant, Kakashi was split in two, but he too turned into water. Huh. Water clone jutsu. Could it be? Zabuza was startled. Su Fan had seen it all. While Zabuza was casting the hidden mist jutsu, Kakashi had already copied some of his techniques. Don't move. A kunai appeared at Zabuza's throat. So amazing. Naruto exclaimed, amazed by the exchange. Ha ha ha. Zabuza let out a cold laugh. You think it's over? You don't understand at all. Such child's play can never defeat me. Still, you're quite skilled. Zabuza's body dissolved into water. That's fake too. Naruto shouted nervously. Zabuza emerged from the water, slashing at Kakashi. Kakashi ducked to evade the blow. The blade struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zabuza spun his palm, gripping the hilt, using the momentum to swing his body forward and deliver a kick. Kakashi was sent flying. Kakashi-sensei. He was kicked away. Sakura panicked. Zabuza dashed toward the falling Kakashi, appearing behind him in an instant, his hands forming seals. Water release, water prison jutsu. Damn. Kakashi couldn't react in time and was trapped in the water prison, unable to move. Now all I have to do is kill those brats, and it's over. Zabuza sneered and cast the water clone jutsu. You little fools. Do you really think that wearing a headband with pride makes you a ninja? Oi. But true ninjas are those who always hover on the edge of death. The 3 saw Kakashi captured, and there will the fight wavered. Zabuza charged, sending Naruto flying. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura couldn't leave Tazuna's side. Zabuza, blade in hand, slowly approached Naruto. Now's my chance. A golden chain shot out from the forest, piercing through Zabuza's right hand, gripping the executioner's blade, threading through the hollow hilt, and a lock snatched the sword away. Everyone miss me. Naruto, lying on the ground, saw Su Fan and beamed, Brother Su Fan. Su Fan rested the captured executioner's blade on his shoulder, grinning at them. Kakashi was dumbfounded. Brother? Naruto calls Su Fan brother. Thinking of all the punishments he had inflicted on Naruto, Kakashi couldn't help but swallow hard. He knew that Su Fan was even more powerful than the 3rd Hokage. Who are you? Zabuza eyed Su Fan warily. Su Fan's body seemed to lack any chakra flow, as if he were not a ninja. Yet his movements had been so fast that even Zabuza couldn't see them. Why? Zabuza, give up. Su Fan said calmly. Huh? What nonsense are you spouting? You want me to surrender? Zabuza sneered disdainfully. I'm giving you a chance. I know you were forced to leave the Hidden Mist Village with no choice. But if you stop now, I'll give you an opportunity. Su Fan looked at Zabuza seriously. In truth, he held a certain regard for the man. As for Haku, Zabuza hadn't merely used him. The real reason he had killed the 4th Mizukage was deeply connected to Haku. Who do you think you are? Zabuza sent a water clone charging at Su Fan. Su Fan smirked, glanced at Naruto and Sasuke, and nodded. Naruto and Sasuke understood instantly. Without using chakra, Su Fan relied solely on taijutsu, swinging the blade to engage the water clone. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto released the seal, and a swarm of clones rushed toward the real Zabuza. Zabuza barked, summoning 3 water clones before him. Sasuke, who had been waiting through a giant shuriken he had crafted, seizing the moment when Zabuza's clones clashed with Naruto's. Meanwhile, Zabuza's real body had his right hand locked to the water prison, channeling chakra to keep Kakashi immobilized. Su Fan didn't want to end the fight directly. After all, Naruto and the others needed practical combat experience. Coordination was a form of synergy, and giving them the chance to shine built their confidence. As the shuriken neared Zabuza, he laughed, leaping to dodge it effortlessly. His right hand never left the water prison. Child's play. But Zabuza underestimated Sasuke and Naruto. The shuriken, after flying a few meters, burst into a puff of smoke and revealed Naruto himself. Naruto held the giant shuriken in his hand. Don't look down on us. This is the price for underestimating us. Naruto hurled the shuriken with all his might. Zabuza's eyes widened in horror, but it was too late to dodge. The shuriken was aimed directly at the right arm that was feeding chakra into the water prison. If Zabuza didn't move, the giant shuriken would sever his arm. Damn brat. He yanked his right arm back, narrowly avoiding the blade. We did it. Naruto emerged from the water, exclaiming excitedly. Boom! Kakashi broke free from the water prison. Sufan nodded approvingly. Naruto and Sasuke, though this is their first time cooperating, are far better than many partners who have trained together for years. I can't believe I was defeated by two brats. Zabuza flipped and landed on the water to the right. Ox, monkey, hare, rat, boar, bird. Zabuza began forming seals rapidly on the water's surface. Sufan watched with an amused smile, then mimicked Zabuza's hand signs. What is he doing? Kakashi stared in shock at Sufan. It was astonishing. Sufan had grasped the entire jutsu just by watching Zabuza's initial seal sequence. In just 2 seconds, Sufan completed his seals. Water release, water dragon, bullet, jutsu. A colossal water dragon burst from the surface and hurtled towards Zabuza. Impossible. Zabuza roared as the water dragon struck him, sending him crashing from the water onto the shore. He doesn't have the Sharingan. His initial seal speed was clearly that of a first-time learner. But how did it get faster and faster? He grasped it after just one glance. Kakashi took a deep breath, gazing at Sufan with even greater awe. Brother. So amazing. Naruto was awestruck, having witnessed Sufan's power for the first time. Sufan, however, found it dull. It was just a simple water release jutsu. Who bothers with hand signs? If it weren't his first time learning it, he wouldn't have bothered. Suddenly, several sharp ice crystals flew from afar. Look out. Sufan spread his right hand, and the chains behind him shot out, shattering the ice crystals. A masked man slowly walked out. Sufan knew that Bai had appeared. The ice crystals had locked onto Zabuza on the ground, not them. In the original story, after Zabuza was defeated, Bai would strike him to feign death and deceive Kakashi. Sufan had long known this process. Who are you? Kakashi asked, suddenly looking at Bai in the tree. I am a ninja from the Hunter Corps of the Mist, tasked with hunting rogue ninjas, Bai said from the tree. You're deliberately hiding your identity. You really care about Zabuza. Sufan stepped forward and said calmly. Bai under the mask was stunned. He looked at Sufan in confusion. How did this guy discover me? I didn't reveal myself. Sufan now wanted to let Zabuza leave, since the root of the problem lay in the mist. He thought that after this, Zabuza would no longer insist on this mission. Suddenly, Kakashi felt dizzy and collapsed. Kakashi-sensei. The three quickly rushed to Kakashi and helped him up. Sufan sighed helplessly. This Kakashi is such a clown. Now his chakra is exhausted. Uncle Tazuna, take the three of them and bring Kakashi to the clinic in the Wave Country. Sufan turned and said, No problem. Naruto, wait obediently in the Wave Country for your big brother. I'll be back soon. Sufan walked over to Naruto and ruffled his hair. You must come back quickly. Sasuke, watching them, felt an indescribable bitterness surging in his heart. He once had a brother like Sufan, but now that person had become his enemy. Thinking of this, Sasuke clenched his fists. After the five had walked far away, Sufan turned back to look at Bai. Zabuza was too injured to move, and Bai, still in the tree, dared not make any rash moves. He didn't know Sufan's methods, but he could still sense a dangerous aura from him. He feared that if he miscalculated, Zabuza would die instantly. Zabuza, what I said earlier still stands. Have you reconsidered? Sufan thought it was a pity, because Zabuza's worldview was actually quite righteous. If you want my life, take it any time. But don't expect me to agree to anything. Zabuza said defiantly, his eyes filled with ferocity as he looked at Sufan. Sufan knew that Zabuza's ferocity came from the oppression of the mist. But as long as something was right, one could choose it. Zabuza's injuries were severe and needed immediate treatment. Bai's heart was filled with anxiety, feeling that time was running out. Bai threw out several ice crystals. Sufan sneered coldly, and as the crystals approached, he released chakra to shatter them. When Sufan looked at Bai again, Bai was already forming a hand seal with one hand. Water release, secret technique, 1,000 flying water shower. Bai swept his foot and countless water droplets flew into the sky, condensing into sunban that attacked Sufan from every angle. The ice release Kekiai Genkai is truly extraordinary, Sufan said with a faint smile, then shattered all the sunban with a single punch, using only his physical strength. Bai was stunned. He couldn't believe someone could withstand his secret technique with sheer force. What are you spacing out for? Strike quickly. Zabuza suddenly barked. Bai snapped out of it and rushed towards Sufan, forming a hand seal. Water body flicker. Crystal ice mirrors. In a flash, Bai appeared behind Sufan, then vanished, and ice mirrors surrounded Sufan on all sides. Zabuza sneered as he stood up. He was very confident in Bai's technique, which was Bai's trump card. Ordinary ninjas could not easily escape from it. Your cold ice needles really make me feel chilly. Why don't you try my passionate fire? Sufan raised his right hand to his mouth and looked down at the ground, Fire release, great fire annihilation. A massive fireball instantly engulfed the entire forest. The scorching flames melted all the ice mirrors Bai had created. The forest was now a sea of fire. Bai's real body fell from the air next to Zabuza and spat out blood. Zabuza stared in horror. Who the hell are you? He had never seen such powerful chakra and ninjutsu. Su Fan had been holding back all along. Realizing this, Zabuza began to tremble. Zabuza, I never intended to kill you, but a person's patience has limits. If you keep ignoring my words, you will truly die. Su Fan walked up to Zabuza, squinting with a smile. I understand. Zabuza swallowed hard and stepped back. Alright, I'll give you time to think. You two can leave now. Su Fan turned and walked away. Are you really willing to let us go like this? Zabuza couldn't believe it. Su Fan stopped in his tracks, because I believe that some things can be compromised. Don't you think so? He turned and smiled. Zabuza was moved, and the hatred in his heart vanished instantly. After Su Fan left, Bai tremblingly got up and supported Zabuza. Zabuza-sama, let's leave this place. Get lost. Useless fool. Zabuza pushed Bai away and walked off alone. Bai's face under the mask was suddenly covered in tears. Zabuza-sama. Zabuza had failed his mission and had no face to return to Gado. But his reputation was bound to suffer. Thinking of this, Zabuza still felt some resentment. However, Su Fan was too powerful, so he could only nurse his hatred. In the Wave Country, Kakashi woke up in bed. Oh, Senior, you're awake. Tazuna's daughter stood beside him. Ah, I'm sorry. Kakashi sat up and scratched his hair apologetically. Yash Kakabro is awake. Su Fan walked in from outside. Kakabro, what a unique nickname. Naruto covered his mouth and laughed. Kakashi was speechless. But seeing Su Fan back, he knew the matter with Zabuza was resolved. Kakashi had witnessed Su Fan's abilities. A man who could make the Reikage of Kumogakure back down with just his chakra. Su Fan and You're back? Did you defeat that guy who always calls himself this lord? Naruto hopped over to Su Fan and asked. That kind of thing is easy for me, Su Fan said, his coolness factor rising. Naruto's face was full of admiration. In this mission, Sasuke and Sakura performed the best. Naruto, you still need to improve, Kakashi said, but his expression turned strange when he looked at Su Fan. Naruto did well too. But he still needs to work harder. Yes. Harder. Kakashi quickly explained. Performance is a recognition of oneself. That's fine. Kakashi-sensei is right, Naruto, you need to work hard, Su Fan agreed, looking at Naruto. Coward. You haven't even finished the shuriken throwing training. How ridiculous, Sasuke taunted Naruto. Damn it. Just wait. I'll finish it right now. I'll make you all look up to me. Naruto ran out, presumably to practice shuriken. Su Fan shook his head helplessly. Naruto's temper still needs to be tempered. I'll leave him to you, Kakashi. I wouldn't dare. Kakashi broke out in a cold sweat and waved his hand hastily. In the outskirts, Naruto was throwing shuriken one after another at a tree. I don't want to be a burden. Even Su Fan and criticized me. I have to work even harder. After throwing the remaining shuriken, Naruto climbed the tallest tree. He wanted to reach the top to prove his stamina. Gritting his teeth, half an hour later, Naruto finally reached the top. I finally made it. In his excitement, he fell from the tree. At that moment, a beautiful woman appeared and caught him. No, a beautiful man. But Naruto didn't know he was the masked man who had saved Zabuza. Instead, he mistook him for a woman. Big sister. Thank you. Naruto jumped down from Bai's arms happily. You're welcome, Bai said with a smile, then took out mushrooms from his basket. You've been training for a long time. Have some. Naruto swallowed and ate the mushrooms ravenously. Sister, are you a resident of this island? Naruto asked while eating. I'm just passing through. Bai explained. And you? We're ninjas from Konoha here to help Uncle Tazuna complete his mission. But I've been holding everyone back. Naruto became a little dejected. I've always wanted to be ahead of everyone. Since I was an orphan, there was no one who understood me. They often mocked me as the dead last. Naruto explained why he was training so hard. Hearing this, Bai fell silent. He recalled his own tragic childhood. Flashback, he was crying in the freezing snow, his mother killed by his father. And finally, he was saved by Zabuza. But I'm not afraid. I'm going to become the Hokage. Naruto stood up after finishing the mushrooms. How I believe you can do it. Bai stood up as well and said goodbye to Naruto. On the way back, Bai's heart was heavy. Probably because he shared a similar experience with Naruto. He didn't want to see Zabuza continue like this. At that moment, beside Zabuza stood a confidant of Gado. Think about it. Are you really willing to let your honor be ruined? Get lost. I'm not getting involved anymore. Zabuza was irritated. Even if they have a powerful ninja, we have the numbers. The Wave Country is already poor. Lord Gado's plan is to kidnap all the children of the Wave Country tonight. Then the old people on the island will despair. They'll hand over everything, Maybe they'll even destroy the bridge they built themselves. But Zabuza remained silent. He didn't intend to participate in Gado's plan and refused the confidant again. Bai, who was hiding outside, overheard their conversation and became anxious. Bai knew that Gado's methods were extremely cruel. If those children were captured, their only fate would be death. Gato had already captured and killed the parents of the children in the Wave Country, and now he wanted to take the children. Bai's own background made him sympathize with these children. Putting down his things, Bai rushed to the bridge. There over 1,000 rogue ninjas had gathered tonight. Make as much noise as possible. I want them all to know who's the boss here. Kato, wearing black-rimmed glasses, lit a cigar and commanded the 1,000 or so rogue ninjas before him. Yes, sir. Immediately the rogue ninjas all advanced toward the Wave Country. Boss, even if we capture the village children, the old folks won't destroy the bridge in a short time. Why don't I lead some men directly to the bridge? Kato's confidant suddenly spoke up. I'll leave it to you. The night was deep. The surrounding sea was silent, and under the moonlight the ripples on the surface spread out layer by layer. Suddenly a scream shattered the tranquility. Let me go, you bad people. A child was hoisted by the waist by one of Kato's men and carried outside. Just then a shuriken flew over and struck the ninja directly. The ninja, wincing in pain, released the child in his arms. Turning around, Sasuke stood at the door with his hands in his pockets. From several houses in the distance, screams also rang out. Kakashi wiped the blood off his kunai and pushed aside the dead rogue ninja in front of him. As I thought, the one behind Zabuza has appeared. Kakashi looked up. In the pitch-black night, 1,000 rogue ninjas were charging over the mountains into the village. Is that the bad guy named Kato? Naruto scratched his head and asked, puzzled. Yeah, that's right. I just didn't expect them to target the children first. This is bad. With so many ninjas, if they all acted, Kakashi wouldn't have time to stop them in time. Where did Su Fan go? Kakashi searched for Su Fan's figure, but couldn't find him. At such a critical moment. Meanwhile, Su Fan was sound asleep. Whether he had become a powerhouse after time traveling, or was just an ordinary person before, his habits of eating, drinking, and being lazy were impossible to change. Give me back my child. A woman rushed out crying, trying to take the child back from the rogue ninja. The rogue ninja snorted coldly and swiftly thrust his kunai toward the woman's neck. Ice release secret technique, explosive ice crystal. A sharp ice spike flew straight into the rogue ninja's forehead. The rogue ninja fell to his knees, and the woman seized the chance to snatch the child and run into the house. Explode. In an instant, heads flew everywhere, and the scene was gruesome. The masked Haku walked over coldly. He despised these rogue ninjas who harmed parents and children. The hatred seemed innate deep in his bones. They all deserved to die. Haku, like a god of death, began slaughtering among the numerous ninjas. That masked person. Kakashi also noticed Haku at that moment, but he didn't understand why he had suddenly come to help the Wave Country. Kato's confidant had already led a large group of rogue ninjas to the bridge. It seems the ninjas hired by the Wave Country are tied up for now. This is our chance. Destroy the bridge. Hold on. Suddenly Naruto leaped up from under the bridge. This bridge is the hope of everyone in the Wave Country. You can't do this. Goofy little brat, do you think you alone can stop us? Kato's confidant waved his hand, and the rogue ninjas behind him stepped forward, revealing fierce expressions. These rogue ninjas were all desperados, posing an extreme challenge for Naruto in his current state. However, Naruto drew his kunai and took a resolute step forward. To become Hokage, I have to face every difficulty head-on. Multiple shadow clone technique. Countless clones appeared behind Naruto. Immediately the rogue ninjas clashed with Naruto, exchanging blows. But most of these ninjas were at the Genin level, and many were reckless. Naruto's shadow clones were quickly wiped out. Amid the crowd, Naruto was slashed on the arm by a kunai and punched in the eye. Suddenly a ninja behind him raised a large blade and was about to strike Naruto. Naruto! Kakashi saw this and rushed over, but there were too many ninjas in his way. He was blocked repeatedly and couldn't make it in time. At the brink of death, Haku's figure suddenly appeared in front of Naruto. Water body flicker. Splash. The sharp blade sliced across Haku's body, blood splattered everywhere, and Naruto froze. Haku's mask fell off, revealing his peerless face. It's the big sister from today. Seeing Haku take the attack for him, Naruto's anger slowly rose. Now a large number of rogue ninjas were gathering at the bridge, and Kakashi's team was struggling to hold their ground. Zabuza stood on a distant tree watching the scene, and memories of Haku flooded back. It was their first meeting. On a cold, snowy night. Young Haku, dressed in thin clothes, was shivering, crouched in a corner of a bridge. Zabuza, carrying the executioner's blade, walked over slowly. At that time, Zabuza was still a ninja of the Mist Village. A pitiful brat. A kid like you has no one who needs you, no future, no freedom, only death. Zabuza crouched down beside Haku. But Haku looked at Zabuza and smiled, an innocent, pure smile. Big brother, you have the same eyes as me. Zabuza would never forget Haku's words. In Haku's spotless, pure eyes, the longing to survive was exactly the same as his own. Everyone attacked together. Kill them all. Die. A horde of Genin charged madly at Naruto and Haku. Haku stood in front of Naruto without hesitation and spread his arms wide. Water release, great waterfall technique. The waves on the sea instantly surged and crashed toward the other end of the bridge. Some of the ninjas who had charged forward were swept into the sea. Haku, how dare you overstep without my permission? Zabuza appeared beside Haku carrying his massive blade. Zabuza-sama. Shut up. I don't want to hear it. Zabuza turned to look at Haku, and his gaze suddenly turned cold. Come with me. Leave this place. Haku was stunned. I still have to protect the children here. Have you forgotten who saved you? How dare you defy my will? Zabuza lowered his voice, staring at Haku, and his killing intent began to seep out. Zabuza-sama. I am truly grateful that you saved me back then, but now they need me. I cannot leave. I'm sorry. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Haku stood up and walked past Zabuza. Suddenly he stopped. If it were you, Zabuza-sama, I would still choose to die protecting you. But Zabuza-sama meaning is the original intention. With that, Haku charged into the crowd of rogue ninjas. At that moment, Zabuza's eyes widened, and he froze, staring at Haku's figure. From the day he had taken Haku, and Haku had never contradicted him, and Zabuza had only regarded Haku as a tool. A mere tool for killing. Simply because Haku possessed the ice-release Kekkai Genkai. You will die. Zabuza suddenly roared. Haku only turned back and showed Zabuza that same innocent, naive smile from back then. For me, it's hard to become a ninja. If I could, I would rather live peacefully like a normal person. I don't want to kill anyone, nor do I want to be killed by anyone. But from the day I followed Zabuza-sama, I killed my own heart and became a ruthless ninja completely. This bridge connects everyone's dreams. It's not a battlefield. And I am for my dream. For those children who share the same fate as mine. Zabuza-sama, please don't blame me. Blades flashed across Haku's body, and his figure trembled in the wind. Zabuza's fierce eyes suddenly grew misty. Naruto, watching from the side, felt his heart quake. In an instant, crimson chakra erupted violently from his body. Looking at Naruto's eyes, they now bore the outline of a demon fox, and his whisker-like marks became more pronounced. Damn it. I will never forgive you. Naruto, stop. Suddenly, Su-fan appeared behind Naruto in his pajamas. Su-fan slowly released chakra from his right hand and touched Naruto's hair. At that moment, Su-fan entered Naruto's inner world. This chakra, is it Hashirama? No. Why is there also the power of the Uzumaki clan? The sleeping Ninetales opened its eyes in alarm, and Su-fan was already standing on the opposite side of the seal. Hey, you dumb fox. Su-fan greeted the Ninetales lazily. Inside Naruto's body, you'd better behave, or I'll make you feel pleasant. TCH, brat, you're as cocky as Naruto. You want to covet my power too, huh? Hee, I can lend it to you. The Ninetales grinned sinisterly. Su-fan's expression remained impassive as he spread his hands, and a large number of golden chains climbed onto the Ninetales, binding it tightly. This sealing technique contains the chakra of the Senju clan, which has absolute suppression over you. Don't think about being clever, it will only make you suffer more. Su-fan lightly clenched his hands, and the chains grew tighter. The Ninetales felt its power being completely suppressed, and intense pain surged through its body. Stop. I give up. The Ninetales immediately yelled. Su-fan gave a faint smile. These chains won't disappear. Whenever you have a thought, they'll bind you directly. Be careful, okay? With that, Su-fan vanished. Damn. Where did that brat come from? To possess both the Senju and Uzumaki clan powers. And so strong. What a pain. With that thought, the Ninetales closed its eyes and sank back into slumber. The malice in Naruto's body instantly dissipated. Naruto looked at Su-fan in bewilderment. Su-fan gitch. Zabuza, are you still going to stand by? Su-fan walked over to Zabuza, looked at Haku, whose clothes were stained with blood in the distance, and shook his head. He's just my tool. Zabuza remained stubborn. Don't force yourself. The real reason you tried to assassinate the fourth Mizukage was for Haku, wasn't it? Su-fan looked at Zabuza with amusement, seeing the stubbornness written all over his face. The fourth Mizukage ordered the extermination of Kekkai Genkai users. After fighting alongside Haku for so long, you've developed deep feelings. Zabuza, are you still unwilling to admit it? Finally, Zabuza dropped to his knees, his once resolute gaze blurring as tears streamed down uncontrollably. I was born in a small village deep in the snow of the land of water. Though we lived in poverty as farmers, my parents were content with their lot. We were happy. My parents were truly gentle. But from the day I can remember, one thing happened. My father killed my mother and even tried to kill me. In a small restaurant, young Haku sat across from Zabuza, recounting his story. The land of water had endured a long civil war, and those with Kekkai Genkai were deeply feared. Kekkai Genkai refers to abilities or techniques inherited within a clan, passed from parent to child or grandparent to grandchild. Because of their special abilities, Haku's clan was exploited and drawn into various conflicts. As a result, they came to be seen as terrifying beings who brought war and calamity to the land. After the war, Haku's clan concealed their powers and lived under assumed names. If their secret was discovered, only death awaited them. Those with special abilities were deeply feared. Haku's mother possessed a Kekkai Genkai. She hid her identity and lived with Haku's father. She had hoped to live a peaceful life forever. In a snowy field, young Haku exclaimed in surprise to his mother, "Look! Mother! Such an amazing ability. Haku's mother looked down and saw that Haku could control the shape and density of ice. The clothes in her hands dropped onto the snow. Why? What? Why you two? What? Even you, child? How can this be? Haku's mother grabbed his hand and cried out in anguish. Suddenly she slapped Haku across the face. Haku was stunned. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Haku. She embraced him and wept again. This scene was clearly witnessed by a passing villager. The villager quickly spread the news throughout the village. Haku's father was appointed as the leader of the village and was ordered to personally deal with the matter. That night while Haku was sleeping, he suddenly woke up. He saw his father approaching with an iron rod in hand, followed by all the villagers. Haku looked at his father in terror. His father's eyes were filled with tears as he tremblingly raised the iron rod. No! Haku's mother rushed over to shield Haku. The rod struck her, and she spat out blood which quickly stained Haku's chest. The villagers behind them, armed with weapons, surged forward to attack. Don't hit my mother. After an unknown time, Haku staggered out of the house alone. After a few steps, he collapsed onto the snow. He wanted to forget the scene he had just witnessed, but the blood on his body was stark against the white snow, and he could not forget. In his rage over his mother's death, Haku unleashed ice release, killing everyone present, including his father. He then wandered the streets until Zabuza found him. Big brother, won't you have a bowl too? Haku looked at Zabuza timidly and asked gently. Zabuza gave a cold smile. Little one, you eat on your own. If it's not enough, there's more. Take your time. Zabuza always wore a stern, serious expression around Haku. Yet Haku's gaze towards Zabuza was infinitely tender. Because Zabuza knew Haku possessed a Kekii Genkai, yet he still took him in. Everyone hated this ability, but Zabuza actively needed Haku. Kid, can you give everything for me? Zabuza suddenly looked at Haku. Haku said nothing, only smiled. Zabuza walked over and embraced Haku. Come with me. That embrace was both forceful and unguarded. It was the first embrace Haku had received in the long cold nights since leaving the village. I'm such a bastard. He had always been saved by Haku, who had followed him in defecting from Kirigakure, yet he had nearly forgotten his original purpose. Haku was too kind, perhaps unsuited to being a ninja. Haku. Zabuza finally came to his senses. Gripping the executioner's blade, he charged straight toward Haku. Haku needed him. Su-fan nodded with satisfaction. Finally Zabuza has awakened, but he still needs to prove himself. Kakashi arrived with Sasuke and Sakura. Why are they fighting among themselves? Kakashi asked in confusion. Meaning? Su-fan said flatly, a hint of sadness in his expression. Haha, how amusing. A round of applause sounded, and the rogue ninjas stopped attacking to make way. Gato appeared. Gato, why are you here? Zabuza, supporting Haku by the shoulder, asked coldly. Haku was severely injured and barely conscious. Zabuza, you betrayed me. Sorry, but you can only die here. Gato sneered. And you call yourself a Kirigakure assassination ninja? How laughable. Look at your pathetic state. The crowd burst into laughter. Zabuza looked at Su-fan and the others. He tore off the bandage around his mouth. It's been a pleasure fighting you all in the end. Thank you for making me realize that a ninja is also human and maybe cannot become a completely emotionless tool. I lost. Zabuza's expression was sorrowful as he gave a wry smile. Get them. Kill them both. Gato waved his hand, and the ninjas behind him charged like madmen. Haku, hold on tight. Zabuza drew a kunai from his waist and plunged into the crowd. The battle was brutal. Zabuza fought, while protecting Haku, engaging hundreds of ninjas, his wounds accumulating. If I could die with you, would that wash away my guilt toward you, Haku? Zabuza was already resolved to die. Seeing this, Su-fan finally acted. Would release wooden locking wall. He clasped his hands, and a row of wooden pillars curved from the ground to form a protective dome around Zabuza and Haku. Everyone turned to Su-fan. Mind your own business. Gato gritted his teeth, adjusted his glasses, and pointed at Su-fan, shouting, kill him. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball materialized instantly, swiftly passing through the rogue ninjas. A searing gale swept in, and Kakashi and the others shielded their eyes from the hot wind. The smell of roasting filled the air. Sasuke was utterly stunned, and even Kakashi was in awe. They had never seen such an incredible fire release. They also noticed that Su-fan performed no hand seals. Big brother, teach me. Oh, big brother, I want to learn this jutsu. Naruto jumped excitedly, his eyes full of anticipation. Sasuke swallowed hard. This must be a jutsu you developed. It's definitely not from my Uchiha clan. The flames died down, and all the rogue ninjas were reduced to ashes. The bridge was silent, as if no battle had ever occurred. Over 1,000 rogue ninjas. Kakashi drew a sharp breath, instantly elevating Su-fan to the status of a hero in his mind. As the wood release protection faded, Su-fan and the others walked over. Zabuza, holding Haku's body, was now covered in wounds. Thank you for protecting us earlier. Zabuza suddenly spoke. Though reluctant, Su-fan knew Zabuza was a true man, so he had no ill intentions. Zabuza, I know you always wanted to properly assist the 4th Mizukage in Kirigakure. But what the fourth Mizukage did later was not his will, as someone was manipulating him. Su Fan explained to Zabuza. Someone manipulating? Who could have such power? Zabuza exclaimed in shock. That level is beyond your reach for now. And from the start your assassination attempt was meaningless. Hoshigaki Kisame, who also left the village as a rogue ninja, saw this matter clearly. Since you want to dedicate yourself to the village, why not come to Konoha? Su Fan suddenly proposed that Zabuza join Konoha. Kakashi was shocked. Impossible. Zabuza became a rogue ninja for assassinating the fourth Mizukage. If he joins Konoha, trouble might arise again. And this decision must be made by the third Hokage. Su Fan frowned at Kakashi. The third. I will personally bring Zabuza into the village. He may not refuse, or are you doubting my strength, Kakashi? Kakashi was speechless. No. It's just. As long as it's not in Kirigakure, I will dedicate myself. Zabuza stood up excitedly. Good. Bring Haku. Heal your wounds here, and then return to Konoha with me when the time comes. Su Fan said calmly. Ding. Detected host involvement in the story of Zabuza and Haku, altering the original conclusion. Reward all water release and ice release techniques. Ding. Obtained Kirigakure assassination technique mastery. Ding. Obtained Kekii Jinkai body ice release. The host Kekii Jinkai bodies can be stacked without limit. Ding. Gained the loyalty of Zabuza and Haku. Suddenly Su Fan looked at Sasuke's eyes. On the night Uchiha Itachi killed Fugaku and Mikoto, Sasuke's Sharingan, which had been a single tomo, had now evolved to 2 tomo. Because Naruto was injured just now, the shock triggered the evolution of the Sharingan. Truly a remarkable ability. Well then, let's take a break in this scenic place for now. After a brief moment, the group prepared to leave and return to Konoha. As they were about to depart, Uncle Taza examined Naruto with a new perspective, and his impressions of Sasuke and Sakura had also changed. I thought when I first met you, you were just ordinary kids. Taza scratched his head and laughed heartily. Goodbye, Uncle Taza. Make sure the bridge gets done soon. Naruto said with a grin. Hey, it's time to go, it's getting late. Kakashi suddenly reminded them. Goodbye, Wave Country. Goodbye. The villagers waved farewell as the group departed, their figures silhouetted against the setting sun as they crossed the bridge's far end. I've already decided what to name this bridge, Uncle Taza said with a smile after taking a sip of his drink. Let's call it the Naruto Bridge. The name symbolized hope for the bridge. Naruto embodied courage and perseverance, and Taza dreamed of one day introducing this bridge to the wider world and beyond. The tragic fates of Zabuza and Haku were altered by Su Fan, and while they now pledged allegiance to Konoha, they privately regarded him as their master. Unlike cold-blooded figures who treated subordinates as mere tools of death, Su Fan cared for those beneath him, though the original story's ending for these two proved heart-wrenching. Following this transformation, both gained unwavering loyalty, which left Su Fan somewhat exasperated. However, upon returning to Konoha, the Chunin exams would commence. Though Danzo had fallen at his hands, Orochimaru's schemes would persist. The opening act of Konoha's destruction was about to unfold. Brother Su Fan, you're so formidable. Are you a Jonin, like teacher Kakashi? Sakura posed this question suddenly during their journey back. Though the same 12 years as Naruto and the others, Su Fan's presence carried a seasoned maturity that belied his youthful appearance. Well, I suppose I'm hardly a Jonin, having never taken the examination, Su Fan replied with a gentle smile. Kakashi, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. Jonin, you surpass even the Hokage and the Raikage. You might be beyond Kage level. Impossible. You're even stronger than teacher Kakashi. Sakura's face showed utter astonishment. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words. So Su Fan was truly their mentor after all. Brother Ka, once we return to Konoha, do you think I'd pass the Jonin exam? Su Fan regarded Kakashi with a sly smirk. Certainly. You'll definitely pass. You embody the very essence of humble bragging. Why does teacher Kakashi seem so peculiar all of a sudden? Especially ever since brother appeared. Naruto adopted a detective-like pose, stroking his chin as he scrutinized the scene. Stop overthinking it. Let's hasten our return to Konoha. Su Fan affectionately ruffled Naruto's head. The land of sand concealed within its sands. A man with flowing, elegant hair sat before the fourth Kazekage Rashi. The plan must still advance. I wonder what thoughts you hold. The long-haired man suddenly rose and moved toward the window, turning his head slowly. Orochimaru, tell me, does your insistence on this plan stem from revenge against Konoha, or against your former master Hiruzen Sarutobi? Rashi regarded Orochimaru with a bitter smile. Orochimaru abruptly turned his gaze toward Rashi, his serpentine eyes revealing a flicker of turmoil, while apprehension colored his look toward the Kazekage. This unease stemmed from Rashi's challenge. He questioned whether allying with him had been wise. With Danzo dead, the only intelligence gathered about Su Fan was his mastery of wood-release jutsu. Orochimaru had even speculated that Su Fan might be a successful subject from his laboratory who had escaped, possibly brought back to life. You doubt my word? Orochimaru's voice came out hoarse, his expression troubled. Haha, Orochimaru, you worry too much. I place Gaara directly into your care. What reason would I have to distrust you, eh? Rashi offered Orochimaru a reassuring smile. Orochimaru understood fully. Rashi's cooperation was purely opportunistic, aimed at exploiting the chaos following the third Hokage's demise to strike at Konoha. While Orochimaru sought to eliminate the third Konoha remained his birthplace, he never intended its destruction. Among the vulnerable villagers, only Hiruzen Sarutobi inspired true hatred. Three parties originally orchestrated Konoha's downfall: Orochimaru, Danzo, and Rashi. Danzo had long conspired with Orochimaru, even championing his bid for Hokage during the fourth succession. Their alliance was predictable. With the third removed, all would fall into place. Should their scheme succeed, Danzo would seize power, while Orochimaru, having killed the third himself, would have no standing in Konoha. Then Danzo would emerge to eliminate Orochimaru, cementing his authority. When Konoha faced its greatest crisis, he would be hailed as its savior. By seniority, experience, and deeds, setting aside his shadowy machinations, he would unquestionably become Konoha's champion with the Hokage title within reach. But with Danzo slain by Su-fan, Orochimaru's design faced an unforeseen obstacle. Stripped of Danzo's protection, Orochimaru needed to secure an escape route after eliminating Hiruzen. Orochimaru now commanded his own hidden village, however modest in scale, yet it possessed formidable martial strength. This settlement was the Sound Village. Then entering Konoha under the pretense of the Chunin exams, the plan proceeds. Orochimaru regarded Rashi cordially, and the two shared a knowing smile. Yet beneath the surface, Orochimaru's mind harbored other designs. Konoha. Upon their return to the village, Su-fan escorted Zabuza and Haku to the Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi anticipated Su-fan's participation in Kakashi's team mission, so certain developments came as no surprise. Third, you often speak of Konoha's need for talent. Today I've brought two such individuals. What say you? Su-fan reclined in his characteristic casual posture, legs crossed, and Zabuza and Haku exchanged startled glances. That was the Hokage. Su-fan displayed such audacity in the Hokage's presence. Of course, anyone you recommend will be welcomed. I trust your judgment. Thank you for this. Hiruzen smiled warmly. This? It's already approved. Zabuza stared in bewilderment. He had expected rigorous evaluations and oversight before joining Konoha. Yet now it seemed fewer formalities governed this matter. Zabuza, Haku, I thank you for joining Konoha. I've heard whispers of your capabilities. As former assassins from Kirigakure, you should have no difficulty serving in the Umbu, carrying out covert missions. Hiruzen was indeed a cunning politician, deliberately honoring Su-fan's wishes. Nearby, Narashikaku stood frozen in astonishment. Even capable ninjas had to endure extensive evaluations before receiving appointments, let alone Umbu entry, which demanded exceptional talent and ability from Konoha's own ranks. The third had capitulated so readily. Truly, is this really? Haku quickly thanked the Hokage-sama. They could never have imagined joining Konoha's Umbu, so swiftly becoming attendants to the Hokage himself. This unprecedented privilege stemmed entirely from Su-fan, whose strength surpassed even the Kage level, whose recommendations carried unquestionable weight. Hiruzen's compliance was calculated theater designed solely to put Su-fan at ease. However, everyone else holds formal positions. Su-fan, I'd like to see you given a proper role in Konoha as well. The old Hokage's face flushed with embarrassment as he looked at Su-fan. Su-fan nodded in agreement. To accompany Naruto, he needed formal recognition of his strength so that Naruto would strive to reach his level. Procrastination wouldn't solve anything. Oh, perhaps it was time to take an exam. Then I'll make the arrangements. I understand Konoha's protocols. Everything requires formal certification. I'll handle this myself. Su-fan decided to begin with the Genin exam, securing his official status within Konoha. Ahem. This would be trivial for someone like you, but regarding this year's Chunin exam, Hiruzen harbored reservations, for Su-fan's power was formidable. Dangerous enough to intimidate other nations, yet concerning when it came to facing his own villagers during the Chunin exams. Then forget it. Su-fan had no desire to participate in any examination. Oh, why not simply rest in peace? No. You must participate. It's a rare opportunity. Hiruzen hurriedly insisted, seizing the chance to grant Su-fan a formal standing in Konoha. If this opportunity passed, who knew when he'd attempt it again? Su-fan's temperament was unpredictable, and Hiruzen found it impossible to read him. Very well then, I'll do my best. Holding back, Su-fan offered a faint smile and departed from the Hokage Tower. His next destination was Irika to secure his Genin qualifications. Irika-sensei, I'm here to take the Genin exam. On the playground of the Konoha Ninja Academy, Irika was training the newly enrolled children. Oh, Su-fan. Irika was somewhat startled to see Su-fan. Although he hadn't witnessed Su-fan's strength, he knew that Su-fan had killed Mizuki last time. The third Hokage didn't pursue it, which showed his recognition of Su-fan. Su-fan's strength was far more than that. No problem, give me 2 minutes. Irika handed the academy over to another teacher, and then took Su-fan to the classroom, where everyone had taken the Genin exam. The Genin exam is very simple. You just need to demonstrate the transformation technique. Like this. Before Irika could finish, Su Fan had already used the transformation technique, turning into Irika's likeness. You passed. Irika was a bit frustrated. It was unnecessary, but rules were rules, and the procedure had to be followed. Thank you, Irika-sensei. Su Fan smiled as he took the Konoha forehead protector from Irika, then left the school. Just as he stepped out of the school, he ran into Naruto and Sasuke, who were about to go on a mission. Sakura seemed to be absent today. Brother Su Fan. Naruto ran over happily, and when he saw the forehead protector on Su Fan's head, he immediately became excited. Brother Su Fan, you've already become a Genin. That was fast. Naruto was full of envy thinking about what he had gone through to become a Genin. This way I can accompany you from now on. Su Fan gave Naruto a doting smile, while Sasuke beside him was extremely jealous. How ridiculous. The dead last brother is just as boring. Sasuke suddenly spoke, his expression turning numb. Su Fan knew that this was the aftermath of what Itachi Uchiha had done to Sasuke. Sasuke's heart was not in Konoha at all. Every day on simple missions, Sasuke appeared to be very dedicated and cooperative with the team. But in reality, his relationship with Naruto and the others was growing increasingly distant. What did you say? Naruto became furious. Naruto. Su Fan grabbed him. Sasuke, compared to your brother, you are truly disappointing. Su Fan looked at Sasuke provocatively with arrogance written all over his face. Damn. Sasuke instantly clenched his fists, but he also feared Su Fan's strength. The fire release Su Fan had displayed was even more powerful than Itachi Uchiha's. He really didn't know what kind of monster Su Fan was. Oomph. Sasuke turned around and ignored the two. Su Fan smiled faintly as showing off is fine, but you need to have the ability. Suddenly a square rock appeared on the ground nearby, with 2 small holes on it. Naruto immediately looked bored, pointed at the rock, and said, that's too obvious. Truly worthy of the man I've set my sights on. Truly worthy of being my rival. A childish voice came from within the rock. Poof! White smoke appeared, and the rock vanished. Konohamaru appeared. Su Fan was speechless. What was this? He with his Super Kage level strength had to hang out with a bunch of kids. Naruto, big brother. Today I will challenge you again. I'll defeat you. Konohamaru struck a pose and charged forward. Suddenly a hand grabbed Konohamaru by the neck. Little brat, you're blocking the way. Everyone looked over. The man had purple markings on his face and carried a bundle wrapped in bandages on his back. Konohamaru. Naruto immediately became anxious. Were the people from Sunagakure already here? The one grabbing Konohamaru was Kankuro of the Sand. Behind Kankuro, Temari walked over with a seductive grace, her black hair strands still as striking as ever. Su Fan swallowed hard. This woman was a bit fierce. He wondered how Shikamaru could handle her. Kankuro, stop it. Be careful not to get beaten up in Konoha later. Temari said amusingly. These Suna ninjas clearly looked older and taller than Naruto and his group. Put him down. Naruto rushed forward. Kankuro sneered coldly and threw Konohamaru at Naruto. The two collided and fell to the ground. These guys are Konoha's Genin. So lame. Kankuro couldn't help but taunt. How about we play with you a little before the annoying ones arrive? Kankuro put down the bundle on his back, took a step forward, and looked at them with utter disdain. Who gave you the courage to look down on Konoha like this? Su Fan walked over and helped Naruto and Konohamaru up. How even younger than me, yet so arrogant. Makes one want to completely destroy him. Kankuro looked at Su Fan, strode over, and prepared to lift him up. When he grabbed Su Fan's collar, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move him. Damn, what's going on? Kankuro was suddenly bewildered, and Temari behind him looked at Su Fan with a different expression. This kid is weird. Kankuro, stop. Temari quickly said. TCH. Konoha's Genin are all trash. I'm going to teach them a lesson today. Kankuro with sweat on his forehead in frustration, seeing that he couldn't pull Su Fan directly through a punch. Su Fan smiled faintly, used a little strength, and his fist collided with Kankuro's. Kankuro was instantly sent flying, his hand bone broken. Up. Kankuro. Temari quickly ran over to check Kankuro's injuries. Hey, didn't you say Konoha is trash? Can you still dance? Su Fan mocked Kankuro this time. We're all here to participate in the exam. Why did you have to hit him so hard? Temari stood up, pointed at Su Fan, and shouted angrily. Hit him hard. Not at all. This is just how Konoha greets people. Konoha is trash, so it often likes to greet outsiders this way. In fact, the heavier the injury, the more we welcome you. Su Fan said softly with squinted eyes. However, Su Fan's expression suddenly turned cold. The way I treated Kankuro just now only means I don't welcome you. In an instant, Temari's body trembled involuntarily as she looked at Su Fan, because she felt the killing intent Su Fan released. This was not the aura an ordinary Genin could possess, even though he was just a Genin younger than her. That gaze, she would remember it for a lifetime. I'm sorry. Temari suddenly bowed her head to apologize, while Naruto and Sasuke behind her were stunned. But it was all because of Su Fan. Sasuke looked at Su Fan's back, his heart twitching. In his heart, he always wanted to become stronger, only then could he find Itachi Uchiha and take revenge. At the same time, he couldn't tolerate anyone being stronger than him because it would make it seem like he hadn't trained hard. Making a Suna ninja apologize to you is really infuriating. Suddenly a voice came from a tree behind them. Everyone turned to look. Gaara was hanging upside down on a branch. "Hi, Gaara." Temari suddenly felt a bit wronged. "When did this guy appear? I didn't notice at all." Sasuke suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He also sensed killing intent from Gaara. Moreover, Gaara's gaze at them was as if he were looking at dead people. Was this a genin from Sunagakure? His speed was as fast as Kakashi's. Su Fan had already sensed Gaara's presence. The reason he had taught Kankuro a lesson was to show Gaara. "What is your name?" Gaara asked Su Fan coldly. "Uzumaki Su Fan. I will kill you with my own hands in the Chunin exam." Su Fan smiled calmly. "Welcome." That calm demeanor made Gaara pause for a moment. Then Gaara and the others left. Hokage building. In front of Hiruzen Sarutobi stood various examiners from Konoha. Seeing the gathered people, you should all understand. In 1 week the Chunin exam will begin. We have already notified other countries, and some genin from Sunagakure have already arrived in Konoha. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of smoke and said calmly, "Then I officially announce that on July 1st, the Chunin selection exam will commence." Kakashi Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhi all nodded simultaneously. As team leaders bringing their respective squads to the Chunin exam, they were all very excited. As for Su Fan, he was assigned to Kakashi's team as a substitute member. Sunagakure. 3 genin stood beside Orochimaru. The forehead protectors worn by these 3 genin were from Otogakure. "I have already told you the plan. You can start on the way." Orochimaru said coldly. "Lord Orochimaru, rest assured we will assist you in completing the mission. Are you ready? Let's depart." At that moment Raza walked down from the Kazekage building. "Gaara and the others have arrived early. The Chunin selection exam will begin in a week. This time it's all up to you. Don't worry." With that, Raza, Orochimaru and the others set off toward Konoha. But little did Raza know that Orochimaru had already developed killing intent toward him. On the road, Orochimaru decided to kill Raza and then disguise himself as the 4th Kazekage to infiltrate Konoha. "Want to use me to destroy Konoha? You're still too green." As the ninja selection exam was about to commence, the teachers responsible for the new genin were asked to step forward. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed the assembled examiners. Kakashi, Sarutobi Asuma, and Yuhi Kurenai stepped forward. "How are the ninjas under your charge? Are there any genin you recommend for this exam?" Naturally, any genin who has completed 8 or more missions can at your discretion be recommended to take the exam, though it often requires double the number of missions to gain enough experience. Sarutobi Hiruzen said calmly. It's still too early for them. Beside him, Irika felt a sense of melancholy. "Let's start with Kakashi." Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, took a step forward. "My team 7. Uchiha Sasuke, Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura. I, Kakashi, recommend these 3 to participate in the Chunin selection exam. Kurenai, my team 8. Hyuga, Hinata, Inazuka, Kiba, Aburame, Shino. I, Kurenai, likewise recommend them to participate. Sarutobi Asuma, my team 10. Yamanaka, Ino, Nara, Shikamaru, Akimichi, Choji. I, Asuma, likewise recommend them to participate." Suddenly a murmur of surprise arose from behind. All 3 recommended their entire teams. New genin taking the Chunin exam. It hasn't happened in 5 years. "Kakashi, you can assign Uzumaki Sufan to your team for this Chunin exam, correct?" Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly spoke. Well. Kakashi was taken aback, not expecting the 3rd Hokage to let Sufan participate in this exam. But Sufan isn't even a genin yet. An hour ago Sufan passed the genin exam. To more quickly utilize talent for Konoha, Kakashi Sufan will join your team as a substitute. Sarutobi Hiruzen gave Kakashi a meaningful look. "I understand." Kakashi let out a resigned sigh. On a certain bridge in Konoha, Sufan was training with Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto. Kakashi approached. "I have good news for you. You can all participate in this Chunin exam." With that, Kakashi produced 4 applications for the Chunin exam. The Chunin exam. Can we really take it? Naruto excitedly snatched them and examined them closely. First, this exam is not mandatory. The choice is yours, or whether to participate is ultimately up to you. Kakashi said calmly. However, if you can quickly pass the Chunin exam, you'll be closer to more interesting missions. Needless to say, they would all participate. Sufan's main reason for wanting to join was related to Orochimaru's invasion. If he could take part in this plot, the rewards would be extremely rich, and it concerned the life and death of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Konoha now had Sufan's presence. After Danzo's death, Sarutobi Hiruzen reorganized the route and dealt with various aftermaths. Although the Uchiha clan was now relatively stable, some issues still seemed unresolved. Stabilizing the situation was not something that could be accomplished in a short time. Sufan didn't care about Sarutobi Hiruzen's life or death, but participating in the plot might trigger difficult choices. Whether to save him or not would depend on the changes in the plot when he participated. Hey, have you heard? In the forests of Konoha, Tenten was practicing throwing shuriken when Rock Lee suddenly appeared beside her. This Chunin exam for the first time in 5 years has new Jonin participating. Impossible it must be because those Jonin are too concerned with saving face. Tenten with her 2 buns playfully threw her shuriken, hitting the bullseye. No 3 of them are from Kakashi's team, but oddly a guy named Sufan under the 3rd Hokage's request is joining as a substitute member of Kakashi's team. Unprecedented. Lee explained. That's certainly interesting. Uzumaki Sufan. Niji stepped out from behind a tree. However, they will be stepping stones for our advancement. 7 days later, ninjas from various nations arrived in Konoha. To enter the Chunin exam venue, one had to submit an application. At the entrance for applications, Lee was punched away. Please let us in. Tenten helped Lee up and spoke pitifully to the 2 Chunin in front. The entrance for applications bore the number 301, precisely the place to register for the Chunin exam. The 2 Chunin guarding it were Izumo and Kotetsu. Poor brats, you actually want to take the Chunin exam. You could die, you know. The 2 sneered at the group. That's too much. Tenten said angrily. What did you say? Listen, this is our kindness. The Chunin exam is a great challenge. We've seen plenty who give up being ninja or become too depressed to recover just because of this exam. Moreover, a Chunin is a squad leader. Mission failures, subordinate deaths, all are the leader's responsibility. Can you brats really handle that? The 2 burst into laughter. Is there a problem with giving a cold shoulder to those who can't pass? Can you 2 stop this boring trick? At that moment, Sufan arrived with the 3 others. So this is Uzumaki Sufan. He's kind of handsome. Tenten's cheeks flushed slightly with infatuation. However, no one behind understood what Sufan was saying. Only Sasuke smirked coldly, his Sharingan having seen through everything. Oh, you noticed? Kotetsu squinted and smiled faintly. We're going to 301. This is 201, the only route to 301. Your trick is quite boring. Sufan yawned wearily. To see through a ninjutsu so easily is impressive, but how will you dispel it? At that moment, Sasuke stepped forward, his crimson Sharingan spinning into view, and the surrounding environment instantly warped and vanished. The room number then became 201. Not bad, but let's see your skills. Kotetsu charged without hesitation. Sasuke frowned, ready to counter. Just then Lee with quick eyes and faster hands appeared between them and blocked both. He's so fast. Sakura was stunned. Sasuke stopped, a look of curiosity on his face. Why? When I touched him just now, I didn't sense any chakra at all. But then something even more interesting happened. Lee's face turned red as he looked at Sakura, then he clenched his fists and slowly walked toward her. My name is Rock Lee. You're Sakura, right? Please go out with me. I'll protect you until I die. Sakura was dumbfounded, her face pale. Absolutely not. Why? Lee asked in disappointment. Because your eyebrows are too thick. Ha ha ha. Sufan and Naruto burst into laughter. It's getting late. Let's go submit the applications, Sufan said to the group. After finally submitting the applications, they could wait for the exam to begin. At the border of Konoha, Orochimaru and Raza were traveling toward Konoha. Passing by Akasaka Slope, Raza stopped. Konoha's land is indeed wonderful. Compared to Sunagakure, it's so much better, Raza said with a hint of envy. Then isn't this the perfect place for your grave, hee? Behind him, Orochimaru's head suddenly flew up, his neck stretching as he lunged at Raza's neck and bit down. Raza was startled. After being bitten, he quickly shook off Orochimaru and created distance. Damn it. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Raza glared at Orochimaru furiously. Orochimaru smiled faintly. Of course I'm using you. After killing you, I can use your identity to infiltrate Konoha and then use Gaara's power to take revenge on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Perfect. Why kill me? Because I hate being used by others too. Do you feel weak all over? Unable to use chakra? Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh. The 3 Otogakure ninjas behind him suddenly rushed at Raza. Immediately, a large flock of birds in the forest took flight in alarm. Before entering the examination hall, Sufan offered Naruto words of encouragement. Before you become Hokage, you must first have a clear understanding of yourself. Do not act blindly. Brother, I know. Seeing the anticipation brimming in Naruto's eyes, Sufan shook his head helplessly and pushed open the massive doors of the hall. Before them stood shinobi from various nations, all gathered for the exam. Why are there so many people? Sakura exclaimed in astonishment. The newcomers wore headbands of strange designs and bore peculiar appearances. Sasuke, you're so slow. Suddenly Ino rushed over from behind and wrapped her arms around him in a tight embrace. I've been waiting eagerly for this chance to see you again after so long. Ino's cheeks flushed with a coy blush. Let go of him, you pig, Ino. Sakura's temper flared. Then Ino's gaze fell upon Sufan standing nearby. This person, his presence is so overwhelming. Even more handsome than Sasuke. When did Konoha get such a good-looking guy? In an instant, Ino released Sasuke and darted to Sufan's side. Hello, my name is Yamanaka Ino. May I ask your name? Her eyes sparkled with hope, yearning for him to initiate a conversation. But Su Fan merely gave her a faint smile and walked away. Wow, so cool, so aloof. Ino's heart fluttered, her gaze trailing after him, almost drooling at the sight of his retreating figure. Fino the pig, you really fall for anyone you see. Sakura muttered in annoyance. Honestly, this is so tiresome. Shikamaru scratched his ear, his face a mask of impatience as he watched Sakura and Ino bicker, a wave of irritation washing over him. Nah, Naruto-kun. Hinata appeared behind Naruto, her fingers touching timidly as she bowed her head, her cheeks flushed in indescribable red. Then came Choji and Kiba. On Kiba's head sat the tiny Akamaru, impossibly adorable. As expected, I've never had any presents. Standing right before them, yet completely ignored, Shino let out a resigned sigh. So all the rookie genin have come to take the exam. How laughable. Kiba sneered at the gathered group. Don't underestimate us. This time I'm going to beat you all down and become a chunin. Naruto strode forward, his voice brimming with excitement. Su Fan was speechless. Naruto, you have no idea that genin are the most formidable rank in the Hokage's world. Naruto-kun, do your best. Hinata's voice was as soft as a mosquito's whisper, shy and tender. At that moment, Kabuto Yakushi approached. You're all so cute, yet you love to bicker so much. The Master of Dreams had arrived. Su Fan found Kabuto's presence rather intriguing. Little did he know the tragic fate that awaited. This was likely Kabuto's 7th time taking the Chunin exam. Since the exam was held only twice every 2 years, it had already been 4 years now. Su Fan surveyed the shinobi in the hall, hailing from various lands. Konoha's choice to host the exam was no mere coincidence, it was a calculated move. The true purpose of gathering all the nation's shinobi for the Chunin exam was to assess the strength of neighboring villages. To maintain a balance of power among the nations, ensuring a state of equilibrium. Su Fan understood that if this were not done, weaker countries would be swiftly conquered by stronger ones, possibly leading to unilateral domination. It was also a means of mutual restraint. Konoha Suna aimed Kusataki Odo. This exam had selected elite shinobi from numerous hidden villages to participate. However, Su Fan knew a fair amount about the Odo Geikure. It was a small village hidden in the Sound, recently established. Its ties with Orochimaru were deep and intricate. Strange, why are the three over there staring at us? Their eyes looked so fierce. Naruto asked curiously. Su Fan followed his gaze and saw the 3 genin from Odo Geikure. Seeing them there, Su Fan was almost certain that the 4th Kazekage had already been killed by Orochimaru. The Kazekage now present in Konoha was none other than Orochimaru himself. What a shabby snake. Fierce eyes mean nothing, they're still trash. Sasuke said disdainfully. The 3 of them heard his mockery. Calling us useless shinobi. Maybe we should have some fun with them first. The bandaged one was named Dosu Kinyuda. The monkey-like man beside him was Zaku Abumi. The only girl was Kintsuchi. They were known as the Sound Ninja Trio. Su Fan naturally held them in contempt, but they would prove to be formidable opponents for Naruto and the others. The 3 figures vanished in an instant, charging towards Sasuke's group. Attacking even here. That's just like the Sound Ninja. Rock Lee exclaimed angrily. Kabuto Yakushi suddenly stepped in. As their senior, having failed the Chunin exam for 7 years, he had gained some experience. But Su Fan knew it was all an act by Kabuto. After all, Kabuto possessed the strength of an A-rank ninja. Everything he did was merely a performance for the Konoha genin, designed to exert pressure. Zaku Abumi leaped into the air, throwing knives in hand, and hurled them. Kabuto produced a kunai, flipped, and deflected them all. Before Kabuto could react, Dosu Kinyuda was already upon him. Dosu formed a hand seal with his left hand, then swung his right fist. Kabuto dodged backward in fright, but his glasses shattered instantly. I avoided it. Why did the glasses break? Sasuke's eyes widened in horror. What a performance. You should be the actor of the year. Stop it, you trash. At that moment, Ibiki Marino appeared with a group of chunin. He looked at everyone with a contemptuous and arrogant expression. You've waited long enough. I am the examiner for the first stage of the Chunin selection exam, Marino Ibiki. First, let me make this clear. Any idiot who violates the rules or fails to follow my instructions will be disqualified outright. The first exam tests your knowledge of ninjutsu and related subjects. The written test will last 1 hour. With that, everyone entered the designated classroom and took their seats. As a seasoned Naruto fan, Su Fan found this exam a breeze. As for Naruto, but that was fine. As a substitute member, Su Fan's scores could be used to cover Naruto's portion. As long as all 3 passed, they could advance to the next stage. When Su Fan saw that Hinata was seated next to Naruto, he relaxed. Naruto-kun, if you don't know the answers, I can let you look. Hinata said shyly. Huh, look at what? Hinata wouldn't do something like that, would she? She's so cute. Naruto looked utterly bewildered. Su Fan felt like slapping him twice. Terminal case of obliviousness combined with utter stupidity. The number of eliminated candidates was rapidly increasing. They had already reached number 25. Everyone was busy using their special abilities to write the test. The most impressive was Sasuke. Sharingan. He observed a nearby ninja who was writing, quickly copied every movement, and then began scribbling on his own paper. These eyes, they really come in handy. Meanwhile, Ino used the mind transfer jutsu to enter Sakura's mental world, memorized all the answers, and then relayed them to Shikamaru and Choji. Truly, they thought of every possible way to pass the exam. It must be said the 9 young ninja of Konoha were quite clever. Except for Naruto. Soon after clearing the eliminated examinees from the room, the group proceeded to the next stage. The next stage was called the Forest of Death. The examiner was Enko Mitarashi. It seemed the time for Orochimaru's appearance was drawing near. Just then, Su-Fan's system emitted a notification sound. Ding. System has opened a choice prompt. First, fail the Chunin exam. Remain a genin forever. Second, successfully advance in the Chunin exam. Please make a choice. The reward will be assigned randomly. First, fail the Chunin exam. Remain a genin forever. Second, successfully advance in the Chunin exam. Please make a choice. The reward will be assigned randomly. It's getting more and more exciting. Naruto said excitedly. A child like you is really strange, but more than that, you'll really die here. Hongdo threw a kunai directly at Naruto, trying to apply pressure. Su-Fan sneered coldly, appearing beside Naruto and catching the kunai. Hongdo frowned. The young man before her was somewhat surprising, especially the aura he exuded. On the night of suppressing the Cloud Shinobi's Raikage, those present were all from Konoha's Umbu and Elite Jonin. The news had been sealed off. They knew nothing about Su-Fan and believed it was the work of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Naturally, they were unaware of Su-Fan's methods. Only Kakashi and Sarutobi Hiruzen truly understood Su-Fan's strength. The chief examiner regarded Su-Fan as just an ordinary genin. Little brother, you're quite fast. Hongdo smiled sweetly at Su-Fan, but her smile carried a hint of menace. As for Hongdo, one of Orochimaru's disciples, she was no ordinary person. Although Su-Fan now possessed great power, he still had to be very cautious. Compared to those old foxes, Su-Fan was still too green. Then the exam begins. Everyone's task in entering the forest is to survive the ordeal. But let me remind you again, speed is useless. It can't prevent you from dying quickly. In this forest there are all kinds of monsters and poisonous creatures. As she said this, Hongdo's seductive eyes blinked at Su-Fan as if deliberately meant for him. Suddenly Su-Fan dashed forward, appearing right in front of Hongdo and pressing her against the wall. Who says speed is useless? Do you want to have a race? Su-Fan's face was almost touching Hongdo's. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and his heavy breathing made Hongdo blush, looking at him in bewilderment. Let's go, Naruto. Su-Fan walked past Hongdo and entered the forest, leaving her standing there dumbfounded, as if still savoring that damned charm of Su-Fan's. Finally, we've waited for this opportunity. Now we can fulfill our mission. Tosu Tuasi Jun, with a sinister grin, led the two behind him into the forest. The supplies were only enough for 1 day, yet they had to last 3 days. This was deliberately designed to cause conflict and then force everyone to fight for food. Since Su-Fan had just stolen the spotlight in front of Hongdo, his team would surely be targeted after entering. This is a perfect chance to train my taijutsu. Su-Fan had made up his mind. Although his chakra was vast, he still needed to train more in taijutsu. Because even if you reached the peak, if you encountered a taijutsu master, it would be disastrous. For example, Madara encountering Might Guy? Sure enough. Shortly after, Su-Fan led Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura into the forest to hide. The Rain Village ninja, who had been following them, arrived. TCH, damn brats, they've hidden. The leading Rain ninja looked around for traces of Su-Fan and the others. Su-Fan had already sensed the presence of a large number of strange insects in the area. Using his chakra perception, he could deal with them without lifting a finger, so he had the 3 hide with him in advance. Why do you look so pale? Another participating Rain ninja walked over to the leader and asked in confusion. They saw something writhing and crawling inside the leader's clothes from behind. The group was terrified. When they slowly approached and cut open his clothes with a kunai, they were all shocked. A huge red blood-sucking insect was draining the leader's blood, and his body quickly withered. The remaining 3 looked up abruptly, and a swarm of blood-sucking insects fell toward them from the air. Screams instantly erupted. Su-Fan took out a shuriken and threw it directly behind Naruto, who covered his eyes in fear. After getting up, Su-Fan walked over. On the ground lay a red blood-sucking insect. What is this? Sakura pointed tremblingly at the dead insect. Konoha's red blood-sucking leeches. They sense sweat and body heat, then swarm onto their prey. Once they suck blood for 5 minutes, you'll be in the next world. Su-Fan said calmly. Turning around, he saw that the Rain Village ninja had basically lost consciousness. Naruto was covered in goosebumps. Alright, let's move on. We've already won 1 round. The 4 moved through the jungle, searching for the next team to encounter. Suddenly, I need to pee. Naruto said awkwardly. How can you get distracted during a fight? Idiot. Sakura nagged. Sorry. Naruto went into the nearby bushes to relieve himself. Oh, that feels great. Sorry to keep you waiting. The moment Naruto appeared, Su-Fan had already thrown a kunai that struck Naruto's chest. Naruto stepped back in terror, but he was still hit, though the kunai was quite far from his heart. What are you doing? Sakura and Sasuke pointed at Su-Fan and shouted. Fan smiled faintly and looked at Naruto. Tell me what's my name. What are their names? Naruto was stunned, his stammering suspicious. Seeing this, Sasuke acted. He frowned and kicked out, then engaged in a fight with Naruto. The two fought fiercely. Naruto threw a kunai and rolled back to create distance. Tell me, where's Naruto? Sasuke pointed at the Naruto before him and demanded. Sasuke, what are you talking about? Sakura still didn't understand. But the moment the Naruto who had gone to the bathroom reappeared, Fan had already sensed that the chakra in his body was different. Probably because Sasuke's Sharingan also noticed the discrepancy, that's why he acted. Your transformation technique is even worse than Naruto's. Fan sneered. The Naruto standing in front of Sasuke suddenly emitted a puff of white smoke. When the smoke cleared, the ninja wearing the Rain Ninja headband appeared. You Rain Ninja really do have some peculiar hobbies. Fan extended his right hand, and a vine directly entangled the ninja's body. Is this the wood release jutsu? Sasuke stared in amazement at Fan's ability, using only chakra to manipulate trees to suppress the enemy. What are you waiting for? Fan looked at Sasuke in confusion. Sasuke suddenly understood, took out a kunai, and rushed forward to finish off the Rain Ninja. At the place where Naruto had gone to pee, Fan found Naruto tied up, his mouth taped with cloth. Fan felt helpless because his own strength was too great. By just using his perception, enemies couldn't even get close. This way Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura wouldn't gain any training effect from the exam. Following him, they were just spectators. That wouldn't do, he had to let them experience combat on their own. From now on, the three of you will handle the battles yourselves. I can form a team by myself. Fan turned to them and said calmly. If you should have said that earlier. Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, turned around, and walked away coldly. Sakura gave an awkward smile and followed him. Big brother, why can't I be in your team? Naruto said reluctantly. Because you need training. Even though I can always protect you, what will you do when I'm not around? If you want to become Hokage, you can't rely on others. You have to put in the effort yourself. Fan explained seriously to Naruto. Alright, then you be careful on your own. Naruto obediently said. Go ahead and fight with confidence. If you encounter danger, I will appear. Fan affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. Soon Naruto followed Sasuke and left. The three-person team walked deeper into the jungle, while Fan went in the opposite direction alone. Unbeknownst to them, deep in the jungle, a pair of snake eyes were watching the three, quietly waiting for their arrival. The three walked through the jungle, no longer protected by Fan. Naruto and Sakura began to feel afraid, as though a pair of eyes were deliberately watching them at every moment. Why haven't we seen any other teams after walking for so long? Sakura swallowed hard and said fearfully. Sakura, don't be afraid. If anything goes wrong, I'll protect you. Naruto said with a grin. Suddenly, thick saliva dripped from the top of Naruto's head, leaving both Sakura and Naruto completely bewildered. What the hell? That's disgusting. Shut up. Sasuke suddenly turned around and stared at the top of their heads. Both of them were so scared they dared not even breathe. Slowly looking up, they saw a giant python staring at them. What should we do now? Sakura's legs couldn't stop trembling. Sasuke carefully took a kunai from his waist and threw it toward a nearby tree with all his wrist strength. Boom! The python instantly spun around and knocked the tree down, raising a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Naruto and Sakura collapsed onto the ground, sweat pouring down their foreheads. Why are you just standing there? Get up and leave this place quickly. Sasuke shouted at the two. It's so interesting to encounter some amusing little brats here. This is getting more and more entertaining. As the dust and smoke cleared, the python disappeared, and a gender-ambiguous figure emerged. That person extended an extremely long tongue and licked their lips. Naruto felt a wave of disgust. Hey, are you a man or a woman? Naruto pointed at the figure and asked in confusion. If you can't respect others, you'd better not lose focus during battle, you know. The figure gave a sinister smile. Suddenly, the giant python behind Sasuke and the others appeared, opening its massive mouth and lunging forward. Dodge quickly. Sasuke pushed Sakura aside in one motion. Among the three, Sakura was the weakest, and he assumed Naruto would dodge too, but Naruto was frozen in fear. The python swallowed Naruto whole in a single bite. Sasuke and Sakura were utterly stunned. Naruto. Facing such an enemy this time, Sakura truly felt terrified, her tears threatening to spill. For freshly appointed genin, this seemed far too cruel. Witnessing their comrade being devoured alive by the python, their will to fight vanished in an instant. Now it's your turn. The figure chuckled, and killing intent erupted from their body. Sensing the killing intent, Sasuke and Sakura suddenly saw illusions of being killed before their eyes. Though merely phantoms, the impact they delivered was overwhelming. Every cell and bone in their bodies trembled uncontrollably. The true source of terror lay deep within the heart. This loss of control made them perceive the risk of death. Both collapsed to the ground and painfully sat up, struggling even to stand on their feet. Is this merely pure killing intent? Sasuke strained to control his legs and tried to stand, but it was futile. When Sasuke turned to look at Sakura, she was already crying uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face, her body trembling intermittently. No good, staying here won't work. Right now we can only flee. Sasuke clenched his fist and looked toward their enemy. Move, move. Sasuke desperately urged his body from within, but as his trembling hands withdrew a kunai from his leg, he slowly rose to his feet, driven by sheer willpower. Don't worry, it'll be over in an instant. Death is painless. Seeing the figure approach slowly while holding a kunai, Sasuke's desire to survive grew even stronger. He let out a cry and drove the kunai into his right thigh. The moment the enemy hurled their kunai, Sasuke activated his Sharingan. Swiftly dodging the incoming weapon, he grabbed Sakura from the ground and leaped away. Jeej. Those are truly fascinating eyes. But, instantly transforming into a giant python, he gave chase. I absolutely love those eyes of yours. Ha ha ha. The ninja emerged from the python's body, gazing at Sasuke's eyes with manic laughter. They then chased the two through the dense jungle, felling tree after tree. Damn it. My chakra is running out. I haven't even had my revenge against Itachi yet. I can't die like this. Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly faded as his chakra reached its limit. Finally carrying Sakura, he fell from the sky. Seeing this, the python immediately coiled around the ground, opening its massive mouth to catch the falling pair. Just as they were about to fall into the serpent's jaws, a powerful burst of chakra exploded from beside them. Too late to react, the python was punched away. Trees were smashed into splinters as the creature rolled across the ground lifeless. You really have me worried. The ninja peeled away from the python's scales, frowning as he looked up. Su Fan was there, holding both of them securely by the waist, having rescued them. Su Fan. Naruto. Naruto was eaten by the python. Tears of unbearable grievance spilled from Sakura's face. Seeing Su Fan, she felt as though she had found her savior and threw herself into his embrace. Thanks. Sasuke said reluctantly. Su Fan shook his head helplessly. Sasuke, you've already done your best. This battle was far from easy, but the enemy before us is beyond your capabilities. Even Teacher Kakashi would struggle against them. What a... The two gasped in astonishment. Looking at the ninja on the ground, fear gripped their hearts. Indeed, their earlier battle had teetered on the edge of life and death. Sasuke could clearly sense that the ninja's strength was far beyond that of a genin. The methods used were incredibly brutal, as if they had come solely to slaughter them. And yet both of them had survived. Thinking back now sent chills down their spines. If Su Fan hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unthinkable. Naruto. Sasuke fell silent. Guilt surged within him. After all, Naruto was his comrade. He had chosen to save Sakura instead of Naruto just now, and now his heart was filled with remorse. Don't worry. Naruto isn't someone who would die so easily. Su Fan smiled at them. Suddenly the python behind the ninja reacted violently. Its abdomen swelled larger and larger, then burst open. I've finally gotten out. The air outside is indeed refreshing. Amidst the python's remains, Naruto's numerous shadow clones appeared. Su Fan nodded silently to himself. Though Naruto lacked combat experience, he always managed to deliver unexpected surprises. Naruto. Seeing that Naruto was unharmed, the two were overwhelmed with emotion. With all three now safe, Su Fan could fight without restraint. Because the enemy before them was no ordinary opponent. One of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. What an honor. All three displayed expressions of sheer terror. They could not believe the enemy before them was one of the legendary Sannin. Hasn't Orochimaru defected from Konoha? Sasuke asked, bewildered. Jeej. Boy, you're quite capable. Unless I'm mistaken, you must be Uzumaki Su Fan. Orochimaru finally revealed his true self, his face filled with anticipation as he looked at Su Fan. I thought you would appear during the tournament. I didn't expect you to be so impatient. You even anticipated that. You truly are remarkable. I had intended to appear at the tournament under the guise of the Tsunekazekage, but compared to that you are far more intriguing. There's no need to be surprised that I'm here. Soon you will become one of my experimental subjects. Jajage. Orochimaru licked his lips maniacally. Outside the death forest, several chunin from Konoha discovered 3 corpses of participants in a secluded corner. Tang Hong, this matter requires your handling given that it occurred within this area. Tang Hong nodded and approached the corpses. All 3 had no faces. Their cheeks had been completely torn away, leaving nothing but smooth skin. However, their clothing could easily identify which country's ninja they belonged to. It seems others wearing the same uniform have already entered the forest. Wait. This jutsu. A cold sweat broke out on Tang Hong's forehead. Without a doubt. It's that person's jutsu. Suddenly Tang Hong raised his right hand to cover the curse mark on the right side of his neck. Quick. Inform the 3rd Hokage. Immediately request 2 ANBU units to enter the death forest. I need to go in first to ensure the safety of the participants. Turning abruptly, Tang Hong spoke anxiously to the chunin. Yes. That person has actually come to Konoha. At the thought, Tang Hong swiftly entered the death forest, heading deeper within. Deep inside the forest, Su Fan and Orochimaru faced each other. I'm truly puzzled. Are you really my experimental subject? Orochimaru said with a sinister laugh. Only you would have such unusual tastes. But why not just try and find out? Su Fan smiled calmly. As the wind rustled through the grass, the atmosphere between them grew tense. Suddenly, Orochimaru struck. Secret art shadow snake limbs. Multiple giant snakes erupted from Orochimaru's sleeves, charging towards Su Fan. Fire-style dragon fire technique. Su Fan unleashed a straight-line flame, resembling a dragon. As their ninjutsu clashed, Su Fan emerged victorious. Orochimaru hastily dodged, and a tree was severed at its trunk. In the blink of an eye, Su Fan appeared before him. A left hook and a heavy right kick sent Orochimaru staggering backward. Su Fan gave Orochimaru no chance to catch his breath, surging forward with explosive speed. For an opponent like Orochimaru, he was the perfect partner for taijutsu practice. With a swift somersault, Su Fan slammed a fist downward, then spun the kunai at his waist, gripping its tail and thrusting it at Orochimaru. Orochimaru coldly chuckled, spat out the Kusanagi sword, and parried the attack. The kunai in Su Fan's hand suddenly snapped. Frowning, he kicked out, creating distance between them. You didn't use with style? Looks like I'm being underestimated. Orochimaru sneered at Su Fan. You're nothing but a slimy snake. If you've got a problem, come bite me. Su Fan burst into laughter. Feeling insulted, Orochimaru flew into a rage and charged over the wooden stakes. Su Fan disdainfully discarded the broken kunai and met him head-on. A slimy snake was still a slimy snake. Su Fan didn't believe Orochimaru would keep fighting with taijutsu. After all, it wasn't his forte. As expected, after 2 exchanges, Orochimaru could no longer hold back. Wind-style great breakthrough. A sudden storm burst forth, and Su Fan clearly felt the intensity of the wind, tinged with a cutting pain like blades. Moreover, the gale grew even stronger. Hundreds of nearby trees collapsed instantly. Earth-style earth flow wall. Su Fan slammed his hands onto the ground, and a massive earthen wall rose to block the wind entirely. When the wind ceased, Orochimaru had vanished from his spot. His speed was too fast for the naked eye to track, but Su Fan could still sense him. Now Su Fan understood the importance of dojutsu. Compared to sensory abilities, having a unique pair of eyes was far more convenient. Whether it was the Sharingan or Byakugan, he would go with the flow. Orochimaru dashed around Su Fan, seemingly waiting for an opportunity. Earth-style swamp of the underworld. The ground beneath their feet turned into liquid, forming a vast swamp. Orochimaru's speed was instantly hampered, and his body sank into the mire. Now you don't have to run so hard, do you? With style adamantine attacking vines. Su Fan summoned sharp wooden spikes from the earth, aiming at the immobilized Orochimaru. In a snap, the wooden spikes struck Orochimaru directly. However, his body crumbled into a pile of mud. Substitution jutsu. On another tree, Orochimaru appeared, watching Su Fan warily. Nothing seemed to be going smoothly. He knew Su Fan was merely toying with him. He hadn't even used half his strength. If Su Fan got serious today, would be a total loss. With that thought, Orochimaru decided to retreat. Su Fan knew he couldn't kill Orochimaru now, though they would meet again someday. Someone who could cheat death before the Grim Reaper wasn't someone who died easily. How unexpected. Your constitution is peculiar too. You possess multiple chakra natures. I sense the power of Hashirama in you. Next time we meet, I'll slice you into 1,000 pieces. With that, Orochimaru turned to leap away. Just then Anko arrived. Stop right there. She drew a kunai from her belt and hurled it directly. Orochimaru coldly chuckled, dodged the kunai, and continued fleeing. Damn it. Anko stubbornly pursued him. Watching them leave, Su Fan shook his head helplessly and walked over to check on Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura's injuries. You did exceptionally well today. That was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. You've already proven yourselves worthy of being Chunin. Su Fan glanced at the 3 of them, speaking calmly. Only Sasuke harbored different thoughts. Witnessing the battle between Su Fan and Orochimaru ignited his desire for revenge. Sasuke slowly stood up and walked towards Su Fan. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees. Wah! What are you doing? Su Fan was stunned. This move caught him completely off guard. I want to pursue immense power. That man was a legendary Sannin, but you barely used your full strength. Otherwise, you could have beaten him. I need revenge. Give me a chance to become your disciple. Sasuke gritted his teeth, blood seeping from the wound on his leg. Su Fan looked at him at a loss for words. If he told Sasuke the truth, now he would lose all motivation to train. Itachi Uchiha had orchestrated the situation, and Su Fan didn't want to disrupt it. In the original story, Orochimaru's target was Sasuke, and Sasuke would be bitten, gaining the power of the curse mark. But Su Fan's own overwhelming power attracted Orochimaru instead. Without obtaining Orochimaru's power, Sasuke had witnessed Su Fan's prowess and now sought to become his disciple. Guiding Sasuke onto the right path might not be a bad thing. Even if he learned the truth earlier, Su Fan would have to stop the brothers' battle. Get up. We're about the same age, so I'm not really qualified to be your master. But from now on, I can help you with all your training. Su Fan helped Sasuke to his feet with a faint smile. Sasuke looked at Su Fan's smile, and the raging hatred in his heart momentarily subsided. In his mind, he was nothing but an avenger willing to sell his soul to the devil for power. But Su Fan showed him a righteous path. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Sasuke felt a surge of emotion. Just then a scream echoed from afar. It sounded like Hinata. Su Fan wanted to give Naruto a chance to shine, so he glanced at him. But Naruto quickly turned his face away. "What's wrong?" Su Fan asked in bewilderment. "I'm scared," Naruto replied sheepishly. Su Fan helplessly covered his right cheek. Alright, he'd go himself. Naruto had been swallowed by a snake earlier, and though he saved himself, was probably still traumatized. "You three rest here. I'll be right back." Su Fan gave a brief instruction and headed toward the source of the scream. Unbeknownst to him, the Sound Ninja trio had already set their sights on Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto. They hadn't witnessed the earlier battle and had merely tracked them by scent. Among them, the most dangerous is Uchiha Sasuke. "I'll take control of him. Once we deal with the other two brats, the mission is complete," Dosu Kinyuta said to the two behind him. "Understood." Su Fan followed the sound and found Hinata, Kiba, and Shino ensnared by Gaara's sand-binding coffin in the nearby forest. The ground was littered with the corpses of Rain Ninja. It seemed Gaara had gone on a killing spree and the Konoha team had simply stumbled upon the scene. Gaara was utterly cold-blooded now, likely due to his childhood experiences. "Gaara, stop. No more killing." Kankuro tried to stop Gaara. "Shut up. Say another word and I'll kill you too." Gaara glared coldly at Kankuro. Kankuro flew into a rage, grabbing Gaara by the collar. "You'd even kill your own brother? Are you even human?" Seeing this, Temari quickly intervened. "Stop arguing. Gaara, we have no more opponents now. We can head straight to the tower. We must arrive before nightfall." But Gaara showed no sign of relenting. He spread his arms ready to unleash Desert Funeral. Su Fan furrowed his brow and leaped down from the tree. Water-style water dragon bullet. A water dragon surged toward Gaara. Gaara, with a gloomy gaze, calmly deployed his sand shield, enveloping himself within a sphere of sand. Yet thanks to Su Fan's immense chakra, Gaara's sand inevitably began to erode upon contact with water. The water dragon struck the sand shield, shattering it instantly, and causing Gaara to lose control. The sand coffins binding Hinata, Kiba, and Shino also fell away automatically. "It's that guy from Naruto's team who saved us," Kiba exclaimed excitedly. "Naruto's brother?" Hinata gazed at Su Fan's figure, feeling a peculiar sensation. For the first time, she was protected not by Naruto. At that moment, Hinata began to develop feelings for Su Fan. A meddlesome fool. Courting death. Gaara's sinister eyes fixed on Su Fan, murderous intent radiating outward. "As a genin, how many have you seen who can unleash elemental chakra ninjutsu? You're no match for me," Su Fan said calmly. Gaara's pupils contracted. He knew in his heart that his defenses had been easily breached by Su Fan. If it came to a fight, it might indeed be difficult. "Gaara, there's no time left." Temari, standing behind him, suddenly spoke, her expression anxious. She was clearly still shaken by the look in Su Fan's eyes, her heart still trembling. Gaara stared at Su Fan for a long moment before finally turning and leaving. Temari let out a deep sigh. "If I encounter you in the trials, I won't hold back." As he departed, Gaara left those words behind. Su Fan smiled. Gaara's pride lay in his ability to control sand. The one tail within him had always made him feel like an outcast. Yet he would inevitably come to rely on that power. During the trials, Su Fan would shatter Gaara's confidence entirely. Elsewhere, the three who had been resting were suddenly attacked by the sound team. The first to appear was Dosu Kinyuta, his body wrapped like a mummy. "Naruto, don't get distracted." Seeing only one enemy, Sasuke grew anxious, fearing the other two might be lurking in ambush, ready to strike. Dosu's first target was Sasuke. As he closed in, he swung his right arm. Sasuke blocked with his left arm, but oddly, despite blocking the attack, he was sent flying backward, crashing into a tree. This baffled Naruto and Sakura. Distraction in battle is a fatal mistake. Dosu sneered at them. Unbeknownst to them, Kintsuchi had already appeared behind Sakura. She grabbed Sakura's hair and slammed her head to the ground. "Your hair seems even more beautiful than mine. But as a kunoichi dressing so prettily, who are you trying to seduce?" Kin jealously tugged at Sakura's hair, causing her to cry in pain. "Sakura." Naruto turned to rescue her. "Worry about yourself first, haha." Zaku Abomi appeared to Naruto's right, his palms open, revealing hollow-like openings. Air shot. He expelled 100 air pressure and 0 ultrasonic waves from the holes in his hands. Naruto was instantly blasted away and fell to the ground. "Do you know why you were knocked down despite blocking the attack?" Dosu stared at the injured Sasuke coldly. He pulled back the sleeve of his right arm, revealing a mechanical device attached to his forearm. "This is the secret of my sound-based weapon. Even if you block the blow, the sound waves still release an attack." Sasuke clenched his fist, stood up, and charged at Dosu again. Dosu dodged Sasuke's punch and swung his right arm towards Sasuke's head. He intended to kill Sasuke. At that moment, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, barely dodging the attack, but the rebounding sound waves struck his eardrums. Sasuke collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in agony. "Now face death." "Ha ha." Suddenly Sakura drew a kunai and decisively cut off her own hair. Her pink hair severed in an instant, scattering in the wind, and her Konoha headband fell. All three were stunned. Kin especially knew well what beauty and appearance meant to a girl. If she had such beautiful hair, she would never have done that. She was utterly dumbfounded. I always thought I was a capable kunoichi. I always said I loved Sasuke. I always acted superior lecturing Naruto. I always only saw the backs of those two fighting while protecting me. I want to become like you, to protect you. Tears fell from Sakura's eyes as she stood up calmly. What are you waiting for? Kill her, Dosu snarled. Snapping back to reality, Kin hurled a kunai at Sakura. But Sakura swiftly performed the substitution jutsu. Kin looked up to see Sakura above her kunai in hand aimed at her. Zaku! Kin shouted. Zaku quickly targeted Sakura and unleashed air shot with both palms. Sakura used the substitution jutsu again in midair to evade. Even if I die, I'll fight to the end. From behind a tree, Sakura's real body, clutching a kunai, closed in on Kin. Kin hastily threw another kunai. To Kin's shock, Sakura did not dodge. Instead, she endured the pain of the kunai, piercing her arm, and tackled Kin to the ground. With a fierce cry, Sakura raised her kunai to stab Kin beneath her. Annoying brat. Dosu arrived just in time, striking Sakura's chest with a punch. Sakura's eyes widened in pain before she lost consciousness, rolling over to land in front of Naruto. In the end, Sakura failed. But the moment she cut off her hair, she had opened a window in her heart. She was no longer the timid girl she once was. And Naruto, seeing Sakura unconscious, froze. Sakura. As his heart pounded violently, red chakra enveloped Naruto. Aya! Naruto roared to the heavens. The three members of the sound team were stunned. Such immense chakra. What kind of monster is this brat? The red chakra erupted violently. Naruto opened his eyes, revealing the crimson fox-like irises. The Nine-Tails chakra cloak materialized around him, and a tail formed behind him. I'll kill you all. Sensing the seal within Naruto loosening, Su Fan felt exasperated. There were far too many incidents today. But the system was not idle. Su Fan had participated in many plot events, and the rewards would be pooled and distributed together. Otherwise, Su Fan wouldn't have been so kind as to meddle in so many affairs. Naruto gradually lost consciousness, his body completely dominated by the Nine-Tails. You two be careful. This kid is strange. Tosujun warned his two teammates warily. Kin Tsuchi snorted disdainfully, playing tricks. She threw a shuriken at Naruto. Finally, Naruto moved. He swept his sharp palm, deflecting the shuriken. His speed blurred as he appeared before Kin Tsuchi. Zaku Abumi hurriedly released his air gun, but to the current Naruto, it was nothing more than a tickle. The air gun hit Naruto with no effect. Naruto slowly turned his head toward Zaku Abumi, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Zaku Abumi panicked, stepping back in fear. Naruto charged at him. Zaku Abumi froze in terror for a moment. Zaku, dodge! Tosujin shouted. But before Zaku could react, Naruto's fist pierced through his body. A gaping hole in Zaku's abdomen, he stared at Naruto in disbelief. Tosujun and Kin Tsuchi, seeing their comrade killed by such a brutal method, trembled in sheer terror. Naruto. Sakura, who had just awakened, was terrified at the sight of him. She wasn't sure if this Naruto was still himself. Recalling everyone's mention of the nine-tailed demon fox inside Naruto, it now seemed so horrifying. Kin, let's go. Find a way to escape. Tosujun could no longer care. If they didn't flee now, both of them would die here. Damn it. Tosujun cautiously shifted his body, hoping to calm Naruto's emotions. But Naruto's eyes remained locked on him, never moving away. What should he do now? Su Fan rushed toward Naruto's location. By the time he arrived, all three sound ninja were dead. Tosujun, and Kin Tsuchi lay in gruesome deaths. Naruto was struggling to control his emotions, his body no longer under his command, targeting Sakura and Sasuke. Su Fan clenched his fists. Thick wooden vines burst from the ground, binding Naruto's arms. Palm of the Buddhist temple. Su Fan's right palm opened, and a powerful force suppressed the Nine-Tails chakra enveloping Naruto's body. Deprived of the Nine-Tails power, Naruto collapsed weakly. Su Fan retracted his jutsu and jumped down. The forest is far too dangerous. But from now on, I'll stay with you to avoid any more trouble. Night fell. Su Fan led the three deeper into the forest. Under the moonlight, a massive tower appeared before them. Looks like we've arrived. Su Fan used his Kagura's mind, sensing vast amounts of chakra hidden in the grass near the tower, including the movements of all ninjas. At critical moments, some would lie in wait here to ambush and kill other ninjas. Suddenly, movement came from the nearest bush. The four looked over. A figure dashed out of the bushes. Upon closer inspection, it was Yakushi Kabuto. Senior, what are you doing here? Naruto asked in confusion. I got separated from my team, so. Yakushi Kabuto gave an awkward smile. Su Fan snorted coldly. Kabuto had no intention of staying in Konoha. He approached various teams to gather intelligence. Yakushi Kabuto was an excellent intelligence agent in the Naruto world. Su Fan knew he would hand all collected information to Orochimaru in exchange for a chance to work beside him and join the Hidden Sound Village. I've participated in the Chunin exams 7 times and know this place well. How about we travel together from here? Kabuto tentatively looked at the 4. Among them he was most curious about Su Fan, of whom he had no information. This included his ninja rank. Su Fan was the one who intrigued him most. Then we'll trouble you to lead the way, senior. Su Fan said with a faint smile. Having someone guide them for free was good, but extracting information from him was impossible. With Kabuto their pace quickened. Near the tower, Naruto accidentally stepped on a trap. A barrage of kunai flew at him. Su Fan chose not to save him, instead watching the show. Kabuto dashed forward, tackled Naruto, and took the kunai himself. His back was riddled with them. But in the moment he pushed Naruto, Kabuto used a substitution jutsu, turning into a log. It seemed Kabuto had anticipated this. On the surface there was no time to perform the substitution, but he had prepared in advance. Lifetime Oscar winner Yakushi Kabuto, truly deserving of the title. Don't get distracted. We're surrounded. Kabuto shouted to the 4. Sure enough, from the trees around, droplet-like figures emerged. Before their eyes they transformed into rain ninja. There were over 30 of them, but all the rain ninja looked identical. Seemingly mindless, they drew kunai and approached the 5. Kabuto kept his eyes on Su Fan, hoping he would act, thus revealing his abilities. But Su Fan remained impassive, hands in pockets, showing no intention to fight. Perfect timing. I've been stifled all along. Now I can really fight. Naruto gripped his kunai and slashed at the nearest ninja. Unexpectedly, the ninja's body split in 2 and regenerated into new ones. As this happened, more and more ninjas surrounded them. Su Fan glanced at a corner among the trees. The real body was there. The hidden ninja's jutsu was mixed with illusionary attacks, throwing kunai from the shadows. The hidden ninja laughed coldly. How long can you last? The night is very long. Can't wait. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Naruto released clones who mindlessly charged at the ninjas. 1 cut down, 2 more appeared. The numbers kept growing. Seeing this, Su Fan took out several shuriken, aimed at the corner, and threw them. We've been found. The 3 hidden rain ninja were startled, leaping from the tree and landing on the ground. The illusionary ninjas around them all vanished. Kabuto stared at Su Fan, gritting his teeth. He could sense the enemy's location, but didn't use his own abilities. Did he know my intentions? He could have easily killed them with his power when they were off guard, but instead used the foolish method of throwing shuriken. The game is over. Leave those 3 to you. Any problem? Su Fan said calmly to Naruto and the others. Leave it to me, big brother. Watch us. Now only a step away from the tower, this was the final battle. Kabuto, frustrated at failing to obtain Su Fan's ability information, could only record the abilities of Sasuke and the others. But there was no other choice, so he settled for memorizing the 3's abilities. After a short time, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura sat on the ground panting. The 3 rain ninjas had been slain. Kabuto Yakushi watched them, inwardly astonished. Though they were just newly graduated genin, their strength was indeed remarkable. Especially Naruto, whose chakra reserves were excessively immense. As for Su Fan, this person was too mysterious. Kabuto sensed a dangerous aura from him. Such an imposing presence should not belong to someone of Su Fan's age. At that moment, Kabuto's 2 teammates approached from the side. Kabuto bid farewell to the 4 and followed them into the tower. Indeed, the moment he opened the scroll inside the tower, the person who appeared was Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto's face was full of reverence. Orochimaru didn't even glance at Kabuto and said indifferently, I want to hear your opinion as a sound ninja. Kabuto pulled out a large number of intelligence cards and handed them to Orochimaru. How is that, Su Fan? Apologies, Lord Orochimaru. In the recent skirmish he did not strike, but he possesses formidable perception abilities. Kabuto lowered his head nervously. I know, but don't worry, that fellow is someone even I can't handle. Orochimaru laughed self-deprecatingly. What? You? Kabuto's face was filled with doubt. He quickly recalled the battle with Su Fan and the others. Though Su Fan's aura was not weak, he had displayed no overwhelming chakra. He was merely a 12-year-old boy. Could he truly be stronger than Orochimaru? Now thinking back on his own acting, Kabuto felt a flush of embarrassment. Su Fan had probably seen through him long ago, but simply chose not to call him out. Orochimaru pocketed the intelligence cards, walked over to Kabuto, and patted his shoulder. Welcome to Oto Geikure. With that, Orochimaru vanished in a puff of white smoke. Kabuto let out a sinister laugh. Meanwhile, Su Fan and the others entered the tower and opened the scroll, only to find Iruka. Seeing that Naruto had passed the forest of death, Iruka's face beamed with relief. He looked at Su Fan with gratitude, guessing that Su Fan had helped Naruto along the way. Su Fan responded with a faint smile. Next came the second floor of the tower. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had already been waiting for some time. In the hall, each team's respective instructor and examiners were present. Suddenly, Su Fan fixed his gaze on an examiner nearby. The chakra on that person was very familiar to him. It was the same Orochimaru he had fought earlier. That ninja stared at Su Fan, extended a long tongue, and licked his lips, revealing a sinister grin. Sneaky snake. Just earlier, Anko had failed to track Orochimaru and had reported the situation to Hiruzen. She also revealed her curse mark to Hiruzen. Everyone confirmed that the culprit was the S-rank missing Nin Orochimaru from the wanted list. This time, only 12 people passed the second exam. The second exam ended. The third exam officially began. Not bad, your team got lucky. But with our team here, don't think you'll pass the exam. Because the next round is all about real skill. While youth is sometimes sour, sometimes harsh, Kakashi. Might Guy, standing beside Kakashi, looked at him with a proud expression. Huh, what were you saying? Kakashi lazily glanced at Might Guy. Oh my god. Might Guy clutched his head in frustration. He turned and clenched his fists. Not bad, my rival Kakashi. This is the part of you that I find so stylish. Damn it. Below, the Neji team looked toward Might Guy. That's the teacher's eternal rival Kakashi. From the looks of it, he's completely beaten he. No, Teacher Guy is the most outstanding and the strongest of all the teachers. Rock Lee's eyes sparkled as he looked at Might Guy. Hinata, looking at Su Fan beside Naruto, could not forget the dashing figure who had saved her. At the thought, her cheeks flushed slightly. Su Fan looked at Hiruzen on the podium. This old fox had ulterior motives for holding this exam. The real purpose was the joint exam among the nations. It was said to be for the peaceful coexistence of allied nations and to raise the level of shinobi. But in truth, it was the same as Kabuto's idea, to gather various intelligence. Only Kabuto had been more foresight in his analysis. For the third exam, various feudal lords and dignitaries will witness the actual combat. Please do your best. Hiruzen stepped forward, exhaling smoke, and spoke slowly. This battle may involve death. If you wish to withdraw now, you may. Hiruzen looked at the crowd, waiting for some to give up. What's with the scary talk? Naruto muttered quietly beside Su Fan. The current allied nations were once neighboring countries that constantly waged war. To avoid mutual destruction, they designated battlefields. That is the origin of the Chunin exam. Su Fan explained in detail. But why? Isn't it just to select Chunin? Naruto pressed further. Indeed, it cannot be denied that the exam also serves to select shinobi capable of becoming Chunin. But on the other hand, it is also a place where ninjas bearing the prestige of their nations fight with their lives on the line. The Fire Country's move was to attract more feudal lords and dignitaries to issue missions. The stronger the examinees, the greater the attraction and the more missions they would receive. Conversely, the nation represented by the weak would see fewer missions or be eyed covetously by other countries. At the same time, it was a declaration to neighboring nations, this is the combat power we possess. In other words, it applied diplomatic pressure. The strength of a nation is the strength of its village, and the strength of a village is the strength of its shinobi. This exam was essentially about showing off one's own ninja strength to others. I can't believe Hiruzen is using this to make a killing again. Old fox, I want more money. Using me to demonstrate power to the nations. Hiruzen, you're really something. Su Fan was quite displeased. Now the proctor of the third exam will lead everyone to the combat venue. As the words fell, a ninja leaped from behind the crowd and landed on one knee before Hiruzen. Third Hokage-sama, I am ready. Good. Begin. The ninja slowly rose, turned to the crowd, and said, Hello everyone, my name is Hei Gecko. As the proctor of this third exam, please follow me to the venue. I will explain the rules. Wait, I withdraw. At that moment, Kabuto suddenly raised his hand. I choose to withdraw. Kabuto's face showed reluctance and helplessness. Senpai, you're so strong. Why give up? Naruto looked at Kabuto with reluctance, having been saved by him earlier and feeling grateful. I've been injured from the very start of the battle. I won't be able to hold up in the third exam. It's a real pity. Hiruzen looked at Kabuto with a calm gaze. Bring me Kabuto's file. After a thorough check, they found no adverse records, but his withdrawal was indeed suspicious. Su Fan knew that Kabuto was about to leave Konoha and follow Orochimaru. After the third Hokage gave his consent, Kabuto left the venue. The rest followed Hei Gecko into the arena for the third exam. Now as the proctor, I will explain. Before the third exam begins, there is something you need to complete. This concerns whether you can participate in the third exam preliminaries. Wait, sensei. Why can't we, the remaining examinees, directly go to the third exam? Sakura interrupted Hayate, raising her hand to ask. Hayate sighed. Perhaps the first and second exams were too easy this time. The number of remaining participants seems a bit high. Therefore, according to the rules of the Chunin exam, we will hold preliminaries to reduce the number of participants in the third exam. The preliminaries were individual matches, one-on-one duels. Su Fan was an exception. Under Hiruzen's arrangement, he directly entered the main venue for the third exam. The rest would have to use every means to secure the qualification for the third exam. Then the preliminaries begin now. The two contestants for the first match are. As Moonlight Hate pulled the spinning screen behind him, it finally stopped at Uchiha Sasuke and Chiton Kai. Orochimaru looked at Sasuke and let out an amused laugh. Originally a fine specimen possessing even greater power within his body than Uchiha Itachi. Although I cannot obtain Su Fan of the Whirlpool now, Uchiha Sasuke is also a very good choice for the time being. Orochimaru licked his lips, a plan already forming in his mind. Neither of you have any objections, do you? Moonlight Hate looked at the two. No. Both answered simultaneously. Then, please begin. As Moonlight Hate's right hand swept down, the battle commenced immediately. Chiton Kai was the first to draw 3 shuriken from his waist and hurl them at Sasuke. Sasuke gripped his kunai tightly and let out a fierce roar, deflecting the incoming shuriken. Seizing the moment, Chiton Kai rushed in front of Sasuke, who reacted swiftly, sliding low and hooking his legs around Chiton Kai's lower body. With a forceful pull, Sasuke flipped over, grabbing Chiton Kai's right arm and executing a deadly scissor hold. Kakashi hadn't expected Sasuke to suppress Chiton Kai so early on, and the battle grew increasingly intense. Nice work, Sasuke. Naruto waved his arms excitedly from the spectator stand. But just then Chiton Kai exerted all his strength and touched Sasuke's skin with his left hand. A blue chakra energy emanated from Chiton Kai's left hand, and Sasuke suddenly realized that his own chakra was being drained away. Instantly losing strength as Chiton Kai broke free, he punched Sasuke in the stomach, then flipped back to create distance. Sasuke let out a cry of pain. What's going on? My body suddenly has no strength. Sasuke tried to get up, but his entire body felt weak. After a long pause, Sasuke managed to sit up, only for Chiton Kai to sneer coldly, his right hand glowing with blue chakra, as he punched Sasuke in the head. Sasuke was sent flying again. Chiton Kai pursued relentlessly, pressing his right hand with effort onto Sasuke's forehead. Sasuke's chakra was being frantically absorbed. Chakra absorption technique. Su Fan remarked calmly, describing Chiton Kai's special ability. A marvelous ninjutsu that upon the palm touching the opponent's body drains both their physical and mental energy. Damn it. Get up, Sasuke. Naruto shouted angrily from the stands, and those around him began to worry for Sasuke. You bastard. Relying on his powerful will for revenge, Sasuke clenched his fist, and catching Chiton Kai off guard, blasted him away with a punch. That was close. I almost got drained dry. Sasuke sat up with great effort. The reason Chiton Kai was so ruthless with Sasuke was to stimulate his potential. Orochimaru wanted to see just how far Sasuke could be pushed to his limits. Additionally, he wanted to observe whether Su Fan would intervene when Sasuke's life was on the line. Sasuke can barely stand now. Is this where it ends? Kakashi watched the battlefield calmly. Chiton Kai charged at Sasuke again from a distance. If Sasuke were caught once more, he wouldn't last 2 exchanges. Suddenly, Sasuke glanced at Rock Lee in the spectator stand. During a previous training session, when he had sparred with Rock Lee, Lee had unleashed his special technique. Rock Lee was taken aback by Sasuke's gaze. What is he planning? Sasuke's lips curled into a faint smile. The moment Chiton Kai rushed and Sasuke vanished. Vanished. Chiton Kai was stunned. Suddenly Sasuke reappeared, his right foot kicking Chiton Kai high into the air, then leaping up to appear behind him. What? That's the shadow dance. Rock Lee exclaimed in surprise. During the previous training, he copied Rock Lee's moves using the Sharingan, but it looks a bit different. Su Fan cupped his chin, observing carefully. Rock Lee would use bandages to entangle his opponent in midair, then spin and descend. But Sasuke hooked his right leg directly around Chiton Kai's abdomen. Too naive, that exposes a weakness. If the opponent turns around later, it will be a fatal blow. Rock Lee stated seriously. However, Su Fan understood Sasuke was merely using his right leg for leverage, simultaneously accelerating the opponent's downward fall. Indeed, the moment Sasuke exerted force with his right leg, he successfully gained a faster turn in the air than his opponent. Sasuke spun around to Chiton Kai's right side, then leaned his body downward, and with the momentum from the pull, punched Chiton Kai squarely in the stomach. Newton's coffin lid is about to blow off, defying the laws of gravity. But it's over now. Su Fan found it amusing. Then both fell together, and Sasuke took the opportunity to fully flip his tilted body, landing a heavy kick on Chiton Kai as they hit the ground. Lion combo. A crashing sound erupted. Chiton Kai lay on the ground breathless, while Sasuke rolled several times to land on the other side of the arena. He won. Naruto and Sakura screamed with excitement. Su Fan nodded to himself. Before executing the lion combo, Sasuke had indeed used Might Guy's taijutsu. The high-speed taijutsu, a series of moves from the lotus, cannot be learned without training and conditioning one's own body. Even with the Sharingan, it was not something Sasuke could master overnight. At that moment, Neji looked at Sasuke with furrowed brows. For his age, Uchiha Sasuke is indeed very strong. If I encounter him, I must be extremely cautious. Even last year's rookie champion Hyuga Neji is impressed. It seems this year's rookie champion must be Uchiha Sasuke. Tintin glanced at Neji's serious expression and couldn't help but joke. No, this year's rookie champion is someone else. Uchiha Sasuke is strong, but compared to him, there's no contest. Who? Tintin asked in confusion. Neji looked at Su Fan, who just the calm aura radiating from Su Fan was enough to prove he was not ordinary. That guy? No way, he seems so ordinary. Tintin followed Niji's gaze, and then waved her hand dismissively with an awkward laugh. Su Fan noticed Niji staring at him, so he turned to Niji and nodded with a smile. Oh, his expression is so proud. Tintin couldn't help but tease. Alright, let me take you down, Sasuke. Kakashi appeared beside Sasuke on the battlefield. I didn't expect this match to exhaust you so much, Sasuke, Kakashi said with a faint smile. He lifted Sasuke onto his back and walked out of the arena toward the medical room in the back. At that moment, the ninja, transformed by Orochimaru, quietly followed Kakashi into the backstage area. Sneaky snake, you can't get me, so you go after Sasuke. If I let you succeed, wouldn't that be terribly boring? The match continued. In the medical room, Kakashi was bandaging Sasuke's wound. Behind him, Orochimaru's face appeared silently. Kakashi, long time no see. Kakashi's heart suddenly pounded violently. You've grown a lot. That hoarse voice. Kakashi would never forget it. It was Orochimaru who had defected from Konoha. Orochimaru. Kakashi turned around stunned and immediately frowned as he stared at Orochimaru. What are you doing here? Kakashi asked in a low, muffled voice. Unfortunately, I'm not looking for you, Kakashi, but the child behind you. Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh. Why did you take a liking to Sasuke? Kakashi asked uneasily. Orochimaru's face suddenly showed an envious expression as he looked at Kakashi. You're lucky you already have it. Didn't you lack it before too? Kakashi's body trembled. What about your left eye Sharingan? Speaking of which, I really want to get it too. The power of the Uchiha. Orochimaru licked his lips maniacally. With that, Orochimaru began to slowly approach Kakashi. As Orochimaru stepped forward, cold sweat dripped quickly from Kakashi's forehead. Don't come near Sasuke anymore. Kakashi immediately lowered his right hand, making a move to release Chidori. Intense lightning gathered in Kakashi's palm, forming a ball of lightning. The lightning emanating from the ball crackled in the surrounding air, the sound of electric shocks reaching Orochimaru's ears. Seeing that Kakashi possessed such a jutsu, Orochimaru was momentarily stunned. Even if you are one of the legendary Sannin with my current ability, I can take you down with me. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru burst into laughter. What's so funny? Kakashi seemed somewhat angry, glaring fiercely at Orochimaru. You seem to have forgotten that Sasuke is an Avenger. Protecting him like this will only make him feel more useless. I can lend him power. Orochimaru smirked slyly, suddenly stretching his neck, his head flying over Kakashi towards Sasuke behind him. Damn, a sneak attack! Kakashi exclaimed in shock. Orochimaru's speed was too fast, he couldn't stop it in time. Just as Orochimaru was about to reach Sasuke, he opened his gaping maw, aiming for Sasuke's neck to bite down. Chidori. At the critical moment, Su Fan condensed high-speed lightning in his right hand and severed Orochimaru's neck with one strike. Just when Kakashi had released Chidori, Su Fan had already learned it at a glance from the shadows. With the talent of mastering the 5 chakra natures, it was naturally no problem to grasp it at a glance. Chidori. Su Fan. When did you learn that? Kakashi looked at Su Fan in utter bewilderment. Orochimaru, with his neck severed by Su Fan's Chidori, collapsed to the ground. Stop playing dead, you slimy snake. Get up and talk. Su Fan rolled his eyes at Orochimaru's fallen body. Orochimaru grew another head, and then climbed up from the ground. Uzumaki, Su Fan, you've stopped me many times now. Su Fan smiled faintly. Look at what you're saying. If you didn't touch the people around me, would I have attacked you? We've always been like water and oil, not interfering with each other. Orochimaru gritted his teeth as he looked at Su Fan. Just now he could have implanted the curse mark into Sasuke and lured him away from Konoha. You've ruined my plans time and again. Even though I need your mysterious body, I can no longer tolerate you now. Orochimaru seemed truly enraged this time. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. He spread his right hand, and from his sleeve countless small snakes darted out, their tongues flicking, charging fiercely at Su Fan. You're just making yourself look foolish. Show me your real skills. Su Fan shouted coldly, using his powerful chakra to shatter all the crowding snakes. Orochimaru spat out the Kusanagi sword from his mouth and engaged Su Fan in combat. The Kusanagi sword was incredibly sharp, and it had a special trait: ordinary weapons could not block its attacks. If it locked onto a body part, it would hit without fail. So Su Fan was especially cautious during the fight. Su Fan performed a side flip in midair, dodging Orochimaru's attack, and as he landed, he kicked Orochimaru's leg. Orochimaru couldn't dodge in time and fell toward the ground. In the instant he fell, he thrust the Kusanagi sword fiercely at Su Fan. Su Fan frowned, then Chidori appeared in his hand. He used the counterattack to pierce through half of Orochimaru's body, thereby avoiding the risk of being locked by the Kusanagi sword. As Su Fan fell from the air with his back to Orochimaru, Orochimaru's neck rapidly elongated, and he opened his mouth wide to bite Su Fan. Still using this trick? You're really boring. Su Fan stomped his foot onto the ground, instantly releasing his chakra. The blue chakra cloak exuded a powerful pressure, which quickly amplified the force of his power. Su Fan grabbed Orochimaru's neck, and with a roar tore it apart. With a swift step he dodged and punched Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru was sent flying crashing through the secret room behind the medical office, breaking several pillars inside. Dust filled the air. Su Fan gave Orochimaru no chance to rest. He ran into the secret room and casually pulled out the Kusanagi sword from the ground. Just as Orochimaru stood up, Su Fan leaped into the air, roared, and slashed his sword from Orochimaru's brow down to his tail. Orochimaru sneered, his body split in half, transforming into two large snakes that swallowed Su Fan whole. Evil snake wrist explosion. Immediately the snake that had swallowed Su Fan detonated under the chakra impulse. After the explosion, the snake turned into a black rain of blood. In the blood rain, Orochimaru's true body appeared. He, blown to nothing. Kakashi and Sasuke also opened their eyes wide in terror. Su Fan, is he dead? But at that moment, Orochimaru's expression suddenly became alert. He quickly looked around, then abruptly raised his head. Nanny! Su Fan was rapidly descending from the air, his right hand condensing a massive high-speed compressed Rasengan. The overwhelming pressure instantly panicked Orochimaru. Slimy snake. Feel the joy of wind. Giant Rasengan. Up. Su Fan slammed the attack down on Orochimaru, and the ground instantly collapsed. Summoning Jutsu. Manda. Suddenly, a massive tremor struck. Even the arena felt the force of the quake. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned and shouted to everyone, "Quick! Everyone withdraw from the arena under the guidance of the examiners." "What's happening?" Temari asked, looking confused. "TCH, who knows what Konoha is up to?" Gaara quickly searched for Su Fan's figure in the chaotic crowd. He was determined to kill Su Fan with his own hands. As everyone withdrew from the arena, the tower collapsed instantly. A giant purple snake burst up from the ground and coiled up. That was close. Otherwise I would have wasted another body. Standing on Manda's head, Orochimaru broke out in a cold sweat, recalling the terrifying power Su Fan had just displayed. "It's Orochimaru." A ninja among the crowd pointed fearfully at Orochimaru on the snake's head. It really is him. An S-rank missing mean. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Orochimaru, his heart churning. I didn't expect he would still come. Su Fan crawled out from a piece of rubble underground and brushed the dust off his clothes. I didn't control my power well just now. Who knew that slimy snake would suddenly summon? But now it looks like he's getting serious. I'll go all out too. With style, with human technique. In an instant, chakra erupted around Su Fan's body. The surrounding trees absorbing his chakra rapidly grew. Soon a giant wooden Arhut climbed up from the ground. This is Su Fan's power. Tenten, who had been doubting Su Fan's strength earlier, was now dumbfounded. Hey, that's my brother. That's my brother. Naruto excitedly showed off Su Fan in front of everyone. Only Gaara, gritting his teeth, glared at Su Fan. Damn it. Even if you have such great power, I won't let you off. Is that the Su Fan who pinned me against the wall before? Anko covered her mouth in surprise. She hadn't expected Su Fan to hide his strength so deeply. His power was probably already at Kage level. The feudal lords and ninjas from various countries, upon seeing the mark on Su Fan's forehead, instantly lost their will to fight. Just the overwhelming pressure was enough to kill them. Konoha, a child, possessing such immense power. Orochimaru looked at Su Fan and let out a satisfied laugh. Finally, you're getting serious. Su Fan patted the dust off his clothes and smiled faintly. How aren't you the same? In the eyes of Yuanfei, Rizanmai at this moment was the most brilliant. With his hands clasped behind his back, a smile rarely seen graced his face. At this moment, Kakashi and Zuoju crawled out from the ruins. However, the troublesome part had just begun. The defenses around Mai suddenly collapsed. A vast number of Inrin and Shine ninjas swarmed in like a tide. Dashawan, your mind works quite well, Su Fan remarked with interest, looking at Dashuan. Now Dashawan's heart was consumed solely by the desire to destroy Mai. He no longer had any regard for Zuoju. Originally, Dashuan wished to master all forbidden techniques created by the second Hokage. Yuanfei Risen did not want Dashuan to stray further down the path of learning forbidden techniques, lest he tread a wrong road, so he constantly advised Dashuan to abandon this idea. In Dashawan's view, his master's earnest exhortations had become a stumbling block on his path to power. Thus, the accumulated conflict was destined to erupt in this battle. Su Fan knew that Dashawan's destruction of my village was merely a small part of his overall plan. He hoped to establish his reputation across the human world by annihilating Mai. Thus, he could instill fear and dread in the ninjas of other nations, ultimately achieving his goal to study all the ninjutsu in the world and develop new forbidden techniques to bolster his own strength. All the Inrin and Shine were merely pawns in his plan. He needed to use their power to weaken Mai's defenses. For Dashawan to succeed in destruction, he must first destroy Mai. It could be said that Dashuan was a very powerful ninja, but not an excellent schemer. For a good schemer is one who controls the entire situation from outside the group, keeping the whole scenario within his grasp. Although Dashuan had many pawns, he never expected to encounter Su Fan. Su Fan knew that Dashuan could now use the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation. However, this forbidden technique was still in the initial stage of development by the second Hokage, so the first and second Hokage summoned through it were not particularly strong. The later enhancements were due to Yao Shido's improvements and modifications to the technique. At this moment, numerous Umbu members flew out from the jungle, forming an interception line to block the path of the ninjas from the two nations. I prefer to dissect others carefully and study them. Originally, I was going to deal with that old man, the third Hokage, but now my biggest enemy is you. As Dashuan's words faded, four figures flashed past and landed around Dashuan and Su Fan. It's been a long time since I've been in transformation, I can finally come out and move. Su Fan squinted as he looked at the fours Wajin Yujin Gui Tong, Wan Duo Yui, and Silong Fong. Begin. Dashuan commanded coldly. The four clenched their hands simultaneously. Ninja art, four violet flame formation. A purple light converged around them, forming a rectangular barrier that rose from the ground. Damn it. I never expected the In and Sha hidden villages to appear simultaneously in my. Kakashi supporting Zhuaju looked up surprised to see that the Shayan's Umbu had also mobilized. Every 4 Umbu members should restrain 1 elite Jounin of my. I have given you the list. The main targets are Kakashi and Maite Kai. 10 people must be used to contain them. Maji of the Shine commanded all Shine Umbu members in the My Jungle. Yes. Instantly, all Shine Umbu members vanished and dispersed. Damn it, the target was supposed to be Yuanfei Risen, but now it's locked onto a child. Moreover, that child seems far from ordinary. I wonder if Dashuan can succeed this time. Maji clenched his fist and followed. With many Genin examinees on the scene, Kakashi placed Zhuaju in a safe spot, then moved around with Maite Kai to rescue the remaining examinees. Some who couldn't be saved in time were stabbed to death. The situation was already troublesome, and now numerous Umbu members surrounded the two, trapping them completely. What a nuisance, Kakashi sighed helplessly. Kakashi, did you see that? Others have only 1 or 2 to 3 Shine Umbu targeting them, but the two of us have 20 altogether. This proves we are highly regarded. It feels like the spirit of youth. Dance with me, Kakashi. Let's see who breaks through first. With that, Maite Kai charged forward and engaged the Shine Umbu members in combat. Meanwhile, in the jungle, the Shine used the summoning scroll provided by Dashuan to summon several enormous giant snakes that crawled toward Mai. Now Mai was in utter chaos. No one can disturb us now, Dashuan said, a hint of madness flashing across his pale face. You left that old man, the third Hokage, outside, and you still expect the In and Sha to cause too much damage to Mai? Su Fan said with a faint smile. It seems you've forgotten that the Shine still have a trump card, Dashuan replied, looking beyond the barrier. In an open space, Maji stood beside Wa Ai Luo, who appeared to be clutching his left arm in great pain. The one-tailed Shikaku. Su Fan finally realized the severity of the situation. If he didn't resolve these issues quickly, Mai would face a crisis. Even though he was powerful now, that only meant he alone was strong. What about the others? You're still worrying about others at a time like this. Xuan was Su Fan. Give me your body. Dashuan controlled the giant snake and charged forward. Su Fan clenched his hands together, channeling chakra into the wooden figure, which immediately began to move. The giant snake Wanshi coiled around and wrapped itself around the wooden figure. Dashuan leaped down from Wanshi and sprinted towards Su Fan. Earth release, earth flow river. Su Fan formed a single hand seal, and the ground beneath Dashuan's feet churned into a muddy river. How is this all you've got? Dashuan sneered coldly, his hands quickly forming seals. Let's see who's faster. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. Dashuan was momentarily stunned. Does this guy not even need to release hand seals? The head of a mud dragon emerged, opening its massive mouth to launch mud and fire bullets at Dashuan. Combining earth and fire release like that, truly worthy of you, Su Fan. Yuanfei Risen nodded to himself, then walked alone toward Maji and Wa Ai Luo. Damn, to be able to release such a high-level combined ninjutsu simultaneously. After being struck, Dashuan staggered back several steps, then shook off the dirt from his body. Hey, I'm curious how your wood release would fare against Qianshou Zhujian's, Dashuan said with a cold laugh, then slammed his hands onto the ground, summoning technique Impure World Reincarnation. Su Fan's pupils contracted. That's right, the Impure World Reincarnation technique. The first coffin slowly rose, bearing the character first, followed by the second marked second. To Su Fan's surprise, a third coffin appeared, as well marked with the character fourth. However, when the coffin reached halfway, it suddenly sank back. Su Fan suddenly realized that Bluffing Shuimin had used the dead demon consuming seal, so his soul could not be summoned by the Impure World Reincarnation technique. Even in the original story, it was only at the very end that Dashuan exploited a glitch with the Shinigami to retrieve the souls sealed there. If Bluffing Shuimin had appeared, that would have been trouble. Oh well, the third one doesn't seem to work, Dashuan said with a faint smile. The coffin lids fell open and 2 ninjas stepped out from within. Now how are you going to deal with this? Ha ha. Dashuan burst into laughter. Are they the first and second Hokage? Yuanfei Risen's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Before him, Wei Luo had gradually transformed into a partial manifestation of the tailed beast. Maji clenched his fist and looked at Wei Luo, still lacking some firepower. The power hasn't been fully released yet. This level won't be enough to handle the current third Hokage. Who is this young man? Zhu Jian looked around upon appearing. To be summoned by a forbidden technique I created. What a hassle, Feijian said with a helpless expression. Let's begin. This young man has the same wood release as you, and he carries the bloodline of the Xuanhua clan, Dixuan said with a grin as he approached. I never imagined I would have a young man with such talent. But speaking of which, shouldn't the third Hokage of my be the monkey? Zhu Jian seemed a bit talkative. Toying with time never ends well. Now let me unleash my full power. Su Fan pressed his palms together, would release birth of dense woodland. Multiple trees rapidly sprouted from the ground, uprooting themselves as they instantly created a forest. Now this is my domain. The battlefield shifted entirely under his control. Not inferior to you, big brother, in the slightest. Tobirama cast an intrigued glance at Su Fan. We must first restore them to their original forms. Orochimaru produced 2 talismans and thrust them into the minds of Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. White smoke began to rise from their bodies as their consciousness started to dissipate. Orochimaru used the talismans to erase the original personalities of the souls within them. The first and second Hokage had become mere puppets completely under his control. The current impure world reincarnation cannot possibly unleash their full former power. The 2 figures stirred. They separated and dashed towards Su Fan with incredible speed. Tobirama the fastest landed behind Su Fan and engaged him in close combat. Su Fan could sense that the force of Tobirama's attacks was to a certain degree not particularly strong. Su Fan could block them with ease, and the weaknesses of the impure world reincarnation were too numerous. He saw through them at a glance. In less than 3 moves, Su Fan kicked Tobirama flying. The moment Tobirama was sent flying, Su Fan unleashed a fire style great fire annihilation. Chakra gathered in his throat, and he spat out a meteor-like fireball that crashed toward the ground. Instantly a sea of flames erupted around them. Water-style water formation wall. From within the blaze, Tobirama formed hand seals and released a water technique that extinguished Su Fan's flames. As expected of the previous Hokage, such formidable strength. Orochimaru chuckled from the side. Next, Tobirama manipulated the surging torrent of water to crash towards Su Fan. This was no mere water style, it was an ocean. Lightning-style lightning transmission. Su Fan converted his chakra into lightning and channeled it into the water. The electricity danced through the water, numbing both Hashirama and Tobirama. Orochimaru, is this the capital you boast of? Then open your eyes wide. I will show you my true power. Su Fan let out a roar, and his chakra erupted violently. The wooden giant tore the giant serpent apart and smashed a fist into its head. The serpent shrieked and vanished into a puff of white smoke. Wood-style wood dragon technique. A wooden dragon crawled from the wooden giant's right arm and charged toward the first and second Hokage. Hashirama pressed his palms together with a blank expression. Wood-style. Birth of the trees. See. Hashirama's wood-style overlaid Su Fan's own. Thick wooden vines burst from the forest and coiled tightly around the wooden dragon. At that moment, Su Fan leaped down from the wooden giant and ran along the wooden dragon toward Hashirama and Tobirama. Wood-style deep forest emergence. While running, Su Fan clenched his hands. Massive wooden vines suddenly appeared around Hashirama and Tobirama. The vines swiftly grew into trees that began to engulf the 2 shinobi. It's over. Adamant sealing chains. Several golden chains shot from behind Su Fan and wrapped around the trees. After landing, Su Fan held a single hand seal, inner 4-symbol seal. Su Fan had already prepared in advance. He had inscribed the inner 4-symbol seal on 2 dead sound ninja nearby. One corpse was for Orochimaru, the other for the first and second Hokage. Knowing Orochimaru's plan, he had made preparations ahead of time. As Su Fan activated the technique, blood burst from the corpses, tracing the seal and swelling into spheres. Blood spilled from Su Fan's mouth. Follow the blood into the underworld. The inner 4-symbol seal sealed the trees that contained the first and second Hokage, dragging them into the netherworld. The underworld itself would become the caster's body. Orochimaru, how is my sealing technique? I can make the sealed targets never see the light again. Would you like to try it? After finishing, Su Fan turned and stared coldly at Orochimaru. Orochimaru was utterly shocked. You sealed them both. Orochimaru's face contorted with resentment, as if he had almost forgotten that Su Fan was of the Uzumaki clan. The sealing techniques he used were the most powerful. The impure world reincarnation was still in its early development stage. This was its limit. Realizing this, Orochimaru wanted to flee. The entire plan had failed. If the barrier were to open and Hiruzen Sarutobi were to intervene today, would truly be disastrous. Sensing Orochimaru's intention to escape, Su Fan prepared his next move. In the original story, Hiruzen Sarutobi used the Reaper Death Seal to seal Orochimaru's arms. Today, Su-Fan was determined to seal Orochimaru's arms as well. Let him taste the pain of the mortal world. I seem to be in poor form today. Let's talk another time. Orochimaru signaled the four around him to release the barrier. If you make the slightest move, you'll be killed, you know. At that moment, Might Guy and Kakashi arrived. Asuma and Kurenai followed behind them. The four of them faced the four who were maintaining the barrier. Now the barrier could not be undone. Su-Fan finished this quickly. Kakashi smiled at Su-Fan. Su-Fan nodded and looked at Orochimaru. Slippery snake, I know I can't kill you today no matter what, but I will make you feel the love of the world. Su-Fan gave a sinister grin, and Orochimaru felt a chill run down his spine. He thought himself cunning, but Su-Fan was a veritable demon. Orochimaru even regretted getting close to Su-Fan. Releasing the inner four symbol seal again would cause Su-Fan's chi and blood to roil, severely damaging his body. If it weren't for his Uzumaki lineage and immense chakra, he would have died the first time he used it. The inner four symbol seal was originally a technique activated upon the caster's death. Su-Fan had transferred the damage by using corpses as the seal medium. But he was still affected. However, if he didn't do this now, Orochimaru would become an obstacle in the future. He had no choice but to trust Hiruzen Sarutobi and leave the rest to him. With that thought, Su-Fan formed hand seals and released the inner four symbol seal again. Wait, Su-Fan, there must be a misunderstanding. I wasn't targeting you this time. I think we can truly talk this over. Orochimaru panicked. Death was not frightening. He had many bodies, but being sealed was. Being sealed meant his soul was trapped. No matter how many bodies he switched, it would be useless. Orochimaru knew this. Too late. Inner four symbol seal. The corpse exploded, splattering blood onto Orochimaru. Seal. Orochimaru screamed as a black void appeared around his body, pulling him inward. A surge of blood and chi roiled within Su-Fan. No, don't. Orochimaru frantically tried to escape. My body can't hold on much longer. As expected, the second inner four symbol seal can't be fully executed. This will have to do for Orochimaru's arms. Su-Fan winced as the black void shrank, tightly gripping Orochimaru's arms. With a tearing sound, Orochimaru knelt in agony. His arms had been sealed. After completing this, Su-Fan collapsed weakly to his knees. Using the inner four symbol seal twice in succession was unprecedented in the world of shinobi. Su-Fan's body quickly suffered backlash. Intense pain caused blood to stream from his mouth. Because sealing the impure world reincarnation was too troublesome, he shook his head at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Old fox, are you satisfied now? This unique sealing technique was so powerful that even Hashirama's cells couldn't heal him quickly. Su-Fan felt pain for the first time. Pain from the heart. The inner four symbol seal could be cast using a corpse. In the original story, Danzo used it on himself because there was no time. You destroyed my arms. Uzumaki Su-Fan. I will never rest until you are dead. Orochimaru's howl pierced the sky as he transformed into a massive black serpent that soared upward. The barrier shattered under the serpent's force. This body is nearly devoid of life. I need a fresh vessel. The first thing Orochimaru did after emerging was to search for a new body. Because Su-Fan had sealed his arms, his current body had lost its vitality and would soon wither away. This was the price of using forbidden arts. Otherwise, he would have to revert to a small snake and spend a long time adapting to a suitable vessel before rising again. Suddenly, he spotted a lone female ninja with purple hair among the crowd of shinobi. You're the one. The serpent opened its massive maw, and Orochimaru crawled out of its mouth, charging toward the girl. The girl screamed and covered her mouth. Troublesome. Su-Fan mustered all his strength and ran forward, a Rasengan already forming in his hand. He skirted the ruins of a tall building, leaped into the air, and rammed the Rasengan into Orochimaru the moment he neared the girl. Orochimaru's body slammed heavily into the ground, lost its vitality, and quickly shriveled under the sun. Soon it became a dried husk of skin, while a tiny white snake slithered out from within and disappeared. I made it in time. Su-Fan stood before the girl and smiled weakly. Thank you. The girl looked at Su-Fan with a mixture of fear and gratitude. Su-Fan lost his balance and collapsed into her arms. The girl trembled but caught him. Are you alright? What is your name? Su-Fan asked drowsily from her embrace. Hi, I'm Xianghua. Xianghua? A beautiful name. Su-Fan slowly drifted into sleep. All the sound ninja fled in terror at the sight of Orochimaru's defeat. Baki slammed his fist into the ground. Damn it. Orochimaru, you big liar. Baki grabbed Gaara by the scruff. You. Get out here. Get out. Gaara's tears dripped onto the ground one by one. He stared blankly at Hiruzen Sarutobi as he was shaken. Being used as a tool by Tsunagakure might be the price of obtaining such power. Suddenly, a tremendous force erupted from Gaara's body, sending Baki flying. It's happening. It's happening. Baki scrambled to his feet and pointed at Gaara, laughing maniacally. A massive whirlwind of chakra and sand formed on the ground, blinding everyone. When the wind died down, a thunderous roar echoed. The one-tailed Shikaku had appeared. Wow, what is that thing? Naruto looked at the huge Shikaku in confusion. It's the secret weapon of Senju. Kakashi walked over and said indifferently. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally prepared to act. He took off his white robe and bit his finger, then slammed it on the ground. Summoning technique. Enma. Poof, a cloud of white smoke appeared. A sturdy ape emerged. Sarutobi, what do you summon me for? Old Enma looked in the direction Sarutobi's right hand pointed and was stunned. Is it Shikaku of Senju? Indeed, quite troublesome. If we can suppress it, perhaps there is a chance to restore him to human form. Sarutobi Hiruzen said cautiously. All right. With that, Enma's body transformed into a Rui staff amid white smoke and flew into Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. Let's go. Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped up and swung the Rui staff to attack Shikaku. Rui staff gale. The Rui staff rapidly grew larger and longer, standing in the air as Sarutobi Hiruzen spun it with all his might. A massive whirlwind began to suck in around the Rui staff. Shikaku's bulky body showed no reaction. Do you think such cheap ninjutsu can make me laugh? Wind-style air bullet. Shikaku spat out a huge wind sphere containing vast chakra and fiercely attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily pulled out the Rui staff and spun it in the air to block. His body is too big. Enma, can you make a cage? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the Rui staff and asked. We can try, but it won't last long. After landing, Sarutobi Hiruzen gripped the Rui staff tightly and hurled it fiercely at Shikaku. Just as it neared Shikaku, the Rui staff suddenly split into dozens of clones, falling in a circle around Shikaku. Adamantine prison wall. Seeing Shikaku temporarily trapped in Enma's prison, Sarutobi Hiruzen released 4 clones, each landing around Shikaku. 5 elements, great combo blast. Fire, lightning, water, earth, wind. 5 different nature techniques were released simultaneously. Striking the center, they produced a massive explosion on Shikaku. Thick white smoke billowed out. Shikaku let out a sharp, mocking laugh. Is that all? Shikaku roared and swiped its paw. The prison instantly shattered and a fierce gale rushed in. In the gale, Shikaku strode with heavy steps toward the center of Konoha. That was where many Konoha residents lived. The Rui staff returned to his hand. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, extending the staff to block Shikaku's body and halt its advance. The arriving Umbu members surrounded Shikaku, releasing various barrier techniques in hopes of restricting its movements. Just then, sand and dust suddenly churned atop Shikaku's head, and Gaara's body slowly emerged from the sand. Gaara lifted his head, his eyes had turned white. Let me show you the true power of the sand incarnation. Deep dark circles appeared around Gaara's eyes. A Jinchuriki of Shikaku can never sleep through the night. If he fell asleep, his own personality would gradually be devoured by Shikaku, and sooner or later, he would lose himself. Due to prolonged lack of sleep, Gaara's personality tended to become unstable. However, when Gaara was awake, Shikaku's original power was suppressed. But if Gaara fell completely into sleep, Gaara made hand seals, feigned sleep technique. With Gaara's eyes closing, he slumped weakly into sleep. The power of Shikaku within his body erupted completely. I'm finally out. This isn't Senju. Shikaku looked around and then wore a malevolent expression. No matter where. I won't go back anyway, haha. Shikaku pointed at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, I found someone I want to kill right now. Air bullet. Shikaku slapped its own belly, its mouth opened wide, and a massive air blast shot towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. This power was even stronger than before. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted. He threw down the Rui staff, leaped up, and made hand seals rapidly in midair. Compound ninja art, earth dragon flame. Air bullet. Shikaku continuously fired air bullets, blocking Sarutobi Hiruzen's technique. Too bad. When Sarutobi Hiruzen's technique ended, Shikaku still had 1 air bullet left. The powerful impact sent Sarutobi Hiruzen flying backward. Time for celebration. Shikaku let out a piercing laugh, rapidly gathering chakra in its mouth. Wait. What is it going to do? Kakashi was stunned. Sarutobi Hiruzen rolled across the ground and steadied himself, tailed beast ball. The one-tailed Shikaku's tailed beast ball was extremely powerful. It was formed by compressing yin and yang chakra at a 2:8 ratio into a sphere capable of causing mountains to crumble and the earth to split. At that moment, a huge figure suddenly leaped from the sky and landed heavily on Shikaku. Boom. Dust filled the air. What happened? What was that thing that appeared? Everyone looked in confusion. As the dust cleared, a white-haired man stood atop a giant toad, striking a cool pose. Mount Miyaboku's great toad sage. Jiraiya makes his entrance. It's Lord Jiraiya. Kakashi let out a sigh of relief. Against Shikaku's massive size, a summon of equal size could counter it. Everyone. Sorry, I'm late. Jiraiya grinned and scratched his hair, looking just like Naruto. Bastard. How dare you stop me? Shikaku climbed up and fired an air bullet directly at Jiraiya. Jiraiya, who had been grinning, furrowed his brows, his demeanor suddenly changing. If I can awaken the Jinchuriki on its head, I can dispel Shikaku's power. Gamabunta. Water-style iron cannonball. Gamabunta spat a huge water sphere from his mouth, blocking the air bullet. Get close to it. Gamabunta leaped into the air, continuously firing iron cannonballs to counter Shikaku. When Gamabunta landed in front of Shikaku, Jiraiya sprinted toward the sleeping Gaara. 5 elements seal. Jiraiya's right hand, each finger glowing with a different color, struck Gaara's abdomen. Gaara let out a pain cry. His white eyes suddenly regained consciousness. I don't want to go back. I don't. Shikaku screamed frantically and instantly turned into a pool of sand. When Baki saw that even Shikaku had been defeated, his resolve to destroy Konoha collapsed. It's over. Many Sunigakure forces began to retreat. Baki hoisted Gaara onto his shoulder and prepared to leave. I will not pursue this incident of Sunigakure's rebellion, but I hope you will know better from now on. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked over and said coldly. Forgive my ignorance. Sunigakure will never set foot in Konoha again. With that, Baki left with Gaara. Due to the sudden turn of events during the Chunin exam, everyone's response to the emergency would determine whether they could become Chunin. That was what Sarutobi Hiruzen thought. However, the final decision would be made after dealing with the immediate situation. He walked to Su Fan's side, knelt down, and examined his condition. Xianghua, who was holding Su Fan, shivered, but still remembered her unfinished mission. That was to gather intelligence. Any valuable information must be collected. This was Conan's order. Xianghua came from Amigakure and was sent by Conan to participate in the Chunin exam under the guise of gathering intelligence. She never expected to be saved by Su Fan. Although grateful, she still had to collect information. Su Fan never imagined that he would be the first to have his information recorded. Abilities, identity, rank. Don't be afraid. Leave him to us. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Xianghua and said gently, Oh. Kakashi walked over and lifted Su Fan into his arms. When Su Fan left her arms, Xianghua inexplicably felt a sense of reluctance, as if the feeling of embracing was truly wonderful. Her teammates Shulian and Furong quietly patted her back. What are you thinking? Swooning, huh? No. The two looked at Xianghua. Ever since Su Fan appeared, she had been acting strange, her eyes always tender when looking at him. Did you fall in love at first sight? Furong covered her mouth and giggled. What are you saying? Have you forgotten our mission? Xianghua whispered to them. I thought you'd forgotten. Look at you just now, almost drooling. Xianghua suddenly had an idea. Lord Hokage, I'd like to stay here and take care of him for a few days. Is that okay? I also want to see Konoha as an exchange and learn more here. All right, but I'll have Kakashi accompany you. The third Hokage said and led the others away. Supposedly Kakashi was to accompany the 3 girls, but in reality, he was to act as a lookout. Fortunately, this was at the edge of the forest of death, otherwise Konoha's loss would have been immense. Hey kid. Naruto, who was busy tending to the wounded, turned his head. There sat Jiraiya on a toad looking at him with a mischievous expression. Why do you look so perverted? Naruto wore a look of disgust. So this is the child Minato and Kushina left behind. Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya jumped off the toad, landed in front of Naruto, and rubbed his head vigorously with his right hand. Nice to meet you. My name is Jiraiya. The rain had cleared. 2 figures suddenly appeared on the Hokage rock of Konoha. Though we managed to avoid total destruction, the damage is severe. Such a prosperous village. How pitiful. Under the sunlight, a pair of Sharingan eyes appeared clearly. Not like you at all. Are you really attached to your hometown? Even you. The man carrying a large sword wrapped in bandages said indifferently. No, not at all. The two turned simultaneously and a crisp bell sound rang from the cloak. Sunigakure. Several Umbu members hurriedly reported to Baki. We found the body of the Kazekage-sama. Where is it? Baki hastily followed them toward the body. The clothes and severed limbs of Raza were found in the nearest area outside Konoha. The body had been mutilated by wild beasts beyond recognition, and everyone covered their mouths. Upon examination, it appears the Kazekage-sama was killed before the Chunin exams. An Umbu member said in fear. Only one person came to Baki's mind, Orochimaru, who had been with the 4th Kazekage and departed on the same day. Bastard Orochimaru. Baki was furious. In a lush forest on a hill, Kabuto Yakushi seemed to be searching for something. He finally turned over a rock and smiled. I found you at last, Orochimaru-sama. He took out a jar, opened it, and a thin white snake slithered inside. Kabuto picked up the jar, checked the surroundings carefully, and left. In an underground chamber of Otogakure, Kabuto was rummaging through a corpse. Soon the corpse opened its eyes. Orochimaru-sama, you're awake. He helped Orochimaru sit up. Orochimaru looked at his hands in pain. Bastard. Damn Uzumaki Su Fan. He's truly stronger than the 3rd Hokage. After all, even Lord Hashirama and Lord Tobirama summoned by Edo Tensei were sealed. Orochimaru-sama, you've done well this time. After all, you've eliminated the Suna Kazekage, Kabuto said calmly. Don't speak as if you're comforting me. Careful, I'll kill you. Orochimaru glared coldly at Kabuto. Kabuto shrugged helplessly. In Konoha, Su-fan slowly opened his eyes lying in the medical ward. "Ah, my whole body feels weak and painful." Su-fan sat up weakly. Ding. Detected host participation in Naruto plot. Multiple participation rewards will be calculated together. Please wait patiently. Ding. Calculation complete. Roulette reward unlocked. You have earned 1 roulette spin. Su-fan eagerly opened the roulette. It displayed 7 items, each with different colors. Green, common, blue, fine, purple, premium, pink, ultimate, golden, divine, Shursue's, Sharingan, Kotoematsukami, blue system, item 1 time Hashirama's, sage mode, chakra, blue system, item 1 hour, Byakugan, blue system, item 1 time Shuriken, X 100, green system, item permanent, makeout, paradise, green system, item permanent, low level, Edo Tensei, Hashirama, blue system, item 1 time Rinnegan, golden system, item permanent. Su-fan was stunned by the Rinnegan. Such a thing exists. And the Rinnegan's quality emitted a golden light. Host can spin once. Do you wish to spin now? Su-fan gritted his teeth. Without hesitation, spin. The roulette began to spin, and Su-fan's heart tightened. As it slowed, the pointer was just 3 items away from the Rinnegan. Su-fan felt like screaming. But something amusing happened. Just as the pointer was about to stop on the Rinnegan, it dropped 1 notch. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Hashirama's Sage Mode Chakra usage card. Duration 1 hour from activation. Uffed. Su-fan was furious. Host, please don't be disappointed. Once the roulette is unlocked, you can earn spin chances by participating in various Naruto plots. And each time the rewards are calculated, there's a 50% chance of obtaining a roulette refresh card, which can refresh the items on the wheel. Items on the roulette auto-refresh every 24 hours. Using a refresh card refreshes immediately with a high chance of obtaining 7 permanent items. If you find a drawn item useless, you can decompose it in the system for fragments based on its grade. You can check the fragment exchange for permanent items on the roulette interface. Su-fan opened the interface. Green items decompose into 1 fragment. Blue items into 3, purple into 10, pink into 50, golden into 100. Permanent items below pink decompose into 20 fragments. Those above pink decompose into 200 fragments. Su-fan saw that exchanging for a pair of Rinnegan required 500 fragments. Goddamn prize draw. It seemed exactly like that of a certain company. When the wheel landed on a jackpot, it suddenly pointed to coins. If that company got lost in a desert and Su-fan brought water, he'd have to win a lottery for a bottle of water, 100 fragments per bottle, 1 spin per draw. What a scheme. But this system is quite humane. No restrictions, free to participate in any plot in the Naruto world. Su-fan was satisfied with that. Su-fan closed his eyes and examined his body. After using the Rei Shisho Fuin twice, even Hashirama's cells couldn't heal quickly. What I lack now is Hashirama's Sage Body cells. Su-fan felt frustrated. There were 3 places to learn Sage Mode. First, Mount Myaboku. Its Sage Mode has distinct Toad characteristics, and natural energy is hard to control. Failure leads to Toad petrification. Sage Mode recovery is astonishing. According to Fukasaku, using Sage Chakra feels easier than using one's own chakra, not more tiring. Mount Myaboku's Sage Mode emphasizes offense. Second, Ryuchi Cave. The original story gives little info, but Su-fan knew. Because Orochimaru, after having his hands sealed, went to Ryuchi Cave to learn Sage Mode, but stopped because his hands couldn't bear the Sage power. Later, Kabuto absorbed Orochimaru's genes and successfully mastered Sage Mode at Ryuchi Cave. Its Sage Mode has distinct snake traits. From Kabuto's Sage Mode in the original, though he claimed to have ascended to a dragon, he retained snake eyes, crawling posture, etc., only gaining a pair of horns. Compared to the Toad nature of Mount Myaboku's Sage Chakra, the snake nature of Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode grants immense vitality, extraordinary perception, and the ability to absorb other ninjas and take their powers. Ryuchi Cave's Sage Mode emphasizes perception. The third is the origin of Hashirama's Sage Art, Shikatsu Forest. But more directly, the first Hokage's Sage Art was based on wood release, a self-created technique. In other words, given by the author. The first Sage Art required the wood release bloodline limit, which Su-fan possessed. Given Hashirama's strength, he had ties to all 3 sacred lands. Hashirama chose a suitable training ground, while Madara, deceived by Black Zetsu, had no connection with the sacred lands before his fight with Hashirama. After the battle, he fully realized the power of Sage Art, and later acquired Hashirama's Sage Mode after being reanimated. Shikatsu Forest is the dwelling of the slugs ruled by the Lady Slug, a mysterious entity feared by Orochimaru. The entire forest houses only 1 slug, and a ninja can summon at most 1/10 of it, due to chakra limits. Hashirama Senju possessed immense self-regeneration, able to heal in any state, and had godlike strength. With massive super-fast regeneration and vitality, and considering Tsunade summoned slug, it's highly likely that Hashirama learned Sage Mode from Shikatsu Forest. Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode emphasizes recovery. If nothing else, Hashirama's strength was immense, and he chose Shikatsu Forest precisely for its recovery ability. Although Tsunade contracted with the slug, she never learned Shikatsu Forest Sage Mode. After all, Mount Myaboku and Ryuchi Cave both have Sage Mode. It seems I'll have to see for myself, but first I need to find Tsunade. Just then the door opened. Purple Hydrangea walked in mysteriously. You're awake. It's you. Su Fan suddenly remembered when he saw Xianghua. The original story was truly too tragic, and Su Fan was also well aware of her purpose. Such a girl is truly a pity. And so beautiful. But speaking of it, if she could stay in my village. Su Fan chuckled slyly. What are you thinking about? Xianghua looked at Su Fan, her cheeks slightly flushed, staring with big cute eyes. Oh, nothing, I just thought you were very beautiful, so I took a few more glances. Su Fan said playfully. Xianghua's face turned crimson. I still don't know your name. Thank you for saving me. Uzumaki Su Fan. Suddenly the two in the room fell silent, and the air became awkward. Are your injuries serious? Xianghua asked with concern. Don't worry, but did you stay to take care of me? Su Fan said with a sly grin, looking at Xianghua. Xianghua wore a purple Chinese martial arts outfit for women. Her hairstyle was very cute with short curly hair and a distinctive top knot. Her figure was also excellent, exactly the type Su Fan liked. You saved me. Of course I can. Just leave. Xianghua said puzzledly. But are you really a Jinin? Your strength seems even more formidable than the Hokage's. Su Fan raised an eyebrow. So she's starting to probe my information. Talking about trivial matters now would be very boring. Do you want to waste the time we have alone together? Suddenly Su Fan looked at Xianghua with a domineering CEO demeanor. Xianghua was stunned by his words. Her face flushed red, and for a moment she didn't know what to do, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. No, I want to know you. Xianghua suddenly mustered her courage and said loudly. To herself she thought that must be it. Only by understanding him can she get more information. But little did Xianghua know that she had already fallen into the river of love. These were all excuses. Spending more time with Su Fan had already become her goal. Just then a woman's scolding came from outside the window. Su Fan got out of bed and looked out the window. Zilai. Mingren. The two were hit by pots and pans, their faces swollen. Probably they had been peeping at some girl bathing again. How is your rest, Su Fan? At that moment Yuanfei Risen entered with Kakashi. Seeing Su Fan already able to walk, they were amazed. This time my village owes you thanks. Yuanfei Risen smiled faintly. Su Fan recalled and felt a burst of anger. If not for him, Yuanfei would have surely died this time. And he also used Su Fan as a shield to intimidate other countries. Thank me. For what? That was all my own wishful thinking. Su Fan turned his head away in a tsundere manner. Yuanfei Risen knew Su Fan was angry, so he walked over with an apologetic smile and said gently, this time you have rendered meritorious service, so you can be directly promoted to elite jonin of my village. Still trying to scheme against me? Su Fan thought. As long as he participated in various plots, he would get rewards. There was no need to let Yuanfei lead him by the nose. The only reason he wanted to stay in my village was simple: for Uzumaki Mingren. As an older brother, the original Mingren had never experienced family affection, so he must be with him at all times. Forget it, I've decided to remain a Jinin of my village for the rest of my life. Don't try to persuade me anymore. I won't listen. I need to rest. Su Fan finished speaking, lay down on the bed, and pulled the blanket over his head. Yuanfei Risen gave a wry smile. He shook his head helplessly and said, Su Fan, I'm truly sorry. With that he left with Kakashi, an old man managing the entire my village, having to prevent various internal conflicts. A situation that was supposed to be fatal was turned around by Su Fan. Actually, Su Fan thought carefully about Yuanfei's tenure. There were indeed many difficulties. After all, because of his own appearance, Yuanfei had no choice. Forget it for Mingren to have a better environment. Thinking of this, Su Fan's dissatisfaction dissipated considerably. However, the legendary one of the three ninja Zilai has returned. I must meet him no matter what. After all, I also want to compete with him to see who can make a better spiraling sphere. A ray of morning sunlight streamed into the hospital room. Su Fan had already changed clothes and was preparing to leave the hospital. His body had largely recovered, and it was time to get some fresh air outside. Xianghua and her two teammates under Kakashi's guidance were touring the ruins of Konoha. In truth, they were going to great lengths to gather intelligence. Just as he stepped out of the hospital, Su Fan saw Naruto and Jiraiya approaching with a fruit basket. Brother, are you already recovered? Naruto always wore a cheerful expression whenever he saw Su Fan. I'm fine now. It was boring staying in the hospital, so I came out to see you. Su Fan affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. Behind him, Jiraiya discreetly observed the Uzumaki Su Fan before him. What Jiraiya hadn't expected was Su Fan's remarkably swift recovery. He knew all too well what the four-symbol seal technique entailed. The only possibility was that Su Fan could get out of bed and leave the hospital so soon. Remembering that Su Fan could use would release and defeat Orochimaru with his immense chakra, Jiraiya inferred that Su Fan must possess power akin to Hashirama's. Jiraiya nodded to himself and walked over. So you're the one who defeated Orochimaru. I can hardly believe it. In his heart, Jiraiya had always held great faith in his former teammate Orochimaru's abilities. Naturally, Orochimaru's strength was unquestionable. There's nothing to believe or not believe. Just luck, Su Fan said with a faint smile. Does luck always come your way? What a coincidence. Jiraiya's words carried a clear provocation. Su Fan understood that Jiraiya wanted to test his strength. Jiraiya knew Orochimaru's former power well, and he simply wanted to know who this guy claiming to be Naruto's brother really was. But I wonder if luck is still on your side now. Jiraiya's gaze suddenly sharpened, and his expression turned serious as he looked at Su Fan. Then he slowly crouched down to stretch. Suddenly, crack, Jiraiya's face went pale and cold sweat broke out uncontrollably. Naruto looked at Jiraiya in confusion. What are you doing? My back. Su Fan helplessly covered his face. Really, just like Naruto, couldn't stay cool for 3 seconds. Come on Naruto, let's go get ramen. Su Fan called out to Naruto. Ramen. I want a large bowl. Eat all you want. The two walked away, leaving Jiraiya slowly moving his body to catch up. Matt. Wait for me. Uncle Ichiraku. 2 large deluxe sets. Coming right up. Naruto sat on the stool, already impatient. When the ramen was served, Naruto pressed his palms together and said, "Itadekamasu." Then he began eating heartily. Just then, as Jiraiya was struggling to move, he suddenly spotted a busted beauty. I never thought that after leaving Konoha for so long the seeds had already sprouted. To think there are such hot materials now. Suddenly the beauty tripped over a stone and fell, her chest hitting the ground with an elastic bounce. Jiraiya's nosebleed instantly gushed out. Crack, his injured back immediately straightened, and he was completely free of his earlier ailment. He's still the same old pervert. At that moment 2 elderly figures slowly approached from behind. Jiraiya turned to look. Uncle Hamura and Teacher Koharu, what do the advisors want with me? It's not us looking for you, it's the 3rd Hokage. Sensei. Meanwhile, Naruto and Su Fan, after finishing their ramen, happened to run into Irika heading to the Hokage building. The results of the last Chunin exam are about to be announced at the Hokage building. Didn't you receive the news? No. Su Fan and Naruto shook their heads simultaneously. Why would Su Fan care about such things? As for Naruto, was he really going to become a Chunin this time? That would be a disaster. Su Fan shuddered at the thought. Had he led Naruto astray? At the Hokage building, when Su Fan and Naruto arrived, Sasuke and Sakura were already there. Everyone was gathered in the hall. Ahem. Hiruzen Sarutobi cleared his throat, and the hall immediately fell silent. The last Chunin exam was halted due to special circumstances, but during the unexpected incident, I witnessed all of you doing what a ninja should. Although you are currently Genin, you have already demonstrated the qualifications of a Chunin. Therefore I declare. At this point, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly looked at Su Fan. Su Fan quickly averted his gaze. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a wry smile. Except for Uzumaki Su Fan and Uzumaki Naruto of Team 7, everyone else may successfully advance to Chunin. The hall erupted in murmurs. They had become heroes of Konoha yet failed to advance. Many were confused. But Su Fan understood that Hiruzen Sarutobi was probably trying to shift responsibility again, though to whom remained unclear. Uzumaki Naruto's abilities were evident to all, but now, when faced with crisis, Naruto's body involuntarily trembled with fear. A mature ninja should properly handle unexpected situations. Naruto clearly did not yet possess that condition. There was also an element of restriction. For Naruto's safety, as Konoha's Jinchuriki, as long as he remained a genin, he would have no access to high-level missions. This avoided the risk of a rampage. As for Su Fan, Hiruzen Sarutobi first respected his wishes. Back at the hospital, Su Fan had not accepted the special promotion to elite status. Second, he hoped Su Fan would keep Naruto in check on equal footing, which was a better excuse to keep Su Fan around. He feared Su Fan might have other ideas, so he did this. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Hiruzen Sarutobi truly lived up to his reputation as the most astute Hokage. Both brothers failed to advance. Haha. Tintin and Rock Lee burst into laughter. But Niji clearly understood Hiruzen Sarutobi's arrangement. Wise men see things their own way. Those laughing loudly might not know that these 2 genin brothers were currently Konoha's strongest assets. Brother, I didn't expect you. Naruto looked at Su Fan with embarrassment. This way I can always stay with Naruto. Su Fan smiled kindly at Naruto. There's one more thing I want to announce. As the Hokage of Konoha, I have indeed served for a long time. This crisis has made me realize that Konoha needs fresh leaves to nurture it. I have always held dreams for you all, and for Konoha's future I still wish to dedicate myself. But I am old, of course. Before I retire, I will select a new Hokage. Su Fan marveled inwardly at the masterful maneuvering. Shifting responsibility was one thing. Orochimaru's appearance had already made him feel the crisis. Was he retiring now? Hiruzen Sarutobi had originally only wanted to accomplish 3 things during his tenure as Hokage: the long-standing threat from the Cloud Ninja, the Uchiha clan's internal strife, and Danzo's power grab. The third was vigilance. As Hokage, these were necessary during his term. But now all matters had been resolved by Su Fan. Moreover, the joint attack from the two nations and Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha had been thwarted thanks to Su Fan and the appearance of Jiraiya. Thinking about how he truly was, old Hiruzen Sarutobi decided to retire and take care of his grandchildren. The Hokage was also human, afraid of death, afraid of fatigue. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly looked at Jiraiya below the stage. "Jiraiya, I need not say it, you already know well enough," Hiruzen Sarutobi said calmly. Jiraiya gazed at Hiruzen Sarutobi, his expression unreadable, and fell silent for a long time. The expressions of everyone around were extremely grave. Jiraiya suddenly flashed a smile. "No need to look so grim. Have the negotiations with the Sand Village not concluded successfully? The Sand Hidden Village has publicly claimed that all the chaos was instigated by Orochimaru, and besides, by the time the Sand Village announced its unconditional surrender to our Leaf Village, the negotiations had already become secondary." Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff from his pipe and spoke slowly. "As for our Leaf Village, in order to restore our national strength, we could only accept the proposal. But the strength of the Leaf Village has fallen to a terrifying level now. The immediate issue we must address is choosing a new Hokage to prepare for any greater crisis that may arise." It seems Hiruzen Sarutobi has truly decided to retire. Ding. Quest completed. Opting to forfeit promotion, becoming a Leaf Village Genin. Permanent. Reward 1 lottery draw. And additionally 1 spinning wheel refresh scroll. Su Fan knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi hoped Jiraiya would succeed him as the 5th Hokage. This concerned the subsequent direction of the plot and was closely tied to Jiraiya's life and death. If in the original story Jiraiya became the 6th Hokage, would those tragedies still have occurred? The root of the calamity originated here. As long as Su Fan could find a way to elevate Jiraiya to power, he could reverse the ending of the story, and the rewards for plot participation would follow accordingly. "Jiraiya, the negotiations have concluded. The one elected is you." Hiruzen Sarutobi stated it plainly in front of everyone. Jiraiya was stunned. Then he burst into hearty laughter. "Aren't there still one among the legendary Sannin? Someone like me who delights in wandering the world is utterly unsuitable for such work." Hearing this, everyone finally remembered. They seemed to have forgotten Tsunade. That girl indeed possesses the ability, but no one knows her current whereabouts. Senno Kobian spoke with some puzzlement. "If I go find her, then there shouldn't be a problem, right? Compared to me, Tsunade seems far more capable." Jiraiya no longer said anything and turned to leave. Su Fan already had a plan in mind. Once Tsunade appeared, he would leverage his connection reminiscent of Senju Hashirama to strike a deal with her. It concerned the Leaf Village's status among the 5 great nations, thereby earning the opportunity to visit the Shikatsu Forest. All for the sake of the Leaf Village. Moreover, it was a village founded by his own forebears with their bare hands. Tsunade would surely agree as long as he obtained the sage art. Then he could lift the Leaf Village to the pinnacle of the 5 great nations. Thereby, relying on his own strength, he could advocate for Jiraiya to be nominated as the 5th Hokage. After leaving the Hokage's office, Su Fan walked through the village streets with Naruto. Suddenly, Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi blocked his path. "Little guy, someone's looking for you, and asked me to pass on a message," Kurenai Yuhi said with a grin. "Oh, the two of you seem to have a lovely relationship." Su Fan couldn't resist teasing them. Instantly, Kurenai Yuhi blushed and glanced at Asuma. "That's not true. We're out helping Mibuna by Dango. She said she wanted to see you. But if you don't agree, she might come find you herself shortly." Su Fan was instantly stunned. Was this some kind of teacher-student romance? He swallowed hard, waved awkwardly with a forced smile. "No need. I still have things to attend to. I'll take my leave first." With that, he grabbed Naruto and slipped away. Kurenai Yuhi shook her head helplessly. As Su Fan departed, a crisp bell chimed. In the moment they brushed past, Su Fan exchanged a glance with 2 hooded men. Before long, Su Fan had already run far away. One of them suddenly stopped. "What is it?" "Ah. Seems like we've encountered an old acquaintance, though he appears to have not changed at all." With that, the two continued onward. Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma nearby noticed the two, and a sense of danger washed over them. Suspecting something amiss, Asuma and Kurenai Yuhi followed behind. At this moment, Mibuna was searching for Su Fan. "That damned brat. How dare he pin me against the wall during the exam? With such tremendous power, why does he need to take the Chunin exam?" Just recalling Su Fan pressing close to her made Mibuna blush furiously. Pervert. Gnashing her teeth, she wished she could find Su Fan right now and tie him up for a good whipping. It turned out Mibuna had completely misunderstood Su Fan. She believed that given his strength, there was no reason for him to take the exam. He must have entered merely to take advantage of her. Asuma and Kurenai Yui followed the two until they reached a lakeside in the forest, where they suddenly stopped. "Hey, you two don't seem to be from this village," Asuma asked. "Long time no see, mister." Asuma, Miss Kurenai. One of them, still wearing his hood, turned and spoke. Asuma could not make out their faces clearly. "Since you know us, does that mean you were ninjas of this village before?" At that moment, the man wearing a ring inscribed with the character Chu on his fingers slowly removed his hood. You're... Asuma and Kurenai were instantly shocked. They saw the other party reveal a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan eyes regarding Asuma with interest. Those eyes. Absolutely no mistake. The Leaf Village symbol on the forehead bore a single horizontal line. Defector Ninja. Uchiha Itachi. A gentle warm breeze swept toward the four with green leaves scattering in all directions. The other hooded man spoke with a chuckle. Are you acquaintances of Mr. Itachi? Then, let me introduce myself as well. With that, the other person removed his hood, revealing a ring on his finger bearing the character Nan. Hoshigaki Kisame. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Asuma's gaze was heavy yet burning with passion. There won't be any future pleasantries. I'll eliminate you right now. Kisame across from him immediately looked at Uchiha Itachi with interest. Mr. Itachi, it seems everyone in the village truly despises you. You are both S-rank missing nin on the roster. Who would have thought you'd dare to enter Konoha so brazenly? Quite bold. With that attire of yours, entering the village must serve some other purpose. Asuma immediately drew the weapon at his waist. TCH. Boom. Hoshigaki Kisame smashed the massive Samahata from his back against the ground. This guy is truly annoying. Shall I kill him myself? It seems we cannot leave the village in peace, but do not go too far. Uchiha Itachi had already acquiesced to Hoshigaki Kisame's approach. When Su Fan and Naruto spotted Kakashi sprinting toward the lakeside in the forest, they knew something was wrong. Shingaku Shingon. In the instant Su Fan extended his perception, he looked in astonishment toward the lakeside. Finally. Have you come? Uchiha Itachi, it's been a long time. Just as Su Fan was about to head toward the lake, suddenly Mibuna appeared. Bastard. I've finally found you. Don't think about escaping this time. As Mibuna leaped down from midair catching sight of the rope at her waist, Su Fan instantly cowered. Miss Mibuna. Not now? Something urgent is happening. Su Fan explained while dodging Mibuna's attacks. Men's mouths. Deceitful ghosts. Mibuna didn't believe it for a moment and charged forward, a kunai in hand. If I utter even a single false word, may teacher Kakashi, teacher Kurenai, and teacher Asuma all bleed from their orifices and perish on the spot. The three inexplicably sneezed. You can actually say such vicious things. Mibuna finally halted at that moment. Otherwise would you have stopped? I've already said it. Then shall I take my leave? Uchiha Itachi coldly gazed at Yuhi, Kurenai, and Asuma. I don't want to kill you. So, don't try to stop me. Asuma suddenly gripped his weapon and charged forward. A man like you deserves to say that. TCH, how annoying. Clang. Kisame's Samahata slammed down fiercely and Asuma hurriedly defended. Behind him, Kurenai stepped back and looked at Uchiha Itachi. The battle thus began. Kurenai quickly formed hand seals and closed her eyes. Is this Jinjutsu? Uchiha Itachi glanced calmly, a hint of amusement in his heart. Brandishing a broadsword before Guangong, moonwalking before Michael Jackson. Kurenai's body rapidly faded and dissipated into the air. I was actually suppressed by the blade. Such astonishing power. Asuma gripped his chakra blade and struggled to block Kisame's Samahata, sweat slowly dripping from his forehead. The only constant was the cigarette in his mouth, still perfect. As Samahata was about to reach Asuma's arm, Kisame's face showed an excited expression. My great sword Samahata. Kisame roared. The bandages on the blade burst apart, and the blade's tip sprouted sharp scales piercing straight through Asuma's arm. It's not meant for chopping, it's meant for slicing, yo. Asuma instantly covered his arm and retreated. Kurenai. You're too slow. Kisame was shocked to find his body couldn't move as vines slowly coiled around his feet. Uchiha Itachi calmly watched the vines. Yuhi Kurenai emerged from the vines holding a kunai and thrusting it at him. This is over. Uchiha Itachi's lips curled slightly, his Sharingan having already seen through everything. The moment Kurenai blinked, the scene drastically flipped. Yuhi Kurenai was shocked to find that she herself was the one bound by the vines. Jinjutsu of this level has no effect on me. Uchiha Itachi stood before Yuhi Kurenai and said calmly, this is a counter Jinjutsu. He then thrust the cold kunai directly at her. Yuhi Kurenai clenched her eyes shut and gritted her teeth. The Jinjutsu shattered the moment the kunai struck. Yet despite having the chance to kill her in one blow, Uchiha Itachi merely sliced off part of her hair. His usual mercy. Kurenai was stunned, then quickly crouched. Itachi kicked, and she tumbled into the nearby lake. Kurenai. Asuma looked anxiously. You don't have time to look around now. Kisame hoisted Samahata and charged at Asuma. As expected of Miss Kurenai to be able to break the Jinjutsu. As Kurenai rose, she was startled to find Uchiha Itachi already behind her. But the one who has reached his limit is you. Uchiha Itachi turned around, and Kakashi had appeared behind him unnoticed. Seeing reinforcements, Asuma's fighting spirit surged. He channeled chakra into his blade, and with a roar struck Kisame's right arm from the side. Kisame smirked coldly and blocked perfectly with Samahata. However, he found himself cut by the residual force of the chakra blade. In close combat, I'm giving him more chances. Then, water release. Kisame quickly formed hand seals. The lake's surface churned into huge waves. Meanwhile, Kakashi perfectly copied Kisame's technique, mimicking his movements. Water release. Water shark bullet technique. The two surging waves collided and turned into a torrent of rain. Then I'll go with you. If you dare to lie to me. Anko then showed Su Fan her little fist. Su Fan stuck out his tongue at her, follow me. With his Kagura heart's eye, Su Fan had already sensed Kakashi making a move. But come to think of it, the thought of Kakashi being stabbed for 3 days and nights. Su Fan couldn't help but want to laugh. It was a necessary path. Itachi meant well. Otherwise, how could Kakashi be stimulated to discover the power of Kamui through his Sharingan? What business does a rogue ninja like you have in the village? Kakashi asked coldly, looking at Uchiha Itachi. Kakashi-senpai, long time no see. Uchiha Itachi always treated Kakashi with such respect. To the point that, I see you can actually use my ninjutsu. How surprising. I didn't think there was anyone besides Itachi-san who had those eyes. You seem to be called Copy Ninja Kakashi. Kisame eyed Kakashi's Sharingan with interest. That's Samahata on your back, isn't it? Kakashi said calmly. That's right. I heard that Brat Zabuza fought you. He's someone worth my slicing. With that, Kisame prepared to strike. Stop, Kisame. Uchiha Itachi suddenly spoke. If you fight that man seriously, you won't come out unscathed. Kakashi's methods were known to Uchiha Itachi. He never left survivors in AMBU missions possessing formidable combat skills and extensive battle experience. No matter how strong the enemy, his powerful intellect always allowed him to fight on equal footing, thus earning the title of 50-50. Only his chakra was too little. Uchiha Itachi suddenly looked toward the distant forest. There are others coming. Now let me tell you the purpose of our visit here. We're just looking for something. But Kakashi suddenly sensed a powerful killing intent emanating from Uchiha Itachi. Ninja Art Water Release. Water Wall. Kakashi pushed Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma away, swiftly retreating. Uchiha Itachi quickly threw several shuriken. The moment they fell, a water dragon burst from beneath Itachi's feet. Water Release. Water Dragon Bullet. Behind him, Kisame also released a water dragon to counter it. You used the time I threw my shuriken to cast Water Wall, and simultaneously planned to ambush me from below with a water dragon. As expected of Kakashi-senpai, Uchiha Itachi said calmly. You are indeed skilled in using the Sharingan to this extent, but your body is not that of the Uchiha clan suited for those eyes. Kakashi began to worry inwardly. Itachi was right, Kakashi would soon be exhausted. In the early days when Kakashi truly used the Sharingan, his chakra was extremely limited. Why is the Uchiha clan hailed as the strongest and feared? Let me show you the true power of the Sharingan's bloodline limit. Uchiha Itachi's closed eyes suddenly opened. What a... Damn. Don't look into his eyes, you two. Kakashi was instantly horrified. Yuhi Kurenai and Asuma quickly shut their eyes. Don't open your eyes, you two. The only thing that can counter those eyes is the Sharingan. Kakashi closed his right eye, his left Sharingan fixed intently on Uchiha Itachi. Indeed, with the Sharingan you can somewhat resist the Mangekyo Sharingan. But this special ninjutsu, the Jinjutsu Tsukuyami, cannot be broken. Only a Sharingan user with the same bloodline limit can defeat me. In Kakashi's mind, the image of Sasuke flashed by. At that moment he was distracted and the world before his eyes turned crimson. When Kakashi came to again, he was already bound to a cross. Su Fan and the other finally arrived at the scene of the incident. Wait, is that Uchiha Itachi? Anko covered her mouth in shock. The two crouched in the nearby bushes to observe. Su Fan looked at Kakashi's rigid body and horrified expression. Has it already started? Damn it, coming to Konoha at a time like this. Die. With that, Anko leaped from the bushes, hidden shadow snake hands. Su Fan was dumbfounded. This stupid woman. Su Fan had intended to wait until Kakashi's Tsukuyami was over before acting, since Itachi was helping Kakashi. He didn't expect Anko to suddenly jump out and interrupt. After this is over today, I'll teach you a good lesson. Looking at the leaping Anko, a sinister smile curled on Su Fan's lips. Die. Kisame hoisted Samahata and soared into the sky. Su Fan quickly wrapped his arm around Hondo's slender waist, dodging the blade. Get lost. How dare you cop a feel? Hondo felt Su Fan's hands tightly gripping her waist, her face flushed with embarrassment. Shut up. If you keep yapping, I'll drag you into the woods. Su Fan was instantly annoyed. Feeling his anger, Hondo surprisingly quieted down, her heartbeat quickening. Two more reckless fools. Kisame looked at Su Fan and Hondo with an amused smile. Oh no. Kakashi. Hondo, just landing, rushed toward Kakashi. Don't go. Su Fan grabbed Hondo's collar. Rip. The back of her clothes instantly tore open. In the distance, Kisame was suddenly dumbfounded. Su Fan clenched his teeth nervously, so white. Oh. Hondo turned and swung a punch. Su Fan immediately pulled her into his arms, holding her by the waist. Stop struggling. You don't understand the situation over there. Going will only get in the way. Now behave yourself. If you cause any more trouble, I'll spank you myself. With that, Su Fan slapped her without mercy. The sound was so loud that even Kisame felt like kneeling. Ahongdo instantly went limp. Su Fan, you bastard. I've never been treated like this before. Hongdo's face showed a mix of grievances on the verge of tears. Hey, you two. Can you not be distracted during a battle? Kisame, holding Samehada, pointed at Su Fan and the other, feeling vexed. Within Tsukuyami, Uchiha Itachi stood before Kakashi holding a long blade. You without a Kekkei Genkai, how long can you hold out? With that, Uchiha Itachi plunged the long blade into Kakashi's body. The pain felt real, Kakashi's pupils dilated, and the agony made his breath rapid. When Uchiha Itachi withdrew the blade, Kakashi, overcome with pain, fainted. In the world of Tsukuyami, even 3 days passes in an instant. Kakashi woke from his faint to find his wounds completely healed, as if the previous events were fake, yet the pain had been so real. This is definitely an illusion. When he looked up, he was instantly stunned. Another Uchiha Itachi appeared around him, also holding a long blade. In the Tsukuyami world, time, space, and even quality are all under my control. With that, the two Itachis stabbed and withdrew their blades, repeatedly honing them on Kakashi's body. Kakashi's miserable screams instantly rang out. For the next 72 hours, I will keep stabbing you with this blade. Time overlapped infinitely, repeating endlessly, and Itachi's words echoed in Kakashi's ears. But the long blade in hand never stopped. Su Fan interpreted Itachi's use of Tsukuyami on Kakashi as high-level mental stimulation. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan itself requires neurological stimulation of the brain to cause a mutation, thereby achieving evolution. Kakashi is not of the Uchiha clan and lacks full bloodline, so to elevate the eye it requires 100 times the stimulation of an ordinary person to have any effect. But the prerequisite for evolution is an understanding of pain. Kakashi kept calmly telling himself it was an illusion. Yet when he opened his eyes, he saw himself tied to crosses everywhere, countless Itachis approaching with sharp blades, stabbing whichever body. Kakashi felt the pain, which multiplied several times. Suddenly he fell to his knees, gasping heavily. Is it over? Su Fan turned to look. From the chakra in Kakashi's body, he could see that Kakashi had reached his limit. He took that technique, yet his spirit hasn't collapsed. Kisame quickly returned to Itachi's side. However, Mr. Itachi, overusing those eyes is also very dangerous for you. Itachi's eyes began to tremble, showing the considerable negative damage. Is what you're looking for, Sasuke? Kakashi, squatting weakly, asked. No. Itachi's eyes stopped trembling and suddenly became resolute. It is the 4th Hokage's legacy. However, Senior Kakashi, you are no longer qualified to fight me. Let him come. The three of them looked simultaneously and saw Su Fan and Hongdo sitting on a stone eating dumplings, watching them. Uzumaki, Su Fan. An old acquaintance. Kakashi finally collapsed onto the lake's surface. Kisame sneered coldly, hoisted Samehada, and charged forward. Leaf, great whirlwind. Boom! The water surface exploded. A figure landed gracefully. Kurenai Asuma, you two are too lame, letting my rival Kakashi bear this battle alone. Might Guy appears. A destined rival, the first meeting between Kisame and Might Guy. Su Fan became interested and walked over to them. TCH, this bowl-cut head looks hilarious. Especially his clothing style. Kisame looked at Might Guy and felt like laughing. Kisame, don't underestimate him. You seem no match for him. TCH, I'll kill him now. Kurenai and Asuma carried Kakashi away from the battlefield. Might Guy leaped and engaged Kisame in battle. I never thought I'd meet you. I considered it on the way here, but I had no idea what to do when I actually encountered you. But you haven't changed at all. Itachi looked at Su Fan and said calmly, do you want to know how Sasuke is now? Itachi's body trembled slightly, and Su Fan caught the detail. Itachi's thoughts were rather convoluted. Su Fan wanted to straighten him out. Thinking of this man who had always been hidden in darkness, it was truly heartbreaking. It reminded him of what Uchiha Fugaku once said, Itachi, you really are a kind child. Such a person is not meant to wander outside. Tell me. At the mention of Sasuke, Itachi's eyes suddenly filled with endless tenderness, an expression impossible to conceal. As the obstacle Sasuke needed to overcome to grow, Itachi had always been doing what a brother should. Sasuke has become my disciple. Su Fan suddenly smiled. Itachi was first stunned, then looked at Su Fan with confusion, his brow furrowed, as if there were too many questions. But after a long moment, the confusion on Itachi's face vanished. He looked at Su Fan and returned the smile, a smile that seemed to be gratitude. Dismantling true hatred is the reverse of the heart. Su Fan, you are truly remarkable. Itachi felt that his methods were somewhat extreme, too cruel to Sasuke, and even feared that Sasuke might become a rogue ninja because of it. He had thought about this countless times. But today, meeting Su Fan, he got the answer. Make your move. Let me see if your current strength can guide Sasuke. Itachi's expression turned serious, ready to fight with full force. Itachi, it is my greatest honor to be your opponent. I won't hold back in this battle. With that, Su Fan directly used the Hashirama Sage Chakra card he had obtained from the previous lottery. This was the best respect for one of his favorite characters in the original work, Uchiha Itachi. The time limit was 1 hour. A profound sage power instantly entered Su Fan's body. So Hashirama's sage chakra is this powerful. Compared to ordinary chakra without sage power, it is incomparable. Itachi's expression turned shocked as he looked at Su Fan. His aura seemed to have changed. Huh. Su Fan pressed his palms together, and red marks instantly spread around his eyes with a red dot appearing on his forehead. A powerful chakra cloak rose from Su Fan's body. This is... Itachi stepped back in fear. Itachi, before we start, can I ask you something? Go ahead. You kept calling him Senior Kakashi. When you stabbed him with a blade in Tsukuyami for 3 days and nights. Was it enjoyable? Itachi looked at Su Fan with a dazed expression. Not bad. Don't hold back, or you might get hurt. Su Fan pressed his hands together, with style silent binding technique. From the ground behind him, massive tree vines crawled out and rapidly extended toward Uchiha Itachi. Fire-style great fireball technique. Itachi's body swiftly retreated, and in midair, he consecutively released 3 fireballs. The scorching fireballs pierced through the tree vines, burning them fiercely. In the blink of an eye, Su Fan appeared before Itachi. The moment their eyes met, Itachi instantly transformed into a swarm of crows. A red world unfolded anew in Su Fan's vision. Is this a ninjutsu? In the void world, Su Fan found himself turned into a paper figurine, and Uchiha Itachi stood above him looking down. Su Fan clearly felt the flames beneath his feet gradually ignite. From the moment you appeared, you had already fallen into my ninjutsu. In this world you now inhabit, I am the master of all. Uchiha Itachi spoke calmly to Su Fan. Oh, is that so? Itachi's body suddenly trembled, for the voice came from behind him. Su Fan's right hand rested on Itachi's shoulder as he said coldly, "Unfortunately, the chakra within my body is of a mutated nature. Your ninjutsu might be completely ineffective against me." Possessing the mixed chakra of the Uzumaki and Senju clans, the new mutation produced by these 2 types of chakra was something no one in the Naruto world had ever seen. Even the strongest Kodoame Tsukumi Su Fan could fully suppress. The greatest power of ninjutsu lies in its ability to harm those with weaker strength, even if you are only slightly weaker than the opponent. In a battle between 2 people, if one falls into a ninjutsu, the gap between them becomes clear. This boring game can end now, Itachi. Show me your true strength. The ninjutsu was dispelled. Uchiha Itachi frowned, and 5 shurikens appeared in his hand. As he turned and retreated, Itachi released Fire-style Phoenix Flower Claw Crimson. He threw the shurikens, which were coated with flames, and then lunged at Su Fan. Water-style Water Wave. From Su Fan's mouth, a torrent of water surged like a waterfall toward the approaching flames. The moment the flames were extinguished, the shurikens cut through the water trail and closed in on Su Fan. Su Fan leaped lightly to evade the shurikens. Uchiha Itachi jumped up and engaged Su Fan in hand-to-hand combat. The 2 clashed in midair and fell to the ground. Su Fan rolled and spun, sweeping his right leg. Uchiha Itachi blocked with his left arm while spitting out a series of small fireballs. Su Fan sidestepped and delivered a heavy punch downward. Uchiha Itachi crossed his arms above his head to block, and the ground instantly caved in. Such immense strength. Uchiha Itachi gradually began to falter. With just his physical body in sage mode, Su Fan possessed strength surpassing Kage level, while Uchiha Itachi was only at Kage level. Su Fan let out a cold shout, wrapped his legs around Itachi's waist, flipped over in front of him, and gathered chakra intensely on his right fist. The moment Su Fan's fist came down, Itachi's body suddenly exploded into a swarm of crows. Thick smoke rose, revealing a massive hole in the ground. When the smoke cleared, white steam rose from Su Fan's body, and his wounds healed instantly. During Su Fan's full-force strike, Uchiha Itachi had used the crows to create a clone and planted bombs inside the clone. Upon contact, it could detonate immediately. Did he swap his body during the hand-to-hand combat? In terms of battle strategy, I may have immense power, but Itachi, you are the cunning one. Then I'll get serious. Su Fan clasped his hands together, and a massive tree vine climbed out from beneath his feet. He stood on the vine as it rapidly rose. Wood-style adamant and attacking wood. The hardest part of the vine transformed into an enormous solid log so tough that it could easily pierce through a diamond's surface. At this moment, Uchiha Itachi finally became serious. If you can block this strike, I will not attack again. Su Fan looked at Itachi and said calmly, then clenched his fists. The massive wooden pillar behind him shot toward Uchiha Itachi with incredible speed. Itachi's expression shifted. He had thought he could withstand it. But as the pillar approached, even its sheer force was overwhelming. Susanoo. A crimson giant erupted from Uchiha Itachi's body, soaring into the sky. The wooden pillar crashed into Itachi's Susanoo, sending him flying backward. As the pillar pushed forward, Itachi's expression grew more frantic. Trees behind him were snapped in half, one after another, dust rising with the wind. After being pushed back 100 meters, the pillar's force waned, and Itachi used his giant to slash it apart. Seeing this, Su Fan smiled. Blocking it was indeed impressive, at least he wouldn't need to use the true several thousand hands later. Otherwise, Itachi would be done for. You win. As I said, if you could block this technique, I would not attack again. The sage mark on Su Fan's face disappeared instantly, and his power stabilized. Itachi's Susanoo vanished as well. He walked slowly to Su Fan and said bitterly, "No, you are the one who won. You indeed have the qualifications to guide Sasuke. Su Fan, I entrust Sasuke to you." Uchiha Itachi then looked at Kisame. "Let's end this. Leave this place." Kisame, who was having a heated fight with Might Guy, was reluctant to leave upon hearing this. "TCH, if it weren't for Itachi-san stopping me, I would have killed you today. And remember my name. Hoshigaki Kisame." Kisame landed from the air and returned to Itachi's side, placing Samehada back on his back. The two turned and left Konoha. Wait. Might Guy wanted to pursue. Guy-sensei, don't chase them. Stopping them is feasible, but killing them would be extremely troublesome. For now, let's check on Kakashi-sensei's condition. Su Fan said seriously. After Uchiha Itachi and Kisame left Konoha, Kisame looked at Itachi with a strange expression. "From the way your battle went, you weren't at a disadvantage. So why did you say you lost?" As he spoke, Itachi suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. He trembled, clutching his chest. "Itachi-san." Kisame hurriedly supported Itachi's arm. "Su Fan's body contains more than one type of power. If I hadn't used Susanoo just now, I would have been a corpse." "Impossible." Kisame was greatly shocked. He deliberately held back. And the source of his power might be unique in the ninja world. Uchiha Itachi finally had an excuse not to go to Konoha to capture the Nine Tails. Kisame shook his head helplessly and helped Itachi sit on a rock nearby. "Kisame, the man you fought today, be careful if you meet him again. He will be a very dangerous opponent." Uchiha Itachi patiently advised Kisame. "TCH, Itachi-san, I already told him my name. Next time we meet, he'll recognize me and run away." Seeing Kisame's arrogance, Itachi said no more. As for himself, his internal organs felt completely out of place. After blocking Su Fan's attack, his blood was still churning. Kakashi remained in a coma on the hospital bed. Su Fan and Might Guy had not yet returned. However, a large number of jonin had gathered here. At that moment, Sasuke pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Kakashi in bed, he felt somewhat distressed. What happened to Kakashi? Why is he lying in bed? And why are so many jonin gathered here? A sense of foreboding arose in his heart. "No, nothing happened," Asuma quickly explained. "I heard that Itachi has returned. Is it true? And I heard he's looking for Naruto." At that moment, Yamashiro Aoba ran up from downstairs in a panic. Asuma immediately covered his right face. "You bastard." Sasuke's eyes suddenly went blank, his expression turning tense. He turned, shoved past Yamashiro Aoba, and ran out. That bastard actually returned to the village. And he's looking for Naruto. What is going on? After running downstairs, Sasuke began searching everywhere for Naruto. He sprinted all the way without pause, directly rushing to Naruto's house. The moment he pushed open the door, Sasuke shouted Naruto's name. "Naruto, where are you? Damn it. If Naruto gets caught by that guy, he'll definitely die. I can't let him succeed." Anxious, Sasuke saw no one answer and ran off toward Ichiraku Ramen. Little did he know that at that moment Naruto was comfortably soaking in a hot spring with Jiraiya. The way Sasuke frantically ran around searching for Naruto was almost like a love story. Su Fan and Might Guy, who had returned, suddenly spotted Sasuke sprinting through the streets. "Hey Sasuke, where are you going?" Su Fan called out in confusion. Seeing that it was Su Fan, Sasuke ran over excitedly. Itachi. "Itachi, he's back in the village. His target is Naruto. We can't let him catch Naruto." "Absolutely not." Seeing this, Su Fan let out a helpless sigh. "Itachi has already left this place. I met him just now." "What? You met him?" Sasuke's anxious state suddenly ceased. He looked at Su Fan with eyes full of confusion. "Ahem." Su Fan coughed twice while looking at Might Guy, who instantly understood. Sasuke, this matter concerns the high-ranking officials of Konoha. No one can intervene, so you don't need to worry about it. As for Naruto." Might Guy then looked at Su Fan. Su Fan knew that Naruto was definitely with Jiraiya now. Jiraiya had returned for Naruto after all. With Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninja, protecting him, even Uchiha Itachi would not be able to harm Naruto. Naruto has someone specific protecting him. "Don't worry, Sasuke. Go back and rest." "No. My parents appear in my dreams every night. They crawl toward my bed covered in blood. They weep and tell me they are in pain. Tell me, what should I do? My great vengeance is unfulfilled. How can I be at ease? Only by obtaining greater power can I deal with Uchiha Itachi, that despicable bastard. I am an avenger. Even if I have to sell my soul, I must gain powerful strength. Kill Uchiha Itachi." Sasuke vented with a ferocious expression. Su Fan said nothing, quietly listening to Sasuke's outburst. Witnessing the murder of one's own parents by the sibling who once loved them most, no one could accept that. "Sasuke, you're complaining that I haven't taught you anything, aren't you?" Su Fan said calmly. From the moment Sasuke became his disciple in the Forest of Death until now, Su Fan had promised but shown no action. For Sasuke, it was truly too frustrating. After venting, he lowered his head bitterly. No, it's my own incompetence. Sasuke, using hatred to strengthen your will. How can you accept such power? I don't oppose your revenge, but if you crown hatred with a reversed meaning, no matter how hard you try or how much you hate, it will be futile. Starting tomorrow, follow me. I will begin training with you. Su Fan felt that no matter how much he said, the last sentence was the most practical. Indeed, a trace of joy quietly appeared on Sasuke's face. One had to admit Sasuke was really a fool. After visiting Kakashi, Su Fan took Sasuke to find Jiraiya. This pervert had to be kept close. Only he who had loved and understood Tsunade since childhood knew where Tsunade really was. With Naruto following Jiraiya, Su Fan was naturally at ease. All he needed was an excuse to stick to Jiraiya. This way, while Naruto was training, he could also bring Sasuke along to accompany. At that moment, Jiraiya was secretly peeping at other girls in the hot spring area with Naruto. He, MMH, so round and plump. Jiraiya lay on a small hole watching everything inside. Naruto, sitting at his feet, supported his face with a look of disgust. Since I met you, have you ever been any different? And you call yourself the Toad Sage of Mount Mayaboko. Then from now on I'll call you the Pervert Sage. Right? The Pervert Sage. Naruto laughed and turned around, but Jiraiya had already disappeared. Huh. Naruto looked confused. Where did he go? You bunch of perverts. Always peeping. I'm going to teach you a lesson. A fat muscular woman ran out holding a frying pan. No, it wasn't me. Naruto turned and ran, not realizing that Jiraiya had already bolted. A few minutes later, at a street corner, Naruto found Jiraiya reading a book. Oh, Naruto, what happened to your face? If it weren't for your clothes, I would hardly recognize you. Jiraiya looked at Naruto with amusement, his face covered in bruises. It seemed he had been beaten up badly. Making my little brother take the blame for you, how sly. Jiraiya turned to look and saw Su Fan approaching with Sasuke. Seeing Su Fan, Jiraiya's expression turned serious. Jiraiya had heard about Itachi. Being able to confront Uchiha Itachi without being at a disadvantage. That was very interesting. Uzumaki Su Fan. Jiraiya stood up, tucked the book into his belt, and walked over to Su Fan. I was just looking for you. There's something I want to tell you. Jiraiya said calmly with a natural expression. Su Fan remained silent, knowing full well what Jiraiya wanted to say. Seeing that Su Fan remained silent, Jiraiya got straight to the point. Why not hand Naruto over to me first? Although you claim to be Naruto's brother, compared to me, I seem to have more right to be accepted by him. Is it because you once took the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze as your disciple? Su Fan stated what he knew without any concealment. The surprise on Jiraiya's face could no longer be hidden. He felt he had truly underestimated Su Fan. How could Su Fan know about such things? Don't doubt it. I said I am Naruto's brother, and that explains everything clearly. Su Fan shrugged helplessly. Jiraiya was stunned, knowing even this unless Su Fan was telling the truth. But the task of protecting Naruto is extremely arduous. The situation might become something you simply cannot handle. Ever since Orochimaru fled the village, I have been monitoring him. That bastard will come back to the village sooner or later, so from the very beginning, I have only been on guard against him alone. That guy seems to have joined some organization recently, Jiraiya said seriously. Is it Akatsuki? A small organization formed by 9 ninja. Su Fan asked with narrowed eyes. You know everything. Jiraiya suddenly felt the terror of Su Fan. He had gathered these bits of information bit by bit, yet Su Fan knew everything. Su Fan knew more than that. The Akatsuki had appeared long ago, but in the early stages they were merely gathering intelligence, not directly engaging in killings or capturing tailed beasts. And Xianghua was one of the intelligence gatherers arranged by Conan. They would integrate the collected intelligence and strike at the weakest first. I advise you not to set your sights on Naruto. I have the capability to protect him. Su Fan intended to provoke Jiraiya, thereby achieving the goal of sticking to him. Hearing this, Jiraiya instantly became angry. Capability. Kid, let me show you what capability means. Huh. As he spoke, a small Rasengan had already formed in Jiraiya's hand. Oh, is that all? How about we make a bet? If I can withstand this move of yours, you'll agree to one condition. If I lose, you can do whatever you want. How about it? Su Fan turned around and said calmly. Kid, you asked for it. Deal. Why didn't you say so earlier? Then I won't hold back. Su Fan lazily raised his right hand, and chakra suddenly burst out. A gigantic Rasengan instantly materialized. Come on, let's clash. This is what? Zillai could no longer remain composed. The ninjutsu developed by Shuemin had unexpectedly been mastered by Su Fan as well. Zillai had no choice but to believe that Su Fan was indeed Mingren's elder brother. Yet since Jixinai and Shuemin had never mentioned it, Zillai felt deeply frustrated. Brad, if we keep fighting like this, I'm afraid my power might harm Konoha, so I'll be magnanimous and concede defeat to you. Zillai dejectedly dismissed the Rasengan. Get the facts straight. One Rasengan was large, the other small. There was no comparison. If anyone was going to cause harm, it would be Su Fan. Your face is thicker than a wall. If you want me to hand Mingren over to you, I'll agree, but I must follow Mingren's every step. That means while you train him you'll also have to train me and Zhuozhu. Sufan said calmly. Zilai asked in confusion, why do you two want to follow me? Sufan, your strength might be no less than mine. What could I possibly teach you? You'll find out in due time. Sufan flashed a sinister grin at Zilai. Zilai shuddered. So, when do we depart? Sufan, without waiting for Zilai's consent, directly asked. Go back and pack your belongings. We'll gather at the bathhouse. I'll wait for you there. As Zilai spoke, he kept glancing toward the bathhouse behind him, trying to sneak one last peek before leaving the village. That's so like you, Zilai. The four of them left Konoha together. On the road, Mingren excitedly circled around Zilai. Wait, what jutsu are you going to teach me? During the 2 days with Zilai, Mingren had learned to walk on water. It must be said that Mingren's talent was indeed remarkable, he just lacked a suitable teacher. And Zilai was the perfect fit for Mingren. Will this time teach me to walk on fire? Or walk in the air? Mingren's imagination was truly vivid. Tell me quickly, pervert hermit. Mingren chased after him with a look of anticipation. Zilai suddenly stopped. You keep calling me pervert hermit, but you don't realize I'm actually a very formidable person. Zilai's expression turned serious, exuding a sense of authority as he looked at Mingren. A very formidable pervert hermit. Mingren's innocent face was filled with confusion. Zilai was instantly speechless. TCH. Listen up. Zilai ran ahead of the three and spread his arms. Toad Sage is the title I've kept hidden from the world. But there's nothing to hide from you. I am the one who knows no north, south, east, or west. As he spoke, Zilai swung the braid behind his white hair, looking like a comic actor in a show. One of the invincible three ninjas. The white-haired child, Toad Messenger. The handsome man who can make even crying children shut up. Lord Zilai. With a spin he struck a cool pose. That's me. Sufan, Zhuozhu, and Mingren squinted their eyes, utterly bewildered. What? Mingren muttered, and Zilai instantly felt awkward. Thus Sufan led the two past Zilai, who was still posing, completely ignoring him. Idiot. Idiot. The four stopped at a crossroads. Mingren stared at the signpost by the roadside, stunned. We have to pass through a Dofu street. It's still 10 kilometers away. Mingren, you could talk a little less on the road, my head is buzzing. Sufan looked at Mingren with a puzzled expression. Mingren's face showed embarrassment. Sorry, big brother, I'm just too excited to be out for the first time. Upon entering a Dofu street, the streets were packed with people, exceptionally lively. The four of them stood out conspicuously. Looks like a suspicious place. Mingren said seriously, looking around. Indeed. Extremely dangerous. As he said this, Zilai kept staring at the chest of a nearby beauty. To Sufan, that woman seemed quite special. Chadomat. Everyone must be tired. Let's rest here tonight. Zilai pointed excitedly at the inn beside the beauty. I can't help but wonder. Was Mingren really taught by Zilai? Sufan felt utterly speechless. When Mingren saw that beauty, he even wore the same expression as Zilai. He'd been corrupted within a few days. Truly a worthy master and disciple. Mingren took the key and was about to go upstairs. Zilai snatched the key. Now enters the adult world. This kind of development will be infinitely interesting. Off. Pervert hermit is too cunning. Give me 3 rooms, please. Sufan walked over and said calmly. A boring journey needs a time to rest. Sufan tossed the keys to Mingren and Zhuozhu, then leisurely went upstairs to sleep. Meanwhile, 2 men dressed in Akatsuki robes walked along a Dofu street. The gaunt man on the left, carrying a scythe on his back, grumbled. It's supposed to be that bastard Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame's mission, yet they made us come in person. Fade One, watch your attitude. The target possesses the powers of the Senju and Uzumaki clan's masters, all elemental ninjutsu, and can use wood release. The man on the right was wrapped up tightly with only his eyes showing. TCH, if those 2 bastards would join my church I could understand, but what kind of people are they? How can they be like me? Hey Jiaodu, where are you going? Before Fade One could finish, Jiaodu pushed through the crowd and crouched down toward a spot on the ground. Great. This trip wasn't wasted. Fade One walked over and was stunned. Jiaodu. No way. You. It turned out that Jiaodu had spotted a coin that had fallen from someone's pocket from afar. Although the amount was tiny, he was truly thrifty. Little did he know that later a spendthrift woman would use all his money for fireworks. Jiaodu would die with regret. Chado. I think I sensed a Jinchuriki. Jiaodu suddenly turned to look at the inn on the left, the very place where Sufan and the others had gone up. How did you do that? I can't. Fade One asked in bewilderment. Look at that man. According to intelligence, a white-haired man of unfathomable strength has been following Mingren for 3 days. Jiaodu pointed at the entrance of the inn not far away. Zilai was chatting lively with the beauty from before. Ah, as expected of you, Jiaodu. Fade One reluctantly played the flatterer. But in others' eyes, aside from Jiaodu, Fade One was clearly a hothead, simple-minded, and simple to the point of being immortal. Then I'll kill him. Fade One grabbed the scythe on his back, ready to move. Wait, you idiot. The intelligence shows the target's strength is at least Kaga level. To capture the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, you need brains. You're so reckless, how do you expect to catch him? What's in that head of yours? Fade One, tired of Jiaodu's constant nagging, crouched reluctantly by the roadside. You sure talk a lot. One day I'll sacrifice your blood. Before long Zilai went upstairs with the woman. He's gone. Fadewan, your mission is here. Jiaodu turned and said seriously to Fadewan. A commotion is bound to happen soon. You must stop him before he appears. Give me enough time to take the Jinchuriki away from here. Jiaodu's cunning nature showed he had thought of using Fadewan's immortality since Fadewan couldn't die anyway, as long as he got the money. That was the logic of betraying a teammate for money. Fadewan, though reluctant, followed Zilai upstairs, feeling his way. About 5 minutes later, Jiaodu felt enough time had passed. He leisurely entered the inn. Sufan was now sleeping like a log, his snores shaking the heavens. Mingren was in room 301, Waju in room 302, and Sufan on the second floor. Did you figure out which room the Jinchuriki is in? Jiaodu asked Fadewan seriously. Room 302. I found out. Then let's make our move. Jiaodu took a piece of wire from his pocket and carefully picked the door lock. Both nodded and entered. Who? Zhuizhu sat up abruptly. Stay down. Fadewan punched him, leaving a black eye on Zhuizhu's right eye. Before he could react, he fainted. Wait. The intelligence says the Jinchuriki has yellow hair. Why is this one black? Jiaodu stared at Fadewan in disbelief. Maybe he dyed his hair to hide his identity. Zhuizhu, what were you shouting about? Just then Mingren rubbed his eyes and walked in. When he saw the two men, Mingren asked, Who are you? Fadewan, you idiot. Where is the yellow hair? Catch him. With that they threw Zhuizhu aside and went for Mingren. Shine. Fadewan swung his scythe and charged straight at him. At that moment a toad appeared, blocking Fadewan's attack with iron bracers on its arms. Zilai makes a grand entrance. Mingren slowly turned around. Zilai appeared disheveled with the beauty from before slung over his shoulder. You both think a single woman can bewitch me, eh? Impossible. I've been aware of your presence for some time. Every action I took was solely to draw you two out. As a true man, I cannot be corrupted by mere beauty. Justice radiated across Jiraiya's face, unaware his pants had slipped down just a notch. Indeed, speaking with one's trousers pulled up lends a certain boldness. That wretched trick of a woman casting suggestive glances clearly excites you. Cease your bravado. You perverted hermit. Naruto spun around and pointed at Jiraiya, unleashing a tirade of complaints. Don't call me such offensive names in front of so many people. Jiraiya awkwardly scratched his head. Never mind that. These individuals are far from ordinary. They first appeared in Sasuke's room and then attempted to capture me. Naruto spoke incoherently. So you are the legendary Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Haiden offered a dismissive greeting. You failed to even gather intelligence on the Jinchuriki and those surrounding him before carrying out this mission. Is Akatsuki truly this incompetent? Jiraiya set the woman aside on the ground and turned to face Haiden and Kakazu with a serious expression. Absurd. Taking Naruto is Akatsuki's highest command. Mind your own affairs. Kakazu stepped forward one pace, his voice cold. At that moment Sasuke woke inside the house and hurriedly rushed out. Sasuke, take Naruto and leave this place immediately. I will handle these two here. A slight smile played on Jiraiya's lips as he prepared to unleash his full prowess. Instinctively Sasuke weaved between Kakazu and Haiden, then grabbed Naruto and retreated. So you refuse to cooperate. Killing intent gradually radiated from Kakazu. If you two possess genuine strength, stop posturing with empty words. Jiraiya replied faintly. Yura, how tedious. Watch me sacrifice your blood to my god. Upon finishing his words, Haiden tightened his grip on his scythe and charged forward. Wild lion's hair art. Jiraiya's white hair suddenly elongated and coiled around Haiden's body. What is this? Haiden was halted mid-air, his bindings growing ever tighter. Fire release head cloth bind. Kakazu beside him quickly formed hand seals, and a massive expanse of flame, resembling a raging sea, instantly enveloped Jiraiya's position. The scorching heat caused Jiraiya's hair binding to loosen. Haiden seized the opportunity, swinging his scythe to sever the long hair, then flipped back to Kakazu's side. Haiden, do not be careless. The enemy's strength may not be inferior to ours. Enough nonsense. Haiden charged forward recklessly once more. Meanwhile, Haiden gripped the lever at the scythe's tail, leaped high into the air, and flung his weapon. Wrapped around the scythe was an elastic black cord. The scythe spiraled rapidly toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya manipulated his white hair to defend fiercely, and after rotating for several seconds the blade returned to Haiden's grasp. Haiden roared and leaped down, gripping the scythe firmly. Witnessing this, a sinister smile crossed Jiraiya's face. Haiden, come back. There's a trap. Kakazu shouted in panic. Jiraiya swiftly dodged the attack by leaping aside. But the instant Haiden's feet touched the ground, he felt his legs immobilized, sinking downward. Wah! What's happening? Haiden jammed his scythe into the ground and struggled upward with all his might. Yet the harder he exerted himself, the faster he sank. Is this a swamp? Kakazu tensely glanced downward at Haiden's feet and suddenly realized the same had appeared beneath his own. He sprang upward, grasping the iron railing above. Jiraiya revealed a satisfied smile. When you two appeared, I had already laid out this ninjutsu in advance. I was simply waiting for your dim-witted teammate to make a move. Idiotic Haiden. Kakuzu felt a wave of frustration. Baka baka. Kakuzu, are you swinging on a swing? Hurry and find a way to rescue me. Haiden glared angrily at Kakuzu, who clung to the railing overhead. Shut up, you absolute fool. The only thing we can do now is use fire release to dry out this swamp. Thinking this, Kakuzu released his grip on the railing and fell into the swamp. Fool, why did you come down? Haiden was momentarily stunned. He watched as Kakuzu rapidly formed hand seals and plunged both hands into the swamp. Immediately, fierce flames churned violently within the swamp. Jiraiya's pupils contracted, assimilating the swamp using the power of fire. You do possess some skill, I must admit. Fed by Kakuzu's chakra, the flames rapidly dried the swamp's moisture, transforming it into parched earth. Then the two directly kicked away the hardened soil beneath their feet and leaped free. You are indeed a formidable opponent. However, you are the only one engaged here with Naruto nearby, are you not? If I fought you seriously, you would surely be unable to escape. Kakuzu gazed at Jiraiya, already harboring a better plan. Who said I'm alone? Don't you have someone behind you? Jiraiya pointed amusedly behind the two. Kakuzu was instantly alarmed and whipped his head around. Su Fan had appeared without warning. I didn't sense him at all. But this guy appears to still be a child. Haiden remarked with confusion. No. Haiden, do you recall the detailed description in Itachi's intelligence regarding one of them? The one who injured him. Could it be the one wielding dual powers? Uzumaki Su Fan. Kakuzu immediately drew in a sharp breath. Sensing absolutely no goodwill in Su Fan's chakra, he confirmed his suspicion. The youth before him was undoubtedly Uzumaki Su Fan. Akatsuki sent two more incompetents to capture Naruto. Su Fan looked at Kakuzu with arrogance. Haiden's strength was roughly equivalent to a Chunin, possessing immortality was hardly remarkable. As for Kakuzu, this man possessed 5 hearts, perfect for Sasuke's training. Haiden, find an opportunity to escape from here. Kakuzu cautiously observed both Jiraiya and Su Fan on either side. Oh, now you want me to leave first. Has your conscience finally awakened? Haiden was momentarily moved. No, I'm fine. But if you were captured by them, where would the money I asked you to safeguard be? Haiden was so furious he nearly wished to defect to Jiraiya's side and teach Kakuzu a lesson. Throwing a shuriken from 800 paces away at the first Hokage, then turning and fleeing. Is that something you did? Su Fan asked Kakuzu with puzzlement. How could you possibly know about that? Kakuzu was utterly bewildered. He boasted daily about having battled Hashirama Senju, but who could truly know the truth? The actual truth was that Kakuzu had infiltrated Konoha village, spotted Hashirama's figure, launched a surprise attack, and expended tremendous effort to kill him. But just as he was celebrating, he discovered it was merely one of Hashirama's clones. Kakuzu thought it over carefully and realized something was amiss. If a single clone had required so much effort to defeat, what would happen if the real thing appeared? Realizing the hopelessness, Kakuzu retreated in retreat. Though the kind Hashirama would not pursue the matter, Konoha's higher-ups would not forgive it. Kakuzu had attempted to assassinate the Hokage. Though unsuccessful, it could not be overlooked. Thus he began causing trouble for the Hidden Mist Village. In result, the Hidden Mist Village blamed Kakuzu. In despair and enraged, Kakuzu seized Cho Akamatsu and stole the hearts of all the village elders before defecting. Do you understand what an ant is? Su Fan gazed coldly at Kakuzu as a chakra coat gradually manifested around him. This power. Kakuzu staggered backward 2 steps in shock. Before such overwhelming power, he was nothing more than dust, truly beyond his reach. So this was the existence of an ant. Sasuke, if you wish to learn ninjutsu, today is your opportunity. Do not miss this splendid display. As he spoke, lightning gradually gathered in Su Fan's right hand. Kakuzu could only force a bitter laugh internally, having been chosen as the target. Theoretically speaking, your sensei Kakashi should have demonstrated this technique to you before. Combined with your Sharingan, you can easily locate an opponent's weakness and deliver a lethal blow. Before he finished speaking, Su Fan had already appeared before Kakuzu, moving so swiftly that Kakuzu couldn't react at all. A blurred figure flashed past, and Su Fan's right hand had already pierced through Kakuzu's heart. Kakuzu stared in shock at his chest, as pain instantly overwhelmed his entire body. So incredible. However, your speed just now was too fast. Could you do it again? Sasuke looked at Su Fan with a serious expression. Meanwhile, Kakuzu turned his pained gaze towards Sasuke, his expression on the verge of tears. You're truly ruthless. Boar Ox Tiger Monkey. This is the hand seal for Lightning Cutter. You must combine both the nature transformation and shape transformation of chakra like this. As he spoke, Su Fan once again gathered blue lightning in his left hand. If it weren't for Sasuke wanting to learn the hand seal, Su Fan would have simply released the technique directly. Sasuke intently observed Su Fan's hand seals, then replayed the scene in his mind. Gather lightning release chakra in your palm to form a high-intensity current. The key to this jutsu is the speed of the thrust, and also training the physical vitality to generate powerful chakra. Sasuke, activate your Sharingan. Su Fan shouted. The moment his eyes opened, Sasuke perceived the lightning cutter in Su Fan's hand, and the strange hand seals were etched into his memory. Is this it? With that, Sasuke's hand swiftly formed seals, his right hand facing downward, as blue lightning rapidly coalesced. Concentrate a massive amount of chakra into the hand you use for the thrust. But just as Sasuke began to concentrate the chakra, the blue lightning turned orange. Su Fan frowned. Had he still failed to grasp the true essence of lightning cutter? With Sasuke's talent, mastering the technique was only a matter of time, but he had yet to fully comprehend the underlying principles. Instead, while learning lightning cutter, he had inadvertently created his own power. That was. Sasuke charged forward with a ferocious expression, his speed skyrocketing, and the lightning in his hand emitted a crackling sound like 1,000 birds chirping. Chidori. Kakuzu, who had been on the verge of death, suddenly opened his eyes and leaped backward, escaping from Su Fan's grasp. As Sasuke rushed forward from behind, Kakuzu untied the chakra threads from his wrist. Tentacle fist. Kakuzu's wrist and arm abruptly separated, releasing dense black threads from the arm that shot toward Sasuke. The power of Sasuke's Chidori right now is clearly insufficient to cut through Kakuzu's black threads. Compared to lightning cutter, although Chidori is an A-rank jutsu, Sasuke's ability is still too weak. That punch would likely pierce straight through Sasuke's heart. Su Fan clenched both hands, and a wooden pillar rose rapidly from the ground between them. The black threads struck the wood style to no avail, and Sasuke's Chidori hit the wood without even leaving a scratch. Wood style jutsu. Kakuzu turned to look. The one who had unleashed wood style was indeed Su Fan. He had lost all desire to fight, and only wished to flee, for the aura emanating from Su Fan was far too reminiscent of the former Hashirama. His legs began to tremble. Haiden, we have to retreat. Otherwise, both of us will die here today. Kakuzu had never felt such pressure, even when killing people for money every day. For the first time, he felt his life was more important than money. If he died, how much would he be worth? Kakuzu actually pondered such a question even as he thought. Wait, follow my lead. Kakuzu whispered to Haiden. Don't worry. I think now is just the right time to escape. Haiden suddenly shouted loudly. Jiraiya and Su Fan looked at each other in confusion. You idiot. Go. With that, Kakuzu leaped up, shattering the roof above, and Haiden followed him out. Su Fan sneered coldly, opening his right palm, and a thick wooden vine shot straight toward the two. Kakuzu's heart raced with panic. No time. Earth-style earth spear. Instantly, his skin hardened, entering a defensive state, and his entire body turned pitch black. Grab my arm, Haiden. Kakuzu detached his right hand, and Haiden caught the black thread. Come on. Even knowing he might not withstand the attack, he resolved to endure it. The wooden vine seemed to touch the surface of a cake, effortlessly piercing through Kakuzu's chest. Another heart was destroyed. Kakuzu instantly spat blood. Seeing this, Haiden pulled Kakuzu's body backward with all his strength. The vine stopped growing, and Haiden dragged Kakuzu out. Hoisting Kakuzu onto his shoulder, Haiden leaped away desperately. Pathetic. Su Fan shook his head helplessly as he watched the two retreat. Not bad, kid. With the help of me, the Toad Sage, you managed to be this outstanding. Quite impressive. Jiraiya boasted while tidying his white hair. TCH. Where's your face? Jiraiya was instantly petrified. Sasuke, the essence of lightning cutter lies in the burst. You must simultaneously perform the nature and shape transformation of chakra while pushing the power to its extreme. You raised the power too early just now. Su Fan walked over to Sasuke and patted his shoulder. Sasuke raised his right hand and examined it closely. That power from before did not seem to have reached its peak. He had felt satisfied with that level. Was this really him? Su Fan sighed. Sasuke was too eager to gain power. What a pain. It seems we won't be spending the night here tonight. The boss must not welcome us. Let's go. Su Fan yawned and headed downstairs. Jiraiya glanced awkwardly at the beautiful woman beside him, scratched his hair, then led Naruto and Sasuke downstairs. In a certain town, a woman with light blonde hair followed by a cute little pig slowly walked along a corridor. On her back was clearly written a large character. Gamble. She held a pink suitcase in her hand. Stopping in front of a door, she kicked it open and walked in. Inside the room, she placed the suitcase on the table. The moment she opened it, the short-haired woman sitting across from her gaped in shock. This money. Could it be? All right. Now not only can we pay off the debt, but we can also win some more. The light-haired woman slammed her fist on the table, which instantly collapsed. Son. Tsunade-sama. This light-haired woman was none other than one of the legendary Sannin, the Senju princess, with the character Gamble on her back, Tsunade. The one opposite her was her attendant Shizune. Walking along the road, Naruto kept thinking about what had just happened. He couldn't understand why the enemy had issued a top priority order to capture him. Su Fan seemed to see through Naruto's thoughts. He walked over and patted Naruto's shoulder. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Then brother, do you know the reason too? Naruto asked gloomily. Rather than saying they're targeting you, it's more accurate to say they're after what's inside you. Su Fan said calmly. What What exactly is this thing? Naruto touched his stomach in confusion. It's the one that attacked Konoha village, that's why everyone fears it. But why do those people desperately want to obtain it? Su-fan gently stroked Naruto's hair and said patiently, indeed. The Nine-Tails has appeared at the intersection of eras since ancient times, a demon that destroys everything. That's why people in the past regarded the Nine-Tails as a natural disaster. As for why those people want what's inside you, the Nine-Tails will is known for its evil. Those people naturally intend to exploit it simply to do evil and master its power. Su-fan did not reveal the truth. Naruto was not yet ready to face that level, it was too far beyond his reach. Telling him now would only add unnecessary pressure. Better to let things unfold naturally. Alright, let's speed up everyone. Hopefully we'll find Tsunade soon along the way. Jiraiya smiled faintly at the three and walked slowly ahead. At the entrance of a gambling parlor, Shizune stopped as Tsunade paused. Come on. I'm sure my luck will strike this time. With that, Tsunade lifted the curtain and strode inside. Tsunade-sama, please wait. Shizune hurriedly followed her in. Inside the parlor, a burly man frowned as he saw Tsunade carrying a suitcase. The burly man seemed to be the owner of the shop. That person is... Tsunade walked over to the table, sat down, and opened the suitcase. Can all this money be exchanged for chips? A slight smile curled at the corner of Tsunade's mouth. Behind her, Shizune trembled while holding the little pig. Tsunade-sama is so full of energy. A man in glasses leaned over to the boss and whispered, Who exactly is this lady? Don't you know her? She is the one with that nickname. Nickname? The bespectacled man looked at Tsunade in confusion. Tsunade smiled faintly, and the necklace on her chest emitted a dazzling glow. If one had to give her a title, it would surely be the money-delivering girl. Boss, what exactly is her nickname? The man next to him, unable to contain his curiosity, asked cautiously while covering his mouth. The boss stammered for a long time, cold sweat slowly trickling down his forehead. The legendary. Suddenly, everyone looked at Tsunade with ill intent, strange expressions appearing on their faces, as if gazing at a lamb. Stop dawdling. Let's begin. Tsunade tossed all the chips in her hand into the center of the table. Whoa. Shizune behind her was instantly stunned. I'm in. Me too. And me. In an instant, everyone present threw their chips into the center of the table. Seeing this, Tsunade revealed a charming smile. Ladies and gentlemen. A pair of queens. Tsunade suddenly stood up, waving her hands excitedly. Wait a minute. The boss suddenly shouted. He slowly turned over his pair of cards, and then threw them onto the table triumphantly. A pair of aces. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the term money-delivering girl was too flattering. It should be fortune-scattering girl. Tsunade's face instantly turned pale. Trembling, she rose and left the parlor. In the underground laboratory of the Sound Village, a sudden scream pierced the air. The miserable cry sent chills down one's spine. My arm. Oh. Focusing his eyes, Orochimaru had somehow transplanted a pair of arms, both wrapped in bandages. Orochimaru-sama, are you alright? A nearby servant asked in terror. Suddenly, Orochimaru glared fiercely at the servant. Blood splattered, and the servant collapsed in a pool of blood. Orochimaru gasped heavily. Though the transplanted arms could move temporarily, they were unable to form hand seals, a constant source of agony for him. At that moment, the door slid open and Yakushi Kabuto entered. Seeing the blood everywhere, Kabuto sighed in annoyance. I have to clean the room as soon as I get back. Please take your medicine. Orochimaru stared at his own hands despondently. I don't need those comforting pills. These are medicines I personally prepared. They should alleviate the pain somewhat. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and stepped inside. The pain in these hands is like a burning sensation. I never imagined it would be this agonizing. Orochimaru took a deep breath and leaned back against the pillow behind him. Did you find that person? Orochimaru looked coldly at Kabuto. Yes. I heard she is in a place called Tanzaka Town. However, the other party is one of the legendary 3 ninja. It probably won't be easy to get their consent. Kabuto replied calmly. The tormented Orochimaru suddenly let out a sneer. Good medicine tastes bitter, as the saying goes. You may leave now. Oh, I need to rest. Yes. Passing through a bustling town, Jiraiya noticed something intriguing. You 3 go explore on your own. I have some important business to attend to. Jiraiya said with a serious expression. Pervy sage. What serious business? Why can't we come along? Naruto stomped his foot in frustration. The world of adults is something you wouldn't understand. As a seasoned adult, I must deeply experience it to grasp its essence. Naruto, there are so many people here. You might run into pickpockets. How about handing your wallet over to me for safekeeping? Jiraiya looked at Naruto with a lecherous grin. Naruto glanced around. There were indeed many people, and what Jiraiya said seemed reasonable. So Naruto took off his backpack, preparing to hand his frog-shaped wallet to Jiraiya. Suddenly, Su-fan stepped forward and stopped Naruto. Do you really need to make such a holy excuse for a place so shady? It's not easy for Naruto to save up money. Here, have fun. Su-fan pulled a pouch of coins from his pocket and tossed it over. The moment Jiraiya caught it, his eyes sparkled. Su Fan. You really understand me. With that, Jiraiya turned and dashed into the crowd without looking back. When it came to money, Su Fan was the least interested. With the infinite money source system, Su Fan was already the richest person in the Hokage world. Come on, Naruto. Eat whatever you want today. Big brother is treating. Su Fan smiled at Naruto. Behind him, Sasuke lowered his head gloomily. Almost forgot about you. Don't lose heart. Someday, everything will work out. The three of them bought all kinds of delicious food on the street. Then they found a quiet spot under a tree and lay down. A cool breeze blew, bringing an indescribable comfort. Big brother Sasuke can already use that kind of jutsu. When can I learn it? Naruto suddenly sat up and asked curiously. Almost forgot. It was about time for Naruto to learn the Rasengan. This was originally Jiraiya's job, but Su Fan had given him so much money today. Probably by the time Jiraiya got back, his legs would be too weak to stand. Teach him. Su Fan would have to do it himself. Following Jiraiya's method from the original story, Su Fan placed a ball in Naruto's hand. Once he could control his chakra enough to tear it apart, he would have grasped the essence. He drew a leaf symbol on Naruto's palm, the focal point for the Rasengan to form and compress. He drew the same mark on a piece of paper and explained to Naruto, when people look at a blank sheet of paper, they don't know where to focus. Their eyes wander. But if you add a small dot at the center of that mark, then their attention will converge there. This is called focusing on a single point. Once the mind is focused, the spirit stabilizes, and unexpected power can be unleashed. Naruto looked at the mark in Su Fan's hand with half understanding, then at his own palm. Talent is something that needs to be cultivated on one's own. Naruto needed time to practice. There was no rush. Though the Rasengan seemed difficult, it was actually quite simple. The key to chakra control lay in mental input. By concentrating intensely at the very center of the palm and gathering a large amount of chakra, one could form the rudimentary shape of the Rasengan. Just then Jiraiya approached, his face pale. Su Fan glanced at Jiraiya's legs. They were visibly trembling. Folks, you might not believe it, but today was a real battle. I almost collapsed. Jiraiya said with a deadpan, absurd expression. But since it's so hot, I bought some good stuff. Want a popsicle? As he spoke, Jiraiya pulled 4 blue popsicles from the pouch at his waist. He easily snapped them apart, and each of the 4 took one. Lying under the big tree, feeling the cool breeze, it was truly delightful. Gradually, the 4 of them leaned against each other and drifted off to sleep amid the chirping of cicadas. In the following days, Naruto and Sasuke were in a constant state of training, while Jiraiya wandered around, holding Tsunade's photo, searching for any trace of her. Su Fan spent every day sleeping under a tree. In the Otogakure laboratory, Orochimaru rose from his bed and changed into a different colored vest. Today was the day he and Kabuto Yakushi would set out to find Tsunade. Ever since Su Fan sealed his hands and he fled Konoha, he had remained confined to the laboratory. Finally, as he stepped onto the ground, the blinding sunlight forced his eyes shut. It's been so long since I've seen such scorching sunlight. Orochimaru looked up at the sky through the gaps in the leaves and took a deep breath. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his arms. He trembled and fell to his knees, letting out a wretched scream. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto hurried over, crouched down, and pulled a bottle of medicine from his pocket. After taking 2 pills, sweat slowly dripped from Orochimaru's forehead. He looked at Kabuto weakly. Once I find Tsunade, I can finally be rid of this pain. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and said calmly, I do know something about Lady Tsunade. After all, I was once a member of the medical corps. It is now common knowledge that among the 4-person squad, she was the first to propose adding a medical specialist. It was a groundbreaking idea. The fate of a pure combat squad without emergency medical techniques on the battlefield is all too obvious. Countless battle experiences became the knowledge that led to this plan, but in truth, it was the sacrifice of many lives that created the strategy. Orochimaru stood up and shook his head. Only when people lose something do they begin to understand the essence of things. After being hailed as a medical expert, she became one of the legendary 3 ninja of this world. It all comes down to sacrifice. With that, the two walked out of the Otogakure village. At the same time, Jiraiya was still searching for news of Tsunade, clutching her photo. When passing a gambling booth, a burly man called out to Jiraiya, I know that woman in your photo. Oh, can I buy you a drink? Jiraiya turned around excitedly. No need. I've already won a lot of money from that lady. The owner replied cheerfully. Lost again. Jiraiya froze in shock. In front of a game machine, Tsunade stared intently at the spinning wheel. This was her last savings. If she lost again, she would be penniless. 3 rows of reels. The first and second rows both landed on 7. If another 7 appeared, she would win back everything she had lost today. Behind her, Shizun's breath quickened with tension, while Tsunade pretended to remain calm. Luck is a strange thing. Many outcomes are unpredictable. When the 3rd row hit 7A, the speaker suddenly played a winning tune. Everyone rushed over, standing behind Tsunade with envious expressions. Lady Tsunade won. Amazing. Shizun jumped up with joy, clutching her little pig. But Tsunade remained expressionless, as if something weighed on her mind. She didn't cash in the winning coins, but instead she continued to play. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 30 minutes. Tsunade's luck was exceptionally good. She won multiple times in a row. Yet the more she won, the deeper her frown became. Because losing at gambling was her natural talent. Winning always meant something bad was about to happen. After her final win, she cashed out all the money and left in sorrow. Something bad is definitely going to happen, Shizen. We need to leave here immediately. Walking downstairs, Tsunade said flatly. Shizen, laden with snacks, was stunned. But Lady Tsunade, this is a famous scenic spot. We haven't even looked around yet. Then go now? Right away. With that, Tsunade strode off, without looking back, toward the nearby scenic area. At the mountain peak, Orochimaru and Kabuto finally reached the border of Tanzaka Town. Lord Orochimaru, ahead is Tanzaka Town. Ooh, Lady Tsunade is here. Then my hands will be safe. Orochimaru finally revealed a faint smile. Even if it's a cure, that lady is not just bitter medicine. Kabuto said, leading Orochimaru toward Tanzaka Town. In the scenic area, Tsunade and Shizune were looking around. Suddenly, a plume of smoke rose from behind a distant wall. Tsunade's brow furrowed. Not good. After the smoke cleared, Manda appeared. Orochimaru and Kabuto stood atop Manda's head, looking at Tsunade with sinister smiles. The two met and remained silent for a long time. They stared at each other, lost in thought, while the air grew eerily still, thick with tension. Long time no see, Orochimaru. Tsunade spoke first, her face full of confusion. I've been looking for you for a while. Orochimaru said bitterly. Tsunade was taken aback. After all this time, what do you want from me? Don't tell me it's to reminisce. Actually, there is something I need to ask of you. Orochimaru's voice grew hoarser, and his clenched hands trembled incessantly. But Tsunade noticed these details at a glance. Irregular heartbeat, fever from the look of your complexion, constant fatigue, and those hands. Lady Tsunade, you must have already noticed. Kabuto said calmly. Find someone else. I no longer treat people. Without hesitation, Tsunade refused Kabuto. That won't do. You should know how serious this injury is. No one else can heal his hands. Except for you, the legendary medical expert, and one of the 3 ninja princess, Tsunade. Kabuto still tried to persuade Tsunade to treat Orochimaru. Your hands aren't just injured, are they? Is it some kind of special curse seal technique? What exactly did you do? Tsunade asked coldly. It's a long story. I was sealed by a boy from the Uzumaki clan who possesses 2 types of chakra simultaneously. And within his body is the power of your grandfather, a very authentic source of that power. Orochimaru tried to pique her interest. As expected, Tsunade was stunned. She knew better than anyone what her grandfather's power felt like. What piqued her curiosity was why an Uzumaki clan member would possess the power of the Senju clan. Could it be? That's right, your Senju clan's ancestral hall is no more. It turned out Orochimaru had secretly investigated all clues about Su Fan. Before Su Fan possessed this power, he had visited the old Senju clan grounds. That place had become ruins after Su Fan left. Damn it. Tsunade gritted her teeth. She wished she could tear this unknown boy limb from limb. So we now share a common enemy. You should help me even more. Orochimaru's hoarse voice carried a hint of glee. He thought Tsunade would give in. You, and I have always been from different worlds. Don't think you can use me for anything. I won't help you with your arms. Tsunade directly drew a line between them. After all, one had to be very cautious with someone like him. She had no reason to cooperate with a rogue ninja who had defected from Konoha. Just then a single sentence from Orochimaru enraged Tsunade completely. That's right, after all. You caused the deaths of your 2 most beloved ones, and you still haven't moved on, have you? Orochimaru gave Tsunade a sinister smile. Caused the deaths of her 2 most beloved ones. I see his point is truly cruel. Kabuto turned to look at Orochimaru, swallowing hard. They died such a miserable death. Orochimaru was trying to provoke Tsunade, thereby confirming her medical skills. Shizune, unable to bear it any longer, rolled up her sleeve and fired the iron arrows from her arm. Shut up. Clang. Kabuto drew a kunai and shielded Orochimaru, deflecting all the arrows. Kabuto caught the last arrow, only to find white liquid oozing from the tip. Poison. Died. Swiftly, Shizune pulled a sharp scalpel from her chest. Don't even think about it. Kabuto had no time to dodge. Just as Shizune's scalpel was about to slice through Kabuto's neck, Tsunade finally spoke. Shizune, stop. Sweat dripped onto the silent razor-sharp scalpel, and Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but swallow nervously. A mere 3 centimeters had nearly cost him his life. This attendant is formidable. Kabuto's estimation of Shizune suddenly rose. Slowly lowering the scalpel, Shizune quickly retreated to Tsunade's side. Orochimaru, you've always been this way. You know my temper well, don't toy with me. A faint smile suddenly appeared on Tsunade's face. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, a bead of cold sweat actually trickling down his forehead. Suddenly, Tsunade drove her fist into the sturdy wall behind her. In an instant, cracks spread from the point of impact across the wall. Boom! The entire wall crumbled and collapsed in a single moment. Watch out, or I'll kill you today, you bastard. Tsunade's expression turned ferocious as she glared at Orochimaru. So strong and terrifying. This woman must be single. Kabuto retreated behind Orochimaru. Lady Tsunade, we're not here to pick a fight. We only want to negotiate. Kabuto said nervously. Negotiate? Don't make me laugh. I told you, get out of my sight. Tsunade showed no mercy to Orochimaru. That won't do, Lady Tsunade. Kabuto's voice carried a desperate plea. Disappear. Tsunade's expression gradually lost its patience. Because only you, Lady Tsunade, can save Lord Orochimaru's hands. And we won't ask you to treat him for nothing. How about a deal? Kabuto said excitedly. I'll say it one last time, disappear. I'll count to 5 and you'd better be gone by then, or I'll make you disappear. Tsunade began counting. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from Tsunade, Kabuto clenched his fists. When she reached 1, all traces of her earlier smile were gone. Just as she was about to strike, Orochimaru spoke. I can bring back the brother and the man you loved so dearly. At those words, Tsunade trembled, her expression toward Orochimaru becoming intensely agitated. Since we haven't been killed yet, does that mean the negotiation is on? Orochimaru sneered. Tsunade lowered her head deep in thought. Help! Help! At that moment, Jiraiya was searching for Tsunade when he suddenly saw a man in the distance fleeing in a panic. Wait, what happened? Jiraiya leaped to the man's side. A snake. So huge. And a woman. With one punch, she smashed a high wall to pieces. The man stammered, recounting what he had witnessed. Jiraiya frowned and looked in the direction the man had come from. This is bad. With that, he quickly sprinted back. What? You mean? Destroy Konoha? Shizune was shocked. That was the condition Orochimaru had set, the price for reviving the 2 people Tsunade loved most. Your answer? Orochimaru looked at Tsunade with an amused expression. In Tsunade's mind, memories surfaced one after another. Her brother Nawaki's lovely warm smile. And her beloved Dankato. The memories were too tender, and Tsunade was torn. Lady Tsunade, don't fall for this scoundrel's trick. Shizune suddenly shouted, jolting Tsunade from her reverie. Have you forgotten your wish and your dream? If they knew, they would never let you do this. Sensing Tsunade's wavering resolve, Shizune grew anxious. But Tsunade merely glanced at her. The deal Orochimaru offered was too tormenting. Seeing this, Shizune's expression turned cautious. I know. Even now. Actually, you can't forget. But Lady Tsunade, wake up. Please wake up. Shut up, Shizune. Tsunade suddenly erupted in anger, and Shizune froze. Tsunade's face was a canvas of inner conflict. She looked at Orochimaru, unable to make the right choice. You don't have to answer me right now, but I hope to have a result within a week. Also, this forbidden technique requires living sacrifices. Please prepare 2 people. Orochimaru said with a sinister smile. Seeing Tsunade's hesitation, Orochimaru revealed a malicious grin. He brought his trembling right hand to his mouth and bit down hard. Blood dripped from the wound onto the ground. The crisp sound of the drops echoed in Tsunade's ears, refusing to fade. Then Tsunade's hands clenched tightly, and her body began to tremble. This was the blood phobia she had developed after her brother and lover died. It was also Tsunade's weak point, the only psychological barrier she could not overcome. Though I am weakened now, I still know your weakness. But Tsunade, you still haven't conquered yourself. Orochimaru laughed loudly, looking at Tsunade. A clear psychological tactic. Orochimaru. At that moment, Jiraiya came leaping through the air. Lord Jiraiya. Shizune was overjoyed. Jiraiya landed beside Tsunade and wrapped one arm around her waist. Tsunade, on the verge of fainting, collapsed into Jiraiya's arms. Orochimaru. You know full well that Tsunade hasn't moved past that incident. Why are you forcing her like this? Jiraiya glared at Orochimaru, furious. Hey Jiraiya, you've changed a lot. If you were given such a chance, would you give it up? Orochimaru was clearly pressing his advantage. Anyway, it's up to Tsunade herself. I'm leaving. Don't go. I just got here, and I'm in the mood for snake meat today. Orochimaru suddenly turned around only to find Su Fan with Sasuke and Naruto had appeared without warning. Su Fan. Orochimaru's face turned deathly pale. The sight of Su Fan made him cough with rage. But then a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Tsunade, the one who possesses your grandfather's power, has arrived. Tsunade suddenly narrowed her eyes at Su Fan, who covered his right cheek. Sneaky snake, you're trying to stir up trouble now. Suddenly a surge of power rushed towards Su Fan, and in an instant Tsunade appeared before him. As expected of Hashirama's granddaughter. This power is impressive. Su Fan spread his hands, and a thick tree sprouted from the ground in front of him. Indeed, it would release. And this power does carry my grandfather's essence. Then, Zyanolo. Tsunade's fist struck the tree, blocking Su Fan, unleashing a tremendous force that whipped up a powerful gale. Crack! The tree snapped. The great tree split apart. They locked eyes with each other. Amidst the flying wood chips, Su Fan revealed a sinister smile. A woman as beautiful as you will age quickly if you get so angry. Would release 4 pillars prison. Su Fan clasped his hands together, and massive wooden pillars erupted from the ground, forming a colossal cage that imprisoned Tsunade. Tsunade calmly observed Su Fan, his crimson hair, his handsome features. She could not fathom how he possessed this power that felt so familiar. Where did you obtain this power? Tsunade asked in a flat tone. Don't women inherently distrust the words of men? Why then do you actually believe what Orochimaru says? Su Fan yawned as he looked at Tsunade. Answer me. She attempted to break free from the wooden prison, but even after a punch the cage only warped slightly without being destroyed. If Orochimaru were to resurrect the two people you love most, do you think they would still be human? Su Fan's words struck Tsunade's heart like a bullet. The dead cannot be revived. Even if they were brought back, what would they truly be? At least compared to them, am I not more fitting? With that, Su Fan immediately dispelled the wooden prison. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Tsunade's killing intent began to radiate as she saw the cage vanish. Save your strength. If you could kill me, you would have done so already. I'll tell you the answers about myself, and I happen to have something to discuss with you. How about dealing with that slimy snake first? The four turned to face Orochimaru, who sensed an unprecedented crisis. Lord Orochimaru, I'll hold them off. Kabuto Yakushi gripped his scalpel and rushed forward. Orochimaru gazed at Su Fan. This man seemed to be his destined nemesis. Every time he was about to secure a decision, Su Fan's appearance would inevitably lead to failure. Are you determined to stop me today? Orochimaru's hoarse voice carried a hint of exhaustion. Orochimaru, I actually have no grudge against you, but there are things I must do with my own hands. You don't need to know why. If you renounce the darkness now, I'll let you go. If Orochimaru repented at this moment, the storyline would deviate entirely, and the rewards accumulated would be exceedingly rich. At least 10 draws could be counted. The thought filled Su Fan with immense excitement. But Orochimaru's mind was stubbornly fixed. Su Fan could not guarantee whether he could sway the snake's path. After all, that slimy serpent was practically unkillable. Might as well try. Su Fan, you underestimate me. If I, Orochimaru, could agree with your words, I would never have joined forces with the Hidden Sound and Hidden Sand to attack Konoha. Orochimaru's expression twisted with pain, his hands trembling again. The symptoms were clearly worsening. Cough. Why do you all look at me like that? Even if I suffer endlessly, I will never yield. Manda, the great serpent coiled behind Orochimaru, extended its tongue and wrapped around both Orochimaru and Kabuto. Su Fan suddenly froze. Reverse summoning technique. At this moment, I never thought of that. As Manda slithered away, Orochimaru and Kabuto vanished from the spot. Tsunade remained staring at the place where Orochimaru had disappeared, the thought still echoing in her mind. Night fell. In a tavern, Tsunade drank cup after cup of sake. After a long silence, her face flushed, clearly having drunk too much. Drinking without inviting me. How stingy, Tsunade. Tsunade slowly lifted her head to see Jiraiya approaching and sitting across from her. Come to think of it, today is truly a day for meeting old friends. Jiraiya picked up the bottle and poured her a drink. Jiraiya, what business do you have with me? Spit it out. Tsunade placed a deck of cards on the table. Jiraiya's expression turned serious as he picked up the cards. Tsunade, the village intends to appoint you as the 5th Hokage. Tsunade, who had been about to raise her cup for a drink, suddenly halted. After a long pause, she snatched the deck from Jiraiya and began to deal. Jiraiya picked up his hand, glanced at it, then closed it. What is your decision? Tsunade gave a faint smile. Why should I obey the village's decision? I'm perfectly fine as I am. There's no need to seek such a constrained life. You, on the other hand, seem quite suitable. Jiraiya shook his head. Compared to someone of the Senju clan like you, I am far from worthy. The third has already passed the council's decision. You are the chosen one. Will you accept it? Tsunade lowered her head, the words of Orochimaru echoing in her mind. Resurrecting the two people she loved most and agreeing to destroy Konoha with him. The images burned like flames and Tsunade clutched her head in pain. I refuse. Tsunade lifted her head abruptly, staring at Jiraiya with an expression of unwavering resolve. Jiraiya was not surprised. He gave her a faint smile. I remember now. A long time ago, when I confessed my feelings to you, you rejected me with the same words. Being Hokage means risking your life for the village. Between money and life, money seems more important to me. Easily throwing away one's life is something only fools do. Tsunade placed a king on the table. I know what you're thinking, but I didn't expect you to say it. Jiraiya's expression was awkward. He put down an ace. Don't look at me. Being over 50 at time changes people. You too, Jiraiya. Being self-righteous at an old age will naturally get you killed. Tsunade sneered twice and disdainfully gathered her cards. If you ask me, being Hokage is garbage. Only idiots would want to be one. With that, she slammed her fist on the table and turned to walk out. Just as she stepped out of the tavern, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. Tsunade looked up, warily recognizing the familiar jutsu in the figure's hands. Spiral Sphere, the 4th Hokage's technique. Tsunade leaped backward as the spiral sphere smashed into the ground. She then stomped her foot, causing cracks to spread across the earth. The figure who had released the spiral sphere fell into the fissure. That brat. Jiraiya, you taught him the spiral sphere, didn't you? Tsunade turned to Jiraiya, who had just emerged. Although Naruto is my disciple, I haven't taught him that technique yet. Jiraiya scratched his head. Besides the fourth Hokage and you, who else knows the spiral sphere? Of course I do. On the rooftop, Su Fan's figure appeared under the moonlight. Who exactly are you? Me. The descendant of the Xuanhua clan, Xuanhua Su Fan. Su Fan leaped down from the eaves, and then pulled Mingren out from the crack. The Xuanhua clan. Gangzhou looked at Mingren, and then at Su Fan. The two seemed to have some connection. What did you mean by what you said to me during the day, eh? If you don't explain clearly today, don't think you can leave here alive. Su Fan smiled faintly, big chest, but also a big temper. Simply put, I inherited the power of your grandfather. And I have fused the power of the Xuanhua clan and the Qinshu clan simultaneously. What did you say? Everyone present was shocked. Zilai looked at Su Fan. This mysterious youth seemed to harbor a huge secret, and Su Fan had no reason to lie. But why would the powers of two clans fuse? You must be joking. Gangzhou was full of disbelief. Su Fan said nothing, spread his right palm, and a golden chain slowly flew out from behind him. It's actually true. Gangzhou covered her mouth in surprise. But why does your grandfather's power reside in you? Gangzhou looked skeptical. Simply put, you and I are distant relatives. A long time ago, the Qinshu clan and the Xuanhua clan shared some common bloodline connections. The power of chakra originates from the bloodline between races. I was drawn by your grandfather's power into his tomb, and by chance I may have awakened some connection of the bloodline. I didn't expect your grandfather's power to suddenly appear and merge with me. Perhaps it was fate. The two powers merged and I obtained a new chakra. Having said that, Su Fan opened his palm, and a flower seed spun and bloomed in his hand. Gangzhou squinted as she looked. It was no different from an ordinary seed. But the next scene was truly unacceptable to her. On the surface of the seed, golden spots appeared, scattering like fireflies. Gangzhou curiously reached out a finger to touch the spots. The moment she touched them, the golden spots entered her body through her finger. In an instant, Gangzhou found that her chakra could no longer be used. It's sealed. Su Fan smiled faintly. Would release has merged with the sealing ability of the Xuanhua clan. As long as these spots are inhaled or touch, the enemy will immediately lose the ability to use chakra. It's true. Today, too many things shocked Gangzhou. Su Fan's appearance made her mind even more chaotic. Since I have inherited your grandfather's power, I naturally don't want to waste it. You understand what I mean? Gangzhou observed Su Fan carefully. The power in your body is somewhat chaotic. The two powers don't seem to have fully fused. Your power seems to be missing a medicinal ingredient. Su Fan touched his nose. As expected from an expert, you're right. I lack the sage cells from your grandfather's body. And what I want to know is the source of Zhujian's sage mode back then. Gangzhou frowned. Regarding Zhujian, she was the only one who knew. From Zhujian, she learned many things, even the hobby of gambling. Yet she herself did not inherit Zhujian's wood release. Su Fan knew clearly that wood release was a very special Kekkei Genkai that could not be inherited through bloodline. Even ordinary Kekkei Genkai were not guaranteed to be inherited. Even within the Qinshu clan, only the first Hokage Qinshu Zhujian could use wood release. Looking at all the wood release users in Naruto, either they were like Dai Uchiha Ban Uchiha Daidi or Tuanzang, who could only use wood release by transplanting Zhujian's cells. Either they were humans from ancient times who were caught in the infinite Tsukuyami and assimilated by the divine tree into white Zetsu. And the wood release of the first Hokage Qinshu Zhujian was actually because he was the reincarnation of Ashura. And Ashura, after obtaining all the power of the Six Path Sage, which was the power of the divine tree, unleashed the true several thousand hands. Therefore, the power of wood release actually comes from the divine tree. Moreover, the prelude to casting infinite Tsukuyami is the divine tree's birth of the world tree, which also proves this point. In other words, only by having a direct or indirect connection with the divine tree can one use the wood release Kekkei Genkai. Therefore, although wood release is merely a Kekkei Genkai, formed by combining earth and water attributes, it forever possesses a reputation far exceeding that of the dust release Kekkei Toda. Isn't this precisely because wood release essentially originates from the power of the divine tree? While possessing earth and water attributes, it also has the yang attributes ability to convert chakra into the source of life. It accelerates and controls plant growth. There are even rumors that the forest outside Konoha was planted by the first Hokage Qinshu Zhujian using wood release. Therefore, although Gangzhou is the granddaughter of the first Hokage Qinshu Zhujian, she is neither the reincarnation of Ashura, nor has she transplanted Zhujian cells, nor has she obtained the power of the divine tree, so naturally, she cannot inherit wood release through bloodline. Of course, even if wood release were an ordinary Kekkei Genkai that could be inherited through bloodline, Gangzhou might not necessarily possess the ability of wood release. In Naruto, most members of Kekkei Genkai clans rely on personal aptitude to awaken and develop their clan's Kekkei Genkai. Clan records and elders' teachings only provide some assistance. For example, not every member of the Uchiha clan can awaken the Sharingan, and even those who have awakened the Sharingan may not necessarily awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Even the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, which has a very high awakening rate, was clearly stated in Boruto to require extensive hard training to awaken. Similarly, Xianglin of the Xuanhua clan only successfully performed the adamantine sealing, chains the same as Jiushinai during the Fourth Shinobi World War. And the Chinsho clan, which like the Uchiha Xuanhua and Hyuga clans originated from the Otsutsuki clan, is naturally no exception. And Su Fan received a forced infusion of chakra from Zhujin's body itself. Originally, Su Fan could not inherit this power, but by a twist of fate it merged with the Xuanhua chakra, within Su Fan achieving stability. This power was special, a power beyond the Naruto world. The new chakra was unknown, and at the same time, Su Fan possessed mastery of the 5 chakra natures. In a sense, Su Fan no longer belonged to the Xuanhua clan, nor to the Chinsho clan. The bloodline in his body was that of a new race. Is it the slug? A cold sweat dripped from Gansho's forehead. Now she felt that Su Fan before her seemed like a monster. So where exactly is the Shirgu forest? At this moment, Gangsho suddenly looked into Su Fan's eyes. A faint purple-black outline appeared in Su Fan's eyes, and a hint of a sinister smile curved at the corner of his mouth. These eyes. Tsunade trembled as she stepped back. Even Jiraiya furrowed his brows deeply. Yet Su Fan himself did not notice that his own eyes had changed. Watching their peculiar glances, Su Fan walked over to the window of the tavern. He saw that the contours of his own eyes now bore purple and black patterns. This. Su Fan drew a deep breath and closed his eyes. The new chakra within his body enveloped him completely. A pair of purple-black eyes seemed to appear in his mind. Host Su Fan. I power Mortal Eye. Mortal Eye. When did? Mortal Eye can control weak-willed opponents within a range of 1 kilometer. It simultaneously possesses the ninjutsu capturing and copying abilities of the Sharingan. Skill 1 outline. Within a locked range, it can seal the opponent's chakra for a brief period. Depending on the opponent's ability, time limit. Skill 2 devour. It can use eye power to release a special wood release to entangle the opponent and devour a certain amount of chakra. Skill 3 Starry Sky. It can use ocular jutsu to clearly read the information in the opponent's mind, but only within a range of 10 meters. Beyond 10 kilometers, the ability weakens to its foundation, transforming into the basic ability of Kagura's mind's eye, allowing one to know the number and condition of the opponent. Skill 4 Resemblance. Unlike ordinary transformation technique, this skill, after transforming into another person's appearance, can also use some of the opponent's basic ninjutsu abilities. Su Fan's eyes were of the low-grade purple-black type, with most abilities not yet unlocked. The eye grades are divided into 4 categories. Deep Cyan Intermediate. Wine Red Advanced. After completing the evolution of 3 eye types, one can attain the supreme ocular jutsu ability. From wine red to black gold. This eye can reflect all illusions with 100% effectiveness. These are basic abilities. The requirement to evolve the eye is to feed it with sacrifices. Sacrifice a pair of Rinnegan, a pair of Tensigan. To obtain both pairs, one also needs Jujin Sage Art to fully evolve the eyes. Sage Art is to bring the power of the new physique to its peak perfection. Only then can the new eye achieve its maximum potential. As Su Fan opened his eyes in that instant, he looked at Gangsho with a sinister gaze. Starry Sky. In that very moment, Gangsho's will uncontrollably paused. A strange sensation welled up within her as she covered her neck and fell to the ground, vomiting everything she had eaten that evening. At that moment, her mind was in turmoil, as if someone had just turned her brain over. What did you just do? Tsunade looked up at Su Fan in shock. Nothing, I just looked for something in your mind. Su Fan smiled faintly. These eyes were really useful. Su Fan had already obtained the location of Shirgu Forest, and everything about Zhujian had been recorded by Su Fan. Sage Art was only 1 step away. Gangsho, you are indeed not suitable to be Hokage, but the village may still need your help. As they say, a healer has a benevolent heart. It seems you have long forgotten your original intention. Look at those suffering people, how they wish to beg you to save them. Really, don't you think it over? As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, Jiraiya stepped forward anxiously. Gangsho is indeed the most suitable candidate for Hokage. Why do you say that? Su Fan looked at Jiraiya meaningfully. This man who had always deeply loved Gangsho, if Su Fan did not stop Gangsho from becoming the 5th Hokage, he would die tragically, outside the well, eventually sinking into the sea. Faith requires a person's persistence. What is seen before one's eyes is only a part. To see comprehensively and thoroughly still requires time. The tragic ending of the original story made Su Fan unwilling to let it happen again. So today, no matter what, he must make Jiraiya become Hokage. Then Su Fan could rewrite his ending. For Mingren, and for his own once-burning dream. Defeat me, and I will fully support you in making Gangsho the 5th Hokage. If you lose, then you must respect my opinion. You become the 5th Hokage. Don't be ridiculous. I'm the one who's truly unfit to be Hokage. Jiraiya chuckled with self-mockery. As he spoke, his gaze drifted towards Tsunade, his eyes clouded with a hazy tenderness. Indeed, he always gave his all to the one he loved. That was simply who Jiraiya was. Beneath his jokey exterior lay the face of a clown performing for someone who might never see him. You won't know whether you're suited unless you try. Come on, Su Fan waved his hand dismissively. Jiraiya hadn't expected Su Fan to actually mean it. Even if you're capable, don't forget, I am one of the legendary Sannin. Frowning, Jiraiya strode forward, his sandals clicking sharply against the ground as he charged at Su Fan. A faint smile curled at the corner of Su Fan's lips. He tucked his left hand behind his back, preparing to face Jiraiya with only one arm. What an arrogant kid. Even if he's strong now, winning against Jiraiya with one hand is no easy feat. Watching Su Fan's sheer audacity, Tsunade shook her head in helpless exasperation. Brat, how dare you look down on me? Today I'll let you feel the power of the Toad Sage. Jiraiya leapt into the air, closing the distance in an instant, his right fist driving forward like a thunderclap. Su Fan refused to be outmatched, his body darting nimbly to evade Jiraiya's relentless assault. Through his ordinary eyes enhanced by a unique ability, he captured every movement Jiraiya made with ease. He responded in quick succession, intercepting each strike before it could land. Under the pressure of Su Fan's visual prowess, Jiraiya found himself at a clear disadvantage. While dodging, Su Fan also read through Jiraiya's motions, effortlessly spotting every opening. Jiraiya swung his right fist in a wide arc, his white hair whipping through the air as if attempting to ensnare Su Fan. But Su Fan continuously rebounded and repositioned, relentlessly targeting Jiraiya's weaknesses. Compared to his lithe movements, Jiraiya's reactions were noticeably slower. Seizing the moment, Su Fan delivered a powerful kick, sending Jiraiya stumbling backward several steps. Watching from the sidelines, Tsunade grew anxious. Jiraiya, his dojutsu can analyze your combat techniques and strike from the opposite direction. In a hand-to-hand fight, there's no way you'll win like this. Jiraiya retreated a few paces before regaining his footing. Glancing at Su Fan, he prepared to unleash a ninjutsu. But Su Fan would never grant him that opportunity. In a flash like a gust of wind, Su Fan vanished from sight. By the time Jiraiya registered the movement, Su Fan was already standing behind him, a surgical scalpel glinting in his hand. That's my scalpel. When did he? Shizun peered closely and realized the blade in Su Fan's grip was the very one she used daily. But I specifically kept it in a private place. Confused, Tsunade turned to look at Shizun, whose face was burning with embarrassment. Shizun, what bizarre thoughts are running through your head? And no, nothing, Lady Tsunade. Shizun waved her hands frantically. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Jiraiya offered a faint smile. I've lost. But if I'd fought seriously, you might not have won either. Su Fan returned the scalpel and gave a slight nod. True enough. However, you've already conceded, so you must respect my decision. With that, he walked toward Shizun. Thank you, Sister Shizun, for lending me your scalpel. It seems to carry the faintest hint of a milky fragrance. Su Fan smiled slyly as he locked eyes with her. Oh, and no problem. Her hands trembled as she accepted the scalpel back. All Shizun wanted was to sink into the ground and disappear. At that very moment, the two whisker-like marks on Jiraiya's face suddenly snapped and fell as though sliced cleanly by some razor-sharp edge. The previously overconfident Jiraiya regarded Su Fan's back with a grave expression. That kid was holding back earlier. If he had shown even a hint of killing intent, I'd already be a corpse. Su Fan, I want to know why you're asking me to inherit the position of Hokage. Jiraiya spoke quietly. Su Fan slowly turned to face him, a sudden smile breaking across his face. Don't you think the Toad Sage is remarkably capable? It would be a waste not to become the 5th Hokage. Caught off guard by the praise, Jiraiya momentarily faltered, then awkwardly burst into laughter to cover his discomfort. You're right. Someone as strong as me ought to dress the part. Jiraiya hastily manufactured an excuse to sweep the matter aside. But deep down, the person he truly thought of was still Tsunade. Gazing at her flushed, wine-kissed cheeks, warmth spread across Jiraiya's face. Though I'm undoubtedly handsome and immensely powerful, if you like me, just say so directly. With that, Jiraiya turned to Tsunade and began his usual playful teasing. You haven't learned your lesson after all this time, have you? I'll pretend you were just joking. I'm going back to sleep. Tsunade brandished her tiny fist at Jiraiya. Watching Tsunade walk away, a profound loneliness settled over Jiraiya's features. He bowed his head slightly and muttered to himself with a wry smile. I was being serious. Yet what good would regret do if he truly perished? Su Fan approached Jiraiya and gazed at Tsunade's departing figure before speaking softly. Perhaps my reasons aren't entirely convincing, but for the passion you still harbor, just accept it. After all, it's also for Naruto's sake. The night breeze brushed against Gangsho's cheeks. Seated on the eaves, she was entangled in memories of struggle. She lowered her gaze to the crystal necklace resting on her chest, tears streaming slowly down her face. Happy 12th birthday, Shingshu. In the memory beneath the fire shadow building, Gangsho produced the gift she had long prepared from behind her back and handed it to Shingshu. I'm not a child anymore. I don't want any birthday gifts. With that, Shingshu, with a hint of tsundere, returned the gift to Gangsho. What are you saying? You're still a child. Don't say that. Come on, open the gift and see. You'll definitely be delighted. Gang Shou shoved the gift back into his hands, then turned to gaze at the distant scenery. Sheng Shu no longer refused. He swiftly unwrapped the package, and the moment he tore off the wrapping, he pulled out a crystal necklace. Sister, this is... Sheng Shu's face was filled with astonishment. That's right, this is the first Fire Shadows, our grandfather's Fire Shadow ornament. I love you the most, sister. Upon learning the preciousness of the necklace, Sheng Shu immediately threw himself into Gang Shou's embrace. I think you deserve it more than I do. You've always wanted this, haven't you, Sheng Shu? Take good care of it. Gang Shou affectionately stroked Sheng Shu's hair. Not just this ornament. This village is also grandfather's treasure. I will definitely protect it. With that, Sheng Shu excitedly put the necklace around his neck. Because I am the grandson of the first Fire Shadow who founded the My Hidden Village. Gazing at the distant My Village, Sheng Shu was now brimming with determination. Well said. Then it's a promise like a real man. Yeah, I want to become like grandfather and one day inherit the name of Fire Shadow. Because being Fire Shadow is my dream. Beside him, Gang Shou showed a gratified expression. Sheng Shu, take off your headband. I have another gift full of magic for you. Sheng Shu removed his headband with a look of confusion. Gang Shou stepped forward, lowered her head, and kissed Sheng Shu on the forehead. Sister. Bewildered, Sheng Shu suddenly broke into a broad, carefree smile at Gang Shou. In the pitch-black night, Gang Shou gasped for breath. Passing through the dark tunnel, she saw Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who had already arrived. Orochimaru was standing at the entrance of the corpse warehouse. Gang Shou bit her teeth and walked inside. Behind her, Jiraiya suddenly placed his left hand on her shoulder. You'd better not look at the corpse. Orochimaru's face seemed extremely cold. He glanced at Gang Shou and said indifferently, what does it matter? Even if you see it, you won't be able to tell it's her brother. Stop it, Orochimaru. Jiraiya frowned and snapped coldly. Hey, because this is war. Ninjas all end up like this. There are no doctors on the battlefield. But the kid was overly excited. As he spoke, Orochimaru pulled a necklace from his chest, especially the day after receiving a birthday gift. At that moment, Gang Shou could no longer remain strong. She staggered back 2 steps, almost fainting, and Jiraiya behind her quickly steadied her. In the end, she chose to face the deceased Sheng Shu. Before the tombstone, Gang Shou wailed bitterly, her heart utterly shattered. The sky was overcast, a lightning flashed, and a torrential downpour poured down. After that, at every meeting convened by the third Fire Shadow, Gang Shou would propose the establishment of a medical squad. First, regarding missions where 4-man squads must operate alone in enemy territory for extended periods. If one medical expert is assigned to each squad, the survival rate of the team and the mission completion rate should be significantly improved. Therefore, training medical ninjas with advanced medical techniques and developing medical institutions. I believe establishing such a system is the urgent issue at present. At every meeting, Gang Shou would repeat these words, but each time she was rejected by the third Fire Shadow. Indeed, as you say, but we are currently in a war. Establishing medical institutions would not only consume a great deal of time, but also the current situation is severely lacking in specialized knowledge. The enemy will not wait for us that long. Yuan Fei Rijan opposed Gang Shou's view time and again, as did everyone else. What are you saying, you old fool? If this continues, no matter how long. Gang Shou furiously lashed out at her teacher during the meeting, but Yuan Fei Rijan, as if he hadn't heard, ignored her. I also support her opinion. I don't want the ninjas who have sacrificed so far to die in vain. We should learn from this. Among all, only one person stood up. The hesitant Jiraiya was stunned, and even the furious Gang Shou was taken aback, curiously looking at the blue-haired Jia Tingduan. After the meeting, as Jia Tingduan walked out of the Fire Shadow building, Gang Shou suddenly called out to him. Thank you for what you just did. Jia Tingduan turned around and said with a smile, you're right. But it's late, let me walk you home. Huh? Is that okay? Where do you live? In the opposite direction. Gang Shou smiled awkwardly. Then forget it. It's fine. I want to talk with you more. For the first time, Gang Shou met a man who shared the same ideals as her, and her heart slowly opened. Jia Tingduan also had the same dream as Sheng Shu, to become Fire Shadow. She didn't realize she had already fallen in love with Jia Tingduan. On the day she and Jia Tingduan left for war, Gang Shou gave him the necklace she had once given to Sheng Shu. On a stormy night during a mission with torrential rain and fierce winds, Jia Tingduan lay covered in blood in a pool of blood, after being rescued by his teammates. In a hidden part of the jungle, Gang Shou desperately tried to save him. Hold on, Duan. On the verge of losing consciousness, Jia Tingduan kept calling Gang Shou's name. Gang Shou, I don't want to die. I still have so many things I haven't done. Don't talk. Duan, his kidneys are gone. Even the legendary Sanin Lady Gang Shou cannot save him. A teammate shook his head helplessly. The bleeding has stopped, Duan. You'll be fine, Duan. That's good. Duan smiled and closed his eyes. Duan, talk to me. Duan, ideals are a person's greatest obsession. Losing the one who drives you forward makes it impossible to truly pick yourself up again. Now they can only live on in memories. Early the next morning the group set out together planning to escort Gang Sho back to my first. I'm really looking forward to it. I never thought I'd become Fire Shadow one day. Jiraiya boasted as they walked. TCH, who cares? I wouldn't do it even if asked. But at least you fulfilled your childhood dream. That's true. Gang Sho said disdainfully. A perfect and outstanding man like me is bound to succeed, you don't need to tell me. Jiraiya was practically floating on air. Wait. Gang Sho suddenly stopped. What? The moment Jiraiya turned around, Gang Sho yanked the necklace from around her neck and thrust it into his hand. You've become Fire Shadow, and I have nothing to give you. Take this as a congratulatory gift. Please just don't ever die, okay? Under the morning light, Gang Sho revealed a radiant smile, then clasped her hands behind her back and strode forward. Looking at the necklace in his hand, Jiraiya's eyes were filled with emotion. He knew what this necklace meant to Gang Sho. Giving it to him meant she regarded him as someone very important. He quickly put the necklace around his neck and excitedly started boasting to Su Fan, Ming Ren, and Zuiju behind him. Congratulations, Jiraiya. You've taken another step closer to your beloved. Watching Ming Ren and Jiraiya frolicking, Su Fan felt a warmth in his heart. Finally back in Konoha. The scenery is just as I remember. Tsunade stood at the village entrance, drew a deep breath, and stretched. No sake all the way here. Absolutely unbearable. And I haven't had Ichiraku's ramen in ages. With that, Tsunade dashed off toward the Ichiraku ramen stall. I want some too. Naruto scrambled to catch up, but was stopped in his tracks by Su Fan. Su Fan glanced at Jiraiya, sensing there was much on his mind. Though he had verbally accepted the role of 5th Hokage, the reality of returning to the village brought a different weight to his heart. Quit fooling around. I'll take you and Sasuke back first. Ignoring Naruto's protests, Su Fan grabbed him by the collar and dragged him away. One more bowl of ramen, boss. Jiraiya lifted the curtain and stepped inside. He looked over at Tsunade's table, where she had already downed dozens of cups. Back in Konoha. It stirs many feelings, doesn't it? Jiraiya said quietly. When I left this place I swore I'd never come back. Tsunade poured another cup and drained it in one gulp. But the fact that you can face it now speaks volumes. The villagers would be overjoyed to know. Jiraiya finished his words, and Tsunade propped her head on her hand, casting a glance his way. Those old coots picked you as their first choice back then. Now that you've yielded, they should be celebrating. Jiraiya poured himself a drink and swallowed it, a bitter smile forming. Oh, it's not easy for me either. That being said, Tsunade, are you still going to meet with Orochimaru? The look on Shizune's face gave it away. Whatever deal he proposed must have been rather tempting. But don't rush into a decision. There's also something I must tell you. Every previous Hokage has devoted themselves to protecting Konoha and its people, to bringing peace to these turbulent times and ensuring the village prospers. I am no different. But if the day comes when you betray Konoha, I will kill you myself. Jiraiya's expression turned suddenly grave, his gaze fixed on Tsunade without a hint of hesitation. Perhaps his heart still wrestled with the weight of those words, but a decision already made, he could no longer afford the indulgence of an aging man's sentimentality. Surely that no longer concerns me. Tsunade said it indifferently. Only a killer feels nothing when those closest to them die. You're not that kind of person. In truth, no one cares more about the villagers than you do. Not even back then. Jiraiya found he still couldn't bring himself to be harsh with Tsunade. As he spoke, compassion welled within him, and his gaze carried that familiar helplessness. Enough. Stop preaching. Tsunade cut him off sharply, each memory surfacing in her mind like a slow-acting wound. And so the two of them drank in silence until the dead of night. Upon returning, Su Fan opened the system lottery interface. Lottery attempts 1. Will refreshes 1. Jiraiya hasn't held the inauguration ceremony yet, so the appointment isn't official. The mission isn't complete then. Su Fan scratched his head in frustration. He took out a mirror and carefully examined his eyes. A dark outline surrounding a faint purple hue allowed him to see the terrain around him just as clearly at midnight as during the day. I wonder when these eyes. But the ability is quite unique. Compared to the dojutsu in this ninja world, I'd say mine ranks about a single tomo level. Quite low tier, honestly. The basic ability isn't bad and the foundation has tremendous potential. I just don't know whether it can evolve into an ultimate form comparable to the Sharingan or Rinnegan. Lock onto weaker opponents and deliver an inevitable killing blow. It's well suited for intelligence-gathering missions. But I wonder what fun things this lottery will yield. He opened the wheel and 7 rewards appeared before him. 5 green grade items, 1 blue grade, and 1 permanent golden Rinnegan. The formula never changes. If I use the refresh scroll now, I'll only have 1 lottery attempt. Even if something good appears, I won't have enough attempts to secure it. That wouldn't be very efficient. Better to accumulate more attempts first. Su Fan understood that the refresh scroll was something of an anomaly. It seemed ordinary at first, but its value only grew with time. An item beyond price that money couldn't buy. Still, these past few days of travel have been exhausting. I should rest first. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke fast asleep in each other's arms, Su Fan smiled faintly and pulled the blanket over them. What would Hinata and Sakura say if they saw this scene? The night deepened. Tsunade stood alone on a patch of grass. The dark clouds above parted, and the moon gradually emerged. Yes, Tsunade was still thinking about Orochimaru's offer from earlier that day. The temptation of reviving Ryutone and Kato Dan was simply too great. She couldn't bring herself to make a decision, so instead, she ran as fast as she could, heading toward Konoha's gambling house. Sound Village. Orochimaru remained seated on his bed, coughing weakly. If Tsunade agrees to our conditions, Lord Orochimaru's arm can be healed, and we can resume plans to destroy Konoha. Lady Tsunade will also be reunited with the two she loves. But if she refuses? The nearby Yakushi Kabuto adjusted his glasses and let the sentence trail off. Then we simply force her to heal me. But Tsunade should be unable to refuse such a deal. Orochimaru continued. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were not a concern. What truly worried him was Uzumaki Su-fan. Whenever Su-fan was present, everything went awry. Could it be that simple? Yakushi Kabuto approached Orochimaru and said calmly, "With me around, Uzumaki Su-fan may be powerful, but I have something here you can test. It may prove useful." Orochimaru produced a green vial with his trembling right hand. This is an inhibitor derived from the first Hokage's cells. If Su-fan's body contains any of that bloodline, it will suppress it directly. Don't worry. I know Tsunade best, including her greatest weakness. She will accept our terms. Yakushi Kabuto took the vial, a faint smile curling his lips. Then let us see what choice Tsunade makes tonight. Tsunade walked out of the gambling house, silently, leaving the village of Muyi alone. In a certain place, Orochimaru slowly emerged. Looking at Tsunade, his expression was somewhat excited. "Tell me, what is your answer?" Orochimaru looked at Tsunade expectantly. But Tsunade gazed at Orochimaru for a long time, without speaking. For this decision, she had gambled away all her remaining savings. "I will heal your hands." Tsunade suddenly spoke. "On the condition that you do not harm the village." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and let out a cold laugh. "No problem." Upon hearing Orochimaru's reply, Tsunade seemed to already see Shingshu and Jia Tengduan come back to life and embrace her. Her gaze gradually became dazed. "Come on." Tsunade and Orochimaru walked toward each other simultaneously. When Orochimaru approached Tsunade, he extended both hands. Tsunade cupped her hands and chakra flowed slowly. At that moment, a kunai suddenly flew over. Tsunade and Orochimaru leaped back, their distance widening again. The two looked up. The one who threw the kunai was none other than Yaoshirdo. "Do, why did you choose to betray me at this moment?" Orochimaru asked in a hoarse voice, glaring at Yaoshirdo on the eaves. "Why would you give such an answer?" "Princess Tsunade, you actually wanted to kill me." Orochimaru's pupils suddenly dilated, his expression terrifyingly fierce. "But I truly believe in you, Do, your loyalty and your ability to see through Tsunade's attack." Yaoshirdo smiled faintly. "Because I also come from the medical squad," his chakra revealed killing intent. So Do had simply seen through Tsunade's intention to kill Orochimaru and intervened. "Tsunade, I truly want to revive those two, and I promised not to destroy Muyi." Tsunade lowered her head and hesitated for a moment. "Orochimaru, I still know that your claim not to attack the village is a lie. But I clearly knew. Even if it's just once, I really want to see those two. Even if it's just once, I want to touch them. Even if it's just once, I want to see their smiles. But can I really see Shingshu and Duan immediately?" The moment I felt it truly, I realized. I am a hopeless fool. Tsunade's tears fell one by one. I really love them. That's why I became so reckless. As she spoke, Tsunade slowly crouched down, then hugged herself in sorrow. But I cannot be so selfish. Even if it's for the village. For more people like Shingshu and Duan. Orochimaru, I will not allow you to attack Muyi again. Let's settle this here today. The vulnerable Tsunade suddenly stood up, wiped away her tears, and punched toward Orochimaru. Orochimaru and Yaoshirdo frowned and leaped onto the eaves, leaving a huge crater in the ground. "Come on, Orochimaru. Hey, right, we've never really fought before," Orochimaru said with a sly smile. Tsunade directly removed the coat with the word gamble on it, looked at Orochimaru, and said seriously, "Indeed it is." Having said that, she directly rushed towards Orochimaru. "You sure dare to say that someone who's fought her before, right?" Yaoshirdo looked innocent. "I'll kill you two scumbags here." Tsunade leaped into the air, raised her right fist, and slammed it down with all her might toward Orochimaru and the other. "Quick dodge. If you get hit by one punch, even if you survive, you'll be crippled for life." Orochimaru and Yaoshirdo hurriedly jumped away. Instantly, the high wall collapsed, and Tsunade, amidst the dust, gathered her resolve. "Do, it's up to you." "Understood." Orochimaru opened his mouth wide, and a small snake crawled out. Yaoshirdo picked it up and put it into his bosom, then charged forward. Although Tsunade possessed monstrous strength, she was not a nimble type of ninja. On the contrary, Yaoshirdo was extremely fast. Under his assault, craters appeared one after another on the ground. Before long, Tsunade's breathing began to quicken. "What did you do, you bastard?" Yaoshirdo on the opposite side smiled sinisterly. Just now when I touched your left leg and right shoulder, I already severed your gluteal muscles and biceps. In no time I'll cut your entire body, and then I'll have succeeded. As he spoke, Yao Shirdo spread his palms and chakra instantly enveloped his hands. After sensing that her right leg was severed, Tsunade realized she could no longer continue fighting. Since you've given up so quickly, I might as well just kill you. At that moment, Tsunade was in danger. Facing Orochimaru, she couldn't even gather the basic strength to move. Just as Tsunade was on the brink of death, that most important person suddenly appeared. Fire-style flame bullet. A colossal fireball surged from the sky toward Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto's pupils contracted as he swiftly retreated. Upon landing, Jiraiya did not look back at Tsunade behind him. He merely fixed his gaze on Orochimaru, and Kabuto, a wave of irritation washing over him. Tsunade, you have disappointed me deeply, Jiraiya said in a flat tone. Tsunade clenched her fists, lowering her head slowly. Indeed, she had left without informing Jiraiya beforehand. No matter the reason, she could not justify herself to him. Orochimaru, you truly never change your ways. I advise you to abandon the idea of restoring your hands and retaliating against Konoha. Jiraiya, on what grounds? I am merely seeking a better path for myself. As for retaliating against Konoha, I never said that. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue in a sly manner. Jiraiya, I'm sorry. Let me handle this. Tsunade murmured softly from behind Jiraiya. Silence. We will discuss your matters once we return to Konoha. Jiraiya's mood was now exceedingly agitated. The one he cherished most had nearly betrayed him. Even with his earnest persuasion, Jiraiya had been guarding the village gates all night, hoping not to see Tsunade leave. Yet his suspicions proved true. But Tsunade had actually come to sever ties with Orochimaru, a fact unknown to Jiraiya. Orochimaru, do not think I am bullying you now. Blame your ill fortune. Jiraiya bit his finger and slammed it against the ground. Hand seals formed, white smoke dissipated, and Toad Bunter appeared. Orochimaru's brow furrowed deeply. In his current state, he had no means to counter the summoning, and against Jiraiya, he held no advantage. However, with his true form of the eight-headed serpent, if he were to engage in all-out battle, Jiraiya might not necessarily emerge victorious. But the cost would be far too great. Fortunately, Uzumaki Sufan was not present. Tsunade was the only one who could restore Orochimaru's hands. If he missed this opportunity, finding Tsunade again would be impossible. With this thought, Orochimaru finally made up his mind. No matter the price, I will capture Tsunade today and have her heal me. Kabuto, focus on Tsunade. I will handle Jiraiya. So saying, Orochimaru bit his collar and flung his garment aside with his teeth. Jiraiya watched Orochimaru, warily puzzled by his actions. The shirtless Orochimaru let out a sinister laugh, and at that moment crimson blood began to seep from his body. A curse mark on Orochimaru's abdomen became distinctly visible. What is the meaning of this? Jiraiya could not deny that he had never seen such a strange seal before. The seal radiated a dangerous aura. Orochimaru threw his head back and laughed, then suddenly his body leaned backward. The surrounding space trembled, debris floated, and dark clouds gathered instantly. Jiraiya, I am truly sorry to involve you. Even now Tsunade remained immersed in self-reproach, unable to meet Jiraiya's gaze. In an instant, a human-faced serpentine form of Orochimaru emerged. The eight-headed serpent technique. I never thought he would actually succeed. Jiraiya gazed at Orochimaru with a mix of emotions. The memories of their time together as a trio seemed to have vanished as if they had never existed. Jiraiya, with this alone, I can devour you alive. With that, Orochimaru cackled maliciously and charged toward Jiraiya. Having never fought you before, I will give it my all today. Orochimaru lunged at Jiraiya with a fearsome serpent's hiss. Jiraiya leaped aside to evade the strike, and by the time he sprang back into the air, he had already placed 3 explosive tags upon the ground. As Orochimaru charged forward, explosions erupted, and thick smoke billowed into the air. Jiraiya, plummeting from midair, frowned as he peered into the dense smoke. He knew better than to assume Orochimaru could be finished so easily. Shoo! 8 serpent tails shot out from the smoke, wrapping tightly around Jiraiya's arms and legs. 8 of Orochimaru's heads emerged from the haze, roaring. One of them spewed black venom, and the moment it contacted Jiraiya, he transformed into a log. A substitution jutsu. Massive Rasengan. Above the 8-headed serpent, Jiraiya wielded a colossal Rasengan as he descended. The serpent tails swiftly retracted to form a defensive barrier overhead, attempting to block his strike. Swamps appeared beneath the 8-headed great snake's feet as the earth churned and its form began to falter. Aunt! Jiraiya let out a thunderous roar and slammed his Rasengan downward with overwhelming force. The instant the strike connected with the great snake, a horrifying scream echoed through the battlefield. 5 elements ceiling. As the Rasengan dissipated, Jiraiya delivered his counterblow, and the great serpent thrashed across the ground before falling completely still. In the neighboring battlefield, Yakushi Kabuto and Tsunade's fight raged on, but upon witnessing Orochimaru seemingly defeated, Tsunade's thoughts shifted. Better worry about yourself first. Orochimaru has already lost. Tsunade descended from the sky with a crushing stomp, the very ground trembling beneath her impact. Yakushi Kabuto swiftly dodged and adjusted his glasses. You're jesting, Lady Tsunade. Lord Orochimaru is hardly so fragile. The instant Jiraiya turned to face Tsunade, a serpent tail pierced straight through his chest. Jiraiya. Tsunade hurried toward him, but Kabuto intercepted her in an instant. The tide has turned, Lady Tsunade. I suggest you focus on your own survival. Before long, my chakra scalpel will leave you completely paralyzed. Yakushi Kabuto excitedly licked the blood from the tip of his blade. Haha, Jiraiya, you were far too arrogant. Did you truly believe that was enough to kill me? The eight-headed great snake vanished, and a weakened Orochimaru's figure materialized. He gasped heavily for breath before withdrawing the serpent tail from Jiraiya's chest. Jiraiya gazed at his wound in utter disbelief. This is the price of carelessness. Spitting a mouthful of blood, Jiraiya dropped to his knees in agony. Orochimaru, you. I understand you wanted to heal your hands, but why must you persist in attacking Konoha? Clutching his chest, his consciousness growing hazy, Jiraiya asked. The three of them had once been devoted friends. Were they truly destined to weep for each other today? I despise that old bastard Sarutobi. Every single time he stops me from doing whatever I wish. All my motivation is blocked by him. He never acknowledged me. I could only acknowledge myself and force others to recognize my will. Through surgery, through glory and achievement. I was born in Konoha. If I cannot conquer this place, how can I ever intimidate the other villages? Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya and poured out every thought he had ever kept hidden. The path of righteousness has no end, for along the way there are those you love and walk beside. But you, Orochimaru, are destined to walk in eternal solitude. On this deviant path, your only destination is death. With a sudden surge of strength, Jiraiya coughed up blood. Now look at yourself, Jiraiya. What can you possibly do to stop this now? Simply assume the role of the fifth Hokage. Your repetitive declarations of will are nothing but hollow hypocrisy. Do not disgust me with that self-righteous expression. From this moment on, I am the one in control. Orochimaru let out a chilling laugh. Meanwhile, Tsunade knelt upon the ground, and Kabuto's plan had already succeeded by a third. Lord Orochimaru, just wait a moment. The surgical knife in Kabuto's hand emitted a sinister gleam under the moonlight. Tsunade's internal structure was on the verge of complete collapse. Do you truly believe this is my limit, Orochimaru? Jiraiya, clutching his chest, slowly rose to his feet. Turning his back to Orochimaru, a dramatic shift occurred in his presence. Jiraiya brought his palms together, and the chakra in the surrounding air began flowing rapidly into his body. He can absorb natural chakra from the environment. This is not an ordinary ability. Finally, Orochimaru sensed the heavy killing intent radiating from Jiraiya, and he was forced to take him seriously. Now it is sufficient. A crisp snapping sound echoed through the air. The moment Jiraiya turned around, mysterious markings appeared upon his face. Though they appeared ordinary, the current Orochimaru was no longer Jiraiya's equal. Orochimaru, let us settle this once and for all. Jiraiya's words echoed persistently around them. Cold sweat dripped from Orochimaru's forehead. It was evident that Jiraiya had entered sage mode. Tomorrow's update begins. Orochimaru's mouth stretched wide and countless venomous snakes emerged, surrounding Jiraiya completely. Jiraiya's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, and a powerful aura erupted instantly. Orochimaru, you have disappointed me greatly. Once I believed the bond between us could alter the path ahead. But now it seems the only way to dispel your stubbornness is to kill you. Summoning technique. Two small toads immediately landed on Jiraiya's shoulders. They were none other than Fukasaku and Shima. Little Jiraiya, what happened that you summoned both of us? Fukasaku yawned as if he had been sleeping and was suddenly called by Jiraiya. Father, look. Shima looked around. A large number of snakes had surrounded them. Don't make a fuss. Leave this little problem to me. Fukasaku leaped into the air, tongue binding. Water slash. His soft tongue suddenly became as sharp as a blade, and with a mid-air spin, he cut the surrounding snakes in half. After finishing that, Fukasaku landed back on Jiraiya's shoulder. As expected of father. But little Jiraiya is your opponent, that monster. Both toads looked over. Orochimaru was bare-chested, his body merged with snakes, coughing incessantly. This sickly body is no match for little Jiraiya, Fukasaku said, resting his chin in his hand with a troubled expression. You two don't know, he is someone even the Hokage couldn't kill. He possesses extreme physical vitality and can regenerate continuously. As long as a single piece of his body remains, he will not die. Jiraiya said cautiously. I never imagined such a person could exist in this world. Mother, we must focus on this battle too. Little Jiraiya, you take the lead, and we too will assist in the attack. Since he has forced you to use sage techniques, we must give it our all. With that, Jiraiya nodded and glanced back at Tsunade. Tsunade wanted to say something, but Jiraiya had already charged at Orochimaru. Jiraiya, you seem to have trained some impressive jutsu. But even without my hands, you won't defeat me easily. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue and laughed maniacally, twisting his body as massive snakes erupted from behind him. Sage Art Needle Jizo. As Jiraiya crouched down, his hair hardened and shot out like a storm, swiftly piercing and killing all the attacking snakes. Behind the snakes, Orochimaru shot into the air, his snake body wrapping around a tree to climb high, then descending upon Jiraiya from a commanding position. Here he comes. Fukasaku and Shima nodded, simultaneously leaping up and clapping their hands together. Sage Art Toad Song. A powerful sonic wave passed through Orochimaru's body, causing him to pause involuntarily. Little Jiraiya now. Jiraiya leaped up, matching the toad's height, and quickly formed hand seal Sage Art Gomen. Jiraiya used oil, Fukasaku used wind release, and Shima used fire release. The combined power of their chakra scorched even the surrounding grass to ashes. In an instant, Orochimaru broke free from the Genjutsu 3 Rashomon. The ground trembled violently as 3 enormous gates burst forth, successfully blocking Jiraiya's Sage technique. The 8-headed serpent technique can only be maintained for an hour. Using it again will completely destroy this body. But now I must do it. The 8-headed serpent technique was an S-rank forbidden jutsu, and even Orochimaru took a month to master it. The fearsome giant white serpent known as a divine dragon had a body surpassing that of Manda and exposed sharp fangs. In the original work, Orochimaru, swallowed by Sasuke, Uchiha released this final secret technique when Sasuke's chakra was depleted. The Orochi transformed by Orochimaru was one of his strongest techniques, the embodiment of his enduring obsession. Come, Jiraiya. Orochimaru slowly closed his eyes. Did it work? Jiraiya and the 2 toads landed together and looked ahead. The 3 Rashomon gates showed no movement. No. Jiraiya's keen senses seemed to detect something alarming. He couldn't have been killed so easily. Jiraiya took a deep breath, his expression utterly grim. Suddenly, a violent surge of chakra rushed closer from behind the 3 Rashomon. Watch out. Here it comes. In virtually an instant, all 3 gates shattered simultaneously, and a terrifying snake head with sharp fangs and horns slammed directly into Jiraiya's body. So fast. Little Jiraiya. Jiraiya was pushed by Orochimaru's snake head, his body crashing into trees as he was thrown backward, raising dust and smoke in the forest. A huge trench appeared in the ground. Boom! A massive impact sound. Jiraiya was at the end, leaning against a rock, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The deeper Orochimaru's obsession, the more powerful his strength became. It's hard to say whether we can win this battle, but we must be flexible. Let's use that. Fukasaku and Shima simultaneously placed their hands on Jiraiya's body. In an instant, Jiraiya's hands and limbs underwent a noticeable change, resembling those of a frog. Sage Art 2 Living Techniques. As for speed, we should be able to suppress him for a short time. With the splints removed from his feet, Jiraiya felt an unprecedented lightness. His body speed could now reach its peak performance. Behind him, Tsunade had never imagined that Jiraiya had already attained such a level. She had never seen this kind of sage art before. If not for Orochimaru releasing the 8-headed serpent technique, the battle would have already surpassed their level. The opponent may no longer have any conscious awareness. I must strike ruthlessly, aiming for a one-hit kill. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Jiraiya flexed his body, ready to strike at any moment. Little Jiraiya, you must have sensed that his body has reached its limit. I'll act as bait for the main attack. You take the lead. The child's mother will assist Jiraiya. With that, Fukasaku Sennin leaped down from Jiraiya's shoulder. Lord Fukasaku, this. Jiraiya fell into contemplation. I have absolute trust in the child's father. Little Jiraiya, don't be distracted. The decisive blow depends entirely on you. Shima Sennin advised earnestly from Jiraiya's shoulder. No problem, but Lord Fukasaku, please be careful. Fukasaku Sennin extended his tongue, wrapping it around the tree before Orochimaru's eyes, stretching and climbing upward. Standing on the treetop, Fukasaku Sennin taunted Orochimaru with a provocative gaze. Do you like eating toads? The serpentine Orochimaru, devoid of any thought or hesitation, lunged forward with incredible speed. Triple X. Fukasaku Sennin turned and fled. Behind him, the serpentine Orochimaru pursued relentlessly, saliva dripping incessantly. Little Jiraiya, are you ready? Shima Sennin and Jiraiya hid in the grass nearby, waiting for Fukasaku to lure Orochimaru in. The timing was right. Orochimaru drew closer and closer, seemingly about to swallow Fukasaku in one gulp, when Shima Sennin suddenly leaped out from the thicket. Demonic illusion, toads chant. The 2 great sages combined their croaking to unleash an extraordinarily powerful auditory genjutsu, which instantly reverberated. Orochimaru, paralyzed in midair, lost consciousness momentarily. A barrier covered the surroundings, and the unique stone, sword of Mount Myaboku, pierced Orochimaru directly. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya gathered a massive amount of chakra in his right hand. A whirlwind arose as the ultra-compressed wind sphere swelled in Jiraiya's hand. Supergiant Rasengan. Success. Just as Fukasaku and Shima believed Jiraiya would succeed, a figure in a black robe suddenly descended from the sky, landing before Orochimaru. Those unique eyes with multiple concentric rings and that distinctive attire. As he landed, the man spread his right hand and spoke calmly. Almighty push. A tremendous repulsive force surged forth, sending Jiraiya, Fukasaku, and Shima flying instantly. Even the Rasengan could not counter this technique. For several kilometers around the ground became a barren wasteland. Orochimaru. So weak. The black-robed man turned to look at Orochimaru, who had already dispelled the eight-headed serpent technique, having exhausted nearly all his chakra and collapsed to the ground. Haha, so the Akatsuki also has philanthropists. Orochimaru slowly raised his head. The man before him wore an expression of cold indifference that had not changed since his appearance. Most terrifying of all was the aura within his body, as if he were a corpse. His eyes were so bizarre that Orochimaru took a liking to them the moment he saw them. Indeed, the man who appeared was none other than Tendo Pain, one of the six paths. Come with me. I can save you. Tendo Pain looked at Orochimaru and said flatly, if I'm not mistaken, you are not the real body, are you? Your real body seems quite frail. Orochimaru excitedly appraised Tendo Pain's body, then stood up and sat to the side. So I need you. Or rather, let me help you kill him. Without even glancing at Jiraiya, Tendo Pain spread his right palm, and a powerful attractive force filled the air, enveloping Jiraiya's body. Still recovering from the previous sudden attack, Jiraiya was instantly pulled over and had his throat clutched by Tendo Pain. Little Jiraiya. Fukasaku Sunin charged forward, clapping his hands together and gathering power to unleash a water release. Pitiful Toad, completely unaware of the other's presence. What? Behind Fukasaku, another Pain appeared riding on a chameleon. With a single punch, Fukasaku was struck and tumbled backward. The child's father. Shima Sunin quickly leaped to catch Fukasaku. Orochimaru, tell me your answer. The hand gripping Jiraiya's throat suddenly tightened the immense strength, causing Jiraiya's breathing to become rapid. At the same time, the figures of the other four Pains appeared simultaneously. If he were to die, then there would truly be no one in this world who understands me. Orochimaru chuckled, though somewhat grudgingly. He was intent on killing you. Having spoken, Heaven Path Pain callously tossed Jiraiya aside, causing the ground to instantly collapse beneath the impact. There is also something else. I need your help to destroy Konoha. Orochimaru seemed to push his luck further, his expression toward Heaven Path Pain filled with expectation. You need not say it, I naturally share the same intention. However, if you lack the resolve to kill the person before you, I shall handle it myself. As he spoke, a black iron rod materialized from his sleeve, and Heaven Path Pain slowly advanced toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya raised his aching head, and the six figures surrounding him sent a chill down his spine. They wore identical clothes and shared the same eyes, with the only difference being their individual appearances. Yet they moved with an orderliness as if governed by a single will. Tsunade, leave this place. Jiraiya struggled to his feet, his limbs trembling. The medical master, Princess Tsunade. Who would have thought to encounter you here? Without you, Konoha's combat strength would surely be greatly diminished, given your role as a medical ninja. This time, Heaven Path Pain set his sights upon Tsunade. Seeing this, Jiraiya's composure shattered in an instant. You fight me. It is I who must face you. Moving with all his speed, Jiraiya shielded Tsunade with his own body. In the blink of an eye, the black iron rod pierced through Jiraiya's body, landing before Tsunade's eyes. Blood erupted instantly. Gripping the iron rod, Jiraiya staggered back 2 steps, steadying himself. Like an unyielding iron wall, the sight of Jiraiya's back was imprinted upon Tsunade's mind for the first time. Tears streamed down her face as Tsunade roared in anguish, Fool, why do you involve yourself in my affairs? Why must you meddle? Why? Because I love you. The moment those 3 words fell from his lips, a profound humility filled Jiraiya's face. Dark clouds smothered the sky, and a torrential downpour struck without warning. Jiraiya gazed upward at the heavens and smiled wryly. You never seemed to take my words seriously, did you? Every time you brushed me off, I even felt those words of mine sounded like nothing but a jest. You would never understand. You would never be serious. Behind him, Tsunade lowered her head and clenched her fists. Idiot. But I'm not worth someone treating me this well. If this continues, you'll die, fool. Looking up, Tsunade's tear-streaked face revealed nothing but heartbreak. Jiraiya turned his head and offered a faint smile. Didn't you love gambling? Then gamble on whether I survive this time. If I win, I shall silently make a wish. Some lose themselves in the fog while I drown in you. Tsunade, run. With a thunderous cry, Jiraiya exerted his full strength and snapped the iron rod. The moment he turned, Jiraiya embraced Tsunade. Perhaps it is the fate of a wanderer like me. Tsunade, forgive me for always loving you. Even on a clear day, storms can fall. Even the gentlest hearts can ache. Jiraiya had given his all. For someone so changeable and fickle, he felt he had given so little that he dared not hope for much in return. When Jiraiya released his embrace, that very moment Tsunade truly felt the pain. Whenever those around her were about to leave, she always seemed to sense it in advance. Deep meaning is often understood too late. Love arrives only in late autumn. Life blazes splendidly like cherry blossoms. Death ascends like firework ash upon 1,000 cicadas. Have you made your peace with death, teacher Jiraiya? Hearing that address, Jiraiya shuddered from head to toe. That voice sent his memories tumbling and surging endlessly. Finally, Jiraiya looked upon the 6 figures before him and in utter disbelief spoke a single name. Nagato. No, call me Pain. And Nagato is already dead. His emotionless words seemed to convey everything. Heaven Path Pain extended his right hand. If Jiraiya could not evade this strike, death was certain. Between life and death, Jiraiya suddenly burst into laughter. The rain in the sky grew heavier still, and Jiraiya wiped his cheek. Reaching into his waist, he pulled out a certain book and closed his eyes. Bansho Tenin. 6 iron rods materialized simultaneously, drawing Jiraiya's body toward them against his will. Death approached. Moku Tunjukai Hoko. Instantly, a massive shield formed from intertwining wooden vines erupted from the ground, shielding Jiraiya. Su Fan's figure appeared. No platform promotional text removed per content cleanup rules. The powerful suction force was suddenly blocked by a wooden wall. The expressionless Tendo Pain turned his head to look at Su Fan beside him. The 5 other Pains simultaneously looked in the same direction. A terrible sense of oppression surged towards Su Fan. Although ordinary enemies were no match for him, thanks to his formidable chakra. The one before him was none other than Pain, who possessed the power of the 6 paths. Moreover, with the Rinnegan at Su Fan's current eye level, he was afraid he couldn't deal with it. He could only suppress him through ninjutsu. Unless the opponent harbored ill intent, a fierce battle today was inevitable. Upon seeing Su Fan, a black iron rod suddenly appeared in the right sleeve of Tendo Pain. In an instant, moving at an extreme speed, Tendo Pain appeared before Su Fan, holding a black rod and thrusting it at him. Their eyes met. A slight smile curled at the corner of Su Fan's mouth. In the instant their hands crossed, the black rod shattered into pieces. Would release. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Fan pressed his palms together, but just as he was about to release a ninjutsu, Tendo Pain shouted coldly, Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted instantly. In an instant, a blue chakra cloak appeared on Su Fan's body. Relying solely on his chakra, Su Fan was actually pushed back several meters, thus widening the distance between them. Uzumaki Su Fan. I've heard of you from Itachi. No wonder Haiden and Kakazu also fell into your hands. You do have some skill. Tendo Pain descended from the air, his stern expression as cold as a god descending to the mortal world. None of them got the better of me. Do you want to try as well? Su Fan's aura remained strong, and he faced the 6 Pains without panic. If I didn't have other matters to attend to, I would gladly chat with you. Having said that, Tendo Pain looked at Jiraiya. Master Jiraiya, I think we will meet again. But I hope you can stay alive until then. Tendo Pain turned around, and the other 5 Pains followed, preparing to leave with Orochimaru. So capable, giving me a show of force, and then wanting to leave. Do you really think you're a god? Adamant and sealing chains. Su Fan frowned, and as he opened his right hand, a prearranged golden chain formation emerged from the ground. The golden chains quickly converged toward the 6 Pains. Sensing the danger of this technique, Tendo Pain rushed in front of the 5 and opened his palms ready to unleash Shinra Tensei. But suddenly Tendo Pain noticed that his chakra had become ineffective. Turning his head, he saw many golden fluorescent particles floating around like fireflies. Was it because I inadvertently absorbed these things into my body that sealed my chakra? Tendo Pain looked at Su Fan expressionlessly. You have a rather special ability. But this technique alone cannot seal me for long. Tendo Pain was right. Su Fan's ability alone could not seal him for long. However, Su Fan clenched his fists and a massive wooden pillar burst from the ground, flying straight toward Tendo Pain. Trying to intimidate me. You're overthinking. The moment the wooden pillar approached Tendo Pain, the other 5 Pains simultaneously charged forward to block the attack for him. The main force among the 6 is Tendo Pain. A 5-to-1 protection is to buy enough time, isn't it? Su Fan frowned, and suddenly infused more chakra into his clenched hands. The front of the wooden pillar transformed into a sharp prism. As for speed, the first to charge out was the animal path Pain. The wooden pillar was blocked by the animal path, and then the hungry ghost path rushed forward. The 2 Pains were struck by the wooden pillar, their bodies like kites with broken strings crashing into the 3 behind them. At that instant, Tendo Pain broke the seal and regained his abilities. Shinra Tensei. A repulsive force erupted around him in a 395-degree range. The power of the wooden pillar did not diminish, pressing against Tendo Pain. The expressionless Tendo Pain suddenly turned ferocious. The repulsive force abruptly amplified, and the wooden pillar was directly repelled. The animal path and hungry ghost path were instantly killed by Su Fan. In a cave, a gaunt, long-haired man spat out a mouthful of blood and then gasped heavily. Nagato, are you alright? Conan, wearing the same attire as Itachi and Kisame before, ran in from the cave entrance anxiously. Blood dripped from his nose. Nagato slowly raised his head and shook it. I'm fine. I just wanted to give him a show of force. But he really is exactly as Uchiha Itachi described. He paused, then frowned. No, even stronger than he described. Those eyes of his seemed to be a kind of dojutsu as well. Cough. The most important thing now is to bring back Orochimaru. My body can't wait any longer. Zilai. Gangsho ran over and helped Zilai up from the ground. Looking at Tiandao Pan before him, tears welled up in Zilai's eyes. Zilai-sensei, your expression seems to pity me. Unable to walk an upright path yourself, you have changed too much from your former self. Tiandao Pan said indifferently. Should I call you Mian? Or? Zilai held back his tears, looking seriously at the enemy. This matter was not that simple. Is a name really that important? Compared to pain, it is truly insignificant. After saying that, Tiandao Pan looked at Su Fan. You are the only opponent I regard with respect, and the only one who dares to challenge me. However, you cannot stop me today. Tiandao Pan crossed his left and right hand simultaneously. In an instant, two powerful air currents erupted simultaneously. Releasing the almighty push twice at once was probably the limit of Changmin's current body. Taking advantage of the repulsive force, Tiandao Pan led the remaining 3 Pan and Shiwan preparing to leave. Su Fan frowned. If De Shiwan could heal Changmin's body, then the Pan at that time would be truly terrifying. You want to leave? Su Fan manipulated the surrounding tree vines, swiftly flying toward the group. Meanwhile, the long silent Yao Shirdo suddenly revealed a sinister smile. He dashed through the vines and quickly arrived beside Su Fan, then took a vial of potion from his waist pouch. It was the inhibitor that De Shiwan had given to Yao Shirdo earlier. A substance specially designed to resist the first Hokage's power. Su Fan was quick-eyed and nimble. A withered branch burst from the ground and pierced directly through Yao Shirdo's right hand that was gripping the inhibitor. The inhibitor was thrown out and shattered before Su Fan's eyes. Green gas instantly released. Su Fan kicked Yao Shirdo in the body, and Yao Shirdo flew out hundreds of meters like a kite with a broken string. What is that? Su Fan felt that his power seemed to be temporarily suppressed by something. The controlled tree vines instantly withered and fell to the ground. De Shiwan, standing beside Tiandao Pan, suddenly burst into manic laughter. We can leave now. That thing can only suppress him for a short while, but it's enough to get away from here. So Tiandao Pan led Da Shiwan and the remaining 3 Pan away. 2 dead Pan were left on the ground. The 2 Pan corpses were transported back. Zilai and the previously injured Kakashi were quickly treated by the medical team temporarily organized by Gangsho. Su Fan walked along the street, his mood not good. Zilai was injured, and Su Fan did not know how to explain to Mingren. Big brother. Speak of the devil. Mingren jogged over from not far away. Why haven't I seen the pervy sage today? How strange, he clearly said he would teach me training. Mingren said grumpily. Well, Su Fan hesitated, then suddenly asked, what about Zwaju? Isn't he with you? He went to the back mountain. I don't know what he's doing. Hearing this, Su Fan felt a nameless sorrow in his heart. In the corner of the back mountain, that was where Zwaju's parents' remains were buried. Because their deaths ended the Uchiha clan's internal strife, they were regarded as traitors and abandoned outside the village. The back mountain was the only place no one went. Thinking of this, it was really heartbreaking. In the hospital, the retired Yuanfei Risen hurried over upon hearing the news of Zilai's injury. Pushing the door open, the sight that greeted him was Gangsho. Yuanfei Risen's face was filled with endless vicissitudes. Lord Third. Gangsho's face was full of grievance with nowhere to put it at this moment. When she saw her teacher, she could no longer hold back her tears, which fell. It's good that you're back. How is Zilai? Yuanfei Risen asked anxiously. He is out of danger, but he needs rest. Gangsho wiped her tears and said. I see. Yuanfei Risen glanced at Zilai resting on the bed, shook his head, then turned and closed the door. Leaving the hospital, Yuanfei Risen walked to a deserted path, when suddenly 2 Umbu members jumped out. Lord Third. Yuanfei Risen put his hands behind his back, his gaze unusually dark. I need to know the intelligence related to Zilai's injury. It must be accurate. Yes, Lord Third. With that, the 2 Umbu members vanished on the spot. From Jingin's mouth, he learned that De Shiwan had participated in this battle. And the person who saved De Shiwan actually called himself a god. Yuanfei Risen knew Zilai's abilities. About to become the 5th Hokage, such an incident occurred. If word got out, what would become of my? The higher-ups already knew about Zilai's severe injury. The ceremony for the 5th Hokage's inauguration would be postponed. That was not the most important thing. The most important thing was whether Gangsho and Zilai were suitable to become the 5th Hokage. This issue had caused an uproar among the higher-ups. And the problem Yuanfei Risen now faced was the person behind De Shiwan. When Su Fan returned, his emotions were also unstable, which made Yuanfei Risen think wildly. Is the opponent really a god? Now Yuanfei Risen still held the power of Mai. As long as no next Hokage succeeded, he could continue to sit securely. Unfortunately, Zilai had already offended the other side. Could even Xuanhua Su Fan not handle it? This gave Yuanfei Risen the idea of abandoning his pieces. Zilai. Gangsho. If that day really comes, what a pity. Yuanfei Risen shook his head and left the path. In a deep mountain, De Shiwan was led by Tiandao Pan to their encampment. Greeting them was Yuzhibo-yu, who had been waiting here. When Yuzhibo-yu saw that Tiandao-pan only had 4 subsidiary bodies behind him, he was not very surprised. It should be about as I said before. Yuzhibo-yu walked over and said calmly, "Strong." Tiandao-pan only said this one word, then walked past Yuzhibo-yu and entered the cave. "Jijia. Yuzhibo-yu, your eyes are truly beautiful." The Shiwan looked at Yuzhibo-yu's eyes with unusual excitement. "You look quite fitting in this state." Yuzhibo-yu looked at the Shiwan, whose body was wounded in many places, his clothes completely torn, looking very miserable. "If I had your eyes, I wonder how glorious I would be." With that, the Shiwan's right hand directly turned into multiple long snakes, tightly binding Yuzhibo-yu. "Since you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement to give me these eyes, Jijia." The Shiwan directly opened his snake mouth and lunged at Yuzhibo-yu. Yuzhibo-yu's expression, however, was very calm. The moment his lips curled slightly, their positions swapped. Are you worthy?" Bang! Yuzhibo's pupils trembled, and the Shiwan's right arm shattered instantly. Orochimaru let out a cry of anguish as the illusion was dispelled. The severance of his right arm caused cold sweat to trickle down his forehead. At that moment, Orochimaru dared not provoke Uchiha Itachi any further. "If you hurt him, who will heal me?" murmured the animal path pain beside him. "From what I know, he could survive even if only a single cell remained. This injury is nothing to him." With these words, Uchiha Itachi departed. Orochimaru, who had been intrigued by Itachi's Sharingan, was now thoroughly vexed. He abandoned the idea of pursuing Itachi further. "Follow me." The 4 pains led Orochimaru toward a shadowy corner. Emerging from the forest, a tree hollow caught Orochimaru's attention. "The one inside is the real body, isn't it?" he said with a sneer. The Deva path remained silent as Orochimaru slowly entered the cave. Inside, a gaunt Nagato sat on a device, lifting his head. The Uzumaki clan. How unexpected. Orochimaru licked his lips and approached Nagato. "Stop." Konan, crouching in a corner, suddenly stepped forward. "Keep your distance." "Haha. Little girl, no one has dared speak to me like that. You seem to be meddling." Orochimaru's serpentine eyes fixed on Konan, sending a chill down her spine. Without hesitation, Orochimaru took another step forward. "I said stay where you are." Konan's right arm transformed into a torrent of paper enveloping Orochimaru. "Konan, stop." Nagato called from behind. "Stand down." Orochimaru glanced at Konan with amusement, then flicked his tongue. "I want to know how to restore my body to its peak." Nagato gazed weakly at Orochimaru. Unimpressed, Orochimaru carefully examined Nagato's body. The human body generally cannot withstand power beyond its own strength. Even for you, it seems you are not suited to the superiority this power brings. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with greed. "Your ambition is too great. Do not overstep your bounds, you will regret it. Come here." Nagato spoke indifferently. Orochimaru snorted and moved forward. By now, Nagato, already extremely frail, had expended a great deal of chakra after his battle with Su Fan and was nearing his limit. Orochimaru shook his head. The human body can never achieve absolute perfection. A container must be sturdy and large enough to withstand a full load. "I know someone who can help you," he said intriguingly. "Who?" "Shino." As he spoke, Orochimaru touched Nagato's body with his left hand. White smoke billowed as Orochimaru's left hand connected to Nagato's back. The gaunt frame showed a flicker of recovery, but only for an instant. Orochimaru sighed. "As I expected, I cannot achieve the improvement. I possess a small amount of Hashirama cells which could restore you, but..." However, the power within Nagato's body kept repelling Orochimaru, especially when Hashirama cells entered Nagato's body. Nagato unconsciously noticed an abnormal reaction from his Rinnegan. A swelling sense of aversion gradually emerged. "What kind of person is Shino?" Nagato asked in confusion. "He possesses an extraordinary ability to regenerate the body, even surpassing me. With his help, I believe your body will attain ultimate perfection." Orochimaru looked at Nagato again, his eyes filled with infatuation for those extraordinary eyes and that body. At that moment, a vast amount of chakra surged into Orochimaru's left hand, still touching Nagato. Orochimaru licked his lips excitedly. He wanted to probe the secrets within Nagato's body. Suddenly, a pair of deep Rinnegan appeared in Orochimaru's mind. Boom! A powerful repulsive force erupted from Nagato's body, sending Orochimaru flying into the rocks before he collapsed. "To dare peer into the power of a god. You are truly a madman." Nagato sneered. "Haha, truly unexpected. This exquisite power, I dream of possessing it." Orochimaru rose, dusted off his clothes, and murmured. "Find this man named Shino. I believe we will soon stand together atop the walls of Konoha." Nagato's expression showed relief, a new hope for his ideal world had emerged. Only Orochimaru, standing in the shadows of the rubble, flicked his tongue maliciously. In Konoha, Jiraiya woke from his sickbed to find himself alone. He parted his dry lips, glanced at the water on the table, and his Adam's apple bobbed. Jiraiya moved the blanket aside and slowly sat up. The pain from his broken bones made him inhale sharply. "It hurts." He picked up the cup and drank greedily, then sighed with satisfaction. Suddenly the door opened, and Hiruzen Sarutobi entered. Third Hokage. Jiraiya tried to rise, but Sarutobi hurried over to hold him down. Don't get up, you haven't recovered yet. Lie down. Where is Tsunade? Jiraiya asked puzzled. Oh, she went to help Kakashi recover from his injuries. Sarutobi's expression was unnatural, and though injured, Jiraiya's keen senses caught it. Lord Third, is something the matter? Jiraiya probed. Nothing else, I just wanted to know what happened that day. Sarutobi had already obtained intelligence from the ANBU, yet he came to ask Jiraiya again about the incident. Clearly Sarutobi had an ulterior motive. The reason was simple, it involved Tsunade. But how could Jiraiya shift the blame onto her? Ahem, regarding the appointment of the 5th Hokage, I think we need to postpone it. The higher-ups have raised some objections, you understand. Sarutobi said with hesitation. I understand, Lord Third. This is entirely my fault. I have brought shame to Konoha. Jiraiya frowned, Sarutobi's words stinging him. It seemed as if the blame was being placed on him, and Tsunade and Sarutobi had not spoken in their defense. Well then, rest now. I have some matters to attend to. With that, Sarutobi left the ward. He gazed at the distant Hokage rock where the half-carved statue of Jiraiya stood and fell into deep thought. This time it was truly a loss. Sarutobi knew from the accurate intelligence that the enemy was not bluffing. There was another reason he could not accept. That reason was the description of the enemy's eyes in the intelligence. Having studied related matters before, Sarutobi knew those were the Rinnegan, a pair of eyes that could determine the fate of the world. If Konoha cannot escape this time, I may have to abandon the stars in the sky. He turned to look at the door of the ward, overwhelmed with conflict. It was undeniable that he was becoming more and more like Danzo. At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed twice while puffing on his pipe. The high-ranking officials of Konoha pushed open the door and entered in an orderly manner. Once everyone was seated, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke. Everyone, I presume you are all aware of the matters concerning Jiraiya and Tsunade. Regarding the appointment of the 5th Hokage, I believe it is quite clear. A noble of Konoha opened his fan, covering half his face, and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Of course, now we have to trouble you to continue protecting Konoha. I hope this matter does not spread. The current Konoha is truly deteriorating day by day. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed helplessly and nodded. On the intelligence side, Shizune and Tsunade were dissecting a corpse. Apart from the small black iron rods on their bodies, nothing else yielded any results. The only thing that shocked Tsunade was that these people had been dead for a long time. To be precise, these two corpses were already dead when they fought against them. How can this be? Tsunade frowned and extracted the small iron rod from the corpse. Instantly, the body, having lost the rod, began to wither. Could it be that these rods are the energy source sustaining the corpse's movements? Tsunade carefully picked up the small iron rod with tweezers and examined it closely. But what is the connection between these people? Could it be that what we saw earlier were our own dead bodies? Suddenly, Tsunade's scalp tingled. They are an organized group, inseparable as 6, and they all share the same eyes. At that moment, Su Fan walked in from outside. How do you know that? Tsunade was puzzled. Such intelligence must be credible. Orochimaru and the enemy both harbored the same intent to destroy Konoha. How could this matter be taken lightly? I not only know this, but I also know that the 6 of them are one entity, and the true original body is the one behind them. Moreover, each of them possesses their own abilities, wielding the power of the 6 paths, thus calling themselves gods. Su Fan said calmly. How can you verify the intelligence you provide? Tsunade looked at Su Fan sternly. Authenticity. I directly killed 2 of them. Isn't that real enough? With a dismissive snort, Su Fan turned and left. He simply shared some of what he knew with Konoha to avoid any mishaps. Tsunade, without further hesitation, relayed the intelligence provided by Su Fan to the high-ranking officials of Konoha. After learning of the intelligence, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into deep thought. Su Fan, after all, was not from Konoha, and at this critical moment, any misstep could occur. Thus, the credibility of this intelligence was questioned. After all, Su Fan's heart was with Naruto, not with Konoha. His help for Konoha had its reasons. But given the current situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen was immensely conflicted. He could not comprehend the enemy's purpose, nor did he know what he should do. If the enemy's target is Jiraiya, could it be that throwing out a thread to lure them in Konoha could then state its position and perhaps resolve the crisis? A grand plan began to take shape in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind at that moment. It must be said that Hiruzen's maneuver was truly brilliant. A month passed. Jiraiya and Kakashi successfully recovered their bodies. Kakashi seemed to notice that his Sharingan was different from before. As for what exactly was different, he did not yet understand. Only by trying would he know. Upon leaving the hospital, Jiraiya immediately scoured the streets for Naruto. Regarding the disciple he had taken on, Jiraiya felt deeply guilty. He had called himself a master, yet he had taught so little. Hearing that Naruto had been searching for him, Jiraiya felt a surge of emotion. No matter what, today, he would make Naruto begin training with him. It was already November. The weather was unusually cold. The leaves on the trees by the streets had turned yellow and withered. Crossing a small bridge, several fishermen were fishing on their boats. Su Fan had already mastered the summoning technique from Tsunade. Perhaps it's time to visit the Shikatsu forest. Biting his finger, Su Fan activated the reverse summoning technique. After a brief moment, Su Fan emerged from the white smoke. The world before him was like a paradise. A small slug crawled out from the nearby thicket. Lord Fan, may I ask what business you have here? Su Fan carefully surveyed the surroundings and said with a smile, I have come today with a request. Would you be kind enough to guide me? No problem, just follow me. The small slug turned and slithered to the left. Su Fan followed closely. Along the way he saw all kinds of fresh and natural fruits, and the animals were all very harmonious. Truly a paradise on earth. Lord Fan, do not be fooled by the scenery in front of you. In the Shikatsu forest, the more harmonious the place, the more dangerous it is, including those fruits. The small slug said as it moved. Sure enough, behind a monkey a huge python was slowly slithering, preparing to ambush. The snake's skin could even change color to match the surroundings. Not far ahead, Su Fan heard a pitiful monkey cry in the distance. Unbeknownst to Su Fan, beneath the seemingly beautiful scenery, thick layers of fallen leaves concealed countless animal carcasses. Before long, the small slug led Su Fan to a damp cave entrance. Lord Fan, let's go in together. We've arrived. Entering the cave, the sound of dripping water echoed all around. Countless small slugs crawled out from the crevices, staring at Su Fan. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Has no one else been here before me? Su Fan asked in bewilderment. Lord Fan, don't mind their curiosity. You are not the first person to come here. The last person came a very long time ago. The small slug said as it drifted into memory. In the memory, a man with long hair and an upright countenance passed through the damp cave. It was easy to recognize that the first Hokage rock face in Konoha was carved in his likeness. Lord Fan, we have arrived. At the far end of the cave, a giant slug slowly opened its eyes. You have come. Su Fan was startled. You know me. You knew I was coming. The slug said nothing, and its body began to split. Countless small slugs detached from its body and dispersed. When they had all scattered, a woman of breathtaking beauty stood in the same spot. The woman wore a pure white gown and a crown on her head. Her snow-white hair was strikingly radiant. The white stockings on her legs exuded a deadly allure. Most fatal of all was the bouncy springy. As the woman gave Su Fan a faint smile and walked slowly toward him. In an instant, the bouncing little white rabbits made Su Fan's nosebleed burst forth. Who are you? Su Fan was instantly at a loss for words. As the surging waves rushed toward him, drool trickled from his mouth. You little brat, where are your eyes wandering? The woman confidently swayed her hips. Simply put, I am a summoning beast from the same era as Hama-wan. Why am I telling you this? You probably wouldn't understand anyway. Hama-wan. Su Fan was instantly dumbfounded. So the woman before him was an ancient hag. Calculating her age, she was indeed very old. Yet now she looked more youthful than any young girl. Thinking of Tsunade, Su Fan shook his head vigorously. Hama-wan and I are the first spirit beasts born into this world. We each possess our own unique abilities. Hama-wan's ability focuses on perception. As for me, it's recovery. At the same time, the source of my power is self-derived, more inclined toward the natural system. The woman briefly explained the situation. Natural system? What does that mean? Su Fan was completely bewildered. It means our abilities are not innate, but rather acquired through habit. This only deepened Su Fan's confusion. Call me Bailey. Follow me. Bailey walked to a stone door and pressed a mechanism. The stone door swung open and a mysterious aura seemed to awaken from the darkness. Above the vast cave, countless fireflies circled a strange, enormous tree, spiraling endlessly. Su Fan recognized this tree all too well. After drawing a sharp breath, he took 2 steps back. The divine tree. The words escaped his lips involuntarily. You actually know the divine tree. What an extraordinary little one you are. Bailey cast a charming smile at Su Fan. To put it simply, this isn't the real divine tree, merely an offshoot. I'm not entirely clear on its origin, but I know the first person who came here had a close connection with this tree. Everything here is a blessing from the divine tree, and our abilities also come from it. Do you see the fruits on the divine tree? Bailey pointed and asked. Su Fan looked. They were indistinguishable from the fruits in the jungle outside, seemingly identical in appearance. These fruits look fresh on the surface, but they are laced with hundreds of times the potency of poison. Our regenerative abilities come from these fruits. Although the fruits contain deadly poison, anyone with a compatible constitution can consume them fully and gain their power. Bailey explained in detail to Su Fan. And how does one obtain such a constitution? Bailey merely smiled faintly. By continuously eating the fruits until you reach a state of immunity. Then you will grasp the ultimate secret of Shiguren. Even though Bailey spoke so mysteriously, Su Fan understood she was referring to the power missing from his own body. That was the immortal art constitution of Senju Hashirama from years past. Brilliant. Yet when Su Fan actually stood before the divine tree and plucked a fruit, cowardice instantly seized him. Staring at the fruit in his hand, he felt a wave of hesitation. All of this was observed by Bai Li, who flashed a sly grin and turned to leave. Before long, Bai Li returned carrying a box of fruits. Eat all these fruits. This is your first step into the gate. Bai Li set the box before Su Fan, clapped her hands and smirked. No way, sis, are you really trying to poison me? Su Fan bristled instantly. Looking at the huge box of fruits, he seriously considered turning and running away. What's this? The first guy who came here ate 2,000 fruits and kept shouting he hadn't had enough. Bai Li cast a disdainful glance at Su Fan. Holy crap. 2,000 fruits. Su Fan's whole body trembled. He could only imagine Senju Hashirama back, then eating and blowing bubbles at the same time. What a madman. No wonder his regenerative ability was hailed as the best in the ninja world. Oh, by the way, a friendly reminder, if you can't withstand the pain from the fruits, you'll rot completely and turn into a pool of putrid liquid. Bai Li said coldly. Pain. Su Fan stared at the large box of fruits deep in thought. As he struggled, Bai Li had already sat down and started eating. Watching Bai Li's blissful expression almost made Su Fan believe the fruits were harmless. Damn it. If I can't even do this, what kind of ambition do I have? With that, Su Fan grabbed a fruit and tossed it into his mouth. Huh. It tastes pretty sweet. Su Fan didn't feel any discomfort or pain. Bai Li snorted coldly. Suddenly, Su Fan's body began to undergo drastic changes. From his stomach, a piercing sensation arose, and Su Fan instantly clutched his abdomen and fell to his knees. But that wasn't the worst. Gradually, his entire body went numb, and the chakra in every part of him began to flow backward. Moreover, Su Fan could clearly feel the slowing of his organs' functions. These were the symptoms of approaching death. Rapid breathing, body alternating between cold and hot, skin ulcerating. These signs appeared intermittently. Just one fruit, and it's already like this. Su Fan gritted his teeth and looked at the fruits in the box, since he had already swallowed the first one. Then from now on he would not stop. Su Fan dashed to the box, threw himself onto it, and grabbed fruits with both hands, shoveling them into his mouth. This kid must be insane. Bai Li watched his reckless behavior and drew a sharp breath. Never had he felt such agony. It was as if thousands of tiny insects were crawling and gnawing inside him. The immense pain soaked Su Fan's clothes in an instant. His consciousness grew blurred. All he could do now was keep eating the fruits, and his violently pounding heart was slowly weakening. What a pity. Bai Li shook her head helplessly. Suddenly, she seemed to notice something. Within Su Fan's body, the organs that had been riddled with holes were rapidly recovering. The weakened heart also began to beat faster again under this force. On the surface of Su Fan's body, chakra formed a protective coat, expelling the toxins that were then enveloped by the chakra cloak. The power contained in those toxins was completely dissolved and absorbed by Su Fan. Good boy. There are quite a few secrets hidden in your body. Bai Li was stunned, and Su Fan realized that this power was none other than the mighty Uzumaki bloodline within him. It even overwhelmed his original power at its foundation. The perfect Uzumaki bloodline was truly formidable. In the original story, it was also because all nations feared it that it was eradicated so early. Bai Li, can you bring me some more? I've finished them all. Su Fan turned his head. His lips had swollen into sausages and bubbles kept spewing from his mouth, clearly heavily poisoned. Let's see how long that power of yours can protect you. You like eating, do you? Fine, I'll indulge you. With that, Bai Li angrily shook her. Bunnies. Watching Su Fan eat more and more, Bai Li revealed a satisfied smile. Once your body reacts, you will fall into slumber. I wonder what you will become when you wake again. Konoha. Naruto began his new training with Jiraiya. On a certain patch of grass, Might Guy was waiting alone for someone's arrival. After a long while, Kakashi appeared sluggishly. Kakashi, you're 17 minutes and 32 seconds late. I feel offended as your rival. Might Guy looked at Kakashi and spoke seriously. Let's call it off today. I still have a lot of Ika Paradise to read. Kakashi said lazily, his eyes never leaving the book. We're both tied at 48 wins. Let's settle this once and for all. Might Guy didn't give up, his expression growing stern. Even if I want to refuse, it seems I can't. This time I get to decide what we compete in. Kakashi put down his book and sighed helplessly. Might Guy spun around, passionately executed a flying kick, and landed in a pose. What's the contest? A taijutsu duel? A 100-meter sprint? Or underwater endurance? Even an eating contest is fine. Might Guy's face brimmed with anticipation. Well then. Kakashi looked at Might Guy with a disgusted expression. What? The slower Kakashi spoke, the more anxious Might Guy became. Well then. Rock, paper, scissors. Kakashi Tsundere raised his little fist. Might Guy's jaw dropped. Rock, paper, scissors. As they say, luck counts as a kind of strength. This is a grand battle requiring insight and reflexes. Hearing this, Might Guy suddenly understood. I see. Meanwhile, Niji, Tenten, and Rock Lee nearby were petrified. I feel like Kakashi-sensei is just brushing off Might Guy-sensei, because he's lazy. Niji said speechlessly. I accept. I will never lose. If I lose, I'll do 500 laps around Konoha on my hands. Might Guy gave a thumbs up, flashing his signature teeth. The two slowly stepped back from each other, their expressions turning serious. The solemn atmosphere in the air infected the three, watching none daring to speak. Both Might Guy and Kakashi simultaneously hid their hands behind their backs ready. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Might Guy paper. Kakashi scissors. But Might Guy's face showed no disappointment. He clenched his open right hand and smiled. Life? 500 laps. This is heaven's arrangement. With that, Might Guy immediately went into a handstand and began walking around Konoha on his hands from their agreed starting point. The villagers couldn't help but laugh at Might Guy's comical moves. But only Rock Lee was deeply moved. He didn't understand why Might Guy would keep his promise over a silly game of rock, paper, scissors. Kakashi sighed helplessly and turned away. Might Guy's sweat dripped drop by drop along the path of his handstand walk, and the sun slowly set. The road was covered with handprints left by Might Guy lap after lap. To others this was an impossible task. Only a fool would accept the punishment of such a game. And it was even self-imposed. This was the discipline of the King of Guy. As night deepened when Might Guy finished his last lap on his hands, Rock Lee appeared before him. Why? Not just Kakashi-sensei, but no one else is watching you anymore. Rock Lee's face was full of confusion. How once you strike a good boy pose, a man must keep his promise to the death. Might Guy's face was filled with determination. Rock Lee suddenly laughed. Why does Guy-sensei always set strange rules before doing something? Might Guy snorted, flipped over, and landed with a chuckle. You finally asked, Lee. You really know how to get to the point. Then I'll tell you. But keep it a secret from others. Rock Lee suddenly looked expectant. What is it? That is. Simply put, a training method to summon victory's self-imposed rules. Might Guy stood up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and spoke seriously. Self-imposed rules. That's right, listen. The key to these rules is to deliberately put yourself in an excessively harsh condition when challenging something. That is creating shackles. For example, losing at rock, paper, scissors means 500 laps. Behind this hellish rule lies the power to summon a paradise-like future, defeating Kakashi by completing those 500 laps. Rock Lee quickly took out a notebook and wrote down everything Might Guy said. In other words, with the shackle of 500 laps, even in a simple game of rock, paper, scissors, you give it your all. That's one benefit. Additionally, even if I lose, executing those 500 laps trains myself. That's the ultimate two-pronged preparation. Rock Lee suddenly understood. I see. Might Guy smiled faintly. With that, I'll have to push harder. These laps are far from enough for me. Guy-sensei, I'll join you. With that, Rock Lee also went into a handstand and sped ahead of Might Guy. Good, then I'll add a rule to my self-imposed rules. If you can't keep up with me to the end, I'll train you to the bone. Only through relentless training can you become a great ninja. Lee, keep going. Guy-sensei. Youth, burnt. Under the moonlight, the master and disciple ran on their hands around Konoha. The next day, Kakashi was summoned to the Umbu early in the morning by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kakashi, there's a mission for your team here. With that, Hiruzen Sarutobi produced a scroll. This mission is simple, B rank. You just need to protect one person. Kakashi took the scroll, opened it, and examined it carefully. Of course, this mission may escalate to A rank due to unforeseen circumstances. Hiruzen Sarutobi said calmly. Then third Hokage, the scroll doesn't say who we're protecting. Kakashi looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi in confusion. Even I don't know. In the neighboring land of T, there is a festival at the Great Temple of Hamura held every 4 years. During the concurrent race, your mission is to protect the participants. However, just now the person you need to protect was attacked by rivals and hidden assassins before arriving here. For details, you can go directly to the land of T and ask the elder vice commander. That's all. Leaving the Hokage's office, Kakashi's face was full of questions. Konoha had accepted a commission from a feudal lord of a small neighboring nation at this critical juncture. This was no longer the old days. He didn't understand why Hiruzen Sarutobi was doing this. And at this festival in the land of T, many feudal lords from other small nations would also attend. Could it be that Hiruzen Sarutobi intended to win them over? However, that was not something Kakashi needed to consider now. At present, Su Fan had entered the wet bone forest for cultivation. After receiving the mission, Kakashi informed Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. The four-member team once again set out on their journey. Watching the four figures depart from Konoha, Hiruzen Sarutobi's face was clouded with sorrow. Suddenly a vortex tore open in space, and Uchiha Obito masked and cloaked appeared. Third Hokage of Konoha, why such sorrow? Pray share your burden with me, and perhaps I can help resolve it. Hiruzen turned sharply, brows furrowed. To appear so brazenly within Konoha, truly reckless. Who in the world are you? Uchiha Obito offered a faint smile. If I let you see this eye of mine, do you think you could guess, say? As Obito approached the window, sunlight streamed through, revealing a blood-red Sharingan. The Sharingan. You are of the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen was visibly startled. The only living Uchiha he could envision were Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Even the remaining members of the Uchiha clan within the village could not possibly wield such power. The only conclusion was Uchiha Madara. Hiruzen sucked in a sharp breath, his voice trembling with shock. Uchiha Madara. At least you have some sense. Obito, disguised as Uchiha Madara, let out a derisive chuckle. What Hiruzen could not fathom was why Uchiha Madara remained alive. Moreover, he wore the same attire as the two pain corpses Su Fan had brought back. Konoha faces great calamity, and I come in goodwill to assist, though I wonder if you would be willing. Beneath the mask, Uchiha Obito revealed a wicked smile. Hiruzen regarded Obito warily. Help Konoha. Such unexpected kindness. I suggest you leave Konoha at once. Even if you are Uchiha Madara, I will not show you mercy. Now, no need to be so agitated. Why not hear my plan first? Uchiha Obito settled comfortably into the Hokage's chair. Seeing Hiruzen lost in thought, Obito hesitated no longer and laid out his plan. I confess the two corpses you retrieved were controlled by a single individual. I trust Konoha's intelligence has already grasped the full picture. The one who wields this power possesses the Rinnegan, the mark of the six paths. You need not doubt it. But here is the most intriguing detail: that controller is a disciple of Jiraiya. Upon hearing this, Hiruzen's body twitched involuntarily. Though he quickly suppressed the reaction, Obito noticed the subtle shift. Never in all his dreams would Hiruzen have imagined that the person was Jiraiya's disciple. Jiraiya, soon to succeed as the fifth Hokage, had not informed him of this. In an instant, Hiruzen's trust in Jiraiya crumbled completely. Yet he still needed to verify these words. What is your true motive for telling me this? Do you expect me to simply believe you? Hiruzen's heart was in turmoil. Since it was confirmed that the opponent possessed the Rinnegan and wielded the power of the six paths, this undoubtedly posed an existential threat to Konoha. Hiruzen did not believe Su Fan could currently defeat such an opponent now. Even if he could, Su Fan might not intervene. He had to prepare for both possibilities. Do not question me. That clouded judgment serves neither of us. I act merely to seize the position of Akatsuki's leader. That man currently heads the Akatsuki, and I find his ways utterly detestable. But should you cooperate with me, I guarantee Konoha will weather this crisis unscathed. Uchiha Obito spoke in a calm, measured tone. I fail to understand what you mean. Hiruzen continued to feign ignorance. Jiraiya's abilities extend far beyond what you know. After sustaining such grave injuries, do you truly believe he would keep this from you? Their master-disciple affair must be resolved by their own hands. If they can mutually destroy each other, should I intervene, the outcome would be assured. This is the best choice, for Konoha and for you. What will you decide? Having spoken his piece, Uchiha Obito fixed his gaze upon Hiruzen, awaiting his response. You wish for me to wield Jiraiya as a pawn to divert this crisis facing Konoha. Hiruzen voiced the true intention hidden within Obito's words. It seems you are not entirely obtuse. Otherwise I might have thought you quite worthless. Beneath the mask, Uchiha Obito sneered. Surveying the devastation around him, Konoha lay in ruins, limbs scattered, buildings shattered. Even Kakashi, his pride, had fallen to the Akatsuki. Tsunade, though formidable, was but a lone woman. Next came Jiraiya. Naruto, the village's Jinchuriki, had yet to reach his full potential and possessed little combat strength at present. And Hiruzen himself was aged and frail. If anything were to befall him, Konoha would face annihilation. Considering this, Hiruzen was torn. Yet allying with the Akatsuki meant partnering with the entire ninja world. If other nations learned of this, Konoha would still not escape destruction. Will Konoha be protected forever? Hiruzen asked, his heart feeling as though pierced by needles. He was in essence handing Konoha over to the enemy. That depends entirely on how clever you prove yourself. I will tell you the time and place. Make your decision. With that, another vortex spiraled open, and Uchiha Obito was drawn into it, vanishing from sight. Konoha has fallen to such a wretched state. Could it be that I must make a different change? Jiraiya. Hiruzen walked to the desk drawer, opened it, and found a photograph nestled in the corner, depicting Jiraiya, Orochimaru, Tsunade, and himself together. Hiruzen reached out his withered right hand and lifted the photograph. Suddenly it burst into flames within his grasp. Memories of past master and disciple flashed through his mind as the fire consumed the image. His vision blurred. And at the moment the first tear fell, Hiruzen made his decision. Since it is sacrifice, I suspect you would not refuse Jiraiya, even if only for the sake of Konoha. Drawing deeply from his pipe, Hiruzen turned and pushed open the door, stepping outside. Uchiha Obito, who had just vanished, now stood upon the Hokage monument, gazing upon the landscape of Konoha. His eyes drifted to the unfinished statue of Jiraiya beside him. Fifth Hokage. How laughable. After this remark, Obito withdrew a bouquet of flowers from his robes and made his way toward the Konoha cemetery. Rin, I have come to see you again. In front of a tombstone in Konoha, Uchiha Obito, dressed in a black robe and wearing a mask, crouched down. Lin, soon I will avenge you. Then create a world with only you. The hypocritical face of Konoha will soon be unveiled. The plan is already half successful. Just wait. After speaking, Uchiha Obito grabbed the flowers in front of the tombstone and scattered them directly. But this world already holds no hope. In a certain country, the man sitting in a room suddenly opened his eyes. Has he arrived? Outside the door, a silhouette was reflected as the door slid open. Lu Chinkue greets you, my lord. The The man inside the room picked up his pipe, took a puff, and said calmly, I have already sent you to warn them, but Wasabi Jirocho still refuses to give up. Are they determined to participate in the Hondashi competition? Yes, and I also heard that they have hired ninjas this time. Rest assured, my lord. Then let me crush them utterly in this competition. The green-haired man outside the door sneered and vanished instantly. After a day of travel, Kakashi's team finally arrived at the tea country. When Naruto saw Jirocho, the daimyo of the tea country, he felt a surge of disgust. He had expected a mighty man, but it turned out to be a slovenly old man. Moreover, their meeting was very simple, held on a patch of grass in the tea country. There was no one to receive them, nor any tea offered. The three immediately showed their dissatisfaction. We are Konoha ninjas here to receive the mission. Please explain the details of this task. Kakashi had suddenly disappeared after entering the tea country, presumably to test their communication and teamwork skills. Sasuke looked at Jirocho and said calmly. Jirocho coughed and said seriously, to be honest, do you know about the ritual ceremony of the Honda Shrine? What? Naruto looked completely bewildered, unable to even hear clearly. Relax first. Jirocho waved his hand, signaling the three to sit down and rest. The story begins like this. Long ago, it is said that to calm the storm, the dragon tiger jade was enshrined within the Honda Shrine. Soon the storm ceased, and it became a legend passed down through generations. Now it has evolved into a quadrennial customary event. At first, everyone merely worshipped the jade. But from about 10 years ago, it changed so that the most powerful person becomes the chief priest and conducts the ceremony. However, recently this ritual has taken on another function. In this port town called Kai Port in the tea country, there have been from ancient times two chivalrous groups, the Wasabi family and the Kai family. The conflict between our two families has never ceased. We often clash over control of this town. During intense confrontations, even the residents are caught in the crossfire, and sometimes people get hurt. To put an end to the escalating conflict, the daimyo intervened and proposed a solution. Both sides signed a contract. From now on we will cease fighting and instead decide the dominance of this place through a competition. Jirocho poured out everything in one breath. Apart from Sasuke and Sakura, Naruto didn't understand a single word, as if listening to a heavenly book. Meanwhile, Kakashi, hidden nearby, while reading Make Out Paradise, suddenly closed the book. Dominance. It's normal for a country to have disputes over dominance, but this time multiple nations are involved. Why did the third Hokage send us on this mission? Kakashi was puzzled. Logically, commissions do not involve participating in other countries' political regimes. This is a taboo in the ninja world. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't be unaware. So why would he make such a mistaken assignment? Kakashi would never believe that this was Hiruzen Sarutobi's plan to annex other small countries. The goal was to allow Konoha to quickly accumulate ample strength and contingency plans. Only then could it become stronger and also prepare against the recent incident of Jiraiya's injury. But these were things Kakashi could not imagine. Because the tea country enjoys a favorable geographical location possessing the largest reservoir of ninja resources, it is like a natural treasure. Anyone can participate in this Honda Shrine ceremony. The rules were quite interesting. If others obtained the tea country, it wouldn't be of much use. But if Konoha acquired it, a major nation could quickly attract more small countries to join, thereby boosting the main village's power. And Hiruzen Sarutobi had already planned early. Although he sent Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to participate in the Honda Shrine ceremony under the guise of a commission, it was actually a prearranged slot belonging to Konoha. When the 3-1 Hiruzen Sarutobi would suddenly step forward and declare evidence of Konoha's participation. In the end, only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would be targeted, and Hiruzen Sarutobi would be the manipulator behind the scenes. Truly a masterstroke. However, what he didn't expect was that the Kai family also dispatched ninjas, and powerful ones, from Kimobikure at that. The Raikage seemed to have long forgotten the imposing aura of Su Fan from back then. Truly, once on shore, one prays no more. Like Hiruzen Sarutobi's plan, everyone had ulterior motives for this ceremony. The tea country, this treasure land, was indeed exceptionally turbulent this time. The ninjas sent by Kimobikure for the competition were Omoi Kurui and Atsui. The ninjas from Kimobikure were all strange. How could it be? Because they all shared the same parents. They couldn't think flexibly, and veins popped out on their foreheads whenever they spoke. Just like the Raikage, the big boss of Kimobikure. Or perhaps they thought talking like that was cool and intimidating. Nighttime. All the villagers of the tea country gathered in the center of the village to set off fireworks. Crowds filled the streets, a sea of people. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura stood in the center of the street admiring the fireworks in the sky, when not far away the 3 Kimobikure ninjas suddenly appeared. TCH, so these are the 3 Konoha brats coming to the ceremony. Karui looked disdainfully at Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Karui, don't underestimate them. Although the Raikage has given us free rein this time, he still warned that there is one person we must not touch. The leader Omoi turned to Karui and said seriously, the Raikage seems overly worried. Since it's a competition, everyone should rely on their own skills and methods. If something happens, don't blame me. Karui turned her head arrogantly, unwilling to pay attention to Omoi. But I still need to remind you again that blonde kid in the opposing team must not be provoked, only avoided. I heard that his older brother is Uzumaki Su Fan, who once made even the Raikage suffer. Omoi was really worried about Karui and repeatedly reminded her. Blonde. Suddenly Naruto looked at the three, his delicate eyes filled with confusion. Honestly, Naruto felt offended. Wow, I never expected such a grand competition. But what exactly is it? Naruto gazed curiously at the cheering residents around him. To make sure even someone as slow-witted as you can understand, I'll explain the competition for you. Sakura, who had already prepared the event information sheet, took it out to explain to Naruto. The starting point is at Chuja Port. After the race begins, head toward the turnaround point at Zayatolama Shrine. The fastest way to reach Zayatolama Shrine is to take a fishing boat near Chuja Port. Upon arriving at Zayatolama Shrine, retrieve one of the Dragon Tiger jewels placed there. Then run to Hongda Shrine on Dao Island to offer it. After speaking, Sakura put away the sheet. But that's the only rule. Taking shortcuts, blocking opponents, or setting traps, all are permitted. So hiring ninjas doesn't violate the rules either. Sasuke, hearing this, walked over casually with his hands in his pockets. What kind of ninja has the opponent hired? Is the other side hiding in a corner observing the situation? Naruto asked innocently. Sasuke looked at the three cloud ninjas in the distance and sighed helplessly. Was Naruto blind? A cold wind blew, carrying a green leaf past, and the three cloud ninjas stood there with bewildered expressions. They must be well prepared. You two need to be careful, Sasuke warned coldly. Just then the village loudspeaker suddenly blared. Attention all participants of the Hongda Shrine race. The competition is about to officially begin. The runner for the Wasabi family, Marino Atoda, and the runner for the Mustard family, Flying Footman Fukasook. Both contestants were juniors from their respective families. Team Kakashi's mission was to protect the runner and counter any sneak attacks by ninjas hired by the opposing participant. Ready. At the sound of the preparation command, both participants crouched down, ready to spring into action. The wooden door before them opened, revealing a vast sea, and not far away 2 fishing boats were moored. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura took their positions. Omoi, Atsui, and Karui also stood ready. In the crowd, a man with green hair wore a sinister smile. At the signal from the loudspeaker, both teams surged forward. But immediately something puzzling occurred. Marino Atoda, the contestant from the Wasabi family, did not choose to grab a fishing boat. Instead, he veered left, running along a different path. Sasuke frowned behind him. Damn it! Is he trying to escape? Naruto shouted urgently, wait a minute. What is he trying to do? Karui asked, puzzled as she ran. Maybe he's got a screw loose. Omoi muttered dismissively. Back at the starting point, the green-haired man clapped his hands, and a large number of people emerged from the crowd. What's next, Lord Aoi? A leader approached and asked respectfully. I'm going with Fukasook now. You guys go after Atoda. The green-haired man turned to address the group. Yes. Everyone dispersed and vanished swiftly. On the other side, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura kept chasing after Atoda. This kid was not following the plan they had agreed upon. Under Jirocho's guidance, they had mapped out a route following the rules. But now Atoda was clearly disregarding it. However, Atoda had his own reasoning. Taking a fishing boat was fast, but before setting off, Atoda sensed a headwind curve. Even by boat, upon reaching the center of the lake, the headwind would slow their progress. Instead, crossing the island on foot was the wisest choice. As expected, when the opponent's boat reached the center of the lake, it was indeed slowed by the headwind. Damn it! The speed suddenly dropped like this. At this rate, they'll definitely arrive first. Omoi clenched his fist on the boat. No choice. Good thing we have you, Samui. Samui nodded and quickly formed hand seals. Wind release, turbulent air dance. Instantly the calm lake stirred into a violent gale. With the burst of wind, their boat sped forward against the current. Damn it. They're cheating. Naruto clenched his teeth in frustration. No choice. There's only one way. Sakura slowed down and lowered her head. What? So Sakura actually came up with a brilliant idea in the clutch. That's our Sakura. Spill it. Naruto turned around anxiously to look at Sakura, who was sprinting behind him. Would Sasuke be interested to know? Sakura suddenly flashed a mischievous grin. I'll. Listen. Sasuke swallowed hard. It's the strange power. Sakura stamped her feet and unleashed a devastating punch to the ground. Naruto and Sasuke were sent flying backward, their speed so fast they blurred. They shot past the Cloud Ninja team's boat. What a... Omoi's jaw dropped in shock. Sakura. Too violent. Naruto and Sasuke landed simultaneously and rushed toward the building. Suddenly 3 figures dropped from the sky, blocking their path. How I knew you'd find a way to get here. The leader sneered, clearly a ninja hired by the opposing family. The 3 men shed their outer garments, revealing headbands on their foreheads. Rain Village. Naruto and Sasuke were both shocked. They hadn't expected ninjas from another village to be involved. Getting through here is going to be a bit tough. The leading Rain Ninja laughed, scornfully gripped a kunai, and charged straight at them, followed by the other 2. Naruto, watch out. Sasuke pulled 3 shuriken from his leg holster and hurled them. Clang. The enemy deflected the shuriken with a kunai, and Sasuke seized the moment to draw his own kunai and enter the fray. 1 against 3, it must be said that Sasuke's talent was formidable. With the power of his Sharingan, he held his own against the trio. They're ignoring me. Damn it. Naruto was about to join the fight when the Cloud Ninja team's boat docked behind them. Omoi Samui and Karui quickly sprinted toward them. After a few exchanges, Sasuke distanced himself from the Rain Ninjas, and Naruto and Sasuke stood back to back, facing their respective opponents. They were surrounded. Look, you've made it this far, which is impressive. Why not give up? You can't win anyway. Omoi tried to persuade Naruto and Sasuke to surrender. Shut up. If you want to fight, then fight. Don't think your numbers scare me. Naruto immediately formed hand seals, multiple shadow clone technique. Instantly, countless Naruto clones appeared around the island. This kid's chakra is so immense. First time I've seen shadow clones used to such an extent. A multitude of shadow clones followed Naruto as he charged forward directly. Karui scratched her hair and said smugly, Hey Omoi, now you can't tell which one is the real body, right? If I accidentally kill him, I'm sure the Raikage won't blame me. With that, Karui drew the silver-white long sword from her back and charged forward. Wait, Karui. Before Omoi could stop her, Karui had already unleashed her ninjutsu. Lightning released lightning flash. Karui released a lightning attack forward, the surrounding electricity scattering to enhance her speed, while also locking onto Naruto's numerous clones. With a flicker of her body, Karui's blade flashed, and a large portion of Naruto's shadow clones were defeated, vanishing in puffs of white smoke. This crazy woman is actually serious. Inside the shadow clone, Naruto felt a wave of fear, and in moments of crisis, he always thought of Su-fan. Kakashi, watching from the shadows, shook his head helplessly. Naruto, if you want to grow stronger quickly, you'll have to rely on your own perseverance. On the other side, Sasuke was equally determined not to be outdone. He glanced at 2 large trees nearby, and suddenly a plan formed in his mind. He threw a kunai to distract the enemy's attention and sprinted toward the tree on the left. Be careful. This guy has the Uchiha clan Sharingan. The leader of the Rain Village Ninja held out his kunai and spoke seriously to the 2 behind him. Before Sasuke could reach the tree, 3 Rain Village Ninja charged at him recklessly with their long swords, cutting off his path. Unfazed, Sasuke didn't slow down at all. As he neared the 3 enemies, he leaped up and landed on the middle of the tree above them. Chase him and kill him. 2 Rain Village Ninja climbed the tree after him in a swarm. Sasuke gave a cold laugh, dropped from the tree, and dashed toward the second tree. The Rain Village Ninja behind him clung tightly to Sasuke, giving him no time to rest. Passing the second tree, Sasuke threw his kunai, the thin wire at its base, threading through the tree branches. With a flip, he dropped from the tree again. Hell, why aren't you running? Given up already? The Rain Village leader sneered at Sasuke. Chasing me so hard. Are you begging for something? Why do you look like exhausted old dogs following me? Sasuke grinned wickedly, returning the taunt. Brat, let's see how tough your mouth stays later. The remaining 2 Rain Village Ninja charged. Sasuke gave a faint smile and pulled the trigger at the entrance. Suddenly, countless obstacles appeared around their feet and surroundings. An extremely fine white thread instantly bound the 3 bodies. Sasuke pulled the thread, and the 3 were tightly pinned against the tree. After finishing, Sasuke looked at them with a disdainful smile. If this were Konoha, you'd have died countless times by now. With that, Sasuke began to form hand seals. You brought this on yourselves. Don't blame anyone else. Fire release fireball jutsu. In an instant, a fierce wind accompanied Sasuke's fire release. The 3 Rain Village Ninja each complained, but it was useless. Just when everyone thought it was over, a figure suddenly stepped forward, blocking Sasuke's advance. Sasuke looked up, a woman with blue hair dressed in a maid's outfit. Most importantly, the robe she wore was unmistakably that of the Akatsuki. If Su-fan were here, he would recognize her as Konan. Uchiha ninja are so frivolous. Konan waved her right hand, and a storm of paper blades flew sharply toward Sasuke. At that moment, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky, shattering the paper blades. White hair, a cool figure. Naruto and the others were overjoyed. Kakashi-sensei. However, when Kakashi met the enemy's gaze, the answer was hundreds of explosive tags arranged around them. Hundreds of explosive tags flew past Kakashi's squad, and panic broke out instantly. But Kakashi closed his eyes. I'm ready to accept death. Konan sneered. Suddenly, Kakashi's eyes snapped open. In that moment, his 3 Tomo Sharingan connected, completing the ultimate evolution. Space warped. Though 500 explosive tags couldn't be completely blocked at once, at least the immediate area and surroundings were secured. Even Kakashi himself didn't know what this technique was. Playing the fool, huh? But what can you do next? Konan shouted coldly as the ground around her began to tremble. Suddenly, even more explosive tags appeared around the 4 of them. This time 1,000 explosive tags. I think you won't be able to dodge them. Naruto, Sasuke. Stand behind me. Kakashi hurriedly shouted to the 2. A torrent of explosive tags flew in like a storm. I wonder if I can still succeed. With such a wide area of coverage, escape is impossible in a short time. Even if I could get away, Naruto and Sasuke would be in danger. No matter what, I have to try again. Kakashi crouched on the ground, his Sharingan fixed on the sky as he recalled the sensation from a moment ago. Suddenly, a vast amount of chakra surged outward from his body, leaving him feeling as weak as if he had anemia. But to his relief, the dojutsu was successfully activated this time. Space twisted and warped, and the explosive tags in front of the three were sucked into the torn void. However, some explosive tags were not absorbed. Perhaps because Kakashi had just learned the dojutsu and hadn't adapted yet, and expanding the area seemed to consume even more chakra. Damn! Kakashi immediately turned around and shielded Sasuke and Naruto. Boom! Several stray explosive tags detonated directly. Instantly, thick smoke billowed. As the smoke cleared, Naruto stared in shock at Kakashi, who had exhausted his chakra and suffered severe injuries to his back. Kakashi-sensei, why are you so vicious, woman? Naruto pointed angrily at Konan. Kid, you'd better watch your mouth, or you'll find it hard to clean up later. Konan gave a faint smile, then frowned as a pair of wings unfurled from her back. Countless sharp paper blades struck Kakashi directly. Puff! A cloud of white smoke dispersed. Before Sasuke and Naruto's eyes, Kakashi had vanished. Shadow clone. Konan was startled. In the grass, Kakashi's right hand was already charged with lightning cutter. After using the dojutsu twice, his chakra was running low, but as long as his mind was sharp, that was enough. That was Kakashi's logic. A shadow clone that can withstand the damage of explosive tags. Quite a trick. Konan warily scanned her surroundings as paper flakes rose around her to form a protective barrier. If I can't land a killing blow, at least I need to render her temporarily incapable of attacking. Kakashi closed his right eye, and his left Sharingan locked onto Konan as he burst into motion. Here. Konan spun around, spotting the forest behind her, and flapped her wings, sending paper blades flying toward Kakashi as he charged out from the trees. Kakashi held his right hand forward, and lightning cutter sliced through the paper, shredding them as he lunged straight at Konan. Konan quickly raised her wings to block her chest, but she underestimated Kakashi's strength. Lightning cutter. A bolt of lightning flashed. The right half of Konan's body was pierced through, and paper scattered everywhere. Kakashi flipped backward and tossed an explosive tag to create distance. Did she replace her body with paper the moment the lightning cutter made contact? The explosive tag didn't do much damage to Konan. The scattered paper quickly reassembled to restore her half-destroyed body. Copy ninja Hatake Kakashi, I underestimated you. Konan turned and regarded Kakashi with a wary, renewed gaze. I didn't expect the Rain Village to have someone of your caliber. Kakashi turned to glance at the three Cloud Village ninjas, frowning. This was getting tricky. The Cloud Village's elite were still hiding in the shadows, their true strength unknown. If he had to protect both Naruto and Sasuke, he wouldn't have a free hand. And his chakra was running low. Kakashi hesitated. Naruto, I'll hold them off. You and Sasuke split up and run for the finish line. There's only one chance. Make it count. Kakashi turned and whispered to the two. But Kakashi-sensei, what about you? Naruto asked anxiously. Naruto, you seem to have forgotten. Kakashi is the famous copy ninja. He's not so easy to defeat. Get serious. The mission is the most important. Sasuke patted Naruto on the shoulder. Then it's decided. I'll create an opportunity for you two to escape. Kakashi suddenly began forming hand seals rapidly, putting the surrounding enemies on alert. Water release, water dragon bullet. A water dragon soared from the lake, twisting its body under Kakashi's control and lunging at the enemies around. Naruto, Sasuke now. Kakashi shouted. As the water dragon pushed back the enemy forces, Naruto and Sasuke dashed through the gap, heading straight for the finish line. Konan casually waved her hand, deflecting the incoming water jutsu, but Naruto and Sasuke were already gone. You think letting them go will keep them safe? How naive. Konan sneered. Kakashi suddenly glanced at the grass beside him. About 3 figures were swiftly pursuing Naruto and Sasuke. They must be the Cloud Village's hidden experts. Naruto, Sasuke, the rest is up to you. Kakashi spun a kunai between his fingers, then gripped it firmly before him. Now you have no choice but to defeat me. On a distant mountain peak, a familiar face watched the figures of Kakashi and the others. Copy ninja Kakashi, what an honor. Dark clouds gathered. Kakashi felt no pressure from the others, but he was a bit strained, having already used his eye technique twice. Konan did not intervene this time, merely standing aside to observe. Suddenly the man from the mountain peak appeared beside Konan. Did Uzumaki Naruto slip away? He looked directly. It was none other than Tendo Pain. He ran toward the destination, but we still have time. It should be manageable. Konan said calmly. Tendo Pain fell silent, his mind preoccupied with a single person. That person was Uzumaki Sufan, whose impact on Nagato was too profound. Before capturing Naruto, he had to weigh the matter carefully. However, the hydrangea that Konan had sent to Konoha had been there for a long time, without any news of Uzumaki Sufan. Nagato thus hesitated whether to take the opportunity to bring Naruto back and extract the Nine Tails from within him. I'll go, Konan suddenly spoke, making the decision for Nagato. No, I will. Tendo Pain slowly walked toward Kakashi. When Kakashi suddenly saw Tendo Pain, cold sweat instantly trickled down his forehead. A sense of oppression. This man's strength must be formidable. Dressed like an Akatsuki member is their target Naruto. Lightning crackled in Kakashi's right hand, and he charged at Tendo Pain without hesitation. He wanted to test the opponent's capabilities. Tendo Pain stopped expressionlessly, and as Kakashi approached a barrier, seemed to emerge on the surface of his body. It directly sent Kakashi flying several meters. Kakashi slammed into a tree and fell to his knees. His physical strength seemed to have reached its limit. If he hadn't used his eye technique twice before, he might still have had a chance to fight. But what exactly was that ability just now, eh? For the first time, Kakashi had witnessed such a strange jutsu. Looking at Tendo Pain, he rose to his feet trembling. If he attacks again, the remaining chakra in my body can unleash one more eye technique, but my body will be near its limit, and then I'll truly be at his mercy. Kakashi sighed, wiping the blood trickling from his forehead after the impact. A spiritual rod suddenly emerged from the left sleeve of Tendo Pain. Just as he extended his right hand to use the universal pull, Konan abruptly grabbed his right arm. Nagato, until we find Shinnon, you should avoid using jutsu as much as possible. Your health matters. Hearing Konan's words, Tendo Pain slowly lowered his right hand and ignored Kakashi. Leading Konan and 3 ninjas from the Cloud Village, they headed directly toward Naruto and Sasuke. Kakashi took a deep breath and leaned against the tree, his body slumping down. I'm still too weak. Though my eyes have improved and the abilities are good, the chakra consumption seems too fast. But I still can't let them catch Naruto. I must hurry. With that, Kakashi also gave chase. Crossing the water bridge to the other side, Naruto and Sasuke hurriedly ran into the shrine building. On a table inside lay a box. Naruto ran over and opened it. A pair of white jade pieces lay quietly within. Found it. Sasuke, let's hurry back. Just as the two stepped out of the door, the 3 Cloud Village experts who had been chasing them blocked their path. Hey, you blonde brat, leave that thing in your hand and get lost now. One of the 3 ninjas glared fiercely at the box in Naruto's hand. Don't even think about it. Naruto hugged the box tightly and slowly backed away. Sasuke, who had already unleashed his killing intent, took advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness and directly released the Fireball Jutsu. Fire release Fireball Jutsu. Blazing flames spread, instantly engulfing the 3 Cloud Ninjas. However, they quickly released a water release that directly suppressed Sasuke's Fireball Jutsu. Damn, you countered my jutsu in an instant. Your strength must be beyond Genin and Chunin. Sasuke stared at the 3 warily. Cloud Village Umbu. The leading man smirked. Although the Raikage ordered that the blonde brat must not be harmed, this one here cannot be spared. The 3 Cloud Umbu ninjas flashed in front of Sasuke, ready to strike him down. What reckless fellows. The gap in strength was too vast. Sasuke couldn't react in time. A short blade slashed across his arm, and he staggered back several steps in pain. Naruto, there's no time. You go first. Without waiting for Naruto's reply, Sasuke charged forward with a kunai in hand. Although the gap in strength was immense, Sasuke could still exchange a few moves with his talent to buy some time. Seeing this, Naruto didn't hesitate any longer and turned to run toward the boat with the box. At that moment, Sakura, who had finally reached the shore, ran over and became instantly anxious upon seeing Sasuke injured. Sasuke, don't come. Sasuke roared at Sakura. One of the Cloud Umbu ninjas spotted Sakura and directly threw 3 kunai at her. That fool Sakura was so frightened that she stood frozen on the spot. At that moment, Sasuke swiftly rushed in front of Sakura and spread his arms. Thud! 3 kunai simultaneously struck Sasuke's back, sinking deep into it. Naruto, who had been about to run away, was stunned by the sight. The box in his arms suddenly slipped from his hands. On Naruto's body, red bubbles slowly rose from his skin, and a red chakra cloak gradually enveloped him. This is the same as Lord B's. 1 Cloud Umbu ninja instantly cowered and stepped back. Naruto knelt in pain, clutching his head with both hands. Kill everything. Facing Naruto's rampage, the 3 Umbu members from Kumogakure scattered, approaching him in a triangular formation and attempting to use a sealing technique to suppress him. Sasuke, pull yourself together. Sakura quickly began healing the fallen Sasuke. The crimson chakra had completely enveloped Naruto, and behind him a single tail formed from chakra slowly emerged. Hurry! The 3 Kumogakure Umbu nodded to each other, forming hand seals and slapping the ground seal. Black markings crept from the ground onto Naruto's body. He struggled wildly as the tail behind him rapidly split. Damn it! His second tail is appearing, one of the Umbu exclaimed. Anyone who stops me will die. Ah! Naruto's claw pierced through the belly of the ninja on the left. The heavy scent of blood seemed to provoke him, and soon a third tail emerged. The remaining 2 Kumogakure Umbu lost their nerve, moving closer together and beginning to retreat. Nah! Naruto! Sakura covered her mouth at the bloody sight, a wave of nausea overwhelming her. Naruto was now completely beyond reason. Let's retreat. The 2 nodded and prepared to flee, but Naruto would not let them go. He slammed his fist into the ground, the shockwave restricting their movements, then rushed toward them at blinding speed. Interesting, so this is what a Jinchuriki looks like when out of control. Pain Tendo stood atop a tall tree, watching Naruto tear the two Umbu apart. The scene was gruesome beyond words. Looks like it will take some effort, but it should be worth it. He leaped down and landed before Naruto. Having killed the Kimogakure Umbu, Naruto spotted a new target and charged at Pain. Shinra Tensei. Pain extended his right hand, and a powerful repulsive force blasted the rampaging Naruto far away. Seizing the opportunity, Pain produced truth-seeking balls from both sleeves and sprinted toward Naruto's landing point. Naruto dug his hands into the ground, sliding for 100 meters before stopping. From the smoke, Pain hurled two truth-seeking balls, which struck Naruto's tail and the middle of his body respectively. Then, as he descended, Pain delivered a sweeping kick directly to Naruto's head. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki is nothing special. He sneered, kicked out again, and sent Naruto flying backward. I thought capturing the Nine-Tails would be extremely troublesome, but it seems I was mistaken. Inside Naruto's body, the Nine-Tails watched the reflection of Naruto in a pool of water and laughed mockingly. Kid, if you just lend me your body completely, I'll give you infinite power. Then no matter who comes, they won't stand a chance. The Nine-Tails was again trying to persuade Naruto to give up his will. But by now the beast knew well what kind of person Naruto was, having witnessed everything from within his body. Suddenly, several miniature-tailed beast balls shot out from the area where Naruto had landed. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was indeed formidable. Pain did not dare to be careless. He spread his arms and roared, Shinra Tensei. The projectiles were deflected and a blood-red figure burst from the grass. Naruto's features were no longer visible, only the dark red cloak of Nine-Tails chakra remained. He delivered a powerful punch. Suddenly, on the distant mountain peak, two figures appeared. In the twilight glow, their faces became clear: Hiruzen, Sarutobi, and Yamato. Thick wooden vines bound Naruto firmly as Yamato extended his right palm to suppress Naruto's chakra. Would release. Pain studied Yamato's face carefully, and only after confirming that he was not Uzumaki Sufon did he regain his confidence. Why not let the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki go completely berserk? That would give us more opportunities. Pain clapped his hands and walked toward the restrained Naruto. But Yamato was now unable to divide his attention. Just then a massive rod descended from the sky and landed in front of Naruto. A figure leaped, and standing atop the Nioi staff, Hiruzen Sarutobi gazed coldly at everyone. So the Hokage of Konoha has appeared as well. It seems Tobi's plan is about to be set in motion. Pain gestured for Konan to step back. This time he would go all out. Yamato, I leave Naruto to you. Sarutobi Hiruzen descended from the tip of the Rui Bang and spoke to Yamato with a calm tone. Rest assured, third Hokage. Sweat dripped from Yamato's forehead incessantly. Compared to Sufan, Yamato seemed far inferior, yet he still possessed a certain restraining effect. With a loud roar from Yamato, the ground around Naruto's body sank and deformed, and thick vines rapidly emerged, entwining Naruto's body. Facing the overwhelming pressure of Tendo Pain, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately shed his Hokage coat. His aged yet vigorous body appeared full of vitality. Though he was an old smoker, he indeed had some skills. Their eyes met, and a drop of cold sweat fell from Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. It is an honor to meet the third Hokage of Konoha today. Tendo Pain said indifferently. I don't know what your intentions are, but you cannot take Naruto away. Sarutobi Hiruzen spread his right palm, and the Rui Bang quickly shrank and returned to his hand. Ah, how irritating. Everyone says the same thing. How boring. As the words fell, three Pains appeared simultaneously behind Tendo Pain. Sarutobi Hiruzen was instantly startled. Adding the two corpses in Konoha, there were indeed 6 people. So the 6 paths power truly existed. Fortunately, 2 had already been killed, otherwise it would be very difficult to manage. With a tentative attitude, Sarutobi Hiruzen prepared to test his opponent's strength to see if it was truly as legendary as the myths claimed. If Konoha is destroyed, you will surely feel pain. Then killing you will prevent you from witnessing this scene and feeling this pain. Almighty push. Tendo Pain extended his arm and directly released the gravitational attraction technique of the heavenly path towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The powerful suction passed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's body, causing him to lurch forward a step before driving the Rui Bang into the ground to stabilize himself. After the gravitational pull subsided, the Azura path suddenly appeared behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, its charged cannon already glowing with brilliant light. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, and the Azura path recoiled from the black smoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen's Rui Bang transformed into an impenetrable iron wall, deflecting the cannon attack. The iron wall quickly changed back into the Rui Bang, but as it shifted, Sarutobi Hiruzen's figure emerged with 4 shadow clones already prepared behind him. 5 elements, great combo bomb. He unleashed a finishing move right away. Fire, lightning, water, earth, and wind. 5 different nature techniques struck the 4 Pains simultaneously. At that moment, the Predapath Pain rushed forward with arms outstretched. The immense chakra was continuously absorbed into its body, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was greatly alarmed. Almighty push. Tendo Pain seized the opportunity to release the gravitational technique, and Sarutobi Hiruzen was helplessly drawn toward him. With a kick, the truth-seeking rod was hurled in an instant, striking Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder and pinned him to the nearby tree trunk. A mouthful of blood sprayed out. Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled as he reached for the truth-seeking rod in his shoulder. But the moment his hand neared the rod, a vast Rinnegan appeared in his mind, and his chakra instantly became chaotic. Third Hokage. Yamato's heart raced. Face death. The Azura Path Pain spread its 5 fingers, and 5 missiles shot directly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. In that critical moment, a figure flashed past and rescued Sarutobi Hiruzen. Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen was helped up by Kakashi and leaned against a tree. Alas, I am truly old. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, gazing at the 4 pains, forced to admit that he lacked the strength to contend with them. If he knew that his opponent was only using 3% of their power, he would surely be unable to believe it. Third Hokage hold on the Konoha forces are arriving soon. It turned out that during this time Kakashi had already notified the Konoha reinforcements on his way. Just then Yamato, who had been suppressing Naruto, collapsed weakly to his knees. Naruto instantly broke free from the wood release binding and roared skyward. Chakra. Running out. Yamato panted heavily as tails began to reappear behind Naruto. Take this. It's a sealing talisman made by Jiraiya-sama to counter Naruto's loss of control. It can only be used once. With that, Kakashi took a talisman inscribed with the character seal from his pocket and handed it to Yamato. Yamato stared at Kakashi in bewilderment. This. Watching the rampaging Naruto destroying trees and plants, Yamato gulped and accepted the sealing talisman from Kakashi. The objective has been achieved. Aside from intimidating the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, we will give up capturing Uzumaki Naruto for now. It won't be long before Konoha collapses on its own. Tendo Pain said calmly. Beside him, Konan nodded and turned to leave first. This was actually the plan devised by Obito and Nagato long ago. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been secretly courting other nations, usurping their resources, forming a pattern of plunder. Obito Uchiha, pretending to be Madara Uchiha, had already suppressed Sarutobi Hiruzen. To better control him, Obito had anticipated even Sarutobi Hiruzen's perfect plans. After returning to Konoha this time, he would undoubtedly choose to abandon Jiraiya. By then Konoha would naturally fall apart. And what Obito Uchiha wanted was to witness Konoha being slowly eroded, torn apart by the suspicions of those who once trusted each other. Betrayal. Hypocrisy is not a synonym, but it is certainly a more fitting expression. If Sarutobi Hiruzen fell into this trap, by the time he realized that Konoha's morale would already be shattered. Let me do it. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the sealing talisman from Yamato's hand, his heart heavy with bitterness. Naruto had lost control like this, and Konoha was now utterly incapable of fighting. A pang of deep regret surged within him. He suddenly recalled the words left by Uchiha Madara Obito that day. Shaking his head, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaped into the air and landed before Naruto. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen appear, Naruto let out a furious roar. The immense chakra from the roar caused all the surrounding trees to collapse and scatter. Sarutobi Hiruzen steadied himself and rushed toward Naruto. Naruto roared and swung his sharp claws, but Sarutobi Hiruzen sidestepped and firmly pressed the sealing talisman onto Naruto's forehead. In an instant, the Nine-Tails chakra cloak covering Naruto's body dissipated. He collapsed weakly to the ground, unconscious. I didn't expect the strength of the Leaf Village to be so fragile. How boring. Tendo Pain said calmly, his plan nearly complete. Seeing that Yuanfei Risen had lost his combat capability, the outcome was not hard to guess. Hokage of the Leaf, I'll let you go this time. Next I will make you watch as I destroy the leaf and capture the Jinchuriki. Tendo Pain said provocatively. Kakashi, take Mingren Zuiju and Xiaoying away from here. Kakashi was silent. Zuiju was injured and unconscious, and Xiaoying had used medical ninjutsu to stop his bleeding. They led Mingren and the others away from the tea country. Along the way, Yuanfei Risen felt deeply distressed. His plan had been disrupted, and facing such a powerful enemy, not a single person could match him. He couldn't help but recall the words of Uchiha Bandito. Thus hatred slowly surged in his heart. If that day truly came for the sake of the leaf, he would have to make a decision. However, Yuanfei Risen did not realize he had fallen into the trap set by Uchiha Daitu and Changmen. Mission failure was the most shameful thing, and even the Hokage himself had personally intervened, yet the mission remained incomplete. After returning, Yuanfei Risen secretly destroyed all information to prevent others from knowing. Meanwhile, Mingren continued to train under Zilai. After Zuiju's injuries healed, he also trained under Kakashi. Xiaoying followed Gangzhou. Time passed quickly, and Su Fan had been in the Shirgu forest for 2 months. During this time, he remained in a state of slumber, but the power within his body never ceased to grow. Instead, it underwent a strange transformation at an astonishing speed. Even Bai Li had never seen such a situation. In Su Fan's body, chakra seemed to undergo another mutation. As a result, it seemed to merge with the divine tree. The flow of chakra and the divine tree could grow together. Upon closer look, Su Fan's entire body was covered with flowers and grass. In his palm, a blood-red rose was about to bloom. 2 months passed unnoticed. Mingren had learned a lot from Zilai, and he had also developed a new jutsu, the Raisin Shuriken. With the help of Dei and Kakaxi, Mingren quickly mastered his first S-rank forbidden technique. As for Zuiju, his strength seemed not to have improved much. He had been preoccupied with revenge, and his mood had never been good. To celebrate Mingren's development of the new jutsu, Zilai decided to treat everyone to barbecue. Unfortunately, it was on this very day that Yuanfei Risen ordered Zilai to carry out a special mission. Third Grandpa, really? Sigh. Mingren sighed helplessly. Zilai stood up and patted Mingren's shoulder. As a ninja, you must always be prepared to sacrifice. Don't look so down. Come with me. Mingren reluctantly stood up. In the barbecue restaurant, Chutian Luan Dingzi and everyone else were there. Mingren gestured for them to continue eating, then followed Zilai out. What is it, perverted hermit? Are you going to take me on a mission? Zilai didn't say a word, turned and left. Mingren, puzzled, followed. Finally, they arrived at a clothing store, and Zilai pushed open the door and walked in. What is the perverted hermit doing here? Mingren was dazzled by the variety of clothes. Zilai walked up to a piece of clothing with black shoulders and yellow waist and abdomen and nodded. This one. I noticed last time that this suit suits you well. The perverted hermit is actually giving me clothes. Mingren was a bit incredulous. Do you know why I invited you to barbecue today and called everyone over? Zilai walked up to Mingren and carefully adjusted his collar. Isn't it because I developed a new jutsu and want everyone to be proud of me? Mingren was instantly self-satisfied. Stop being cocky, you brat. Happy birthday. Zilai put an arm around Mingren's shoulders and stood with him in front of the mirror. Birthday. Looking at Zilai in the mirror, Mingren's tears instantly burst forth. Perhaps because he thought of never having met his parents, or because of Zilai's thoughtfulness. Mingren felt a warmth he had never experienced before. You brat, why are you crying? Can't you be a man? Zilai patted Mingren's shoulder and smiled. But since the third Hokage has ordered me to complete a mission, let someone else accompany you today. The two walked out of the clothing store. Yuka had been waiting for a long time. Mingren, happy birthday. Mingren, happy birthday. Ha ha ha. Behind Yuka, everyone suddenly appeared holding various gifts and a cake. So, everyone knew. Mingren was moved to tears. You should be happy. Alright, Brett, I'm off. Now you have company. With that, Zilai turned and left. At that moment, the nine-tailed fox inside Mingren's body suddenly opened its eyes. After a long while, it sighed and closed its eyes again. Not long after, Zilai left the Leaf Village alone. Standing at the window of the Hokage building watching Zilai's departing figure, Yuanfei Risen was immensely melancholy. His clenched right hand trembled incessantly. What you did is the wise decision. This way the leaf will be saved. Behind him, the masked man who called himself Uchiha Ban suddenly appeared. Tell me about the power of the 6 paths. Yuanfei Risen said calmly. Interested? Or perhaps you could try joining us. Daitu suddenly let out a sneer. Zilai kept pondering the mission assigned by Yuanfei Risen as he traveled. He was to gather intelligence about the previous enemy in a village near Yurin Village. Zilai had already been exposed, yet Yuanfei Risen still arranged for him to collect intelligence. Zilai did not overthink it, and naturally remained unaware of the reasons behind this decision. Zilai, who felt a deep connection to Yurin Village as one of the legendary 3 ninja, had taken on Xiao Nanmi Yin and Chong Min as his disciples here many years ago. Chong Min, who held unique insights into war, held a special significance in Zilai's eyes, and had once been greatly anticipated by him. Chong Min's ideal was to achieve an era of peace through his own methods. Although he had not reappeared now when Zilai saw me, yet he could not describe the agony in his heart. The meaning of war is built upon the foundation of desire, annexation, and plunder are manifestations of ambition. Ninja who fight on the battlefield never feel that circumstances are often equitable. Likewise, the same interests can exchange for an equivalent life. This is combat. Yet at the same time, cries and death go unnoticed. All that remains is the slaughter between us who originally bore no enmity. Those behind the scenes are the true beneficiaries. In Yurin Village, Tian Daopan sat atop the pavilion gazing at the distant scenery. The heavy rain continued to fall, and behind him, Xiaonan suddenly approached. Regarding the other 2 bodies, I still have one option left, Xiaonan said calmly. Is it the girl you sent to my for the Chunin exam last time? Tian Daopan spread his right hand, letting raindrops fall onto his palm, yet he could not feel the texture of the rain. She should have been disposed of. Those who understand emotions have no value in existence. I will arrange it. Xiaonan finished speaking and turned to leave. Master Zilai, if you were in my place, would you accept the pain that this suffering brings you? Or would you choose to pursue the ideal of a peaceful world as I do? The rain intensified and Tian Daopan suddenly burst into a hollow laugh. Outside Yurin Village, Xianghua and her teammates had just returned from Mai and were strolling at the street corner buying various delicious foods. Where do you think Su Fan has gone? Xianghua murmured while taking a bite of a dumpling. Oh, she's already missing him. Looks like our Xianghua has fallen. Her two teammates immediately started teasing Xianghua. No way. Aren't we supposed to gather intelligence? I'm doing this for the mission. Yes, that's right. Xianghua blushed instantly, hastily blurting out explanations while stammering. If you like him, go for it, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Her teammate took the dumpling from Xianghua's hand, took a bite, and rambled on. Chase him. Xianghua suddenly felt dejected. Whenever she thought of Su Fan, she always longed to see him immediately without knowing why. Perhaps this was what they called a secret crush. As long as she saw Su Fan, everything was fine, and even the air felt fresh. Just then, Xiaonan appeared. Stop fooling around, let's go back now, Xianghua pouted and mumbled. As the three of them turned off the street, two sharp pieces of paper suddenly flew out. Xianghua, who was walking abruptly, noticed that her two teammates seemed not to have followed, and she turned to look. What are you two up to? Hurry up and follow. But the two just stared at Xianghua with wide eyes, motionless and silent. What's going on? Xianghua walked back and grabbed their hands. We really need to get going. Suddenly the two collapsed to the ground with a thud, two sharp pieces of paper embedded in the back of their heads. Xianghua instantly covered her mouth and stepped back 2 paces. Suddenly she felt as if she had bumped into something. She swiftly turned around, a kunai in hand. Xiaonan stared at her coldly. Why? Xianghua gazed at her teammates' corpses, tears glistening in her eyes. Examine yourself carefully. Have you made any mistakes? Xiaonan said expressionlessly. Xianghua said nothing, collapsing weakly to her knees and weeping bitterly. Xiaonan shook her head, the paper in her hand turning sharp as she hurled it at Xianghua. Fire release, fire dragon technique. A twisting fire dragon instantly lunged at Xiaonan. Frowning, she leaped into the air to evade the jutsu. Xiaonan, the you of the past, was not so ruthless. From behind Xianghua, Zilai's figure slowly emerged. Little girl, leave this place. Zilai spoke faintly from behind Xianghua. Xianghua, her face etched with bewilderment, froze momentarily before rising and fleeing. She then crouched in the nearby grass to observe. Master Zilai, you've finally come after all. A flicker of excitement crossed Xiaonan's face. What do you mean? Zilai furrowed his brows as though Xiaonan had known he would come. At this point, do you still believe in your so-called will of fire? Xiaonan's expression spoke volumes. Zilai was momentarily stunned, disbelief flashing across his face before he involuntarily stepped back. Third. No. Impossible. Zilai clenched his fists, refusing to accept this as truth. Why not join us, Master Zilai? Together we can realize Changmen's ideal. Xiaonan suddenly extended her right hand. What nonsense are you spouting? We were all disciples of the same master. How could this happen? Zilai's face contorted with wrath. Master Zilai, what era is this? Still clinging to sentimentality. You're truly pitiful. Never having changed your worldview, your mind remains so narrow. Xiaonan put down her right hand dismissively and shook her head. Cut the chatter, where is Changmen? I want to see Changmen. Zilai could only think of seeing Changmen, wanting to ask him what he truly intended. Master Zilai, you taught us that one should never be careless in anything correct. Suddenly a voice came from behind Zilai. Zilai was instantly alarmed and quickly turned around. It's too late. Parent of the Azura Path struck Zilai's arm with a devastating blow. Zilai's arm was instantly shattered into a spray of blood. What qualification do you currently have to see me at? From behind the Azura Path Parent, the Heavenly Path Parent slowly emerged. Zilai, clutching his injured arm in pain, looked at the Heavenly Path Parent. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Is this how you speak to a god? The Heavenly Path Parent's dignified demeanor seemed to be pronouncing judgment upon Zilai. I once told you, Master Zilai, that my ideal is world peace, yet you warned me never to trust anyone easily. I followed your words. Since then, besides Xiaonan and Mayan, no one has ever approached me. I was branded an outcast. But to achieve world peace, one must accept the grievances of more people. I never imagined that the foundation of peace would rest on forced war and extreme measures. Master Zilai, there is no such thing as peace in this world. To truly bring the world to an end, one must use the power in my hands to subjugate more people, thereby creating a world without pain. Changmen revealed his innermost thoughts to Zilai through the Heavenly Path Parent. Zilai fell silent. Perhaps Changmen was right. Ideals and subjectivity are not the same. Battles fought under insults are meaningless. Every war begins with conspiracy. The endless cycle of harm only brings more innocent people to feel the despair of this painful world. But do you truly believe you can both destroy all of this and achieve it? Zilai's melancholic expression, brought about by Changmen's words, left him unable to refute. Master Zilai, I am a god, and you seem to have no qualification to discuss achievement with me. Today this place shall be your grave. Zilai, whose right arm had been shattered, had no advantage in the current situation. If he wanted to escape now, it was not entirely impossible. However, suddenly ambushed by Tian Daopan, he could no longer form hand seals properly and had no choice but to summon Sage Shinzua and Sage Jima. Biting his fingers, Zilai slammed his palm onto the ground. Sage Shinzua and Sage Jima appeared simultaneously on his shoulders. Little Zilai, your arm. Sage Jima suddenly looked at the broken spot below the right arm. Forced to do this. Before that I must figure out the enemy's ability. I don't think there is a true god in this world. Please assist me, both of you. Zillai's expression was extremely tense. If he didn't handle it, well, he might really die. Is it still the user of the 6 paths power from last time? Sage Shinzua vigilantly looked at the 4 Payan. Let's test them first. Upon learning that Zillai had been sent on a mission, Gangzhou anxiously rushed to the Hokage building. Pushing the door open, Gangzhou couldn't hold back her temper and slammed her fist on the table, cursing. You old bastard. Why did you send Zillai on a mission at this critical moment? What kind of mission is it that you didn't inform anyone? In the past, Zillai would always go to inform Gangzhou before going on a mission. But this time he did not. For Zillai's departure without a word, Gangzhou believed it must be an extremely dangerous mission. Although Zillai was battle-hardened, he had already been targeted by the Shao. Yuan Fei Risen could not have been unaware. Even so, he still let Zillai leave Mai and abandon the protection of Mai. Is this something a Hokage would do? Or by sending Zillai on a mission at this time, are you throwing him to the wolves? Gangzhou stared into Yuan Fei Risen's eyes. Upon hearing this, Yuan Fei Risen's expression suddenly shifted, though only for a moment. Still being so clearly seen through by Gangzhou was quite displeasing. However, an old actor would never show his tail, otherwise how could the story continue? Gongshou, all ninjas of Mai must make sacrifices for Mai at critical times. Besides, it's just an ordinary mission. No need to panic. Although Zillai is being targeted with his skills, I believe he can retreat without a fight. As the 3rd Hokage of Mai, is my word no longer valid. Yuan Fei Risen stood up and slammed the table. Ordinary mission? Gangzhou suddenly let out a cold laugh. Half an hour ago, Gangzhou had passed by Zillai's house. Because Zillai had a habit, before every mission, he would draw the mission location on the wall of his courtyard. Since Dashuan fled, the 3 of them had never worked together again, and Zillai rarely went on missions. The picture frozen on the wall was from many years ago. A cloud with rain, representing Yurin village. Gangzhou remembered that it was from the legendary battle of the 3 ninjas. Since then there had been no new patterns on the wall. But today Gangzhou saw a new drawing of a raining cloud on the wall. It was Zillai's habit, wasn't it? Yes, Yurin village. The enemy is from Yurin village, and you did this. Gangzhou looked at Yuan Fei Risen with uncontrollable rage. Yuan Fei Risen, seeing that Gangzhou had already figured it out, simply stopped pretending. A few days ago I fought the enemy. I cannot easily judge their strength, but their target is Zillai. I cannot let him ruin the future of Mai. Yuan Fei Risen declared confidently. Seeing that Yuan Fei Risen had sent Zillai to die and still remained obstinate, Gangzhou shook her head in disbelief and stepped back. She looked at Yuan Fei Risen with a puzzled expression, almost sobbing. Zillai and I are both your disciples. Just like that you abandoned Zillai's life. Mai, you keep saying you'll stop at nothing for Mai. What's the difference between you and Tuanzang back then? With that, Gangzhou turned around, pushed the door open, and ran out wildly. Her personality really isn't suited to staying in Mai. Yuan Fei Risen shook his head helplessly. Why didn't you stop her? Behind him, Yuzebo Daitu wearing a spiral mask suddenly appeared. Stubborn, what a pity. Yuan Fei Risen said indifferently with not a trace of disappointment or guilt in his eyes. With narrowed eyes, he now looked exactly like an eagle ready to soar at any moment. You are truly ruthless. After all, she is the granddaughter of Qianshou Zhujian. Truly you are the one who does great things. Yuzebo Daitu burst into laughter. Suddenly heavy rain began to fall. Gongshou, sprinting toward Yurin village, dared not stop and accelerated. Zillai, you must not be harmed. Facing the 4 paths of pain, Jiraiya dared not underestimate them and immediately activated Sage mode. Little Jiraiya, you must be cautious this time. Fukasaku Sage glanced at Jiraiya's wound and directly spat a thick liquid to envelop it. Toad saliva contains restorative properties. Little Jiraiya, you still have other hand seal methods, don't you? I cannot perform the Qingzong seals anymore, but I have other preparations. Jiraiya took a deep breath and looked at the 4 pains. A fine gaze. Teacher Jiraiya is about to go all out, isn't he? Then naturally I cannot fall behind. Devapath spoke indifferently while the 3 pains behind him steadily advanced. Devapath, who wields the power of the 6 paths and controls divine energy, appears to be the key attacker, likely protected deliberately. Fukasaku's brows furrowed. This battle was clearly going to be arduous. Nagato, I once searched for the child of prophecy. When I met you, I believed you were the one. When I learned of your deaths back then, my heart ached as well. I never expected to meet you like this today, Jiraiya said dejectedly. The child of prophecy. Ah, Teacher Jiraiya, did you once entrust your ideal of world peace to me? As a teacher, your guidance merely kept me away from the scope of war, but I am still trapped within it. Now I understand clearly. I have not escaped. Teacher Jiraiya, pain is built upon the deaths of loved ones and friends. Unfortunately, in peaceful Konoha, you never had the chance to realize that the prayers in churches far outnumber those in hospitals. But enough said. I think it is time to end this. Upon finishing Azura Path, Human Path, and Hungry Ghost Path, Pain, charge forward first. It seems. I was wrong. Jiraiya shook his head and gradually spread his feet apart. Little Jiraiya, get ready. At Fukasaku Sage's signal, Jiraiya slowly gathered his chakra. Human path pain sprinted toward him. A faint smile crossed Jiraiya's lips as he delivered a kick. Boom! With a single strike, human path pain was hit in the abdomen and sent flying backward at incredible speed, as if defying gravity. This power, enhanced by Senjutsu, had reached nearly Kaga-level strength, yet even Deva Path felt the pressure. Teacher Jiraiya, I must say you have hidden your strength quite deeply. Deva Path wielded its staff in the same manner, running toward Jiraiya. Right? Upper kick, left. Side kick. Guided by the two sages, Jiraiya effortlessly defeated Hungry Ghost Path and Azura Path. Deva Path descended upon Jiraiya with its upright posture. Fukasaku and Shima pressed their hands together and unleashed a powerful genjutsu. Deva Path was momentarily stunned. Nagato, you would never understand. I never wanted to teach you ninjutsu in the first place. Rasengan. Seizing the opportunity, Jiraiya formed a Rasengan in his left hand and roared, striking Deva Path directly in the abdomen. Deva Path violently coughed up blood, its body spinning as it crashed into the depths of the jungle with the afterglow of the Rasengan. It is over. Exhaling deeply, Jiraiya released Sage Mode and turned to leave. Just then Tsunade finally caught up. Seeing Jiraiya with a severed arm, her vision blurred, and she ran recklessly toward him from afar. Tsunade, what are you doing here? Jiraiya chuckled. Tsunade, running toward him, suddenly turned pale. Jiraiya, watch out behind you. Tsunade shouted urgently, but it was too late. Behind Jiraiya, the four defeated Pains rose unscathed. And behind the four Pains, Animal Path and Hell Path emerged again, this time in different bodies. They appeared to be the corpses of Kumogakure ninja. The six paths reunited, six staffs appearing in their hands as they leaped toward Jiraiya together. No! Tsunade ran toward Jiraiya like a madwoman. Jiraiya merely looked at her and offered a helpless smile. That smile seemed to tell her, love unrequited. Boom! The six figures engulfed Jiraiya in an instant. The ground cracked and countless seawater erupted violently. Jiraiya was pierced through the back by six staffs and pinned to the ground. Tsunade ran desperately before suddenly falling. When she lifted her head to look at Jiraiya again, tears flowed uncontrollably. My consciousness is beginning to fade. Am I going to die? Jiraiya lay motionless on the ground as his consciousness gradually dissipated. How's that all? Pain's six paths stood in a row as the Deva Path flicked his hand expressionlessly. Jiraiya. Tsunade struggled to her feet and stumbled toward Jiraiya. Shinra Tensei. The Deva Path leaped into the air, spreading his right palm, and Tsunade's body flew backward like a kite. The granddaughter of Hashirama Senju, nothing more. Jiraiya boy, wake up. Jiraiya boy. Fukasaku Sage stood on Jiraiya's shoulder, shouting desperately. Is this where I end? Jiraiya's heavy eyelids slowly began to close. Your breathing is about to stop, Jiraiya-sensei. This is all you can manage. The so-called legendary Sannin are nothing more than this. With that, the Deva Path turned and walked towards Tsunade. He intended to kill Tsunade. Leave no one alive. This was the cruel lesson Nagato had learned on the battlefield. Only by being thorough could he avoid future trouble. And no one would resist. Naruto, your ninja way is infused with spiritual support. As your master, how could I give up here? Jiraiya's body trembled as he struggled to his feet. The Deva Path walking towards Tsunade suddenly froze and turned to look back at Jiraiya. So tenacious. At that moment, Jiraiya's face was etched with resolve. A ninja is one who endures. Let me tell you something, the most important talent for a ninja is not how many techniques you can use. The most important is the will to never give up. With his unwavering determination, Jiraiya's powerful spirit lifted his body upright. The Deva Path furrowed his brow. His heart has already stopped beating, yet he can still stand. Excellent. Jiraiya boy. Fukasaku and Shima sages leaped back onto Jiraiya's shoulders. But they did not know that Jiraiya had locked his final chakra in his body's death point as a last resort. Xianaluo. Tsunade suddenly flew up and punched down her monstrous strength, making the entire valley tremble. The Deva Path dodged quickly. Please do me one last favor. Don't tell Naruto how I died. Jiraiya gritted his teeth and let out a heart-wrenching roar. He leaped into the air, slapped his feet together, and landed on the ground. Fukasaku and Shima sages instantly understood. Sage Art Gomen. A rolling river of blazing fire and mud swept toward the six paths of pain. Don't think you can escape. Tsunade clung fiercely to the Deva Path. 3 of the other 5 paths were unable to dodge and were engulfed, instantly destroyed. In a cave somewhere, Nagato suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and clutched his head in agony. His dark red hair framed a face visible through the darkness, his eyes bloodshot. Damn, my body is reaching its limit. I might as well finish it with one move. If I find Shinong, there's still a chance to recover. Jiraiya-sensei, this move was originally reserved for Konoha. Today you die without regret. As Jiraiya's sage art grew more intense, the remaining 2 paths were about to be overwhelmed. The entire mountain peak and forest were engulfed by Jiraiya's sage technique. Nagato finally made his decision. Come. He formed a black sphere in his hands and launched it from the cave. The Deva path used Shinra Tensei to blast Tsunade away, then closed his eyes and assumed the same posture. The black sphere left his palm, and the Deva path roared with a twisted face, then brought his hands together. Chibaku Tensei. Instantly, countless rocks rose from the ground, and the gravitational pull made the earth begin to collapse. It seemed he had decided not only to kill Jiraiya, but also to show no mercy to Tsunade. The stone slab beneath Jiraiya's feet broke and rose into the air. He was nearly at his limit, kneeling trembling on the rising rock, looking down at Tsunade on the ground. Before I go, I finally confess to the one I love. But when I think about it, I'm a pretty failed person after all. Let me do one last meaningful thing. Jiraiya forced a reluctant smile. This time, Tsunade, you go on your own. Summoning technique. A hideous green frog suddenly appeared beside Tsunade and swallowed her in one gulp. Jiraiya. The ground collapsed, rivers splashed, and the frog leaped into the water and vanished. Having done this, Jiraiya finally fell to his knees. I wonder what Naruto is doing right now. Looking back on my life, I couldn't bring back my best friend, couldn't win the one I loved, and couldn't protect my own disciple. I really am a failure. Naruto, being able to take you as my disciple was truly wonderful. Naruto, you are indeed the child of prophecy, no mistake. The rest is up to you. Uzumaki Su fan. Take good care of Naruto. Boom. With the final pull, Jiraiya was drawn to the stone wall of the sphere. The sphere finally exploded. Jiraiya's body fell into the sea like a broken kite. The tale of Jiraiya the Gallant. The final chapter, the frog in the well scattered in the sea. But perhaps this is not so bad. Still, what should I name the sequel to this chapter? Let it be the tale of Naruto Uzumaki. That sounds good. The sea surface became calm, and Jiraiya's body sank into the deep ocean. Cough, cough. Nagato spat out another torrent of blood. Looking closely, blood was flowing from all 7 orifices. He gasped heavily, coughing violently. I almost exhausted all the power in my body. It seems one escaped. I can't let her return to Konoha alive. The Deva path with the remaining 2 paths ran across the water surface, quickly following the river upstream. At this moment, Naruto was completely unaware that Jiraiya had died. In the Hokage's office. What? Tsunade is still alive. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up from his chair. She cannot return. Otherwise, Konoha will fall into chaos. Frowning deeply, Hiruzen took a heavy drag from his pipe and finally decided to personally intercept and eliminate Tsunade. Obito Uchiha, who had informed him of this, let out a scornful laugh. I wonder what kind of faces Naruto, Uzumaki, and everyone in Konoha will make when they learn the truth. And that one called Uzumaki Su fan will surely be utterly devastated. Ha ha ha. At a river outside Konoha, a frog surfaced and spat Tsunade out. Opening her eyes, Tsunade looked around. Did I leave that place? At the thought of Jiraiya's final farewell, tears streamed down her face. Wait for me. I will make them see Hiruzen Sarutobi's true face. Climbing out of the water, her clothes-soaked Tsunade gritted her teeth and dashed toward Konoha. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, blocking her path. Tsunade, I've been waiting for you. You left the village without permission. I've searched for you for so long. The man who arrived was none other than Hiruzen Sarutobi, a hypocritical smile plastered on his face. I was just looking for you, but you came to me instead. You old bastard, I'll make everyone in Konoha see your true face. Tsunade gnashed her teeth in fury. You mean you want to return to Konoha? Hiruzen's expression turned suspicious. Do you think you can still go back? Hiruzen let out a dark, low laugh. Behind him, Obito Uchiha masked appeared abruptly. From Obito's attire, Tsunade could easily identify him as a member of the Akatsuki. Stunned, she took 2 steps back in disbelief. I never imagined you would go this far, betraying Konoha. Tsunade pointed at Hiruzen, her voice trembling with rage. Betrayal. Hiruzen seemed struck to the core, his face contorting hideously. I did this all for Konoha. I didn't betray anyone. I merely added one more ally to Konoha's list. As for you, Tsunade, if you disrupt the village now, you'll be its greatest criminal. Jiraiya got what he deserved. You should understand that. Hiruzen roared at the top of his lungs. Suddenly his eyes darted around nervously, and he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. No. You don't understand. If you live, you'll only bring chaos to Konoha. You cannot live. You cannot live. As he spoke, Hiruzen grew increasingly deranged, then lunged at Tsunade with frenzied steps. In Konoha, the sun was about to set, staining the sky crimson with a tinge of melancholy. Naruto. Emerging from the barbecue restaurant and bidding farewell to his friends, Naruto thought he heard someone calling him. A hand lightly touched his left shoulder. He whirled around. Who's calling me? Naruto paused, scanning the area, then rubbed his shoulder. Someone had definitely patted him and called his name. The voice sounded a bit like the pervy sage's, hoarse and familiar. Strange. He yawned, feeling bored, and prepared to head home. I wonder if the pervy sage has finished his mission yet. I kinda miss him. In the Shikatsu forest, Su Fan's body suddenly radiated a strange light, illuminating the entire cave. Ai Li, who was eating fruit, looked up in shock, dropping the fruit. I didn't expect this kid to actually succeed. Bailey stared in amazement at Su Fan, who sat cross-legged in midair like an immortal. The divine tree formed a pattern behind him, as if merging with him. His bones were growing rapidly. Soon Su Fan's aura changed dramatically, a sharpness appearing between his brows. His body became more robust, and perfect muscles and contours sharply defined his handsome face, maturing. Bailey couldn't help but swallow. Su Fan's body was too perfect. She was completely mesmerized. After an unknown period, Su Fan let out a mighty roar. The divine tree suddenly tore apart, transforming into a blue light that surged into his body. The heavens and earth changed color. A wisp of white smoke curled from Su Fan's nostrils and mouth. After long slumber, he finally opened his eyes. Lightning flickered across his ordinary gaze. Meanwhile, Hiruzen Sarutobi, wielding the adamantine staff, was relentlessly hunting Tsunade through the forest. Though Tsunade was formidable, she was far outmatched by Hiruzen. Tsunade, stop running. It's useless. You'll never understand how much I care for Konoha. If your grandfather knew, he would surely support me. Hiruzen shouted as he pursued. Shameless old man. You're so confident you're right, but killing Jiraiya was your greatest mistake. And you're in league with the Akatsuki. You are the traitor. Tsunade leaped onto a tree, flipped, and smashed down with immense force. Hiruzen didn't dare underestimate her. He gripped the adamantine staff and raised it to block. With a thunderous crash, the monstrous strength traveled through the staff, jolting Hiruzen's arms. He winced and released his grip. Tsunade thought she had succeeded and let her guard down. At that moment, a smirk crept across Hiruzen's face. The staff he had dropped transformed into a cage under his control, trapping Tsunade securely inside. Damn! Tsunade frantically struck the cage, but to no avail. I told you can't escape. Face your fate, Tsunade. Go keep Jiraiya company down there. With that, Hiruzen drew a shuriken from his robe and hurled it at Tsunade while rapidly forming hand seals. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Instantly, countless shuriken rained down upon Tsunade from all directions. Just as she thought all was lost, a tremendous force erupted beside her like an explosion. Would release would human technique. The ground shattered and a giant struggled up from the fissure, blocking every shuriken. And there beside Tsunade, Su Fan appeared with his eyes still closed. Uzumaki Su Fan. The moment Hiruzen Sarutobi saw Su Fan, his hair stood on end as if electrified. I want you to explain to me, why are you hunting Tsunade? Su Fan stood atop the wooden puppet, gazing coldly at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Those eyes made the third Hokage involuntarily shiver. This is Wood Leaf's duty. It has nothing to do with you. Hiruzen Sarutobi continued to act tough. Although Uzumaki Su Fan was incredibly powerful, with Uchiha Madara Obito here, he felt unafraid. Hiruzen Sarutobi, you're quite bold. Su Fan no longer even used the title of third Hokage, calling him by name directly. This display of fury made Hiruzen Sarutobi instantly sense the gravity of the situation. Hiruzen hurriedly glanced behind him, but Obito's figure was nowhere to be found. He had already slipped away. Damn it, that bastard. Su Fan, listen to me. There's a reason for this. I can explain. Hiruzen's stoic expression gradually crumbled, becoming an entirely different person from just moments before. Su Fan simply ignored Hiruzen, letting him ramble on alone. He turned his gaze to Tsunade, who stood expressionlessly nearby, and helped her to her feet. Tell me what exactly happened. Su Fan asked with a serious expression. Tsunade's sorrowful face slowly lifted towards Su Fan, her eyes having lost their former luster, looking so deeply disappointed. After a long while, Tsunade spoke 5 words, and those 5 words sent Su Fan into a rage. Jiraiya is dead. Looking at the ground where Hiruzen was still desperately explaining, Su Fan finally understood why Tsunade had been hunted. Bastard. Su Fan stamped his foot down. The sheer force caused the wooden puppet to collapse and crumble. His body shot forward like a sword, pinning Hiruzen to the ground and carving a trench as he dragged him across the earth. Gripping Hiruzen's throat, Su Fan raised his right fist, trembling violently. Hiruzen stared in terror at Su Fan's expression, his breathing becoming ragged. I'll kill you. Just as Su Fan was about to deliver the killing blow, Tsunade called out to him. Su Fan. Wait. Su Fan's raised hand stopped mid-air, hovering right before Hiruzen's eyes. Killing him now would only be an escape for him. For Wood Leaf, we need the truth behind Jiraiya's death. Tsunade stood up, her expression resolute as she looked at Su Fan. The people are gone, the building empty. This place is not worth staying in. I think it's time to reorganize the shinobi world. Su Fan lowered his hand and rose to his feet, his expression cold and indifferent. No. Don't let Wood Leaf know about this. Just kill me. Kill me. Hearing Tsunade's words, Hiruzen scrambled to his feet in disgrace, his expression utterly comical. Seeing Hiruzen in this state reminded Su Fan of Danzo, whom he had already killed. As detestable as Danzo was, he at least had certain principles. Hiruzen was different. Though Wood Leaf came first, unfortunately, he cared too much about his reputation. So much so that even a single drop of water would make him feel dirted. But the most important matter right now was not this. The most crucial thing was Naruto. Woodleaf's contemptuous treatment was truly chilling. The son of a hero had barely found belonging only to be strangled by his own people. At that thought, Su Fan made a new decision in his heart. Woodleaf, Tsunade, and Su Fan appeared at the village entrance. Behind them trailed the disgraced Hiruzen Sarutobi. His chakra had been sealed by Su Fan, who apart from basic taijutsu, he was now nothing but a cripple. TTH third Hokage. The Woodleaf guards, unaware of the circumstances, were startled upon seeing Hiruzen in such a wretched state. Having reached this point, Hiruzen could only manage a bitter smile. The three of them proceeded to the Hokage's mansion. Soon Kakashi, Asuma, Yugao, and Mato Guy all arrived. Having not seen Su Fan for a long time, Kakashi was immediately taken aback upon seeing Hiruzen in this condition. Su Fan, what exactly happened? And the third? Su Fan said nothing, his face a mask of cold indifference. Glancing at Hiruzen, he simply turned and walked out the door. Father! Asuma rushed over, completely unaware of what had transpired. Beside him, Tsunade finally raised her head. Her fists were clenched and tears couldn't help but spill from her eyes. Today I will tell everyone what this old bastard has been hiding from us behind our backs. Tsunade, watch your words. Asuma pointed excitedly at Tsunade. I'll watch my words. Did Jiraiya die in vain? Tsunade suddenly became extraordinarily calm, shaking her head firmly. What Lord Jiraiya is dead. Everyone present stared in shock at Tsunade. They simply could not believe it. Jiraiya had left only a day ago a healthy man, and now he was gone. Everyone knows Lord Jiraiya's strength. This must be a misunderstanding, right? Kakashi asked, unwilling to believe it. Then go ask this old bastard what he did himself. Tsunade punched through the desk in the Hokage's office, shattering it. At this moment, her disappointment knew no bounds. In the courtyard of the Hokage's mansion, Naruto suddenly appeared. Spotting Su Fan, he joyfully broke into a run. Brother Su Fan, you're back. Su Fan turned to look at Naruto, his eyes filled with regret. Was it really so cruel to Naruto, to make him bear everything alone? Could he never change Jiraiya's fate? Was this truly his regret? Naruto, come leave Woodleaf with me. Su Fan spoke suddenly, but Naruto froze. Normally if brother were here, I'd listen to him. But I'm still waiting for the Toad Sage to come back. I haven't learned many things yet. And brother, yesterday was my birthday. The Toad Sage was supposed to be with me. Naruto babbled on. Seeing this, Su Fan's brows knitted tightly together. The moment he thought of Jiraiya's place in Naruto's heart, Su Fan felt an urge to wipe out Woodleaf on the spot. He won't be coming back. He's dead. Su Fan said calmly. Nanny, what are you saying, brother? Naruto suddenly stopped his babbling and looked at Su Fan in confusion. You must be joking, right? It can't be true. The Toad Sage was with me yesterday. Brother, you're joking, right? Naruto smiled sheepishly at Su Fan's face, but Su Fan remained silent, his expression unusually grave. He made it clear to Naruto that everything was real. Naruto fell silent. Who? Naruto asked, his voice trembling as he kept his head down. I'm sorry, Naruto. I came back too late. Su Fan apologized to Naruto, then turned and walked into the building. From today on, whatever happens to Woodleaf has nothing to do with me. Today I am taking Uzumaki Naruto away from here. Su Fan walked into the room and spoke directly to everyone. Impossible. Uzumaki Naruto belongs to Woodleaf. Do you think calling yourself an outsider is a provocation? Asuma turned and shouted in indignation. Su Fan let out a scoff, looking at Asuma and shaking his head helplessly. As expected of father and son, the way you speak is identical. Provoking Woodleaf. Is Woodleaf worthy? Whoever stands in my way today, I will kill. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Fan's immense power enveloped the entire village of Woodleaf. Umbu and Root, sensing the abnormal chakra fluctuations around the Hokage's mansion, quickly rushed to the scene under the guidance of Woodleaf's leadership. Su Fan, you used to live in Konoha and receive the third Hokage's favor. Isn't it a bit too much now? Yuhi Kurenai stared coldly at Su Fan as she spoke. At the scene, aside from Kakashi and Might Guy, who remained neutral, everyone else sided with Sarutobi Hiruzen. I'm tired of arguing with you. I'll say it again, whoever stands in my way, I'll kill them. Su Fan turned around, pulled Naruto, who hadn't reacted yet, and walked out. Suddenly, over 20 Umbu members appeared in the corridor of the Hokage building, blocking Su Fan's path. Put down the Jinchuriki in your hands. The leading Umbu captain drew a sharp short sword from his back and pointed it at Su Fan. Su Fan said nothing, but just frowned, and the short sword in the man's hand instantly snapped. What? Everyone stepped back one after another, but still tried to stop Su Fan. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this and revealed a smug smile. He ran out first and shouted loudly. The traitor Uzumaki, Su Fan, originally a member of Konoha, now dares to kidnap Konoha's Jinchuriki and escape from here. Kill him. Finally, all the Umbu members no longer waited. They brandished their short swords and charged at Su Fan. Su Fan sneered coldly, old bastard, let's see how long you can keep up the act. With that, he turned and delivered a side kick. A leading Umbu member was hit squarely, and the sound of bones breaking echoed clearly in the silent corridor. Another short sword came slashing down, but Su Fan didn't even dodge. He directly grasped the blade with his palm, snapped it with a crack, and then threw the broken half. The wrist strength behind the throw pierced through two bodies, killing two more Umbu members instantly. There was also a reckless one who used ninjutsu to hide underground and suddenly leaped up. Su Fan grabbed the man's head with his bare hand and applied a little force. Bang! The mask fell off. The man's head exploded instantly. Blood splattered all over the wall. The strong smell of blood permeated the corridor, stinging the nostrils. Many people seeing this already had thoughts of giving up. Su Fan's methods were indeed extremely ruthless. Without using any ninjutsu, just by relying on taijutsu combat, he could easily crush human bones. The most terrifying was that the head of that Umbu member had been directly crushed by Su Fan. Asuma frowned at the sight, and with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he charged forward together with Yui Kurenai. TCH. Su Fan sneered contemptuously at the two. His eyes flashed, and a trace of purple-black appeared. Outlines. The powerful dojutsu granted Su Fan new strength. In an instant, Su Fan activated one of the Mortalize abilities outlines. Asuma and Yui Kurenai immediately stopped in their tracks, stunned, because they clearly felt their chakra being sealed. Is it those eyes, eh? Asuma's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Konoha had done some research on Uzumaki Su Fan's abilities before. The Uzumaki clan naturally knew how to use powerful sealing techniques. But they simply could not understand why Su Fan possessed such eyes, and with this dojutsu, he could perform a wide-area chakra seal. Su Fan revealed a satisfied, amused smile. This was his first time using the Mortalize skill, and he was quite pleased. Next, he would combine it with another ability. Devour. In an instant, the air seemed to be sucked away. Before Asuma and Yui Kurenai could react, they both fell to their knees, struggling. You two are useless. You're not even worth 1% of the chakra I can absorb, Su Fan said indifferently. Chakra. Absorbed. Asuma knelt weakly on the ground. He couldn't imagine that Su Fan with just those eyes could defeat them. Could those eyes surpass the Sharingan? Yui Kurenai stood up trembling, using the last bit of chakra in her body to quickly form hand seals. Genjutsu. Boom. Su Fan had already kicked out and was standing in front of Asuma. Then he put his foot down and brushed the dust off it. Trash. Asuma turned his head, trembling. At the end of the corridor of the Hokage building there was a huge hole. And Yui Kurenai was no longer where she had been. Clearly Su Fan's speed was too fast. Before everyone could react normally, Yui Kurenai had already been kicked flying. Now everyone was terrified. The air instantly fell silent. Su Fan put his hands in his pockets and walked over to Naruto. Let's go. Naruto said nothing, nodding sadly. Naruto followed Su Fan, and the two walked out of the corridor of the Hokage building and headed downstairs. Might Guy suddenly stirred, but Kakashi firmly held him back. Might Guy looked at Kakashi in confusion, but Kakashi just shook his head silently, signaling him not to act rashly. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that so many people could not stop Su Fan and Naruto was being taken away. His twisted mentality immediately took over. He had already played this move. If even the Jinchuriki was taken away, then Konoha would truly decline. With that thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen gritted his teeth and crashed through the window from the upper floor, leaping down to land in front of Uzumaki Su Fan. Uzumaki Su Fan, no matter what, you will not take Uzumaki Naruto away today. Even if I have to gamble my old life, I will punish you. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen formed hand seals, and 3 clones appeared surrounding Su Fan. Ha! The dead demon-consuming seal you originally reserved for Orochimaru is now to be used on me. I shouldn't have saved you back then. Su Fan sneered coldly. Playing with seals. You're still too green. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unimpressed. He clasped his hands together, and the death gods slowly emerged. At the same time, Uchiha Obito appeared silently. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto turned around abruptly and saw the masked man who had suddenly appeared behind him. Rasengan. Without a second word, Naruto formed a Rasengan and attacked directly. But Naruto just passed through his body, and the Rasengan hit a tree. You sure have a hot temper. I wanted to have a nice chat with you. Uchiha Obito waved his hand, signaling Naruto to calm down. I have nothing to talk about with you. Naruto couldn't bear to listen. Looking at the masked man, for some reason the 9 tails inside him stirred restlessly, and the whiskers on his face became more pronounced. I didn't expect such a strong reaction. How about I help you a bit more? Seeing this, Uchiha Obito suddenly had an idea. Regarding your master Jiraiya, the one who caused his death is Konoha's 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. What a pity, killed by his own master. Such a worthless death. You don't know he was calling your name when he died, his heart pierced through. Uchiha Obito said with a sneer, his expression under the mask exceptionally cold. Naruto, however, could no longer bear it. The skin on his body began to ulcerate and red chakra bubbles rose up with a gurgling sound. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito felt a sense of satisfaction. Success. This world has no hope. Naruto's heart suddenly trembled, then stopped in an instant. Next, intense chakra in the air converged above Naruto's head. The sky began to change color. With sharp fingernails, he scratched the Konoha symbol on his forehead. Naruto laughed bitterly, and the laughter sounded extraordinarily eerie. then let me descend into darkness. In that moment, Naruto completely surrendered himself to the Nine Tails. The dark cage shattered. A powerful force erupted from within Naruto instantly. Everyone around before they could dodge was directly blown away. Up! Naruto screamed in pain. A red wave of light pierced the heavens and earth. Naruto lay on the ground covered by the Nine Tails chakra cloak. Next, Six Tails directly appeared behind Naruto. Not far away, Yamato looked at his own palm in pain. I didn't expect Jiraiya's death would cause Naruto to rampage to the point of Six Tails. Jinchuriki has gone berserk. The Umbu sealing squad from Konoha rushed forward and surrounded Naruto. Captain Yamato. An Umbu member turned to shout at Yamato. Yamato hesitated for a moment, frowning at the 6-character mark on his palm. He knew that Naruto had already lost control, and even his wit style could not suppress him. Sending more sealing squads would only mean sending them to their deaths. Retreat immediately. Yamato hastily shouted to the squad, but it was already too late. Naruto punched the ground, and the scene changed abruptly. In an instant, all the bones in the bodies of the surrounding ninjas shattered. Without even a chance to speak, they collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. This was the power of the Nine Tails, a damage beyond what mortals could endure. Sufan, not far away, let out a cold smile. Today I won't suppress the Nine Tails. Let Naruto indulge himself. Compared to this, Konoha deserves to be destroyed, and the culprit is you. This is far more painful than any harm you've ever suffered, you old bastard. Indeed, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was so careful about his reputation, would rather sacrifice his own life than bear the blame of harming Konoha. Hearing Sufan's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi indeed became anxious. His old face flushed red instantly, and without a word he charged at Sufan with his clones. I gave you a chance, but you didn't use it well. Then now you don't even have a chance to get close to me. Sufan released all the chakra in his body in one go. A green-blue new chakra cloak enveloped him. A sprout grew at the tip of Sufan's finger. The moment Hiruzen Sarutobi approached, one after another sprouts larger than trees burst out from the ground around him. Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately stopped the sprouts blocking his path. He didn't dare to touch them, afraid of falling into Sufan's trap. The sprouts grew rapidly, turning into one dandelion after another. A gust of wind blew and the dandelion pollen scattered. Suddenly something abnormal happened to Hiruzen Sarutobi's body. At first it was the clones. On all 3 clones, sprouts grew from every corner of their bodies. These sprouts pierced through their nerves, chakra, and even drilled out of their skin from various parts. The clones disappeared one after another. Hiruzen Sarutobi's body was covered with sprouts, and an unbearable itching sensation surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, wave after wave. If he moved, even slightly, he was accompanied by a pain like thousands of ants gnawing. Damn it! Uzumaki Sufan. What have you done? Hiruzen Sarutobi, his body stiff, looked at the sprouts and couldn't help trembling. Flowers hold a special meaning. I think no man likes flowers because the first bouquet a man receives in his life is usually at his own grave. Becoming the nourishment for flowers is the greatest respect you can show Jiraiya. Until his death, Jiraiya couldn't believe you did this. Sufan turned around, ignoring Hiruzen Sarutobi, and walked slowly toward Naruto. Bastard, let me go? As the Hokage of Konoha, I should die a meaningful death. Making me a nourishment for flowers is an insult to me. Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at Sufan's retreating back and screamed heart-wrenchingly. Perhaps he had already prepared himself to die, but he didn't want to be forgotten by future generations, nor be marked as a useless person. However, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already made the wrong move. Around Naruto, it was as if a barrier had opened. Within a 5-kilometer radius, an intense burning sensation suffocated the air. Sufan walked lazily toward Naruto. The red chakra cloak actually split open at this moment. Naruto in his 6-tailed form was so docile in front of Sufan, not out of control. Sufan placed his right hand on Naruto's head. In Naruto's inner world, the Nine Tails had been waiting for Sufan's arrival, eerily docile. Glancing at Naruto crouching in a corner in a daze, Sufan shook his head and walked toward the Nine Tails. Today I'll give you enough chance to come out and play. Perform well, but don't hurt Naruto's body, or I'll personally slaughter you and make a pot of fox stew. Kurama immediately showed 2 small eyes in terror, looking exactly like a husky. Don't worry. I understand your meaning. I will definitely make Konoha a mess. No. I will definitely conquer the world with my evil. Kurama couldn't hide his expectant expression. Suddenly Sufan looked at him, and Kurama realized that he had been too excited and had blurted out his true thoughts. Conquer the world. You're quite brave, huh? Sufan glanced contemptuously at the Nine Tails, then directly reached out to tear the talisman sealing the Nine Tails. At that moment, an extremely fast figure flashed by and directly grabbed Sufan's wrist. Sufan turned around instinctively. That person had the same golden hair color as Naruto, and the 5 large characters on the back of his white robe were very conspicuous. The 4th Hokage. At the same time, Itachi Uchiha also arrived at the border of Konoha. Looking at the letter from the 3rd Hokage in his hand, Itachi fell into a struggle. Fan and the suddenly appearing man locked gazes, and in that instant both released powerful chakra from their bodies. But Fan proved overwhelmingly stronger, sending the man hurtling backward a great distance. Who are you? The man looked at Fan with a hint of surprise, so young yet possessing such formidable power. The fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato. It is truly an honor. Fan replied with a calm, measured smile. In the corner, Naruto abruptly raised his head, his gaze drawn irresistibly to the man's silhouette. The 5 characters meaning fourth Hokage captivated him utterly. Are you my father? Naruto spoke with a cracking voice. The Minato before him trembled slightly, but did not turn around. That hair color, just like Kushina's. Are you from the Uzumaki clan? Minato did not address Naruto first. Instead, he studied Fan carefully, attempting to decipher something about the youth before him. Fan remained silent, turning away to continue tearing at the sealing scroll. Wait, do you not understand what will happen once that seal is broken? Minato urgently shouted, attempting to stop him. But do you know the depth of suffering your son has endured in Konoha? Fan paused his actions and slowly turned a sorrowful expression crossing his face as he regarded Minato. Suddenly Minato froze. It only then occurred to him where Naruto was. He spun around and looked toward the corner. Naruto's eyes brimmed with both hope and sorrow. He had always longed for an answer. That's right, I am your father. Simply put, the fourth Hokage of Konoha, Namikaze Minato. Before Minato could finish, Naruto surged forward in a burst of anger and punched him hard in the stomach. Minato stared at Naruto in utter disbelief, clutching his abdomen in pain. Why? Why did you seal that demon fox inside me? Do you have any idea how many people have mocked and rejected me because of it? I almost couldn't hold on anymore. Naruto broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Minato did not grow angry. Instead, he reached out and gently patted Naruto's head, his heart heavy with remorse. Naruto, what I did was terribly cruel, but I had no other choice. I also placed my hopes upon you. That was an immense gamble. If someday you are able to properly harness this power. Naruto, I'm sorry. From behind, Fan let out a cold, mirthless laugh. At a time like this, if I were to tell you that Konoha merely exploits Naruto's status as Jinchuriki to control him, what would you think? Let me show you something. A flash of dark purple swept through Fan's eyes, and scene after scene flooded into Minato's mind. These visions stretched back to the first time Fan had encountered Naruto. Every instance of Naruto being given expired milk in Konoha, spurned, bullied, and verbally abused. There was also the surveillance and manipulation by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Minato's fists gradually clenched as he witnessed the scenes of Jiraiya shaping Naruto's future. When the image of Jiraiya's death appeared, Minato's composure shattered. His only father figure had perished, and it had been Hiruzen who was behind it all. Fan withdrew his power, and Minato fell silent. He turned his gaze toward the Nine Tails caged before him, his expression hardening with resolve. Hiruzen Sarutobi had been quietly suppressing me even as I was on the verge of becoming the fourth Hokage. I told myself it didn't matter who held the title as long as we served Konoha. But then Danzo of Root was drawn in, and the two conspired together. On the night of the Nine Tails attack, Konoha's strongest Umbu and Root forces should have arrived immediately. Yet when such a crisis struck, no one came to protect the innocent civilians. I was about to become fourth Hokage. I could not simply stand by and watch our village threatened, our people slaughtered. In the end, to preserve the village's interests and survival, I was left with no choice but to use the Reaper Death Seal. But that night, Naruto, my wife Kushina, was about to give birth. Naruto, I truly had no choice. If I had known you would grow up in such suffering in Konoha, I would never have made that decision. Minato's heart writhed with torment. What had he and his wife's lives bought in return? Naruto was innocent, utterly blameless. Fan understood the truth. On that fateful night, Hiruzen and Danzo had deliberately withheld reinforcements so that the newly appointed fourth Hokage would be humiliated. Such a catastrophic crisis was beyond even Hiruzen and Danzo combined to defeat. To protect their own positions, the two reached an unspoken agreement, and conveniently the Nine Tails attacked. If they could cause Minato to falter before his official succession, the villagers and upper echelons would simply appoint a new Hokage, or Hiruzen could resume the position. Danzo reasoned that Hiruzen, his longtime partner, would be far easier to control. Compared to the unpredictable Minato, it was safer to let the third Hokage remain in power. Worse still, if their conspiracy succeeded, they could simply choose a new Hokage altogether, one entirely subservient to them. But Hiruzen never anticipated that the Minato couple would sacrifice their lives to seal the Nine Tails, and further bind it within the newborn Naruto, son of Kushina, Uzumaki. Their machinations had backfired. The couple became heroes, and Naruto, the hero's son, thereby threatened their positions once again. To cover their tracks, Hiruzen orchestrated the spread of rumors across the village that Naruto was the very incarnation of the demon fox, subjecting him to constant surveillance and oppression. This explained why the son of heroes endured such injustice and cruelty from every corner of Konoha. Hiruzen essentially treated Naruto as a tool to be cultivated. With conflict always looming on the horizon, Hiruzen kept a watchful eye on Naruto, ensuring his power remained contained until the right moment arrived. Then Minato stepped toward the seal. He extended his right hand and tore the sealing talisman straight off. If I were still alive back then, I would have personally razed Konoha to the ground. I still have some power remaining that can serve as a new seal once Naruto enters his Ninetales form. So go ahead, do as you must. Don't worry, I'll ensure Naruto remains safe. You two finally have a chance to speak as father and son. Su-Fan turned and vanished into Naruto's body. The seal's great door was wrenched open by the Ninetales itself, and suddenly the world beyond Konoha was bathed in crimson, casting every living soul into darkness. Hiruzen Sarutobi trembled as he fell to his knees, witnessing the scene unfold. He understood. Naruto had slipped beyond all control. From this moment forward, Konoha shall be destroyed in catastrophe. A gust of wind swept through Mai, and everyone trembled as they gazed at Mingren. Third Hokage, today you will witness with your own eyes how Mai is destroyed. Su-Fan clenched his hands, and the seals originally placed on Mingren's body were completely released. From Mingren's mouth came an earth-shattering roar. Red light filled the sky, and within the enveloping red glow Mingren's eyes turned red, and he stood up with a sinister smile. Originally, in the later stages of the original story, the light emitted from Mingren's body in Ninetales mode was golden. But now it was blood red, especially his eyes, which were filled with bloodshot color, and his body surface also bore some red seal marks. His hair had also turned blood red. I didn't expect that after releasing the power of the Ninetales, it would completely disintegrate Mingren's original kindness from within. This is the resonance between the Ninetales and Mingren's grief and anger, causing Mingren to enter the Ninetales mode prematurely. However, this Ninetales mode originated from dark power. The Uzumaki chakra that originally suppressed the Ninetales was also released, and now his hair color is exactly the same as Su-Fan's. Now Mingren absolutely has full control over his body. Brother Su-Fan, I've already talked to my father. Mai will be erased from the map of the great nations. Mingren instantly spread his right hand, and the outline of the Ninetales appeared. A tailed beast ball was launched instantly. Shenluo Tianzheng. The figure of Tendo Pain appeared instantly, and the tailed beast ball was directly deflected. The distant mountain peak collapsed instantly from the power of the tailed beast ball. Yuan Fei Risen looked at Tendo Pain in confusion. He didn't understand why Tendo Pain would save Mai. But the next scene was simply unbearable for Yuan Fei Risen. Behind him, the masked Ujibwa Daitu slowly walked out. Yuan Fei Risen instantly spat out a mouthful of old blood. He didn't need to think. He now knew that all of this was their conspiracy. How could he have made such a choice in a moment of thoughtlessness? Had he regretted? Ujibwa Daitu sneered at Yuan Fei Risen. Su-Fan and Mingren stood aside watching the scene. Clearly Su-Fan knew that Ujibwa Daitu was taking revenge on Mai. Mai was indeed miserable. Retribution had come. Why? Yuan Fei Risen roared angrily at Ujibwa Daitu. Because he wants revenge. Su-Fan suddenly spoke and stepped forward. Mai's destruction must go through my methods. You seem to have come a bit late, but your foundation is quite solid. Revenge. Yuan Fei Risen looked at Ujibwa Daitu in confusion. In his eyes, the grievances between Ujibwa Ban and the first Hokage had long ended, even though they had only reached a truce back then. At this point, Ujibwa Daitu no longer needed to hide his identity, because with Su-Fan present, he knew everything about him. This person was the only one he could not fathom. Now that Mai had come to this state, there was no point in hiding any longer. So under everyone's gaze, Ujibwa Daitu slowly reached out his right hand and removed the mask from his face. In an instant, both Yuan Fei Risen and Kakashi were shocked. Daitu. Kakaxi's body trembled, and cold sweat instantly dripped from his forehead. How about this, surprised Kakashi? I'm still alive. Ujibwa Daitu spread his hands, looking helplessly at Kakashi. No. Impossible, how could you be alive in that situation? Kakashi stepped back 2 steps with an incredulous expression. Perhaps it was guilt towards Lin, now suddenly seeing Daitu alive. Kakashi's right hand involuntarily began to tremble. Ujibwa Daitu's eyes followed, and then he suddenly laughed loudly. What's the matter, Kakashi? Old friends reunite and your expression is very unwelcoming to me. Or is it that you didn't protect Lin, and now seeing me you are afraid to face it? Kakashi frowned deeply and sighed. Daitu, many things are not as you saw. I didn't know you were alive, nor do I know why you have become like this now. Kakashi, it doesn't matter whether things are as I saw them or not. Lin died at the hands of the person she loved most. You have never understood why she did that. Ujibwa Daitu's eyes were filled with tears. He still couldn't forget the scene of Lin's death that day. It began to rain. The current situation in Mai was the Akatsuki organization Su-Fan and Ming-Run and the Mai side. The 3 sides were opposing each other, forming the current situation. Su-Fan looked at the depressed Ujibwa Daitu and shook his head helplessly. The reason Daitu is like this now is not entirely because of Lin. He knew that Lin had voluntarily charged into Kakashi's lightning cutter. But the moment Daitu's heart truly darkened was because he failed to protect the one he loved. Moreover, he saw that the negative damage brought by war was permanent. He could not accept all this, so he ultimately went to the depths of darkness and chose to escape reality. At that moment, he knew that only by being cruel to himself, forgetting his past, and learning the means of survival in the ninja world could he prove his worth. That night, the light in his eyes completely disappeared. The moment he was covered by white Zetsu blood, tears flowed from Daitu's eyes. Here is hell. Mobile toilet. The giant ghetto statue slowly rose from the ground. All of Konoha stared at the scene before them, completely stunned. Obito stood atop the ghetto statue, gazing coldly at the crowd below. I disdain to provoke a war across the entire ninja world now, because the reason I survived is for this very day. The ghetto statue let out an earth-shattering roar, directly tearing off the chains on its hands and feet. The immense force struck the bodies of the crowd, and they all fell to their knees in unison, their eyes filled with deep despair. Su Fan turned to look at Kakashi and Might Guy. Konoha's situation is hopeless. If you have even a hint of awareness, you'll understand what I mean. Kakashi, think about who drove your father to his death. Might Guy, why wasn't your father valued by Konoha? He fought the 7 swordsmen alone and died without even a shred of honor. Su Fan's words left them stunned. Upon careful reflection, it seems Su Fan had reminded them that Konoha had indeed done some despicable things. White Fang was abandoned by Konoha, which led to his ostracization by the villagers. If Konoha had stood up for him back then, and said one more word, perhaps things wouldn't be as they are now. Including Might Due. It can be said that Konoha never regarded him as a qualified ninja. After opening the 8 gates, he fought the 7 swordsmen alone. Although he didn't completely defeat them, his strength was truly formidable. Konoha simply chose to ignore it. All of this happened during the time when Sarutobi Hiruzen was Hokage. Seeing Kakashi hesitate, Sarutobi Hiruzen shouted anxiously, Kakashi, Might Guy, don't be swayed. Your fathers have always been remembered by Konoha. Su Fan sneered. Remembered? Of course they remember the endless grievances and loneliness of their childhood days. At this moment, Kakashi and Might Guy exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously, then slowly walked towards Su Fan across from them. As soon as they made their choice, most of Konoha followed them away, including the Hyuga clan and several other families. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. He never expected that everyone would abandon him now. Have you all forgotten the second Hokage's admonition? The will of fire cannot be abandoned like this. Kakashi directly removed his headband and threw it expressionlessly to the ground. Sorry, I don't like empty promises. Su Fan saw that Sarutobi Hiruzen was now alone with nothing worth targeting. Konoha's situation was hopeless. The only troublesome one left was Uchiha Obito. Kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and then replace him with a new Hokage, and everything will return to normal. Naruto, I leave Sarutobi Hiruzen to you. You must avenge Jiraiya. Brother, rest assured. Then Su Fan led Kakashi and the others charging toward Obito. Kakashi, holding a kunai, flipped onto the ghetto statue. Obito, your decision is wrong. I know you've suffered too much, but Rin is already dead. Obito laughed bitterly. Kakashi, I can't go back. Rin is waiting for me. They both activated Kimui, and the vortex rift created by space sucked them both in. Su Fan approached Tendo Pain with a bitter smile. Nagato, your life has reached its end. Think about Jiraiya's original ideals. This scene shouldn't be like this. Tendo Pain looked at him expressionlessly. Only through overwhelming power will everyone submit. Peace is born from such circumstances. He was just a naive goody two-shoes. Su Fan saw that persuasion was futile, so he had to take action. The battle quickly reached a fever pitch with Su Fan and Naruto's overwhelming power. Sarutobi Hiruzen died. Uchiha Obito was defeated. The 6 paths of pain were defeated. Nagato died. At last the crisis was resolved. Under everyone's recommendation, Kakashi became the new Hokage of Konoha. Su Fan then lived a leisurely life with Naruto in the back mountain.